Oh, sorry, I was still inside. ToG's talking to Sparks. Jill's still there.
Why would you do such a thing?
Keep an eye on Jill because Jill's still in there. He's probably thinking, just holding, just stays there because he's waiting for everybody to leave so he can see what bikes are left. And we can.
Why would you do such a thing? Oh, sorry. Sorry, that was me. Sorry. Yeah, so yeah, we'll do the intro.
Oh,
So you got a couple of minutes. It'll take me a couple of minutes to get the steak out of the oven, so we'll do that.
These palm trees, they sway, but each night and each day I'm California dreaming about you. Oh yeah, got this world-class view, but it's you that I think about every time when my mind's on it. And it's you that I think about every time when I feel alone. And it's you that I call on my FaceTime when I need something real. Oh yeah, I work the night shift till late in the PM. I'm California dreaming. You. California dreaming about 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 you. California dreaming.
California dreaming for action. Welcome everyone. Yeah. Welcome, Christian Carpenter. Good to see you. Yeah, this is kind of an overspill from ToG's. We're having a good chat on there. And also, I just made a lot of steak. So, I might be in and out. Yeah. The finishing it off in the oven, I think, is what did it. Wow. That is
Right on.
really, really nice. Yeah. That is really, really cool.
I'll be right back. I can take the dog out again.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to join, link is in the description and the side chat. We've just been on ToG's. Jill was there. He's refused to join. I think he's running away from me. You know, because he's scared of me because of our debate, which I obviously won and kicked his ass at.
I think he's been running away from you for a couple years now.
I think so, yeah.
Who's that?
Think,
Jill.
I think Jill is.
Oh.
Jill's running away from me. Especially since the debate, but for a number of years. Given my Erica Jr.
Erica, you can see it.
Hi Erica, good to see you. Oh, I've not seen
Hello,
Erica.
Erica.
Oh, I like Erica. Erica's cool.
Christian Carpenter, hello.
Oh, right on.
Good to see you, man. Yeah, so Jill is definitely running away from me, given my intellectual prowess. It doesn't say much, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you should just refuse to talk to him until he brings his mom on camera and you get her permission.
Good idea.
Yeah. I just thought of that in ToG, when someone said, yeah, because he apparently wants my mum's permission to talk to me. I think I should ask for his mum's permission to talk to Joe.
Mhm.
Wow,
You know how
this
to talk to a black woman?
I
Especially older black women. They demand respect like they deserve it, even though they don't. They're all the same thing. It's like their house rules are like you have to come in and say hello to them.
oh
Yeah, and they feel like real powerful at the head of the house. So you always say ma'am and real polite, especially with black older women, because they feel like they're some kind of queen or some crap like that. Most of them anyway, I run into have that. Like running into a black woman is like running into any gay white man. They both have the same type of demon. You better respect me and do what I want you to do. That kind of deal. Same mentality. It's really true. It's almost like a old heavyweight black woman is the same kind of mentality as any gay dude, or as any certain type of gay guy. Yeah.
I think the only black woman I'm familiar with, what's it, Thomas? Thomas?
Oh, we're talking
Yeah.
about Tom and Jerry.
Tom
Thomas.
and
When she
Jerry,
yells, she's on the
I think
stool.
that,
Right?
I think that's the black woman
Oh
that
man,
I'm familiar with. Yeah.
I grew up around all of them, so yeah, I had some black mamas too, like a couple of them. Yeah, honest, like really hardcore. I noticed that a lot too. Like if like up the street, if my brother's white friend's mom was like, if you get hurt at their house or something like that, they'll bandage you up. And they'll say, things will be okay, don't worry about it. But a black one will be like, you done fucked up, stupid. Let me slap this shit on you. Like, what'd you do, you stupid? She like really call everything out on you, Don't do shit like that again. I get the fuck out of here. It's a big difference. But Mexicans are the worst. Mexicans are like, they don't say anything or do anything. They just like, everything's secretive and
Yeah.
really weird people, really. Something doing something wrong when they don't talk about anything.
Yeah.
They go, shh, no.
Yeah, you kind of see why, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they're mainly doing criminal activities, which I presume most.
Well, a lot of the criminal activities is like, I want to say it's almost innate in their personalities and mentalities, because if you get down to it, they don't feel anything wrong about doing anything to people, especially on this side of the country, because they feel it was taken from them in the first place. Like you run into those Native Americans. I have like family there. Native Americans live on the res. I went there when I was like 15 one time, and I was like, oh, white man this, white man that, white man this, white man that. And I was like, well, get the fuck off the res and, do something. Stop sitting there living your fucking trailer, getting money from the man and complaining about it. Do something about it. It's that kind of mentality. So they don't like me very much over there because I have no culture. I'll talk shit to everybody. I don't care. That's why my mother's Mexican side of the family hates me so much, because I make fun of them because they're just stupid. Well, not all of them, but most of them. But I like making fun of white people too. It's fun.
Yeah.
It is, because I mean, white people have just as much like characteristics about them that they don't see that other people see. Like black people will say, like, they always have the same little joke. Crazy white people. You hear that a lot. Crazy white motherfucking people always doing crazy shit. Because the cultures clash.
Yeah, kind of the honkies.
Yeah, I mean, white. You can tell the music. You could tell the music how people are, and when it comes to like a certain type of white mindset that like the heavy metal, heavy driven stuff, that's the mentality, that's a personality. So like, if you really, that's why people like cocaine so much and meth, because it drives that hyper up. That's what they want to be. They want to be hyper. White people have a mentality where I gotta do something and I gotta have somebody do something for me. It's like a work mentality that a lot of them have, and they don't even know why. It's like they'll build up all this technology and everything like that, and they'll realize later on in life, it's like, damn, I could just been fishing by the rock the whole time. So
is that why black people like the weed so much? Is that like the opposite?
It's weird about black people because black people love crack and meth too. They're like in between. They like it's hard to say. Like white people, everybody smokes weed, in general, I think, because it's out there now. But I think like with what I read into like different cultures, it's weird because black people, I should just go say black people are more violent than other people, and depends on. I think they're kind of like it's a weird thing. I know black dudes that smoke meth and crack, and they're just like any weirdo, and then a lot smoke weed too. I don't know, it's weird, man. It's just like it's hard to place it because a black person, like, let's say, oh, you go to a party and club and you smoke weed and chill, but you drink, you're gonna fight. But a black person would smoke weed and fight anyway. They just have a weird, I want to say, almost brutal type mentality towards them, where two white people get in an argument, they're going to argument, and when push comes to shove, they start pushing, and then things start happening. But what the black people would fight, it's like, you better watch out. Your ass going to get fucking sucker punched. So you always got to be on defense. It's like you never know where it's coming from because it doesn't take much to agitate a certain mindset. Yeah.
Yeah, like always on the edge kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And stronger than white people. Same way Native Americans are a lot stronger than white people. It's weird. You can get a buffed white dude and a native or a black dude, and they'll be just as physically fit. It's really like but then again, you look at the generations and how they lived their lives and where they were doing all those generations and where they're at now. It's like breeding dogs. You're going to train dogs to race. Those dogs are going to be runners. You don't have to break it from it. The same thing with people. Same thing. Generations of programming already put in there.
Yeah.
And the lifestyle they live too. I mean, if you look at Africans, there's a lot of like, in the Congo anyway, if you look at like the core, where they come from, the type of people, you have like almost like South America style, a lot of warring, a lot of tribal, a lot of slavery, a lot of, capturing, a lot of sacrifices for things unknown. Like South Americans, that style, and Africans are almost the same, I think, in that jungle living. You never know what's around the corner,
Yeah, and this might be racist, but like Nigerians are always good at the long distance running.
Yeah.
Like it's always the same countries that win. There must be some reason for that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because that's the way they're built.
Yeah.
You said a documentary where the guy goes in there and he goes with this one tribe and they're hunting baboon. And this guy's like, these guys are moving all day. They could run for hours barefoot.
Yeah.
And they'll run for hours. They'll chase down their prey for 4 hours. So the endurance thing. When it comes to animal nature, lions and cheetahs and things like that will run until they sprint and they're out of breath. But a certain dog, like a wolf, will follow and track and go for days. And humans have that ability. They could go for days. We just lost it because we got so lazy. We'll track our prey down for days to get it. And now we're in a whole different environment where we don't do that anymore. We don't hunt. We don't go out. We don't build. We don't make. We rely on everybody for everything else. And we stand around and make $15 an hour pushing a button and complaining about it. Yeah. Like my son, he works at a gas station. He's like, oh, man. Oh, here. What? I said, motherfucker. When I was your age, I was fucking, like working. Working. I'm talking like hustling, moving, building, shaking, drilling, to make money. This guy's just standing around and you're making like 5 times as much as I was making back then. You better just, be happy with that shit.
But it just kind of proves evolution, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I know it's only like small scale evolution, but if your parents did that and they give birth to you, you're going to pick up some of the same traits.
Definitely.
As your parents.
You can't help it. It's like,
Yeah.
or whoever you're around that time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even certain traits that people won't ever know of. They have like studies where they have children in foster homes that were taken away from the parents, from birth because of situations. And if the father's psychotic, usually a percent of a chance that that child becomes psychotic and still have the same traits as the father, even though taken away from the father. Still have like the same characteristics and demeanors. Kind of like it's weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the same ideas maybe, but the same, I think, structure, the planning, the base modeling of how things come from. Yeah.
Yeah. It is like genetics. Like even if you've never had any contact with the people you're related to, you will still have the, like you say, the same structure.
Mm-hmm.
Same structure of brain, same structure of.
Yeah, that's why I always wonder if I was adopted or not, or if I was like switched at birth to the hospital or something like that. Or they stole me because, man, I don't know. These people are stupid as fuck around me. Sorry, because they say it, but yeah.
I'll be right back.
Oh, right on. But people don't like to admit that when it comes to race, there are certain characteristics and things. So there's no. That's why we have stereotypes and jokes because they're playing like that.
Yeah, that's the thing with stereotypes. Stereotypes are stereotypes because they're true. You know what I mean?
It's kind of like old thing is like what they would say when I was growing up. Crazy white motherfuckers. You ain't ever going to find a white person who wasn't raped or done something else to their family members, especially brothers and sisters. And you know what? That's very true. I don't think there's any one white person I ran into that wasn't, some situation where they were like, done in by their family, parents, or something like that. Usually it has a sexual thing to it. And that's why they have those jokes about the aristocrats, the rich white people. You ever hear that aristocrat joke by it's all over the place in Hollywood. It's like an inside joke they have for the elites of Hollywood. It's called joke's called the aristocrats, and I think the person who says it best would be Gilbert Gottfried.
Mm.
It's just a joke about how disgusting and dirty they can be. Funny, but dirty, sick, really twisted. And they also have like the sort of things like white people is usually the father that does the wrong things to the children, and the brothers and sisters. But when it comes to like Mexicans, it's usually the uncles. Like it's weird too. They have like some weird thing like that. So the uncles will do some weird shit to their nieces and nephews. Probably a tribal thing and how they coexist together and how the families live and what they can get away with. With white culture, usually a single family unit, and they want to keep everybody else away. And everybody's in their room. You have your room, I have my room, and this is a communal room. And when you're 18, you're out of here. That's the white style of it.
Yeah.
Other cultures are different when it comes to that. So that kind of plays into on how they structure their own people. Because white people, and I'm picking on white people a lot, but that's what I noticed is white people are quick to dismiss responsibilities of the child. Now you're an adult now. It's all your fault now. It's on you, not realizing the parents are the one that fucking got to the kid to that point.
And speaking about being racist, Jill's here.
Hey, what's up, Jill?
Hi, Jill. Thanks for joining. I'm just eating some chicken.
Why did ToG end the stream? What did I say?
He got tired. He just want to go sleep.
I was muted, so it wasn't my fault.
So, Jill, have you been watching? What are your thoughts on what we've been saying?
What thoughts on my thoughts on what?
What we've been talking about?
Like different cultures and races.
I love different culture. God loves all the children.
Yeah, he loves them to death in the water sometimes, in the fire. It depends on how much he loves them.
He loves you so much that he'll kill you to keep you alive.
Well, if you're looking at like what is the ultimate, what is ultimate love and what is ultimate sacrifice in a weird way, it does make sense. If you're gonna, put something out of its misery, it's almost like you ever watch that movie Till Dusk Till Dawn.
I remember that's an old one, man. How old are you?
Yeah, it's pretty. I'm an old man. But there's that scene in there where his brother Richie is, he's fucked up. He's doing shit he shouldn't do. He's raping women, and the Seth, I think, is the name of the guy who plays George Clooney, puts a gun to him and says, "May you find peace in death that you could not find in life." Boom.
Wow.
Sometimes that sacrifice has to be made in order to stop hurting other people. You have to take out the one that's doing it, and that could be the ultimate sacrifice, especially if you created that with the intentions of it being good. I would imagine that would be very hard to do, but it would take that type of love to do so. So I can't argue with that.
Yeah. A mean God would have just wiped out all of creation and then just says, "Forget it. I'm not gonna tolerate any disobedience."
Like God.
No, he tolerates a lot, man. I mean, he tolerates people saying he doesn't exist. He tolerates a lot.
But didn't he wipe out the entire creation because he wasn't
Except for
happy with
Noah.
it?
If he wiped out the entire creation, you wouldn't be here. Except for Noah
Yeah,
and his
I
son.
mean, except for 8 people. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but you're saying this loving and tolerant God is the same God that basically said, "Yeah, I'm pissed off with this. I'll kill them all, except for 8 people."
Well, if you were God, then you wouldn't put up with. I wouldn't. If I were God, I wouldn't have put up with 400 years of what was going on. I wouldn't have put up with 10 years of what was going on, let alone 400.
If I was God, I wouldn't make an imperfect system in the first place.
Then you would make another God.
What do you mean?
So you'd make only gods. You'd only be able to make yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you'd make a bunch of little mini-me's.
Yeah, I'd make a perfect world.
Talk about an ego.
Well, in a weird way.
Yeah, no, I would make a perfect world with a bunch. If I was a perfect God, I would make a perfect world with a
That's
bunch
the
of
key.
perfect.
Perfect.
people.
We're perfect
You have to be
people.
a perfect
God.
God. We're not looking at a perfect God because things are not perfect. It's only to the best of his abilities that this is created. So these is this the best that it is? That
This is what he wanted.
speaking?
He didn't want a perfect creation. He wanted a very good creation. In fact, the text says
Like if you
it's very
yeah.
good.
Right, but
He
if you
didn't
look
want
at
a
one
perfect.
thing that ruins humanity, it's the way we procreate. Because that is the initial start of what like the whole alpha type mentality comes from. The whole, conquering type deal is procreation. How that is
No,
how we
procreation existed before kings and
Right, I know, but I'm
queens.
saying it's a process. The way we procreate through desire, through lust. It's not a simple mechanical thing. Say, okay, baby time, make it, boom, boom, done. It's a chase, a challenge, a fight, and it's always going to be a struggle. And it goes into money, it goes into politics, it goes into everything in nature that causes people to lie, cheat, and steal because of that type of deal, because of that structure.
Okay. That could be a result of the fall. Perhaps before the fall, there wasn't that tension that you speak about.
Yeah, you're talking about the Adam and Eve thing, right? Fall.
Yeah.
That's almost weird because it's put in place for it to happen. So if this was done, it was intentionally done, or for a reason.
Right.
So almost to say, some people call it the fall, but in a weird way, you could call it the beginning, the start of fixing, of doing.
Well, yeah,
Because
for
if there's already,
HDO, yeah.
well, I mean, if there's already like man on earth and gods in the sky already. If we look at that context of how it is read in the Bible, that make as us, and man is already on earth as said, then it would seem that this would be a way for an introduction to this God's man and ideas and concepts. For what reason? For the man that's on here on earth, to what? To save them, to use them, to abuse them. Who knows? It could also go back to like the whole placements would be the knowledge given and then spread out through the knowledge could go all the way back into like human beings don't seem to be made for this earth. We're a different type of breed of animal. We don't live comfortable on this earth. We can't take certain environments. Our backs give out because we're not made in this type of to live in here. Where other animals are just so many generations of time. Humans should not be in the situation that we are in, as far as when it comes to like physical form structure and how we live in this earth. not comfortably. And we're always looking for something and something out there.
Well,
So what does
animals
that
also
mean?
struggle
Where
too.
would it come from? Would it come from a beam from the sky, or did it come from other place that placed us here?
Animals also struggle with disease. Also, it's not just humans that are
Exactly why.
travailing. The Bible
But
calls it travailing. The
that
earth as
that's
well.
sorry. That's the question is why do humans struggle with disease and why do animals
Humans,
struggle?
animals, plants,
But
the entire planet.
you can argue that humans struggle with this because of the fall, and Adam and
Right.
Eve did something wrong. So, but what about animals? I mean, what did the sheep do wrong?
Yeah, why does my
You know
dog
what I
have
mean?
cancer now and she only has 2 months to live? That's not right. Sorry, Valerie.
What,
Well, it affects everyone. I mean, when the father in the household makes a bad decision, does it not affect everyone, including the children?
I
Yeah.
mean, with humans, if you stretch it, you could go to Adam and Eve did wrong, therefore you take on the sins of your ancestors. Therefore,
Mm.
every human is. But what did the sheep do wrong? Do you know what I mean? To get
Sheep didn't have to do anything wrong. They're sheep.
Maybe because they're bad.
Kill and eat them. God
but
didn't design them for the same way. He
they
designed them
still
for
get
us.
they still get the same diseases and they still die
It's too
and
bad.
they're under the same kind of law as the humans. You
Sheep,
know,
sheeps
even
are
though the human
to
law
be
is because
eaten.
of Adam and Eve sinning.
Walhart, you
What's
eat
the
lamb. You're sitting here complaining about a sheep getting a disease when you eat the sheep. You eat the darn sheep.
Yeah, it's
How
like
does
yeah?
the
because God
sheep
But
feel
allows
I'm
them
about you
to.
saying,
eating him? How does the sheep feel about you eating him, his cousins?
but I'm saying the same natural
Wait. No,
process.
no, 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 no. Don't try to implicate God in something you're doing on a macro level, on a much
No,
lower, a
but
micro level.
I,
You're eating sheep. So I have a group of
you know what?
sheep represented by the lead prosecuting sheep, right? The DA of the sheep. And now he's going to bring you to court for eating lamb because
No,
those were his cousins you killed. So how do you
what
explain
I'm
why do you
saying?
have the right to kill the sheep? Does the
No,
sheep have
what?
the right to kill you?
Shut up, Jill. What I'm saying is that the you're saying humans are special. Humans are under a specific law because Adam and Eve
Obviously.
sinned. Because Adam and Eve sinned, all humans are under the same law. I'm saying that's fine. Fair enough. I'll give you that. But then when you get to animals and they are under the same rules as well, they still die. They still die. They still get diseases. They still suffer the same way humans do. What is the reason for the animals suffering?
Because the sin of Adam affected the entire planet, not just human beings. It infected the water. It infected the things that are inanimate and things that are alive. So it's not just humans that were affected by Adam. Adam is as the head or the federal head, we call him.
Do
Oh,
do
that's
He what happens to him if he falls, that means you fall. It's like if your dad loses his job, everyone has to kick in. Everyone is affected.
It's the
In the
sins of your
house.
father. Say,
right.
It's not a
DC.
sin to lose your job, by the way.
Yeah.
Just
One thing I was thinking was, so do any animals get into heaven or hell?
I don't know.
Right. Because
I
do
hope
do
so. I
do
hope so.
do the sheep and the plant commit sin?
No,
so why should they be under the same rules as humans?
just like the child did not commit a sin, but yet they're under the same financial rules when the husband loses his job. They're under the financial struggle. They did nothing. They did not commit any sin. They didn't even have a job. They don't even work. They're
So
dependent. They're dependent upon the
it's a
father. So you're dependent
it's a
upon
sin to
Adam,
lose
the
your
federal
job
head.
now.
That's what
Losing
I
your
just
job
said.
is a
That's what I
sin.
just said. That's what I just said to PJ. It's not a sin to lose your job. So you can't compare this to sin. Adam falling and you now having that consequence is tantamount to a father losing his job. It's not a tantamount to a father committing a crime and then you going to jail because your father committed the crime. That you're conflating the two.
So how does the sheep sin? What kind of a sin does the sheep
Again,
commit?
you're not listening. Pay attention. It's not tantamount to you committing a sin and then you being affected because of your father's sin. PJ just said the sins of the father. That's not what's going on here. Instead, think of it as a father losing his job, which is not a sin, but it does affect the rest of the family. Very simple.
But I thought you said it affected everything.
Yes, it does affect everything. Yes. So when the father loses his job, it affects everything in the household. The bills are late. The oven is broken. The oven breaks down because there's no money to repair it. It affects everything in the household. But the father did not sin. He just lost his job. So when Adam lost his position, everything else was affected by that. His position was.
But I'm saying, Jill,
he was walking with God in fellowship.
So do the plants? How does a carrot sin? How does a sheep sin?
He's gonna. A dog always goes back to its vomit. Even though I just destroyed that, he's gonna go back to it because that's all he has.
No, Jill.
Wildheart.
Sin has nothing to do with it. Yeah. It's the fall of Adam, not the sin of Adam. So the fall of Adam means that he lost his job, he lost his perch, he lost his position. It doesn't mean that that you're inheriting what he did and you're the one being blamed for the child. We don't blame the child when the father loses his job, but we do recognize that when the father loses his job, that the son cannot go to college anymore.
The question is, why should the human doing that affect the animals?
The same reason why a father losing his job affects the children.
My question. That was not my question. You haven't
when a father loses his job, does it not affect the rest of the household? Wildheart?
No, go on.
Let me know when I can speak.
Okay.
Wildheart.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, no.
So think of that analogy instead of trying to. Oh, he didn't sin.
Jill I don't want to mute you, but if Jill ever
didn't sin.
Wildheart. Jill, do you remember me asking you, like probably less than 5 minutes ago, do animals and plants sin? And you said yes.
No, that never happened. Carry on.
Okay.
And that's what I was saying, that the thing about human sinning, Adam and Eve, I'll grant you, I don't believe it, but I'll grant you that Adam and Eve sinned, and therefore every human from then on is inflicted with sin. But like DT was saying, does that mean that every animal sinned and every vegetable sinned?
Yeah, I remember the question asked, but you said no, not yes. About the animals and plants.
Yeah. So why should they be? And according to you, animals and plants can't get into heaven anyway. So why should it affect them as well?
Maybe they already are in heaven because they don't have any certain like feelings, nerve system. So when you die, you want to go to heaven, you just come as a daisy. Fuck it. It's nice. It sounds nice. Sounds nice today.
Push your little daisies and make them come up.
You're just pushing yourself up. Who knew?
Yeah, so Jill, why should human affliction of Adam and Eve's sin be inflicted on the rest of animal kind and vegetable kind? You know what I mean?
Also, the sin was. You
can't start with also.
What?
I want to answer my question.
I'm not gonna answer the same question 50 times. I'm not a robot. Okay, but also the ground was cursed. Remember, the ground was cursed. The ground didn't do anything wrong, but all the ground did was be walked on. So it has nothing to do with sin. It's the fact that the leader in the house lost his position or his job. Therefore, everything else is affected negatively.
So is Is that fair?
Is that
That
fair? No, that's not fair. That's
It's
not
not
fair that when a father loses his job, the son cannot go to college and he can't pursue the things that he planned on pursuing when
So
the
God's
dad was
rules.
employed.
God's
Okay,
rules
that's
that
not
He
fair.
created.
Life is
So
not
God,
fair. Get a helmet.
so
That
God,
Turn your
sounds like
phones.
so God rules
that
He
sounds pretty
created.
liberal.
So
Life
God
That
is
sounds
rules.
not
pretty
fair.
liberal.
So God
Life
Sounds
is not
rules.
fair. Buy
pretty
a
liberal
helmet.
to assume.
Buy a
It
helmet.
sounds pretty liberal. It sounds pretty liberal to assume that because the father lost his job, the son can't go to college. Shut up, liberal.
You're saying that God's rules, how He created it, is not fair. Therefore, God is not fair. God
He's
is not
perfect
fair.
God. Told you.
Jill, you just said that the rules that He created are not fair. Therefore, God is not fair. God is not just. I think we might have lost Jill for the
No,
next
I'm
2
here.
minutes while he looks this up on Google.
I'm here. What's up?
I was just saying, you just admitted that it's not fair.
No, life is not
That
fair. No,
it's not.
when a
But God
father loses
created.
his job,
But God
everyone
created.
is affected. That's not fair.
But God
Because I
created
didn't
the rules.
lose my job. I'm just a
But
kid.
God created the rules. So you're saying the rules that God created are not fair. Therefore, God is not fair. You
No,
don't,
God is not fair. No, nowhere in the Bible does it say God is fair.
right? So God is not
Right?
just.
It's not. Life is not fair.
So you worship.
Just Justin.
You
No, no, no.
worship.
You're just and fairness are two different things. Nice
So
try.
Thoughts and prayers.
you worship a God that is not just.
I worship.
Right?
No, no. Justice and fairness are two different things. Nice try.
No, they're not.
Where's mercy come in?
Let's look up the word justice and then let's look up the word fairness, shall we?
Yeah,
Sure.
Not justice.
Justice.
The words were just and
just.
fair.
Just
Not
is
justice
the
and
root
fairness.
word comes from the word justice. Did you know that?
Just the
Jesus
words that
Christ.
Wildheart used
Definition.
were just and fair.
Just
not justice
comes from the
and
word.
fairness.
It's the root word is
I don't
justice.
care what it comes from. It's not the word he used.
Just.
Doesn't matter.
All right, let's look up the word
Just
just.
and fair.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Was that so hard? Just got to keep you on topic, Jill. That's all. So you run around a bunch of rabbit trails.
The definition for just is based on or behaving according to what is morally right and fair.
Right.
They are literally.
So now you have to determine, Wildheart, what is morally right. And as an atheist, you have no basis to determine such.
No,
So
I'm not.
so
I'm
you
saying
still lose.
I'm saying that just and fair are
That's a bit of a
synonyms.
straw man.
In your opinion, yes, but we can care less what you believe
No,
is just.
I've
We
just
can care
looked it up.
less.
It says just means the definition of just is based on or behaving according to what is morally right and fair.
Right. So what I'm asking you is who determines what's morally right? Wildheart, who determines
let's look
morally
up fair. Wait,
He just did.
wait. There
He
was
just
another
did.
word there that we were supposed to look up, and the other word was fair.
Impartial,
fair isn't it?
and just.
And just, without favoritism or discrimination.
Right.
Yeah.
So Wildheart, who determines what is just and what is moral, what is right, what is wrong? Who determines that?
According to your worldview, that will be God.
Thank you. All right. So according to God, what he is doing is just and fair.
But that's a circular
argument. But you may have a different opinion about what fair is.
That's a circular argument.
It is.
It's just unfair because God says
it is. But you're giving me a circular argument because you're arguing from your own sense of what just is. So you're still giving me a circular argument, but it's circular within you, not the entire world of God or universe. So you're giving me a circular perspective.
How is God impartial? How is God impartial, Jill? How is your God impartial?
Impartial because the people that he chooses are not based on what we consider to be partial. So God can choose a group of people and he can treat that people differently, not based on what they consider to be fair treatment. So
that would be
Paul,
the
for
definition of
instance,
impartial. What you just said would be the definition of impartial.
So Paul, for instance, when he says that God,
you don't even
took
answer.
him,
it's pointless to
that's fine.
even talk
I
to
don't
you.
have to
You
answer
don't even
questions 30
answer.
times already. That's fine. I don't have to answer you. So when
A
Paul
question
says
30
that
times.
God,
We just
okay,
started
fine.
this conversation.
Sure,
You
sure.
dodge and dip
Yeah, okay.
and fucking babble like a fucking lunatic, man.
Are you done? Okay, thank you. So when Paul says that God called him, some of us might look at that as not fair. It's not fair that Paul was blinded for a few days, right? It's not fair. It's not just. But Paul says that this was done for a good purpose. So we can look at what God is doing now and make a determination now only based on partial information, part of the story. But you don't have the whole picture. God has the whole picture. So God is a just God and fair God. You're only at part one, scene one. So you don't know whether or not God is just or not because you haven't seen the end.
But that's a circular argument, Jill.
It's a circular argument. You're arguing a circular argument with partial information. You don't have all the information.
That's a two-quote fallacy.
So, no. You're arguing. Hold on, Wildheart. Do you have all the information? Do you have all the information? Yes or no?
Jill, I've muted you. Jill, saying that your argument is circular. If you say that my argument is circular as well, that's not getting out of your argument being circular. You're admitting that your argument is circular, therefore it's non-valid.
To a courtroom and said this person was guilty, only seeing, this person isn't just, right? This person is a bad person, so I'm making a judgment. Only seeing part of the evidence, that's available, that is conjecture. That is a bad judgment. You are in no position to judge whether or not God is just only hearing the story of Genesis because you haven't read Revelation. So God is just because he knows that all of these things that are occurring, which seem to be unfair, which are unfair. Life is not fair. Some people are born in situations that are better than others. Life is not fair. But you are not seeing it from God's perspective from the beginning, from the end, or the end from the beginning.
But just to get back to a logical point of view,
you can't argue, Wildheart. You cannot argue from logic with conjecture.
Let me.
You cannot argue from logic.
Shut the fuck up. When I point out that your argument is circular and you agree that your argument is circular, pointing out that my argument is circular doesn't do anything to dismiss the fact that you've already admitted that your argument is circular.
Both our arguments are circular. What else is my argument, Wildheart? What else was my?
Therefore, your argument is invalid.
Is that the extent of my argument, that it's circular, that your argument is circular? What else did I say was wrong with? Hold on. What else did I say was wrong? What else did I say was wrong with your argument? It's conjecture.
It doesn't matter.
It's conjecture. It does matter. You're arguing that somebody is unfair. Wildheart, hold on.
Once you've admitted that your argument is circular, which you did, it doesn't matter what comes after. You've admitted that your argument is circular.
But that's not the extent of my argument. I'm giving you more than it's just circular. It's also conjecture. If you walked into a courtroom and said this person was guilty because I saw or I have exhibit A, when the judge says, well, there are 30 exhibits, there are 30 pieces of evidence. Have you reviewed all of the evidence? No, I only reviewed the first part of I only reviewed exhibit 1. Well, then you cannot, you're in no position to make a valid judgment only having a piece of the puzzle.
If I point out that your argument is circular and you agree that your argument is circular, which you just did,
Is your
It-
argument circular?
Coming back
Is
at
your
me,
argument circular, Wildheart?
it doesn't matter. That's what
Oh,
I'm
it
saying.
doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter. So you're dishonest. You can't even admit your argument is circular. Is your argument
No,
circular?
I'm saying even if my
Is your
argument was,
argument you can't even admit it? Why can't you be man enough to admit your argument is circular? Like I did.
so you just admitted that your argument is circular. It doesn't matter whether my argument is circular. It doesn't get
doesn't?
you out of the fact that your argument
That's
is
called special
circular.
pleading. That's called
Therefore
special pleading.
invalid.
That's called
Therefore
special.
invalid.
So then your
Therefore you
argument
need a
is
different
invalid.
argument.
So then your argument is invalid. That's called special pleading, sir. Bum, 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 bum. It's called special pleading.
Jill, you don't understand
so now let's move forward. Let's move forward. Both of our arguments are circular. Both
but
of
it
them.
doesn't matter. That's the two-quark fallacy.
But I'm not. That's not the extent of my argument. My second argument is that you are arguing you're arguing whether or not something is fair, only looking at a small piece of the facts. You don't know what God is doing or what He's going to do.
You've already admitted that your argument is circular, which makes it invalid. Saying that my argument is invalid doesn't get you out of the fact that your argument is invalid.
But I'm not arguing your argument is invalid because it's circular. Everyone's argument is circular. Everyone's argument is circular. So that's not moving the proverbial ball forward, Wildheart. It's like saying, well, you have a heart. Well, everyone has a heart. Big deal. Tell me something about the worldview that makes it distinguishable from any other. Everyone's worldview is circular, sir. Now, the second argument is that you're arguing that God is not just with only part of the evidence. How can you say that someone is not good or bad or judge someone when you don't know the whole story?
If you can point out things that are unjust and unfair, it doesn't. You don't need the whole story.
You don't need the whole story.
If you can point out one thing that is unjust and unfair, that makes the character of God unjust and unfair.
Okay.
If He does one thing that is unjust and unfair,
unjust and unfair according to who? So you're going back to your circular argument again. So you need something besides. You're going back to your circular argument, and you're using it as a crutch. I don't use my circular argument as a crutch. Just because I recognize it's circular.
If we agree that something that God did was unjust and unfair,
we don't.
Then
we don't agree. No. Nothing God does is unjust or unfair. Life is unfair. There are people who are born in circumstances that are different than others.
Who created life, Jill?
Who created life?
God.
Yeah. God, yes, God is the giver.
Right, so if life is unjust and unfair and God created it, isn't that God creating something that is unjust and unfair?
Is that the total extent of life?
You just said that
on this earth. Hold on.
Yeah.
According to the Christian worldview, is this earth and this planet and the 80 years or 90 years that you live, is that the extent of life? Is that the end to all? What it is to being life according to Scripture?
Right, when you add according to Scripture, that's different.
No. So therefore, you cannot take a microcosm and consider God to be unfair when you're only judging Him based on 70 years on this little tiny rock and this little planet we call Earth in the Milky Way, or one galaxy out of billions of galaxies. You're going to take God and judge Him based on what happens in your little life. Come on, man. You sound ridiculous. You sound like an ant reaching up, waving his little ant hand and arm at us because we're eating a hoagie. And he's upset. He's upset because some of the grease is falling down on his anthill, and you're complaining like, "Oh, that's you right now to God. That's you."
But I don't agree with your worldview that once we die, we get to live.
Where were you when the foundations of the earth was created? Where were you at?
Where were you, Jill?
I don't know. I didn't exist. That's the point.
I didn't exist either.
So we trust God that although things
No,
uh,
when you say
we
we trust God,
trust,
you trust God.
we trust God. I said we.
I don't. I don't trust
I didn't
God.
say you.
You
I said
said
we.
we. You saying
The
we like we
the
believe.
elect, the elect
So
of God,
when you say we, you mean the elect.
the elect of God. We trust God that He is fair and just and will do what's right in the end. So yes, He's allowing Wild Heart to exist. Yes, He's allowing liberals to beat up children, to abuse women, to rape women. He's allowing liberals to even run the entire country and throw that in the trash. He's allowing Satan to just run rampant on our women and children. And that's not fair to them. That's not fair to them. But we trust that what God is allowing in the end will be worth it. We'll look back and say, you know what?
But
That was a good experience for us humans
chill.
because it taught us something, right?
If we can chill our beans and kind of see what we can agree on,
Mm-hmm.
it just comes down to a different worldview. You're saying we can agree on this
I'm saying your
because
worldview is limited to human experience and your personal
yeah,
experience. That's what it's
because
limited. We're
because
thinking
that's
beyond that, right?
because that's all I have.
Your circle,
Because
Wild Heart, only revolves
shut the
around
fuck up.
your circle, Wild
Let
Heart.
let me finish a fucking sentence for fuck's sake. No, I'm saying chill, you motherfucker. Uh, totally forgot what I was saying then. Jill, you are so annoying.
It
You are
worked.
so annoying. It's
Your circle, Wild Heart, only revolves around your little tiny body. All right.
yeah.
Every liberal walking around here has a circular argument, but that circle is so small and so minuscule and meaningless. It only revolves around themselves. They're like planets with their own satellites, their ego, right? Our circle at least revolves around the concerns the entire universe. So yes, it's a circular argument, um, but it deals with more than
But
just your
do you
personal
know?
opinions of things.
But do you know that all circular arguments are invalid?
Then all arguments are invalid.
So when you say that your argument is circular, you are admitting that your argument is invalid. Therefore, no one should take it seriously or take
Then
it on.
all arguments are invalid. So if all arguments are circular, then all
No,
arguments are
I
invalid.
said I didn't say that all arguments are circular
When
and
it comes to
invalid.
origin,
I'm just saying that
morality, yes.
I'm just saying that you admitting that your argument is circular and invalid.
Is your argument from morality circular? Yes. Your
Let,
argument
let's
from objective
have,
morality, what's right,
okay,
what's wrong, what's just, what's not just, is circular, but it only
right.
involves you.
Explain to
It
me how
circles
my
around you and
explain to
your
me
little sphere, your little atmosphere.
explain to me, Jill. Explain to me why my arguments is
Very
invalid.
easily. Why is what God did, why is that morally unjust? Who says so?
I don't believe in God.
Okay. The behaviors that you read about, why are they morally unjust? Who
I,
says whose
I
ethics? Hold on, let me ask the question. Whose ethics and whose morals is making that determination that what God does is unjust?
I don't believe in God.
Okay, what you now you're filibustering. Now
you're
you're
saying that
filibustering.
you're
You're
saying
being
that
dishonest. You're obfuscating.
you're saying that my opinions are invalid and circular. But then you bring up God. I don't believe in God.
Okay, you just
So
made a statement.
that doesn't
You
prove that
just
my
hold on.
arguments.
You
I'm perfectly open
you
to
just made a
admitting.
statement about God being unjust, and then when
I
we
don't
asked you
care
to
about
defend
God.
it, you say God doesn't exist. That's what we call a cop out, ladies and gentlemen. You
No, I'm
just
not
made a
saying that God
statement about a
doesn't exist.
character.
I'm saying that I
Whether
don't
you
believe
believe
he
the
exists.
character exists or not is irrelevant. You made a comment about a character saying that character is unjust. What is your basis for saying that character is unjust, whether you believe he exists or not?
But that wasn't the question. The question, you were saying my position. No, Jill, you were saying my position
It's
on
circular,
morality.
yes, and I'm trying to prove it,
It's
and you're
circular.
dodging. I'm trying to prove it, and you're running and hiding back under
No,
the
but
rock you crawled out from under. Okay,
given
well,
that
let
I
me try it again. Let's try this again. You
given that I
said,
don't believe in God,
okay,
you
you
can't
can't.
bring God
That's a
into
cop
it.
out, sir. You
Why
open.
is
If you
my
didn't believe in
position
God, why open your mouth and say he's unjust? If he doesn't exist, why would you talk about someone that doesn't exist?
that doesn't demonstrate that my position on morality and what is
You're
good and
running from your position. When I'm asking you about it to prove it, you're saying, "Oh, well, no, who I just said, who I just used my morality on, my objective morality on, doesn't exist anymore. So I'm not going to talk about that person." Well, then good. Then don't talk about
right.
something that doesn't exist ever again. So you should never, ever again in your mouth, ever come out of your mouth should this should never come out of your mouth ever again. God is unjust because God doesn't exist.
I
Thank
can
you,
talk about
Walhart.
things. I can talk
I
about
don't know
things that
what you're
don't.
gonna do your channel on, what topics you're gonna do your channel on now, because
Jill, I can talk about things that don't exist. That's fine.
okay, let's talk about the things that don't exist now. So you said something that doesn't exist was unjust. What is your reasoning? What is your basis for that judgment?
That would be based on my own
Exactly.
knowledge.
So is your argument circular, Wildhard?
No,
It started with you and it ended with you, Wildhard. Is your argument circular?
let me work about
This
it.
is this is golden. Wildheart, your argument started with you, and then you said, "Well, because I said so." Is that a circular
I
argument?
didn't say because I said so.
You
It's
said
based
that's
on
my based on my morality.
my subjective
Okay,
morality.
so
Yeah.
is that circular?
What calling God unjust based on my morality? I don't know whether that's circular or not.
Okay, now you're just being you're just being you're just
No,
being a contra.
I
Well,
honestly
you're just
don't.
being dishonest, Wildheart. That's normal. That's
No,
normal
I'm
for
not.
Christian
No,
non-Christians.
convinced. I'm open to being convinced. If I judge God to be immoral based on my morality, is that being circular or not?
Yes. Yes.
How,
Why can't you admit it?
I will admit it if it is. I just
Okay,
need to
it
be
is.
convinced.
So God is morally just because God said so. Is that circular?
God is morally just because He said so. Yes.
Okay. God is not morally just because Wildheart said so. Is that circular?
Yeah,
This is a meme. Okay. All right. All
that
right.
will
So
be
you have a
circular.
circular argument. You have a circular argument, even though that's not the extent of the Christian argument. I can demonstrate that the Christian argument is really not circular.
But
But
you
I
just
don't
said
have
it
time
was.
to do that. I don't have time to do
But
that.
you just said it was circular.
Ultimately, yes, but God along the way is not telling us this because he said so. We can
That's
demonstrate
what I was trying
we
to get
can
to before.
we can
You know,
demonstrate that what he's saying is right
you know that
empirically.
any circular argument is invalid. So when you said that ultimately it's
Not all
circular,
circular arguments are invalid.
yes, they are.
No, they're not. They have to be
Yes, they
tested
are.
empirically. They have to be
There's
tested.
don't give me
Look,
any side
if
tangent
I listen,
bullshit.
listen to this. If I
No,
say, come on,
all circular arguments are invalid. There's
false,
no,
false.
there's no
Here, let me
justifiably
give you an
circular
example. Let me give
or
you an
no,
example.
that's bullshit, Joe.
Sure, let me give you an example. The
Yeah,
bird said you can fly if you have wings. How do you know that's true? Because the bird said so. Okay, is that a circular argument?
the bird said you can fly because it's got wings.
Right. The bird said you can fly if you have wings.
Yeah,
And how do you know that's true? Because the bird told us that.
No,
That's my argument. Is that
if your
circular?
no, if your only justification was because the bird said it, then it would be circular.
Okay.
But
So
if the fact that the birds can fly anywhere, that is just a fact.
okay.
If your only justification for it was
The
that the
argument
bird
is
said
invalid.
it would be circular.
Right. The argument is invalid, but you still have to prove the argument empirically. So all I have to do is prove, is it true that wings cause you to fly? And then the
No, but that's
circular argument is valid,
a
but I'm not arguing that birds can fly because the bird said so. The bird
but that's
happened to say so. The bird happened to say so because it's true. But that's not my argument. My argument is the birds fly, wings make birds fly because we can empirically show that. We can show
yeah
that wings
that
make you fly. We can show that. Just
yeah
because the bird says it
does
doesn't make it true.
yeah. But if your only justification was that the bird said it, that would make it a circular argument.
If
It
that was my
doesn't.
only justification,
If
yes.
that was your only justification, yeah.
Right. But that's not our only justification for why God says such is such. We can go and do studies and show that, yes, it's not just because God said it. We can show that God said it because he knew that that was the case.
But you just
Right.
admitted that it's ultimately a circular argument.
It is because God was the one who
Ultimately,
created it, because God was the one who created the birds.
ultimately,
Yes,
ultimately a
Wahart.
circular argument.
The reason why it's circular ultimately is because God is the one that created the birds with the wings. So he set the rules from the beginning. He set the
Is there
standard from the beginning.
is there anything that happens without God say so?
I don't know what that means. If he set he's the one that created, so I would say no. Because
So
if
that's
he wanted
circular.
something else to occur other than what occurs, then he would have created a different universe where those occurrences occurred rather than these. So I would say yes. My non-Calvinist friends would hate me for saying that, but
Don't worry
that's
about it.
logically sound, I think.
So
Everyone hates
so
you.
your argument is because God said so, which is circular. Thank you.
Yeah, we're not arguing that we don't have circular arguments. We're arguing which circular argument is more rational, which one makes more sense, which one corresponds to reality. If a bird told me that birds fly because we have wings, yeah, that's true. It's not true because the bird said it, but it's true. So I'm not going to use the bird said it as my argument. I'm going to tell you why the bird said it and
What's
why it's
true
true.
what's true that God didn't say so?
4 plus 4 is 8. God
So
doesn't teach
so
math in the Bible.
man has power. Oh, man invented math. God didn't, or man discovered math.
Math is a
God.
result of us discovering the elements, the atmosphere, and us experimenting on what God has revealed through creation.
Where did our ability to discover come from?
God gave us the ability to see, hear, the senses, the 5 senses. He gave us those abilities to think. He gave us a brain which has
Hmm.
a processing capacity more faster than any known man-built
Hmm.
object or
Sound
machine. So
sounds like birds can
sounds like a
fly because
good
God
God,
said so. Sounds pretty
because
circular to
that's the
me.
way God created them. He created them in their nature to have that ability. Yes.
Right. Circular.
Yep.
So, Jill, do you recognise that all circular arguments are invalid, whether they're true or not, whether the conclusion is true or not? All circular arguments are invalid.
I just came in because I felt like you were getting ready to kick him. and I didn't want to leave you all alone.
No, I'm actually enjoying this. It's quite fun.
Right on. Me too.
Yeah, but what he doesn't understand is that if he admits that all circular arguments are invalid, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. The argument for it, whether you should believe it or not, is still invalid, even if it's true. Even if God existed and he's doing all the things that he said, if your argument for that is circular and invalid, then you shouldn't believe it, even if it's true. Do you know what I mean? There's a difference between whether something is true and your justification for believing whether something is true or not. Even
Right.
if something,
I would.
yeah,
I, I I would say you should believe it if it's true, but you shouldn't believe it based on the circularity.
yeah, yeah. But whether something is true or not is different from why you believe it. You need a
For sure.
sound, valid argument for believing something, whether it's true or not. So if you haven't got a sound, valid argument, which Jill is admitting he hasn't because it's circular, therefore invalid. Even if God
Right.
did exist and God did all the things he's saying, even if that were true, if your argument to get to that is circular and therefore invalid, you still shouldn't believe it, even if it's true. Do you know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. Something
Yeah.
else came up earlier too. At one point, he accused you, I think, or he accused your worldview of only coming from your limited human experience. And I wanted to ask him, or personal experience, something like that. And I wanted to ask him, what in his worldview has he come about that wasn't through personal experience?
Yeah. That's another problem, yeah. Yeah. All we have is our personal experience. If Jill has ever experienced something outside of his personal experience, yeah, that's a good question. I will want to know what that was and how that's even possible.
No, Erica, he's not muted. He's probably just really busy with something important at work,
Yeah.
mold, molding young minds.
Yeah. He's probably got some, yeah, some maths or English problem to solve that he can't get out of, that he can't work out himself. But it's really good to see you, Erica. Thanks for watching. I've missed Erica
It's
while I've
it's
been
in
away.
Yeah, Erica's cool.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Um, it's interesting that God didn't create math.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. God, the creator of all, didn't create math. Did Jill say that?
Uh, uh, I'm not really sure if he said that exactly, but he
Yeah.
started dodging pretty heavily and said, "Well, God created man, but then man discovered math or invented math.
Yeah.
So, like, so where, so,
Wow.
so did God create, or did man create math uh, after the universe was formed? Like, where did all the math come from to form the universe? I guess that just happened, and then man come along being smarter than God and discovered something that God hadn't figured into the plan. God didn't see all the math. I wonder if he saw all the physics that went behind what he had created.
Yeah. But that is a weird argument that God didn't create math. God created humans, then humans created math. That is a weird argument, given that I presume Jill's position is that God created everything.
Well, it's kind of I think it's kind of the same argument he would use for sin, maybe.
Yeah.
God didn't create sin. He created man, and then man sinned.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
math could be a byproduct. It could be. You're right, but
Yeah.
I would argue that wasn't that byproduct created by God as well?
Again, it get. Excuse me. Again, it gets back to like if God created, it's that thing, everything, all. If God created everything and math is a thing, then God created math by definition. Do you know what I mean? Even if it happened later, if
Oh,
God
for sure,
created
yeah.
everything and math is a thing, then God created math.
Right.
Otherwise, he didn't directly create everything. Do you know what I mean?
I wonder if Jill would allow for the possibility that did God create math without knowing it?
Mm-hmm.
Because then he wouldn't be all knowing. But then I guess
Yeah.
he could just argue. I guess he could just argue that all doesn't mean all in that
Yeah.
context.
We actually had a debate on that, whether all means all, and Jill was
Mhm.
firmly on the side of no. All doesn't mean all.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, even the term all would basically be mathematical.
Yeah. Everything.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so to say God created all but didn't create math, you would have to God created all. The word all would assume math
Yeah.
because all would be a set.
It, yeah. I get kind of stuck on whether to argue with Jill from like his point of view, his worldview, rather than mine, because with all the God thing, like he's saying that God creates everything, but I don't believe that. So do I take his point of view and do an internal critique of whether God created everything, or do I go with my own what I think actually happened? Do you know what I mean? It's tricky.
Right. Well, I think lots of people have tried both,
Yeah,
and it doesn't matter
yeah,
because he's just going to keep saying the same thing that he's
yeah,
saying.
yeah. I think that gets back to just Jill being like dishonest. Like I'm trying to be as honest as I can and trying to
Yes.
argue from his point of view and my point of view at the same time. And he's just being dishonest, which gives him kind of an advantage. I'll give him that. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome, Athena, goddess of wisdom and welfare. Good seeing you. Midnight, as he's also known. I'll just make sure you're a mod. Yes, you are. All is a tool used to make marks. And yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
If Jill just wants to have a one-on-one with you because he's afraid of me, I'll dip out and you
I
guys can
think
go at it.
I think that's probably yeah the case. But no, you can stay in it. Welcome
I
midnight.
am here.
Welcome midnight.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Did God create math, Midnight?
That is an interesting question. Well, if a God exists, he clearly understands math better than we do, because because a lot of the things in the universe can be represented and simulated using mathematics and also, video games. Uh, so, hmm. Okay, if if God knows all math, did he created them? Who taught God the math? Did he always know it? Interesting question. I don't know.
That's the
Good
thing.
point.
It's
Thank
if a
you.
God exists, that's the thing. If a God exists, that's kind of my problem. You kind of have to look at it from both points of views because it's not been demonstrated that God exists. You're saying if a God exists, then such a thing. If a God doesn't exist, then it's completely different. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of difficult to argue from both points of view. We have to know which one is the case before we can even start to argue. Do you know what I mean? And since a God hasn't never been demonstrated to exist, I would argue that we have to take it that he doesn't until he's been demonstrated.
Because he's
And
God, silly.
yeah.
The proof of God will destroy faith, and without faith, we have nothing. Nothing. Okay,
And
well,
I
I
do
tried.
I I do have a screenshot or something somewhere of Jill saying, "Of course we special plead. God is special."
That's not. Wow.
Well,
Uh,
Oh,
basically basically from his point of view, the worldview, that sums it all up.
yeah, well, God is
that's a
here, I guess.
that's a special kind of stupid, though. Do you know what I mean?
Well, the key word
Of
is
course,
if, right?
yeah.
You
Of
guys are
course, he's
insane.
special plead
What are
because God
you
is
what are you
special.
doing here? Go to work, you bums. I'm just fucking with you.
To be perfectly honest with you, Midnight, I came in uh, because when Jill came in, like everybody left,
Yeah, that's
and then
true.
it was just Jill and Wildheart, and I felt things were escalating, and uh, I thought Wildheart was going to be tired of Jill right quickly, so I rejoined in case Wildheart didn't want to be alone when he kicked Jill.
I appreciate that, DT, and
That's
yeah,
fair. That's fair. That's
you're
fair.
you're pretty much spot on. Yeah, but Jill has been absent from the conversation, so can we get some jabs in at Jill while he's away?
Jill's an idiot. There's a jab.
Yeah, Jill is complete fool,
I
narcissist.
think he's
Yeah.
I think he's probably researching the bird having wings argument.
In the
Like,
arms of the angels. Hi, Erica.
and how does he reconcile with that whole birds argument? How does he reconcile birds that have wings that can't fly?
Hello, speaker. Good to see you. Jill is the black man.
Because it's not necessarily true that if you have wings you can fly.
Yeah. Like
Oh,
ostrich.
poor wings, poor
Okay, that's
birdies.
okay. Spooky, fuck you. Okay, no.
Yes, there are birth defects. There are anomalies. There are what do you call it? Defects, right? Genetic issues, problems with the genetics. So all that is a
Are
result of the fall.
are ostriches defective because of the
Ostrich.
fall?
No, I'm talking about wings that are wings for flight, not ostriches.
Right.
Ostriches have wings, but they're not for flight. They never were intended to fly. But there are animals that are born there that have wings for flight, and they cannot fly. Just like there are humans who are born, they're not born this way. We don't think. So we see this going on in all of creation. We see this going on, right? Midnight.
See what?
So
we see what?
Defects, things that are irregular, things that don't correspond to that animal's nature. And they're doing things that don't correspond to their nature, that actually harm their nature, actually harm themselves,
like what things?
Their existence. They go extinct.
What
for whatever reason?
What things are they doing? What things are they doing that go against their nature?
Well, sometimes it's not what they're doing. Sometimes it is genetically they have a defect.
Love you too, buddy. Really love you too.
So it's what they're doing, but it's not what they're doing.
No, it's a genetic disorder. There are common genetic disorders, dogs and cats, and lymphoma, cancer, melanoma. These are all abnormalities that have occurred as a result of the homosexuality, that have occurred as a result of the fall. Did you kick me yet, my heart?
No.
Did you kick me yet? So homosexuality is not a choice. If anything, it is a birth defect.
And you're saying that homosexuality is the cause for all childhood cancer?
What about bisexualism?
Or that's just plain stupid. That's just plain stupid.
Not really. It's a valid question.
By that definition, Christianity would be a birth defect.
It is. It is.
Good one.
Yes, we are reborn in Him. So we are born again believers. We are new creations. So
defectively.
We should have another.
Right.
There should be, if you guys are really honest with your charts and your genetic trees. If you're honest with your genetic trees and your phylum trees, whatever you call them, you will put Christians in a separate category than liberals. If you're honest, but you're not, because Christians are a new creation in Christ. We are not.
What about the Christian liberals?
I wouldn't be shocked if you checked our DNA and we had, something going on with our chromosomes that was different than what's going on in your brain. I wouldn't be shocked if science were to discover that something is fundamentally different with the Christian's DNA, especially in the brain, especially the cells in the brain. because
Okay, I tell you what. I tell you what.
Then
Why
I
don't you
wouldn't be
pay
shocked.
for it?
then Christian
Okay,
And then
test
you'll have
somebody
to
Christian's
call
DNA.
us another species. You'll have to label us another
then
species.
Well, wait, hold on.
I
Just
Hold
like
on,
the
hold on. So
Bible
how do you?
says.
So how do you?
I don't think you know what species means, and then Christians.
too.
Then that would prove Christianity is a birth defect.
Well, species is just a fancy word for a group. That's all. It's just a fancy word that they derived for a
Wow.
classification or a group. That's all.
No,
Can-
hold
can-
on, hold on.
can
Christ,
someone
dear
put
Lord.
that out?
No, hold
So
on.
group.
Hold
A
on.
species is a
please.
group of organisms. That's all. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing special. 5th grade biology.
Okay. So, but what you said is, if science discovered that Christianity had a different chromosome, I believe is what you said.
That the
that
DNA of the
then
Christian
that would
is
make
different.
You, that would
yes.
make yeah, that would make you a different species, is what you said,
Right.
though. And that's when I
Right.
said, I don't think you understand what a species is.
Species is a group of organisms, so we would be a different group of organism than the liberal human.
You know, maybe
So
maybe
you-
we
We
should
would
look
be-
up.
No, hold on,
We'll
hold
be
on,
a
hold on,
different
hold on,
group
hold
of
on, hold on,
organisms.
hold on. What is?
And I'm being
what is- what
facetious,
spe-
but DT doesn't really have an
what
argument against me,
species?
so he's
What
going
species do we
to try
belong
to
to, Jill?
stretch this one out on the Wild Hearts channel. Species
Jill,
is a group
Jill,
of organisms.
What
It's a
species
group
do
of
you belong
organisms.
to, Jill? What species are you, Jill?
What species am I? Homo sapien, according to
Right.
certain
And
certain
if you had a
according
different,
to
if you had a different Christian
certain
chromosome, what
trees,
species
certain
would you be,
trees
Jill?
of life, according to
If you
certain
had a different
what do you call it?
chromosome,
Certain
if you had a different
taxonomical
chromosome,
structures or systems.
what species
But
would you be?
we
If you
Jill,
don't
had
why are
really
you
we don't
talking
really
over
care
DT?
to
Jesus Christ!
what Christian
respond.
would
We don't
you
really
be?
care
Wild
to
Heart, you might
identify
wanna-
by your phylum
If
tree
you
or
had
phylogenetic tree.
Mod?
Jill, does
I'll
having
be
a
right
different chromosome make you not Homo sapien? Please explain with charts and diagrams.
He said he'll be right back.
Yeah, no, Jill doesn't understand what species. Species means you can breed, you can procreate with another
Well,
member.
that's
Be-
one thing. Yes, that's one.
Yeah.
That's
Being
part
a
of it, I
liberal,
should say.
yeah, being a liberal wouldn't stop you from breeding with a non-liberal. I would suggest.
Well, if what he's saying, if a Christian had different, if we discovered Christians and only Christians had a different chromosome, that would make them no more not a part of the human species than males and females having different chromosomes. So his whole argument is bullshit, and he can try and overtalk me as much as he wants.
Yeah, I think we get that. His whole argument is bullshit. I think that goes without saying.
And actually, wouldn't that destroy the whole biblical worldview? If Christians were a different species other than human?
Yeah, you will never get. Go on.
I just found a really short, really simple, and really generic definition for a species. A biological species is a group of organisms that can reproduce with one another in nature and produce further offspring. Now, obviously, this says nothing about certain members of that species not being able to have further offspring. Like, for example, there are many women out there who are infertile, but they're still human. They're still part of our species. You know what I mean? But generally speaking, you know, a species is a group of organisms that can reproduce with one another in nature and produce a further offspring. I do feel bad for those women, though.
Yeah, no, that just means like in general, the
Yeah.
offspring will be fertile unless complications come up that will make them infertile. But yeah, I think the definition
That's
kind of
like that's
yeah.
like the bare bones definition, and even that scientists are fucking arguing about.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna sit here. I'm not gonna sit here and say a lot of things in science are not a mess, but generally speaking, we do have a lot of information that is pretty solid. Like,
Oh, Nisha. I
oh,
think
it's
that's
Nisha. Where the hell have
oh
you been, girl? I missed you. I haven't seen you around in forever. I was
yeah.
actually thinking about her like a few weeks ago, or a few days ago.
Yeah.
Like, where the hell has Nisha been?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll stay on. I'll stay on. Yeah, just so you can join. Good to see you, Nisha. Yeah, I miss Nisha. Oh, Nisha's great. I like Nisha. But I do have to step away for a couple of seconds or a couple of minutes. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of Jill.
No, fuck you. You're not leaving. Okay, I don't give a shit about your steak. Okay, let it burn. Let the entire. Just go check out your steak.
I'll be right back. Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. Midnight, you're in charge. Look after things while I'm away. I'll
Yeah,
be a
give me
couple of
mods, bitch, so I can do something.
minutes. I'll be right back.
Yep. So, DT,
So, midnight.
how are you doing, Mister Clean?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. Definitely good. So it's good to do all right.
Hanging in there.
It's
Drinking
good.
out another cup of coffee.
Yeah, coffees go right through me, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But hey, you know what? Drinking coffee is a good cleanser.
It can be.
Jill Nye, the science guy. Jill. Are you working? Dom, are you working?
No.
Okay, well, it's good to know.
No, I'm waiting for another job to come up.
Neat.
I'm on what they call the out of work list. Did I lose you?
No, I'm still here.
I'm still standing. Better than I ever did. Me and my drum. How's the weather there?
Sunny.
Nice. It's a bit overcast here. It's cold as fuck, though. Like 20 degrees. Did it again. So what do you think Jill's going to come back with? Birds or species?
As the Mexican girl asks, why not both? Probably
I'm
both,
not sure if he could
because
hold up.
Jill. Go ahead.
I'm not sure if he could hold both those thoughts in his head at the same time.
Probably not.
Oh, wow. Right-wing pundit Ben Shapiro has released a rap song
Yep, that's
that is
been
outperforming the
going
likes
around.
of Justin. Oh, I haven't seen it yet. Is it any good?
I haven't seen it either. But people have been
okay.
memeing about it because considering there was a tweet that Ben Shapiro said that like rap music isn't good or something. I forget the tweet,
Huh.
but yeah, yes, I'm in love with myself. Nothing to say to that.
I'm sorry. I was looking something up. Say it again.
I'm in love with myself.
Oh, that's never a bad thing. I don't think.
I mean, unless you're Jill. I mean, he's in love with himself, and look what he does with it.
Well, yeah, but you got to love yourself first.
True.
Okay. Are you ready? Oh, Wild
What?
Heart's not monetized anyway, is he? Is it okay if I play this
Not
Ben
that I
Shapiro
know of.
rap?
I mean, sure, I guess.
All right, gang. It's literally your boy, Ben Shapiro, and this rap is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Watch Daily Wire, not CNN. Sponsored by ExpressVPN. Literally, my first rap is better than Megan Thee Stallion. Shout out to Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, homie, what it do? Candace Owens getting on my nerves, but she's family. She's a part of the crew. Destroying these well college kids, not on Shabbat. Shout out to the Jews. Chris Christie is the white Lizzo. There's never been a debate that I lose. Y'all are just a bunch of snowflakes. I got birch gold, not gold shades. Shout out to Andrew Callaghan. All gas, no brakes. Better rapper than Cardi B. Lizzo needs to do cardio. Facts don't care about your feelings. Won't apologize. I'm not sorry, bro. Barack Obama and Hillary. I used to be a Democrat. I am never going back. God forbid, not never that. You don't listen to rap music. I won't allow it in his culture home. I don't care how you feel inside. It doesn't go and change your chromosomes. People with rupturation syndrome even stop watching Home Alone. Systemic racism doesn't exist. Start with your broken home. Did I ever mention to you that my wife's a doctor? Keep it kosher, I don't ever read no pork or lobster. Got so many apps don't make me go pull out the chopper. Respect the first responders, shout out to the coppers. Did I ever mention to you that my wife's a doctor? Keep it kosher, I don't ever read no pork or lobster. Got so many apps don't make me go pull out the chopper. Respect the first responders, shout out to the coppers. I've been blessed for years, we can let this tear some name 3 times and all appear. How can I be homophobic? I would never go here a career. Shout to the fans who rock with me. Leah Thomas has a bigger than me. You communists never stopping me. Learned violin when I was only 3. Graduated college at 20. Top of my class at Harvard Law. I don't need to go and drop drawers. When I speak, I drop jaws. I always take the high road. Make sure that you buy gold. All I do is tell people facts. Don't know why it goes viral. I have 4 kids. You can call me daddy. You vote. Parents are so bratty. If you want smoke, send the addy. Pretend you're a woman, but you're a laddie. It's cool to be a feminist and environmentalist. Leftists accuse you of what they do. They're protectionists. Criticism ain't affecting me. Kids getting double mastectomies and cutting off their genitals, confirming their gender identity. How is that sensitive medically? That should be a felony. The left has gotten too recklessly. 6 figures when I speak, check the
What
fee.
the fuck am I listening to?
I mentioned to you that my wife's a doctor. Keep it kosher, I don't ever read no pork or lobster. Got so many eyes don't make me go pull out the chopper. I respect the first responders. Did I ever mention to you that my wife's a doctor? Keep it kosher, I don't ever read no pork or lobster. Got so many eyes don't make me go pull out the chopper. Respect the first responders. Shout out to the coppers.
What'd you think?
Terrible. That was terrible. Kill them all. I'm sorry. Fucking execute them all for making
Wow.
them. It was.
When you say kill them all, who was the all?
Well, Ben Shapiro and the people who work on it, but I was being facetious, obviously.
Oh, okay, okay.
What did you think I meant?
Well, I can't say because
Of course you can't. Also, apparently a Seattle gay bar got raided by the cops for quote unquote public indecency.
It should have been.
Well,
Thank
no,
God
like
people
did
actually.
they? Well, okay. First of all, if it's a gay club, everyone there is an adult, so they pretty much know what
And
the fuck what the fuck they get into when
we-
they get there, when they get in. Okay. Second of all, it's not illegal to be to be gay in America. At least not anymore.
Not anymore. I'm glad you know your history. Oh, I cracked myself up, Walhart.
Jill, it is 2024. It's okay for you to come out of the closet.
Oh,
Like
now I need to come out.
you've been
Now
in
you
there
trying to
so
push it.
long. You've been in there. I'm
Now
not
you
pushing
trying to.
anything. I
Now
am
you're
not
trying to
pushing
push your
anything.
morality onto me. Man, why don't you keep your religion? Why
I
don't
am.
you keep your religion in your church? Why do you have to
Okay,
come
well, why
outside
don't
the
you keep
church
why don't you
and
keep your religion in your
proselytize?
church?
Stop
Huh?
proselytizing.
This is literally the first time I'm saying this to you. Other times that was a
No,
joke.
it's not. No, it's not. It's not the
I
first
said
time you said
other
it.
times it was a
You
joke.
proselytize all the time to
Oh
try
my
to
god, you're
recruit,
retarded. What
recruit
what
members.
homosexuality is not a religion. What the fuck are you talking
Wait,
about, you
wait.
retard?
Are you recruiting Midnight?
He's
You want to
trying to
join?
recruit me.
Even
Yeah,
though I'm not recruiting?
I'm thinking
And
about
no,
it. What do
I'm
you
not
got?
recruiting. I was just saying that Jill seems to be closeted.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Is that how you recruit nowadays?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So how you
Uh-huh.
recruit we know how you recruit the children. We know how you're trying to recruit
Oh,
them.
don't go,
Is
don't
that how you
do
is that how
not,
you recruit the
Yeah.
adults? Try to
do
convince them that
not
They
they're
got
go
that
there.
all figured out.
Do not go there where we can talk about the Catholic
What
Church
did
and how many kids
is
they
that
fucking diddled but never got in trouble with because the church hides these priests who do
the
this
Roman
shit.
Catholic Church? Yeah.
Yeah, they're not Christians.
No, many versions of Protestant churches also,
Yeah.
do
Yeah, there are
that.
They're
many
not
atheists
Christians
who
either.
join Protestant churches.
But
Yeah, many of them. They're all atheists.
I've just come back and Jill is still here. What is the point of me going away if when I come back Jill is still here?
I went away and I came back and you
To
came
be
back.
to be fair, yeah. To be fair, Wild Heart.
Yeah.
Jill got back about 10 seconds before you did.
All right. Okay. Fair enough.
Did you leave because of me? You didn't like the fact that Christians are a new species? You didn't like
Oh
it?
yeah.
Yeah,
That's what
The
we're
Bible
talking
that's what the
about.
Bible claims. Yeah.
That's what we're
yeah.
talking about.
That's what the
Give
Bible
your definition.
claims.
Jill,
Mhm.
Jill, give your definition of species.
Species is just it's a taxonomic grouping. You could have called it the Hubners. Hey,
Right,
you're
so-
part of this Hubner. You're part of this Hubner. That's Erica's
Okay.
last name.
So I think
It doesn't
Midnight-
really matter what you call it. It's just a
think
grouping.
Midnight-
Here's a definition of species. Wow.
Shut the fuck up.
Classification in biology
He doesn't know how. He has no social skills,
A
no cues,
species-
nothing, man.
is a group of organisms
That can reproduce with each other.
that can interbreed and produce offspring.
Right. So your claim that Christians are a different species
Mhm.
means that no Christian could reproduce with another non-Christian. Is that your claim?
No, they cannot. The Bible forbids such.
Wow. Wow.
So your
And-
argument is complete bullshit, and here's why.
And
This won't
according
take
to
very long. This won't
species,
take very
yeah,
long,
according to
Jill.
the species.
Jill, this won't take
sure,
very
sure.
long.
Yeah, I'll be right.
It
Sure, I'll
won't
be
take
right
very
back.
long.
Sure, I'll be right back. That's dude.
That means he's not listening, basically.
Yeah, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
he's
hey. By
running
the
from
way,
me again,
Wildheart,
man.
did you know?
Unreal.
Did you know that I'm recruiting for my homosexual religion? You want to
Yeah,
join?
I want. Can I sign up? That would be good.
That's the third.
Yeah,
That's the
I,
third
I
time in
want.
one stream Jill ran away from me.
I want to be in part of the Church of Midnight. If I could get right up your back passage, do you know what I mean? That would be good.
No, you're not fucking me. I'm fucking you. There's a difference. You know, there's the difference.
Uh, hey, could you guys do me a favor?
Yeah.
Stop making gay
When Jill,
jokes.
no, as soon as Jill comes back and starts talking, all three of us need to say, "Oh, we got to go for a little bit."
Yeah, I'll go for that. Yeah.
You know what? Yes, I approve this plan.
Yeah.
As the one who owns the
Right.
stream.
Yeah. No, we'll do that and just see what he comes. Oh, but I will be worried about what he will say in the meantime.
Oh,
You know,
so
if I let
what?
him-
You're not monetized.
Yeah.
Oh, what? He's not going to say anything that'll hurt your
Oh, by the
channel.
way, you did notice that Brojo was demonetized, right?
I never knew
Yes.
that he was monetized in the first place.
Well, yeah, Brojo was monetized, but now he's demonetized because
Yeah.
fuck you, YouTube. That's why.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I must have missed that. What does monetize mean anyway? Obviously, you get money, but
That's what it means. Monetize. Your channel can
yeah,
make money from super chats and
but
stickers and
there are certain parameters that you have to fulfill. You
well,
have to
yeah,
have so many
obviously
followers and so many
1,000
subscribers.
subscribers and
Yeah,
like what 3 million hours of watch time or something or 3 million views. I
No,
don't know.
it's like 400 watch hours, something like that.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I could look up, but who gives a shit? I really don't care.
I
wanna
I'm
get-
so gay.
once
Here's a
thought
tip.
that
If you
Bojo
want,
had
go ahead.
1,000. Sorry, I once thought that Bojo had 1,000 subscribers. He might have, but 1,000 is a lot. Do you know what I mean?
If you think
No,
1,000
he's
is a lot
around.
these days, no.
No, is it not?
I think he was asking like a week or so ago who his 666 subscriber was going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
So,
don't you need like what 1,000 subscribers to get monetization as well as you know what?
That's
Fuck
what-
it, I am gonna look it up.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like 666 is a long way from 1,000. Do you know what I mean? It's almost
Right
half.
now,
Yeah.
right now, the Brojo Show XBS has 669 subscribers.
So how
Yeah.
the fuck did he get monetization? Because right here it says if you want to start earning ad revenue, your channel will need to have generated
They do.
400 hours. 4,000 hours of YouTube watch time over the past 12 months, and have at least 1,000 subscribers. This goal is very attainable if you consistently publish engaging content and aim to build an engaged subscriber base.
I think Nerdy Rodent has answered the question. He says you need 500 for the minimum level.
Oh,
So if Bojo's got 660, yeah, that would.
okay,
that
yeah,
would-
fair enough.
yeah.
Fair enough, my dude.
Good
I
seeing
never really
Nerdy
heard
Rodent,
about
by
that.
the way.
Never really heard that.
Ah, 1K is for proper monetization.
Proper, quote unquote.
Yeah, that needs fleshing out. I don't know what proper monetization is, but yeah. I've got 40, like 42.
I have 250. Oh, actually, it goes up. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's 248. Sometimes it goes down to 46. Then goes up. Then goes back up to 48. Then 250. I don't know.
Well, That's
I mean,
that's
if I really gave a shit, if I really gave a shit, I could keep trying to gain more subscribers. Like, I could actually make content if I wanted to, make videos that are pre-recorded, or just stream more and just try to be more engaging. But
yeah.
yeah,
You could also midnight, if you don't mind me saying, you could also be more pleasant. You know what I mean?
well, thank you. Yes, I know I can be more pleasant. I'm pleasant enough as I am now, but I can be more pleasant. So thank you. See how I turned
Fuck
that around
pleasant.
on you?
To be fair, this channel has only been going for like 3 weeks, and I've got
To be
40.
fair,
So,
to be fair, I'm glad you survived the 3 weeks.
yeah, thank you, midnight. I appreciate it. Yeah, and it's gonna continue.
Well, hopefully, Sally Ballet. Nobody wants you. Nobody wants you in jail, bro. You put yourself there, buddy.
Yeah, it is.
And now that you're here, you know, hosting this monstrosity of a stream.
Yeah, mainly due to Jill. To be fair, if he ever gets back, what is he doing, by the way? Does he just run away from the
I wanna make a
family?
joke, but I feel like it's racist.
I'll go for it. It's fine.
Saving souls.
No. He's cleaning the school bathroom.
Are you saying that he's a janitor rather than a teacher? Because
Yeah, he's a janitor, which makes it kind of racist if he actually is black.
I would totally agree with that. Yeah.
You're black too, Wildheart. You just don't know it. Look deep inside you, and
Not black.
unleash your inner black man.
Can you see that? So not black. I am so white when I take my
Dude,
t-shirt off.
I'm an albino. I'm whiter than you. Okay, I'm super white.
Who
When
told
when
you
I
you
take
were
my
white?
t-shirt off, you can see my heart. Like a fish. I'm so white. I must be like on the edge of albinoism.
Living on the okay.
Albinism.
You know what? Hold on a sec.
Albinism.
Look how
Albinism.
cute I am. Look how cute. That cute little albino raccoon.
No, I would say that
Uh,
that raccoon is too dark to be albino. I
Dude,
mean,
fuck off.
just look at look at
It is
his
albino.
look at his polo. That's all dirt brown. You know what I mean?
that's
That's
just
the
dirt.
lighting.
That's just like black and white chocolate. You know what I mean?
No, that's albino.
Oh, midnight. What kind of chocolate do you like?
Um, white and dark chocolate.
White. You like
Ooh,
white chocolate?
swirly.
Yes.
What white and dark chocolate together?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Why not?
Yep. Why not? Indeed.
Yeah, if you're gonna go
Hopelessly
black,
devoted to. Actually, no, I'm not devoted to you, Wildheart. Fuck you.
totally devoted to midnight.
You're not my type. Too
I know.
manly.
That's beautiful.
Why not? Why not midnight?
You're
Let's.
too manly, as I said.
Am I? Oh, that's a compliment. Thank you very much.
Well,
Or do you
I
get-
say too manly, but I'm just messing with you. You know that.
I think Jill goes away for such a long time just so everyone forgets what the argument was about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's his tactic.
Third time in one stream, he ran away from me.
Yeah.
Now, is he running away from you
Amazing.
or from you? Wait, I don't know. That made no sense.
Totally devoted to.
No, it's called no, it's hopelessly devoted.
Hopelessly devoted. I apologize.
Oh, wow.
What?
I was just looking at something. It said the dramatic moment, a $54 million Putin warship with 50 sailors is blown up and quote unquote sunk by Ukrainian kamikaze drone boats. Wow.
Wow.
What are those truckers up to? Anyway.
Is that your pet? Well, Midnight. Is that your pet? Pet raccoon?
Oh, I gotta step away for a couple minutes.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Oh, it's me and you, Jill.
Well,
Come
yeah.
on.
While the
Wild
liberals
Heart. Come
step
on,
away.
really?
There were 3 soldiers killed by Biden in the attack in Jordan. So pray for their families and pray that we get this idiot out of office.
No,
Very
Jill.
soon
When
now.
you say when you say killed by Biden, you mean that Biden actually killed them?
Administration, his policies, yeah.
His
No,
policies.
I think
Yeah.
what he's trying to tell you, Wild Heart, if he was trying to report the news accurately, 3 soldiers died, and then Biden attacked.
And they were all black too, by the way. So all 3 of them.
Were black.
Yeah.
Well, that's to be expected in the region that you're talking
Had Trump been the president, you'd have saw Black Lives Matter marching on DC right now.
Yeah. If Trump was in charge, then
If Trump was the president, well, first of all, this wouldn't have happened if Trump was the president. But if there was 3 black service members killed in the way that they were killed because of these policies, you would have saw a 10,000 million man march.
yeah, if
Washington,
Trump
D.C.
had been in charge, then all the people that got killed under his administration would have been white. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Well, at least CNN is reporting. But
Even in the Middle
I'm
East,
surprised.
even in the Middle East and in Africa, they would all have been white.
Well, I don't have any point of reference for that assertion since when Trump was the president for 4 years, he had 0 wars. So you could suggest that might be the case, but you just tell me how it. I tell you how it is. You just tell me how it might be.
Jill, are you saying that you're anti-war? Are you saying that Trump not being involved in any wars is a good thing, and you are anti-war?
It is, yes, it is a good thing. I'm not anti-war. If there is if there's an aggressor, killing women and children, then we go to war, of course. But not this administration. Senseless wars where we shouldn't. These men should be alive. These 2 men and women and that one woman, that black woman, Georgian black man, and it's 1 black man, or 2 black men, 1 black Georgian woman. They should be alive today. Shouldn't have been over there in the first place.
Right. When you said Georgian, because there's a country called Georgia.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, this is the state of Georgia in the United States. It's in the South.
Wouldn't it be God's will that they're dead? Isn't that what God wanted?
God's will that they're dead. But we don't say things like that to grieving families.
The question was, is that true? Is it God's will that they're dead?
It's God's will that Biden. It's God's will.
I thought nothing
that
happened.
Biden.
That wasn't God's will.
Yeah, it's God's will.
Thy will, not mine, be done.
Idiots like you vote for people like Biden, which leads to such disasters. Yes. So
But
your
it's-
idiocy,
that
your
just
idiocy is factored in.
Just totally avoid the whole subject.
So-
That's fine. Go off
So
on
your
a tangent. Go ahead.
idiocy. No, I didn't
Go off
avoid
on a
it.
tangent.
I actually dealt with
Yeah,
it head
bring
on.
up Biden,
Your
right? Bring up the
idiocy
liberals. Bring
is
up
factored
liberals.
in
Go down another
to
rabbit
God's
trail.
sovereign plan. Amen.
Jill,
Your
Oh,
dumbness.
So the
Jill,
deaths
No, Jill.
were part of God's sovereign plan. Thank you.
Jill, can I ask you a question? You know, in the Bible where it says that you should obey the government, no matter what it is, because it is God that's put them in power.
Yes, your
So-
perversions
so God-
are yes
God
factored in. Yes,
Shush, Jill, I'm not finished.
your perversions. Yes, all of them.
Right. So
Mhm.
when it says that God put Joe Biden in power, which it
Yes.
says in the Bible,
No, you put him in power. God allowed it. Yes,
no,
you put him in power.
It
God didn't vote.
specifically says
God
in the
didn't vote.
Bible that
If God
put-
voted,
Yeah.
he would have voted for Trump. He didn't vote. You voted.
Wildheart put Joe Biden.
You
Wildheart
voted.
put Joe Biden in power from the UK. Thank you, Wildheart.
Yeah.
God's like,
God-
look, I only had one vote anyway. I only had one
The
vote.
Bible says that
I can't
anyone
stop
that's
you
in
from
power,
voting for Biden. It's 80 million. What's
It-
80?
He's just going to keep talking over you, Wildheart.
the Bible
80
says
million?
the Bible says obey your government because that is the government that God put in power. So how dare you, Jill?
No. Obeying your government, sir, does not mean you can't speak out against their evil. I do
No,
obey the
I'm
government.
not
I
saying
pay
that.
my taxes.
I'm not saying
I'm
that.
an outstanding
I'm not
citizen.
saying that.
I've never
I'm
been
saying that
into-
God
I've never broken the laws. Unlike some of us here.
God chose Joe Biden to be in power.
Do you
That's what the Bible
obey?
says.
Do you obey the laws of
The
your land,
Bible
sir?
says, Jill. The
Man,
Bible
you need a
says,
mirror, sir.
Just
Jill, the
Wildheart.
Bible says,
Can I point? Wildheart. Can I
I'll
point
be
something
back.
out to you?
Yeah.
I'd like to point something out to you. And now he'll be back. As soon as I start speaking, he runs away. That's hilarious. 4 times in one stream. Wildheart, what Jill's trying to do right now is wind you up.
Yeah.
He's trying to get you aggravated. And then you're going to kick him out. And then he's going to proclaim he got kicked out of another room. And it's going to feed his persecution complex.
I'm not going to do that because I really don't care that much. What?
And I can't believe you, Wildheart. You failed me. And Midnight. We agreed when Jill came back in, we were all going to go, oh, we got to step away for a couple minutes. I said it. Midnight joined in, and the next words out of your fucking mouth were, oh, I guess it's just Jill and me then.
You
abandoned
Wildheart
and I.
I totally forgot about that. Next time he
Okay,
comes back.
okay.
We'll do that. Yeah. That was my
I figured it
fault.
slipped your mind. Sorry I came off so harsh.
No, I was
Apologize
just
to your
getting
mother,
upset
too.
because when you can't finish a sentence, you know what I mean? When Jill just talks over you, it's really annoying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what he's trying to do. When he's doing that, he's trying to annoy you.
Yeah. So I say we all sit in silence now until Jill gets back. And then as
moment of
soon as
silence.
he just all go off camera
Jill.
and mute. Yeah. Although, would that be giving him too much power? Do you know what I mean? He's not that
Right.
important. He's not that. Yeah. That might inflate his ego. a
Oh,
bit
he
too much.
is.
Yeah.
He is in his mind. That
Yeah.
important.
Yeah.
He's fucking elect, dude. He's one of the elect.
Yeah. You can't get much more important than that.
No. But here's the funny thing, Wildheart.
Yeah.
He doesn't know if you or I or Midnight are elect.
Oh, yeah. Do you think that's why he puts up with us and that's why he talks to us? Because we could be spending eternity with him. So he doesn't want to piss us off.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, He's doing it because that's what he's commanded to do.
And again, another perfectly reasonable argument against God. If God put Jill on this earth to do what he's doing, I don't want to follow that God. That God is a complete and utter cunt. Do you know what I mean?
Anatta.
That's just an argument against God. You know what I mean? If God put Jill here to do what he's doing, yeah, fuck that God. I don't. I don't want any part of that God. You know what I mean? Wow.
Well, but if you follow his argument, it makes sense. Because if God would allow somebody as inept as Joe Biden or Donald Trump to be president, that same God would have Jill as a spokesperson.
Yeah.
It kind of follows.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but when Jill does come back, I'll remember this song. I'll walk on just to see what happens.
Right. In the meantime, I'm going to look up how many soldiers did Biden kill.
Oh, we've got Jill from the side chat. He's obviously away on important business.
He's factored in all the stupid decisions you will ever make. Well, was there math around when he factored those in? And doesn't the word all stupid decisions, that implies math? So that leads us back to the question, did God create math? Or Jill says no.
Don't know how he's going to fix this mess Liberals made, but we trust and believe he will.
Right on. Trust and believe. Thoughts and
Yeah,
prayers.
yeah. Absolute nonsense, gibberish. I believe because he doesn't give a reason why you should trust and believe he will. Just we do. It's it's kind of pathetic. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
It's
Why do you?
it's entertaining.
Yeah, I'll give you that. It is entertaining. Yeah, yeah. But why do you trust and believe that he will? Well, you got to
Huh.
have faith.
Hey, Wildheart.
Yeah,
I'm just looking up. You know how he was talking about Biden killing 3 soldiers?
yeah.
I'm looking up this news article and it says the U.S. government has released the names of 3 troops killed by an enemy drone attack in Jordan on Sunday.
Right.
So now I wonder, was Biden like colluding with the enemy to orchestrate a drone attack?
Yeah, that puts a different slant on it. To be fair.
Yeah. Huh.
So when he says that Biden killed 3 troops, he means the enemies killed 3 troops, but Biden is like in Biden caused them to be there in the place where they got killed or something. Like he sent the troops out and 3 of them got killed, therefore he's responsible for their death. That kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe something
Yeah.
a bit twisted like that for sure.
That is very different from what Jill said, to be fair.
Very different. But I'm sure Jill could explain to us his wealth of knowledge of why those soldiers were there in the first place, and probably make a good argument for why the soldiers shouldn't be there in the first place.
Wow,
But that would just contradict most of the other shit he believes in. But it would be entertaining as fuck to hear, though.
DT, you have way too much faith in Jill. You would never be able to do it.
He could try. Shima. Man, I'm gonna have to pop out and get some cigarettes at some point.
Cool.
But I'll be all right.
Yeah, you gotta stay with me until Jill gets back, and then we can. Yeah.
He probably forgot where. He probably forgot he's still in your stream.
Yeah. No, he's still in the side chat. When considering why God allows evil, consider them first. Why He allows you to exist. Atheism is the ultimate evil.
Well, that's just silly.
Yeah. When considering why God allows evil, consider them first. Why He allows you to exist. I mean, that's not just silly. That makes no sense whatsoever. You know what I mean?
Well, then we would have to concede that God allows us to exist, right? With no, like, that's just an assumption being made there. Nothing there to back that up. Just specious right wing Christian drivel.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's not man enough to come in here and talk to us. He's running away, run to the side chat. Like a liberal. I think he might be a closet liberal, and that's why he speaks out against it so much.
Yeah, like a lot of the Christian right, like who are against homosexuals and the homosexual themselves. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of
right
when you argue so vehemently against something, it means you're probably kind of closeted. Do you know what I mean?
Methinks he doth protest too much.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Jill doth protest too much.
Huh.
Go on, DT. Sounds like you saw something interesting.
Oh, I was just curious of what Jill thinks should be done now. because now we have U.S. forces that were attacked. So, what would Trump do? Should we attack back?
That's an interesting question. Like, what would Jesus do? What would Trump
Right, but
do?
I'm guessing if Trump attacked back, then that would be the correct alpha thing to do biblically.
Yeah,
But if Biden launches an attack, then he's just a liberal warmonger,
yeah,
something like that.
yeah. I'm guessing so. Yeah.
I'll be back. All right, Erica.
Oh, cheers, Erica. It's good to see you again. And join anytime you can. It'd be good to speak to you again. Thanks a lot.
I'm trying to find information on the. Have you heard about the convoy heading to the Texas border?
I have not. If you
Oh.
can fill me on that, yeah, that'd be good.
Well, there's a lot of people coming across the border right now from Mexico into Texas.
Yeah.
And Texas put up razor wire to try and stop them. But the federal government told Texas, you need to take that razor wire down. And so they're trying to organize a trucker protest to drive to the border in support of Texas.
Wow. Isn't that what happened with Canada a few years ago?
Yeah, a bunch of truckers went to
Yeah.
Ottawa.
Yeah.
But so far, the trucker convoy in the U.S. doesn't have not very many participants yet. Oh, and it's fun to note that they're calling themselves God's Army.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So maybe that's what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Jill's doing right now. Is looking up how can he hook up with the God's
Yeah.
Army?
Yeah, hook up with
Take our
some
border
truckers.
back.
It wouldn't surprise me, yeah. I think Jill regularly checks on how you can hook up with truckers. To
Yeah.
like how we Nick.
What's the name of your channel now?
It is Wild Out Resurrected.
Where do I want to share this link? How the fuck do I do that?
The join link or the YouTube link?
The join link. Oh no.
I'll put it. Yeah. No, it's pinned, I think, to the YouTube live stream. If I've done it right.
Oh.
Yeah.
I told Geo Sam you were live and he said where. But Housey posted the YouTube thing for him.
Yeah.
So
yeah, if anyone wants to join, the link is in the side chat and the description.
oh
Yeah. I can put it in the private chat if that helps. That is the join link.
Oh, there he is.
Gio's
Gio,
Yo, Gio.
come on in. The
Yeah.
link is pinned somewhere.
We're just waiting for Jill to get back, then we can both disappear. I think that's why it's taking so long.
Oh, like I said, he forgot he was even streaming.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I hope you feel better, Gio.
Yeah. I feel better. I'm just thinking of anything I can do to make you feel better. Because he's done a load of stuff for the channel, so hopefully this will help.
Right on. All right, I'll be back in a minute or two.
All right, cool. These are all things that are done by Gio.
California dreaming about you.
I don't want to play the outro because people might think I'm going off stream. I'm not. Oh, this is good. I like this. This is really good. That is really cool. Yeah, get in. I should use these more often, to be fair. Bloviation. Bloviate like a motherfucker. Middle of a fucking sentence. Middle of a fucking sentence. That's a good one. Yeah, so anyone watching, we're just waiting for Jill to get back, then we can just rip the piss out of him, as usual. Any topics? Not at the moment, no. We're just, like I said, we're just waiting for Jill to get back. And then... good to see you, Sterling, by the way. Yeah, join if you can. Yeah, we're just waiting for Jill to get back. Then he kind of left it mid argument and then went away. So it's kind of tricky to... I don't want to start up any new kind of arguments, you know what I mean? For when Jill comes. Although that might give him an extra sense of importance. But before he does get back...
Go suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a motherfucking dick. Suck a dick, suck a huge or small deal.
That's cool. I don't want to play the entire intro again, but it is cool. Actually, I will do. Because it's a good song. Oh! Right, let's find a good comment. We've not done the comment of the day yet. Oh, it's got to be Erica. Alright, that is the comment of the day. Yeah, so we were talking about. Wow. What were we talking about? Yeah. Oh. Jill. Oh, how do I explain this? Jill said that his argument was circular, but that doesn't matter because my argument is circular as well. Completely missing the two logical fallacies that circular arguments should never be persuasive, and like definitionally unsound. But he said because your argument is circular as well, that makes his argument being circular okay. That's not how it works. Do you know what I mean? And while everyone is silent, I'm tempted to have a musical interlude. If I copy that, just give me a sec. Yeah, so we're basically arguing with Jill not being here. And as soon as he gets back, we're going to disappear. One sec. I've got a visitor. I'll be right back. Hello? Yeah, alright, come in.
Hello, St. Tommy.
I'm not going to do that because I really don't care. Saka, you just know. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm back. Is Jill still aware? Oh, St. Tommy. Good to see you, man. Sorry, yeah, that was my brother. He just gave me some money so I can get to an appointment tomorrow that I've got. The link is pinned in the description if anyone wants to join. We're just waiting for Jill to get back so we can just laugh at him constantly. You know what I mean? Yeah, so St. Tommy, you'll appreciate this. I think you're a student of logical fallacies and how they work. Jill was saying basically he admitted that his argument was circular, which makes it invalid to start off with. But he said because my argument was circular as well, that somehow lends some credence to his argument, which is circular and therefore invalid. Yeah, if anyone knows about logical fallacies and can explain that to Jill, who can join, then that would be great. Yeah, he doesn't seem to understand what's going on. And that's, I think, is the two quoque fallacy. Saying my argument is circular, but your argument is circular too. That doesn't make your argument any more valid. It's not. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Geosam. Yeah, subject: the absurdity of hell and the problem with vicarious redemption. Yeah, I mean, obviously, hell is absurd. That goes without saying. The thought that any god would like torture someone forever for, again, it gets back to the problem of evil and torturing people infinitely for finite crimes. Obviously, makes no sense to begin with. And yeah, vicarious redemption is also kind of obscene and kind of, yeah, like Jesus is supposedly uh, killed for the sins of everyone. That is vicarious redemption. It's kind of obscene. I'll look after my own problems. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it is kind of. Yeah, but to get into it, vicarious redemption is when you say that the son is kind of responsible for the sins of the father. Like, so it's like someone going to prison because of something that someone else did. I mean, we can all We can all agree, I hope, that that is immoral. But that is what Jesus basically did. He's taking on the sins of the entire world for something that he didn't do. It's like you going to prison for something that your grandfather did or something. Do you know what I mean? It's just inherently immoral. And obviously, for obvious reasons why. But Jesus, yeah, Christians don't seem to get this point. So we shall have for the first time, this time, a musical interlude. Fuck it, why not? That one, that one.
Climbing up on Salisbury Hill, I could see the city light. Wind was blowing, time stood still. Eagle flew out of the night. There was something to observe. Came in close, I heard a voice, standing, stretching every nerve. Had to listen, had no choice. I did not believe the information. Just had to trust imagination. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Son, he said, grab your things, I'm gonna take you home. Yeah, to keep in silence, I resigned. My friends would think I was a nut, turning water into wine. Open doors would soon be shut. So I went from day to day. All my life was in a rut, till I thought of what I'd say, which connection I should cut. I was feeling part of the scenery. I walked right out of the machinery. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Hey, he said, grab your things, I'm gonna take you home. Hey, back home. When illusions in a net, I'm never where I wanna be. And liberty she pirouette. When I think that I am free, watch my empty silhouette, who close their eyes but still can see. No one taught them any care. I will show another me. Today I don't need a replacement. I tell them what the smile on my face meant. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Hey, I said, you can keep my things, they come to take me home.
Right, that's enough of that. Oh, Slave. Oh, Geosan. That's. I know what you mean, but that just reminded me of another song. Yeah, Peter Gabriel. Oh, you know what I mean as well. Yeah, Sledgehammer. Right, we're gonna have another musical interlude. I think I've actually. Yeah, I've got it on my playlist. Oh, and this is a great video as well. This is a great video. It's weird, but good. Mm. Mm. Yeah.
You could have a steam train if you just lay down your tracks. You could have an airplane flying if you bring your blue sky back. All you do is call me. I'll be anything you need. You could have a big dipper going up and down all around the bends. You could have a thunder car bumping. This amusement never ends. I wanna be a sledgehammer. Why don't you call my name? Oh, let me be a sledgehammer. This will be my testimony. Yeah. Yeah. Draw me around your fruitcakes, 'cause I will be your honeybee. Open up your fruitcakes. Where
Let's say midnight was a fruitcake.
can be.
That's
I want
it.
to be your sledgehammer. Would you call my name? You call the sledgehammer.
Jill, are you back? Can we argue some more? Can I stop the music?
What are you going to argue about, man? What are you going to argue with me?
About your understanding of logical fallacies and how you're
Logical
sort of
fallacy is a logical fallacy. Just because you're a liberal doesn't mean you get to engage in them and still be illogical.
Yeah, but
Special pleading, that's called.
Jill, do you understand that if you commit a logical fallacy, it doesn't make it any better for you to accuse me of committing a logical fallacy? You are still committed a logical fallacy, which makes your argument invalid.
All right, you're still talking about the circular arguments. No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no. The okay. let me try to explain this
I know.
as this is really hard. Well, I'm trained at breaking down complex uh, uh, concepts to people like Walhart. Just because your argument is circular doesn't mean it's invalid. The
Yeah, it does.
the
Yeah, it does.
Well, no,
No,
just because your world. Let me rephrase. Just because your
no.
worldview. Hold on. Let me rephrase. Just because your worldview, why you believe such is circular, doesn't mean that it's invalid. Now,
Yes, it
if
does.
I no,
No,
because
no,
hold on,
no,
let me
no,
show you
no,
why.
Jill.
Let me show
No,
you
Jill.
why. Okay, if you're
No,
not going to
Jill.
listen to the why,
Let me
it's
stop you
just the
there.
what, then well, that's not a conversation. Let me tell you why. The
No, let
reason
me
why
stop
that's
you
the
there.
case.
Jill,
Hold on,
Jill,
hold on.
Jill, Jill.
The
No,
reason why that's the
let
case.
me
Do you want to hear,
explain. Let me explain
sir?
why you're wrong,
No.
Jill.
How are you going to explain why I'm wrong when I didn't explain why I believe what I believe? Let me explain why I'm
You're
making this
saying
argument.
no,
All right. Then
Jill.
you can listen to your music again. Because if you're not going to let me explain why, but only the what, so that you can respond to the what, let me explain why I'm saying what I'm saying. Okay. The reason why we could say a circular argument is okay is because we're not arguing from a circular argument. We're saying that all things lead to God. Yes, that's circular. But our argument is not, it's right because all things lead to God. We're saying that it's right because we can prove it. And it's therefore fallacious to say that that's the extent of our argument. The extent of our argument is not, it's true because God said it. That's not our argument. Although that's the case, although that's our worldview, that's not our argument that proves the worldview. See,
So you're saying that it is a circular argument, but
no, I'm saying it's a worldview that is circular, meaning all things, God created all things. Hold on. God created all things, therefore, all things need to correspond to what he says is right for that thing.
so
That's a circular argument.
are
But
you
we
saying
don't,
that
but it's not merely an assumption.
so
It
are you
can be
saying that
proven.
Jill? Are you saying that your entire worldview is circular?
Everyone's worldview is circular. We've already
Oh
proven
shit,
that.
that's a
It
good
comes
point.
back to you. Your morality circles around and winds up pointing right back at you.
Yeah.
That's circular. But can you justify that assumption? No.
No.
We can justify our assumption. We could show you why God tells you you can't fly. You don't have the nature to fly. God did not create you in that manner. I could prove that. So I'm not just arguing you can't fly because God said so.
Jill, if you can try to
Which
be
is the
kind.
case, by the way. You can't
No,
fly because that's what
yeah,
God created. That's
I'll
how
give you
God
all that.
said it
I'll
set
give
it
you
up.
all that. Yeah, shush.
Okay.
Jill, can you be kind to me and just
I can
I
be as
know that
kind as logic will allow me, logic and
yeah,
reason will allow me to,
and
and the Lord will allow me to.
and I know that you're wrong, right?
Based on your
But
circular logic, yes.
yeah, and I know that you're wrong, but
Okay.
yeah, can you walk me through why you are wrong?
No, I don't believe I'm wrong. So I don't. The premise is fine.
No, just as an intellectual exercise.
Okay. You would need to demonstrate that the circular reasoning that I'm using is arbitrary, or that it is something that doesn't correspond to reality.
No,
Not you, just because I
no,
say God says don't do X doesn't mean that I'm arguing that you shouldn't do X because God said it. God
no.
said don't do X because we have we have a proof where it's not just a blind assumption. We can prove that God was not capricious, for example, in his banning of same-sex proclivities. We can demonstrate that. So it's
But
not just God said it and therefore, it's God said it because of this,
but do
because
you
of that.
understand?
So that's not circular.
But
That's
do
not
you
circular
understand?
reasoning.
But do you understand that circular reasoning is always invalid?
Yes, you are
When
reasoning
when talking
circularly.
about logical arguments, circular reasoning is always it's a
Yes,
logical fallacy, which makes
which is
a
what you did earlier, which is what a Christian
all
never does.
right.
A Christian never argues circular. From
You
their
have
perspective, their
you
worldview,
admitted
it's circular. It all leads to
you
God,
admitted
but
you
not our
admitted
arguments. Our
you
arguments
admitted
are
you
empirical.
admit Jill, you admitted that your argument was circular.
No, my argument is not circular. The reason why God bans same-sex proclivities is evident. That's not circular. I didn't say God banned same-sex proclivities because God banned it. That's circular,
No, same sex
right?
proclivities has just come up. That wasn't the
But
argument.
God is making a decision to ban something. It's not capricious or arbitrary. It's not because God said it. Now, those Christians making that argument are making a circular argument, and
All
that's
right,
fallacious, yes.
I'll
But
yeah,
that's not the argument that we present.
I'll be generous. I'll go with it. So what are the arguments for gay sex
No,
proclivities?
I don't need to get into that, but you get the point that we're making. That
No, we can get into that.
we'll use something like diet, right?
Yeah,
God said, eat these types of foods.
yeah.
Well,
Don't
why
eat
do you
stuff.
eat those types of foods? Because God told me to. That's
I
his
I like
worldview. That's
I
his
like
worldview.
shrimp. I
Hold
like
on.
shrimp.
That's his
I like,
worldview. He
I
may
like
not know. He may not know the that containing in the assumption he's making, there's a proof. He may not be aware of that. But if you were to study the foods that God told him to eat, you will notice it will be determined that they all correspond to what the leading dietitians tell you to eat.
I,
Therefore, God is not capricious in
I,
his
sorry,
instructions
sorry,
on
Jill.
what to eat.
Sorry, Jill, to interrupt. But
Okay.
would that be the leading dietitians at the time or the leading dietitians now? Because
The fact
dietary
that
habits have changed over time.
the leading dietitians today say that this is the diet you should have, and
Yeah.
it was invented thousands of years ago, is quite remarkable. That's
No,
proof
but
that God
like,
exists, actually, in
like
my book.
Hi,
you,
That's
hi.
proof. That's proof that
I
God
mean,
exists. How did they
no, but
know what food?
Jill,
And did you know
Jill,
this? Let me just say this, because I gotta run really quickly. Did you know that the 8 grains that were Ezekiel was told to use to make bread
yeah,
are the 8 essential amino acids that we need for life to exist?
right.
How did the
Just
Hebrews know that
if I
those were
can,
the elements? Those were the essential
before you
8
run,
elements. How did they know that?
Jill.
How did they know that? Did they have
Jill,
a
if I
PhD?
can ask you about
Did
shrimp,
they have ancient PhDs?
Jill, if I can ask you about shrimp,
Yes.
like the Bible specifically says that shrimp is unhealthy.
It
Have you
doesn't
heard of
say it's
the
unhealthy. It doesn't say
have
it's
you heard of
unhealthy.
the
No.
seafood diet?
It doesn't say it's unhealthy. It says it there are some laws, dietary laws, that were strictly social. God just didn't want them eating it because the pagans were eating the same thing. So he didn't want them looking like pagans. So if pagans were eating one thing, right? Just like today,
What
God
does it?
doesn't want us wearing skinny jeans.
Holy shit!
There's nothing intrinsically wrong with wearing skinny jeans.
That is
Tony's
the
against
most.
But
skinny
because
jeans.
people like
God didn't
Midnight
want.
wear them, we
Wow.
don't want to be
Okay.
associated with
First of all, I
people
don't wear
like
skinny
Midnight.
jeans. I'm too
So we
fat
don't
for now to wear skinny jeans. Okay. So fuck you
so
with that.
we don't wear the skinny jeans. So that's what was going on in the Old Testament. So you have to determine which is
You're an idiot.
which is prescriptive for
Uh,
dietary, for eating and healthy living, and what
you know
God
what,
told
Jill?
them not to mix
God's
fabrics,
created you as
right?
well, and
He,
I love you for it because I love all of God's children,
that's right. Why did
including
God
you.
tell them not to mix fabrics? Is there something evil about mixing fabrics? Is there something going to happen to your shirt if you mix it
Yes.
with polyester? What?
Yeah, it's gonna shrink.
It's going to shrink if you wash it? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. But God told them not to do that because that's what the pagan cultures were doing. They were mixing fabrics. So he wanted them to be different. He wanted them to be set apart and distinctive. He wanted them to look different, to act different, to walk different. So some of those dietary laws are
Yeah.
ceremonial and civil. They're
But
not prescriptive.
God created the pagan people as well. So
He
why
sure
would He
did.
create different kinds of people
I don't know. I have no idea.
and give
I'm
them
gonna ask
different
him.
laws and
I think he
tell
wants
them
different.
to act different when He
I,
created them all? And presumably, do you think all? Oh, this is might be a good question. Jill, do you think all people can be saved?
all
Pagan,
people can be saved. Yes, Mexicans,
Christian,
pagans, Christians,
atheist.
Muslims.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you
Yes,
think
God
they
can
can all be
save.
saved?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Yeah, that's what it means by all people. Don't let Ace fool you. That's what it means by all people. It means all types of people: Christians, Muslims, black, white, Mexican, British, Irish. It doesn't mean every single person that's ever lived on the planet since the beginning of mankind. That is ultimately ridiculous. That is
So,
ridiculous
so
on its
why,
face. And
why,
you
why
fell for
make
that. You fell for that rules. But you
so
fall for
so
anything
why
except for
make
Christ.
why make the distinction
when
between
when God saves you, you're gonna fall for Christ
Jewish?
that easy. As
But
easy as you
why
fall for
make
universalism.
why make the distinction between like pagans and Christians and Jewish?
Well, because
Why
God
does God
he
why
wants
does
what's
God
best for
make
you.
those distinctions if all those people can be saved?
Well, we make those distinctions. We decide we're going to worship a cow. We decide we're going to worship an owl. Some religions decide. Some people decided to worship, as Paul argues, they began worshiping beasts and creatures instead of the creator of the beast. So that's their decision. That's human. That's the human fallen nature to seek something other than their creator. That happened during the separation of man and God and during the fall. That was a result of Adam's sin. So you're
So,
not guilty of sin, you're just separated from God. The only way to restore that relationship is to repent of your sin and to accept Christ. Repent of your sin, not the sin of Adam, okay, and accept Jesus Christ into your life. That's the only way to be reconciled to God, to restore that severed relationship that happened when
so,
Adam fell.
so are you saying in a way it doesn't matter what religion you follow?
No, it doesn't. When doesn't matter what religion you follow.
Well, that's quite nice.
Well, I know Muslims that come to Christ.
Yeah.
They renounce Islam. They have to move because they'll be killed in their towns because
But
Islam is a wicked religion. But they
but
renounce their
that's kind
faith
of
and
weird.
they.
Sorry,
Mm.
that's kind of weird. You're saying it doesn't matter what religion you follow, so long as you come to Christ.
But
Can you
when
see
you
how
come to
there's a bit
Christ,
of
you're
a
no longer
contradiction?
when you come to Christ, you're no longer going to believe the false religion.
But that's like saying it doesn't matter what religion you are, so long as you're Christian.
Right, because when you come to Christ, he'll fix that.
Oh,
All of those false religions will fall off of you like barnacles.
right. It doesn't matter what religion
Liberalism,
you are. It just so
atheism,
you
all the isms will
yeah.
go away.
So you're saying it doesn't matter what religion you are, so long as you're Christian. Fuck
Yes.
me. Wow. Midnight. You got anything?
Uh, okay, does that apply to atheists as well? Hello?
Oh, he's gone again.
Hello?
No, Jill's been in and out. I think he's gone again. I just. It's going to take me a while to take that in. It doesn't matter what religion you are, so long as you're Christian.
Hmm.
That's going to take some sinking in.
I'm playing Bioshock Infinite while being on stream.
What are you playing, Midnight? Oh, Midnight.
Yes.
I've recently got a Xbox 360 and a Nintendo Wii.
Good for you, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you familiar with those? And what would
Yeah,
you
I've had a
say?
360 before in a week somewhere.
Yeah. The Wii is where you hit the ball
Yep.
with the racket. Yeah. Yeah. I've not set it up yet, but yeah. I think it's going to be good. So, Midnight, what are you doing? I've given up with Jill, to be fair.
Would you like me to answer?
Yes, please.
I am currently playing Bioshock Infinite.
Oh, I like that. I think I've played. Is that like a series? I'm sure I played the Bioshock.
Yes, it's the third game.
Yeah, yeah. What platform is that on? If you don't mind me asking. What platform is that on?
I mean, I'm playing on the computer.
Oh, on Windows.
Yes.
Cool.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, it sounds
I'm
like someone
clapping.
clapping their hands together. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Thomas. We missed
Welcome
you.
back, DC. You'll see.
Thank you. How many more times did you get Jill to admit his worldview is circular, Wildheart?
20.
Once. No, he came back once. He admitted that his worldview was circular, but yeah, I forget the rest. I actually asked him, "Is your entire worldview circular?" Oh no, to be fair, he said yes, his entire worldview is circular, but everyone's, which I kind of agree with. To be fair, like I think everyone's worldview is ultimately circular because you have to start with axioms.
You're
To an degree.
circular.
I'm a little bit circular. Yeah, I kind of agree with him on that. I think everyone's worldview is ultimately circular. But he was arguing from points inside the Bible which are circular and arguing that they weren't. But yeah, he was just wrong.
I wonder if God is a circle.
Yeah, a big, big circle, I would imagine.
Everybody's
or,
a circle except me.
or a really small circle.
I'm a square.
Because, yeah, I think the amount of people that will be in heaven will be like two. You know, with all the rules you have to follow and all the things you have to do and all the things you don't have to do, and I think the maximum people in heaven are about two. You know, who followed all the rules perfectly.
Jesus and Mary?
Jesus and Jill, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mary didn't get in. Yeah, because Jesus had brothers, so she obviously had sex. You know, somewhere down the line.
Liberal
Yeah,
sex.
yeah. So she would have been kicked out. Yeah, she wouldn't get in.
Kicked out. She never would have made it in.
Yeah, yeah. Just banned from banned from the start. Yeah. So in heaven, basically, God, Jesus, and Jill. Possibly the Holy Spirit, although, yeah.
Wow.
Everyone
To be
else.
fair, did the Holy Spirit ever spend any time as a human?
No, not that I'm aware of. I don't think.
Huh.
Which would that, but that wouldn't preclude them from getting into heaven, would it? Or would it?
Uh, I don't know, how many humans do you think you could fit in a Holy Spirit?
That's gonna be either like 0, 1, or all of them. Yeah, that's gonna be a weird. It's gonna be either 0, 1, or 8 billion. So, that's quite a big difference. I'm not sure how.
Oh, unless when you say all, it means uh, all humans with the Christian chromosome.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
but then they
yeah.
wouldn't but then they wouldn't be humans anymore. So how does that work?
Yeah. If Joe comes back,
Forgive
I forgot about the. I
forgiveness.
forgot about the yeah, the species. Yeah, Joe basically claimed that Christians were a different species than everyone else on the planet.
Not only did he claim that, he said it's in the Bible.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that. I'm gonna have to. Yeah. Keep reminding me about that if he ever comes back.
Yeah, scripture for Christians being a different species than human. So when it says in the Bible, then I'm wondering if God gave man, which I'm assuming is humans, dominion over all the animals.
Yeah.
Did that mean he just gave Christians dominion over all the animals?
At this point, I wouldn't like to guess. I think I think we're gonna have to wait for Jill to get back because I wouldn't like to guess his reaction to that. It's very difficult. It's a good question, but I wouldn't like to say what he's going to come back with.
I predict he's going to interrupt you before you even get the question out.
Yeah. Oh, that's a given. Yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. Midnight.
Yes.
What are you doing, and why?
I'm still playing Bioshock Infinite because I want to, and it's been a long time since I played it. So,
Justify yourself. Oh, there's actually.
how about you go fuck yourself?
Yeah, there's actually a good. Oh, I could do a stream. I wonder if
You're already
there's
doing
a,
a stream.
no. There's an episode of Red Dwarf which comes into this kind of area about justify yourself, and there's this android kind of robotic thing from the future, and he kind of comes back and he's the arbiter of all justice, whether you led a good life. Oh, that's yeah. I think I might actually do a stream about that.
So he's like God, then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he has all access to like future and past, and he determines what is good. Yeah, and the main character Dave Lister, he he says justify yourself, and he says like go fuck yourself. Do you know what I mean? I don't need to justify myself to you. And there's an android Crichton what says I'm programmed to do what I do. I don't have any choice. But it's a good kind of thing on reality and that. He says like how can any android kind of justify himself because they're programmed to do what they do and they don't actually make choices. Yeah, I'm gonna
Right.
have to watch. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that episode and possibly make a stream about it. It will get because it's on the BBC. It will get deleted almost immediately. But what else is new? You know what I mean?
And remember, fairness is impartial.
Yeah,
But God is partial to the Christians, and
yeah,
that's fair.
yeah. That would indicate that God isn't fair.
Doubting Thomas, are gonna smack you right now. I know that's not your logic, but god damn.
No, that's Jill's logic.
I know.
He exhibited that today. Fairness is impartial, but God is partial to the Christians, yet still fair.
Yeah, so fair.
Because the bigger thing, and the worldview is circular, but that doesn't mean our arguments is circular, and you're circular too. So I win again.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't
Why
we
can't
be
we
friends?
be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
I kind of want to hear his justification for Biden killing the 3 soldiers too.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah. Oh, I'm trying to think of that episode of Red Dwarf. I think it was season 6 or 5.
Now, it might not be fair, but can he justify it?
Maybe.
That was a delightful sound.
That was my phone going on. Oh, this is gonna annoy me. Ah, no.
So you're saying you're gonna annoy yourself? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm going to annoy myself until I find this episode of Red Dwarf that I was talking about.
Red Dwarf.
Justice. No, I found it. It's called Justice. Yeah. I'm not saying I'm going to play it now, but I'm going to maybe base a stream base it.
Red Dwarf kind of rings bigoted and racist all at once.
Yeah, it's based on. Have you ever seen the series, the comedy
No.
series? No.
I didn't know it was a comedy.
Oh yeah, yeah. Obviously, a red dwarf is a star that's in a certain state, a certain kind of star. It's called a red dwarf. But
Right.
yeah, they made it into a comedy series where, like, the main character is the last person on Earth. Basically, there was this spaceship that went into
I hope that's
space.
not you.
Oh, Jill's back.
I hope that's not you.
Yay! Jail's back.
You're the last man on Earth, then look, all the other planets are in trouble, not just not just the Earth, but all of Richard Madsen's planets are in trouble. All right, what are you guys talking about now? Movies?
No, we were just waiting for you to get back, Jill.
No,
Uh,
I'm
DT.
not. I'm not gonna argue with you no more. I got things to do.
Okay.
But what did you
Okay,
want to?
if you
We'll
if you
set up
have
a one-on-one.
hold on. If you have things to do, why are you still here?
I don't know. You turn the computer on, and there's just so many distractions.
When your whole worldview is circular.
Yes.
Yeah.
All of our worldviews are. Mhm.
Oh,
Ultimately, yours is irreconcilable with reality.
Right.
That's the problem. That's
Right.
why people die. That's why people die,
right.
because of your circular reasoning, illogical, leading to ideas have consequences. Ideas have consequences. When you have bad circular ideas, it leads to always
Christianity.
evil, atheism,
Oh,
evil.
I thought it led to
Um,
Christianity. Sorry.
Yeah, so Gio, we're not saying that the Bible created diets, okay? Or the Bible was the first to come up with good dieting. We're saying that the diets that the Bible does provide are optimal. They're the best case for your life. There are exceptions, of course. Some people are, allergic to certain foods, genetically, whatever the case may be. But optimally, the Bible provides the best prescription for your life here on this planet.
What
So
should I
not
eat
just
according
because
to the
God
Bible?
said it. It's not just because God said it. Guess who also said it? Science said it.
What's the best diet in the Bible to follow?
The Daniel diet is pretty good.
Okay,
In
what
fact,
does that involve?
modern dietitians have adopted the Daniel diet, and they call it the Daniel diet, and they market it and made money off of it. Basically, all they did was read the Bible. The diet that
What did it
Daniel ate when
consist
he
of?
was under captivity in Babylon.
What did it consist of?
Leeks. Let me look it up. Let me get that for you. I know leeks was one of the foods. What was Daniel's diet? It was a vegan diet, no sugars, no refined carbs, no caffeine or alcohol, of course.
It
Was
says
there any
that in the Bible.
foreskins? Was there any foreskins involved?
No, that's David you're thinking of.
All right.
Okay, Wild Heart, that was funny. That was good.
Okay, beans, whole grains, legumes. Those are black beans, Those are the kidney beans. Those are the lentils, nuts and seeds, vegetables, fruits. Um,
Are some nuts legumes?
so he could not eat any animal products, sweeteners. And the Bible says that after this interaction, after this occurred, months had passed, and Daniel's skin and his strength was much better than or stronger than the strongest soldiers, the best soldiers in the Babylonian army. So
Is
Do
that
you
the
follow
diet
this
you eat?
diet, Jill?
Yeah,
Exactly.
or,
Do you
or
follow
did
this
or
diet?
did you choose?
I don't follow that diet.
choose,
I don't.
You chose the beta diet.
I chose the liberal beta diet. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Meat is not really a beta. It depends. Some people need a little bit of animal fat. Some animal fat is not all bad. It's not all wicked.
Which animal fat is good
All meat is good.
and how much?
All food is good. But there are
All
optimal.
food is good.
Yeah, all food is good. Yeah, there's no bad evil food. Okay.
So why, if there's no bad evil food, why would Daniel have a special diet?
Because God told him that that's what he wanted him to eat.
Some more special pleading.
No, because if a dietitian tells you what to eat, he's not doing so because he knows more than the average dietitian. He's doing so because of the research. So God has done the research, being the one who created us. He knows what foods are best for us. He doesn't need to do research, pleading. Actually.
Perfect.
Okay, then the doctor special pleads. Is a doctor special pleading when he tells you this is the best for you? Optimally, or this is the best? Is a doctor special pleading? No.
That's another.
He's going based off of peer reviewed. He's going based off of studies, and God doesn't need a study. However, we study, and he doesn't need to.
And that's another ToG fallacy you just committed again.
ToG fallacy. I don't think you know what that is, but anyway.
That's when I explained to you your special pleading, and then you say, "Well, the doctor is special pleading." That's a ToG fallacy.
Yeah.
In a nutshell,
it's when you point out the fallacy that you're committing, and then you say, "Yeah, well, you're committing that fallacy too." It doesn't get you out of the predicament that you originally committed the fallacy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, he ran away again. How many times is that now?
About 10.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I'm guessing, but it could be 5, maybe 200 million. I don't know. With Jill, with Jill, you lose count.
I know he's not done yet. You know how I know that?
How?
I don't think he's claimed victory yet today.
That's a good reckoner of when he's done. Yeah. Yeah.
He has to claim at least a victory at least once before he can go.
Yeah, just before he goes. Good to see you, Red Fang.
Hey, Wildheart, do you drink coffee?
I do drink coffee.
What's
up,
Red Fang?
Good. Hey, Red Fang.
Yeah.
You're in the stream. Or I mean, if not, if you're in the chat, because I'm not by the PC.
I'm curious what charges Jill thinks should be leveled against Biden for the killing. Is it like first-degree murder or like manslaughter? It'd be interesting to find out.
Yeah, we can ask him when he gets back. But I just to get my point of with the thing. Yeah.
The greatest gift of all. The gift of life. Tell me, what have you done to deserve this superlative good fortune?
Well, I say this with the highest respect, but what gives you the right to ask No, actually demand that answer of me, your magnificence.
All must answer to the Inquisitor.
But how do I know I'll get a fair hearing?
Because, like all who stand before the Inquisitor, your judge shall be
Yourself. Oh, Smeg.
Oh, Smeg indeed, matey.
Everyone is judged by their own self?
It's a bit metaphysical, I know, but it's the only fair way. Now then, justify yourself.
Well, first,
Liar!
What the fuck are we watching?
No, you didn't. Look, in my way, I've tried to lead a good life.
When?
What's that in the corner? It's the Archangel Gabriel. Well, that's me converted. I'm a new man. Hallelujah.
You are a slimy, despicable, rat-hearted green discharge of a man, aren't you?
Well, sort of, yes.
So then, justify yourself.
What else could I have been? My father was a half-crazed military failure. My mother was a bitch queen from hell. My brothers had all the looks and talent. What did I have? Unmanageable hair and ingrowing toenails. Yes, I admit I'm nothing. But from what I started with, nothing is up.
Hi, buddy. This is your judgment day, bud. I gotta be cruel. There can be no favors.
I'm hearing you on FM.
I have to ask you the question. Justify your existence. What contribution have you made?
I've given pleasure to the world because I have such a beautiful ass.
Well, that's true.
Can I go now?
That's your case?
You need more?
I'm gonna say that's a pretty shallow argument.
Some might say I'm a pretty shallow guy, but a shallow guy with a great ass.
Sometimes you astonish even me.
Thank you.
That was pretty good. I like that.
Yes, that was good. That was good. 100%. Wild Heart is wild. He's a wild man. He's a wild, wild man. Wild, wild, wild. The Wild, Wild West. The Wild, Wild West. The Wild, Wild West. Hey, Wild Heart, have you ever seen Men in Black?
Oh yeah, many times. Yeah.
Here come the Men in Black. Galaxy Defenders.
Here come
That was the good old days.
Yeah, and the second and third ones as well. Yeah.
I still have to watch the third one. I have watched the TV series. That was a good one. There was this strange trend in the 90s and early 2000s of making cartoon shows out of certain movies. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that did happen a lot. Yeah.
I mean, two from the top of my head is obviously Men in Black and obviously Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. Was it?
Oh yeah, that was a weird one. Yeah.
What the fuck? Hey Thomas, do you remember that?
Remember what? I'm sorry.
The Pet Detective cartoon, the Ace Ventura: Pet Detective TV show that they made like in the 90s.
I remember a bit of it. Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? This is the Inspector Gadget. Inspector Gadget.
Oh, Inspector Gadget was, I think I'm fair in saying, the best cartoon ever.
Go, Gadget, go.
Go, Gadget, go. His niece was actually the brains of the operation.
I think this is something we can all agree on.
His dog was cleverer than he was. Yeah.
I think this is something we all can agree on. Back then, you actually learned something when you watched cartoons, right?
Yeah. I hate agreeing with Jill, but he's right.
Yeah.
Remember where in the world is Carmen, San Diego.
Exactly. Yes.
I learned about Prague and I learned about these different places. I'm a city boy. I've never heard of any places in Europe, anything like that. But watching that show, I learned about geography, even though I still don't know longitude and latitude. I learned a lot about
Oh,
geography
you're not a
watching that
flat
show.
earther, are you?
What else?
Yeah, how much did you learn? Are you now a flat earther, Joe?
What'd you say?
With the longitude and latitude.
Longitude is the long lines,
Yeah.
and
Oh, that's
latitude is like the ladder. Climb up the ladder. That's how I remembered it when I was a kid. Yeah,
Well, you're not a flat earther, are
but
you?
it's. I understand that's not geographically correct.
But are you saying you are a
Oh
flat
gosh,
earther or you're
the
not?
nothing burgers that these people come up with are amazing.
But
Quite
you
amazing.
answered the question, Jill. Are you a flat earther?
Do you,
Please say yes.
No,
Oh shit.
not a flat earther. Unfortunately,
do you, do you think Biden should be charged with first-degree murder or like manslaughter?
certainly rape.
Wow.
Where the fuck did that come
I'm talking
from?
about.
Yeah.
I'm talking
You
about
haven't heard yet.
Fair enough.
I'm talking about.
No, I
I'm
haven't.
talking about the three soldiers you said Biden killed.
No, I'm talking about Tara Reid, the
So
woman
for
who Biden sexually
no,
assaulted back in '93.
no,
Matter of fact, Tara
no,
Reid,
Jill.
believe me or not,
My question was about your claim earlier. You made the claim that Biden killed three soldiers in Jordan, and I'm wondering what you think. Biden be charged with first-degree homicide, manslaughter, negligent homicide? What do you think?
I can get to sleep. Oh, composure. Proceed.
Bro Joe.
Yo, I heard there was a fight going on.
That's 11 times he ran away from me on one stream. It's amazing.
Yeah. Everyone's kicking the hell out of Jill. He just doesn't realise it. Oh, has he
Is
gone
there a
again?
Jill, are you fighting Red? Is that still on?
No, it isn't. Well, you know what? You know what? To be fair, I'll let him answer when he gets back.
Yeah, just to catch up, Bojo.
Well,
Jill has been.
Red was just saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Jill has been answering questions for about 10 seconds and then running away for about 5 minutes. So
Longer than that, maybe 20 minutes. I lost count.
Yeah.
Well, that's so he can go find the answer. He's going to go pray and get the answer.
Yeah.
You know, God's busy. You know, he can't just answer right away to Jill. All these tough questions give him. What was the last one? What was the last question?
I think DT. I think that was the Biden one.
Biden.
How many people has Biden killed? The three people he supposedly killed. Is it Biden?
Biden killed 3 people?
Yeah, not single handedly. I mean, due to his due to his.
To be fair, his
that was Jill's
policies.
claim
Yeah, his policies
earlier.
killed three soldiers.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the Iranians killed 3 soldiers.
Well, that's what I pointed out to him, Bro Joe,
Yeah.
and then he ran away.
Oh.
And when he first said Biden killed, I'm not sure of his exact words, but to paraphrase fairly accurately, Biden killed the 3 soldiers in his attack in the Middle East. And at that point, I realized Jill obviously probably didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. So I did some research, and sure enough, the 3 soldiers killed in Jordan were actually killed by an enemy drone airstrike,
Right.
which
Yeah,
they
but who
think
sent them
has
there? Huh?
is
Who
being
sent
backed
them
by
there?
Hezbollah.
Well, that's why I was trying to extend Jill an olive branch and ask him in these 3 deaths that he's holding Biden culpable for, what would he charge Biden with?
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Homicide, manslaughter, reckless endangerment.
Happy 420.
Smoke weed every day.
Hey, Brojo, sorry for your loss.
Oh, it's not over yet. Come on.
Well, I've just figured I'd say I'm sorry for your loss. If you become
My
resurrected, I'll
loss.
take it back.
Everyone no one died. No one
Well,
died.
no, obviously not. I'm being facetious about you. Never mind.
Yeah.
I think he might be referring to your loss of monetization.
Yes, I was.
I know.
Oh yeah, what happened with that? I've not been keeping.
Playing too much copyright stuff. That's the deal.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much the main thing is playing copyright music.
Yeah.
I was reading through some of the rules or whatever you posted, and I was curious.
One is very vague, right?
Yeah, somewhere in there it said one of the don'ts was
you can't even play someone's stuff if you don't have their permission, even if you have their permission, right? That one, right?
Right, but that's why I asked, I don't know if you saw it in the happy chat, but I was asking, well, what do they mean by promotion?
That's a good question.
You know what I mean? Like, do they consider if you put up a short from Wildheart on your channel, just because you put that short up, does that mean you're promoting it? Or do you have to somehow like formally endorse it? You know what I'm saying?
I know. A couple of rules are quite vague. But I think it's more has to do with the music, because
like you could be talking about a subject and you're just saying this is the video which is on one side, this is the video which is on the other side. It doesn't mean that you necessarily agree. Do you know what I mean? You could still put a link. Yeah.
And if you play other stuff, you have to, and it says, if you're doing commentary, it has to have some kind of substance, You can't just pause it. Keep it going, It doesn't seem to,
Yeah.
Wildheart, have you heard of Tara Reid?
No.
There's a reason why you haven't heard of her, but yeah. That's
There's
a woman.
Reason why he's bringing her up instead of dealing with the 3 soldiers.
Dealing with 3 soldiers? Yeah, I think Biden is responsible, yes. But he shouldn't be charged for murder because that's not how it works. When you're the president, you have immunity.
Should he be charged with anything?
Maybe Democrats should learn that. When you're the president, they're dumb.
Jill,
protect.
I want you to explain how he's responsible.
Okay.
Yeah. So Tara Reid, the woman who accused Biden of sexually assaulting her in '93, get this, she was chased out of the country by Biden's cronies, by his Secret Service special, the guys in black, the men in black, and she had to get immunity from Russia in order to be able to come back to the United States. So Biden can't touch her. Basically, she'd be dead if she didn't have this protection from the Russian government. She'd be dead. Okay.
So the Russians are
back now. She's back now, and now she's going to testify against Biden. You never heard about that. Never heard about that, have you?
Nice.
How was Biden responsible for the deaths?
You ignore that. You've never heard of it, and now you're ignoring it. Okay.
No, I'm not ignoring it. We acknowledge it.
To be fair, he's not ignoring it. He's asking you questions about it.
No, he's asking me a question about the 3 soldiers that I said Biden was responsible or he's a murderer. I call him a murderer. Obviously, the president cannot be held responsible for soldiers dying.
So
as far as criminally.
How do you hold Biden responsible?
Okay. Criminally, no. He cannot be arrested and tried like you're trying to do to Trump for questioning an election, which is what a president can do. So no, criminally you cannot be held. He cannot be held.
Okay.
But he is responsible because of his bad policies. So he'll go down as the worst president in the United States, but he won't go to jail. We won't try to put him in jail like you did.
Policies have been in place for decades.
Trump was just questioning the election.
So it's. Are you done, Jill?
He didn't cause soldiers to die, but by his dumb decisions,
we get the
he
point.
just questioned the election. But he's in jail. He's indicted. Right? Hypocrite.
Are you done,
liberal? I don't want to talk to you anymore. What do you got for me, Wildheart?
So how?
I don't even want to talk to this man anymore. Jill
wants you made a point. If you could shut the fuck up. Do you know what I mean?
So Jill, should we have troops in the Middle East or not?
Should we have troops in the Middle East?
That's the question.
I don't know. I don't know enough about. I don't know enough about the logistics.
No. Do you know?
But you know enough that Biden's responsible for 3 deaths that were actually caused by another country, right?
Yes.
But you know that.
Yes. If Trump were in office, this would have never happened. For one, Iran would have never been this bold or brazen. They would have never been this brazen. So whether troops are in the Middle East or not, troops are in the Middle East for 30 years.
Who said anything about Iran?
We've been in the Middle East for 30 years.
Did Iran kill the 3 soldiers?
I think they did, didn't they?
Biden holds Iran responsible. If you haven't listened to your bumbling president lately, Biden holds Iran responsible. He said this in a public press conference.
Do you believe him?
Did you know that, liberal? No.
Do you believe him?
I don't look. This man is not. He's not. He's just an empty shell. He's not even in charge. Someone is pulling his strings.
I know. How can you blame
globalist pulling the strings? I blame him because he's the one in office. He could step down at any time. Well, no, don't do that because then Kamala is taking over. Oh no, we don't want that. That's an even worse disaster. Stay alive, Biden, for another few months. Please stay alive.
So if it happened under Trump's command, you would blame Trump, even though it wouldn't be his policies? I mean, say there were policies are not changed yet. If those policies are not changed yet, Trump's president, something like this happens, you're going to blame Trump?
More soldiers died under Trump's watch than Biden's. So the whole policy bullshit.
How many wars was Trump started? Or how many wars was Trump in? 0.
How many wars has Biden started?
I think
all of them.
I think he made a claim about soldiers' deaths, not about wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're saying soldiers' deaths.
Soldiers' deaths. Yes, we blame Biden and the Biden administration and liberals in general because of your bad decision making. When you put a weak man like yourself, when you put a beta male like yourself in office,
don't be talking about beta alpha shit when you're just a bitch gonna run away from me.
You make yourself a target. You make yourself a target. Well, actually, no. I'm going to fight his own. I'm going to.
You're going to fight me? We got 5 months. Yes. You ready?
Because you're too much of a coward to slim down.
I want to televise. I want to see this shit.
No. We are doing old school UFC rules, bitch. I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you.
Because you're too much of a coward to thin down. You're too much of a fat coward to slim down. I'm going to gain weight for the fight. I'm going to gain 80 pounds so that I can be the same weight as you
and get ready to get choked the fuck out.
You are too much of a coward to fight a man your own weight class. You're too much of a
I will fight any man. I don't care what size they are. So I'm not a bitch like you.
So I'm going to gain weight just to fight your fat behind.
I'm not a bitch. I don't care how big you are or how small you are. You challenge me to a fight, I'm going to fuck you up.
What a coward. A 280-pound man wants to fight a 170-pound man. What a coward.
I'm sorry you were born as a twig.
You are the definition of coward.
How is that a coward? I have a little bitch trying to challenge me to a fight. Guess what? I'm going to beat your ass.
You cheese.
Hey, Jill, if you knew what you were doing, the weight wouldn't matter how much you weighed.
Beta male coward. I would never fight a man.
Yeah, that's the issue. He doesn't realize I'm not a coward. I will take on anyone. I don't give a fuck how big you are or how small you are.
100 pounds lighter than me.
Jill, if you knew what you were doing, his weight
because I'm a
wouldn't
man.
matter.
But since you're too much of a coward, I'm going to gain the weight. I'm going to gain the weight.
Someone
So
bigger
I can
than
be
you?
the same weight as you, so the fight will be
That's right.
fair.
You only fight women.
All right, where are we fighting, Jill? Where are we fighting? Are we fighting?
When I the 80 pounds, I'll let you know.
Huh. I always thought it was cowardly to challenge another man to a fight. And then when that man accepts,
would you fight a
and then
man
you find
100
out that
pounds
that
lighter
man
than
is a
you?
lot bigger than
Well,
you,
let's
and you
ask a
back
man.
out
Let's
like a
ask a
little
man.
bitch. That's
I'm
what
not gonna
I think
ask.
is
Notice I didn't
cowardly.
ask DT. Brojo, would you fight a
I can
man
hear what you're
100
saying,
pounds
Jill.
lighter than you?
I'm just going to keep on over talking you, Jill, as long
Would you
as you
fight a
keep
man
talking.
100 pounds lighter than you, Brojo?
Yes, I'm going to talk you over. And
Brojo?
yes, you are the bitch.
You
You are the
there?
bitch that challenged Red Fang to a fight.
I didn't ask
and
DT
then
because he's
backed
not a
out.
man. He's not a
You
man. So I didn't
challenged
ask
the
him.
man to a
But
fight and
Walhart,
backed
would you
out.
fight a man
Coward.
100
Yeah,
pounds lighter
challenge
than
him.
you?
Didn't you
That's
challenge
what a
him to a
coward
fight?
is.
Yes or no, Jill?
Walhart, would you fight a man 100 pounds lighter than you?
Jill, did you challenge Red Fang
Walhart,
to a fight? Yes or
would
no?
you fight a man? No.
He doesn't want to talk about that.
No.
He challenged Red Fang to a fight and then backed out.
No. We
Coward.
challenged each other. We said this would be a good idea.
You
And we said,
lying little bitch! You did challenge me to a fight.
Yeah, and now we need to get to the right weight so that it can be a fair fight. You coward. Only a coward wants to go. If I challenge someone to a fight and they come to my door and I see they're only 30 pounds, I'm not fighting that guy because I'm a man.
Does age matter to you?
It doesn't matter if he challenged me or not. That's irrelevant. If he comes to my door and I see that he's frail and I see that he's 30 pounds underweight and he's lighter than me, I'm not going to fight that guy. I'm going to say, hey, why don't you go get someone my size
was
and I'll
born
fight
in
him.
1981,
Look,
and he
we're from
claimed
the
to be
hood.
older than
You're old
Wildheart,
school.
so he's at
If we
least
see
43
somebody that's
years
smaller
old.
than somebody fighting a bigger guy, we say no.
I think he must.
No.
I think he must just turn his headset off and just talk through his mic.
And a beta male
He turns his headset off and just talks through his mic so he doesn't hear anybody over talking to him.
That's why he left, because he's a weakling.
Challenged him to a fight. And
I lost signal, bitch.
Oh my God. What a fucking. You sound just like a liberal, Jill.
Jill, you challenged me to a fight 7 months ago. I told you, hey, you got a year to train. And guess what? You were perfectly fine with that. And then all of a sudden you remembered how big and my background is. And then you started calling me a beta because I took the fight that you challenged me to.
Beta.
It's a false equivalency as well, because when you're talking about fighting, you're not really fighting. You're intellectually debating, so it doesn't matter how heavy you are or anything.
No, they want an actual fight.
No, we're going to actually fight, Wildheart. I'm going to choke his fucking little ass out.
Hey, Wildheart, they're not kidding. Okay, well, at least Red Fang isn't kidding.
Yeah.
I got $1,000 saying I'm gonna whoop your ass, and I hope you got that money to ready to pay up.
Well, 80 of those dollars are going to Brojo.
Brojo.
My money's on you,
So, Jill.
Red Fang. You'll definitely win.
So Jill, tell me where to meet you, and I will be there to kick the fucking shit out of you.
Woo! Calling you out.
He's got to put on 80 pounds first, Red Fang.
What's the age difference here? Is there a big age difference?
Okay.
Jill's
not a minor, okay? I don't think the age matters here, as long as they're both adults.
Wildheart said earlier he was born in 81, and Jill said he was older than that. So Jill's at least 43.
Brojo's
43, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
42
Brojo.
Yeah.
Wow, did you turn down my volume? You slick.
Yeah.
Brojo's a man. If a man comes to you
Yes.
and says over the phone he wants to fight you, he arrives to your door and you realize that you're 100 pounds heavier than he is. Would you still fight that man? Now, notice I'm not saying self-defense. He just wants a boxing match. Would you still fight him?
What's the purpose of him?
Well, no, you agreed that you were going to fight. You agreed
Oh,
that
I
you were
agreed I was going to fight. Oh, now you didn't
Yeah.
say that. You just said someone just called up and is coming to my house and wants to fight.
No. It's not a threatening thing. It's not a. It's
Why
not
am I agreeing to fight? Why am I agreeing to fight?
Well, you said yeah, sure, we'll have a boxing match.
What?
And then you realize when you see him that hey, this guy is frail. Doesn't matter why.
No. See, you're jumping ahead.
Okay.
I want to know why I'm having this fight.
Because it's a mutual for charity. For charity.
Because he pissed you off.
Oh, so you guys agreed? Is this saying that you and Red Fang agreed to have a fight for charity?
I'm not saying that.
No. We ain't fighting for charity. His money is going in my pocket. That's what's going to happen.
Okay. You pissed the guy off, and he says, "I want to fight you," and then he arrives to your door, and you see that he is 90 pounds soaking wet. Would you still fight?
I will tell him he needs to get off my property, turn around, and go back, or he will get his ass kicked.
Oh, exactly. You're a man. So a man would not fight another man after seeing that he is incapable and he has no chance of winning because of the weight difference.
But
maybe the little beta shouldn't be opening up his mouth against people that are bigger than him.
Old school,
spoken like a true
I don't have a problem
liberal snowflake, Jill. Everything you just said.
Oh, so Jill, you're saying so,
Jill.
So, Jill, are you saying
if the guy's talking smack to me and I see, hey, this guy is a wimp, he can't beat me.
Keep chirping, little man. Keep chirping.
Go ahead, man. I'm not going to fight you. Go ahead, my man.
Liberal snowflake.
We don't do stuff.
You guys do one at a time, please. Holy
That's
shit!
just trying to show everybody how strong you are. Oh, look.
So, Jill, in your analogy, you're the little bitch that comes to my house, right? In your analogy, right? Are you the little bitch that opens up their mouth and then comes to my house?
Yes.
Oh, so you're the little bitch.
And then you see, that the person is 100 pounds. I'm glad you.
All right. So how come you haven't shut your mouth yet?
A man would say, you know what? I'll lose the weight to come down to your weight class, or you have to come up to my weight class. I'm not going to pummel.
There's a lot of fights that don't happen like that.
100 pounds lighter than me. That's just old school.
Well, if you can't take care of someone who's bigger than you, you don't know what you're doing.
Well, yeah, that's true. But if you don't know that they're bigger than you, and you find out later that they're not in your weight class, you don't.
So don't you think then, Jill? Don't you think you should think before you open your mouth next time?
No.
No.
Wrong answer, Jill. I'm sorry, that's the wrong answer.
This is why I hate dealing with you, Jill.
I saw a picture of Red Fang, and he didn't look 280 pounds. I didn't know he was that fat.
That's not.
It's not fat, you jackass. It's called muscle. You would actually fucking know what it is.
Yeah, that's fat, dude. You're not. That's not muscle. Come on, dude. You're not Joe Rogan. Come on.
Hey guys, listen. We already got Jill admitting that he's a little bitch, right? And then he opens up his mouth too soon, and he hasn't learned. He already, we got
you 200 pounds. Come with it.
You're right. You're right about one thing, Jill. He's not Joe Rogan. He's fucking bigger than Joe.
Why are you trying to fight dudes that 80 pounds lighter than
Joe Rogan looked like a little bitch.
What man? Where do you see Joe Rogan going around trying to fight people that are lighter than him? Like, what man does that? As soon as you realize the man is smaller,
apparently you've never been to a bar.
Wildheart, can I speak? Wildheart, can I speak?
Yes, go DT. Shut up, Jill.
I don't see Joe Rogan doing that, but I also don't see a bunch of little bitches like you going up to Joe Rogan and giving him the opportunity to turn you down. The bitch in this scenario, Jill, you admitted to it.
Plus, weight shouldn't be an issue anyway. Like, just if someone wants to fight you, then you just fight them. I don't get this weight issue. If another man over 18 wants to fight you, just fight them no matter what.
In the old days, if someone picked a fight with you, you fought them.
Yeah.
You didn't give a fuck about how much they weighed, how big they were. If fucking somebody's chirping at you, you fucking smack them to
Yeah.
shut them up. And that's exactly
Nowadays, you
what I'm
can't do
going to
that.
do to you, Jill.
You know, and I
Nowadays,
had
you
this
can't really do
situation
that.
in high school because I wasn't a bully in high school. But if you're gonna fuck with me, then we're gonna fight. But I had someone. He was like half my size. He was a skinny guy, but he had a big mouth, especially when he was drunk. And because his whatever his cousin was, bigger guy, thought this guy, he was gonna have his back. He would open up his mouth, and we'd always start. He would start shit with me. And then, how many times I had to pin him against the freaking wall and say, "Calm down, relax, all right?" Because this is
I
not,
never had anyone wanting to fight me growing up. Kind of pathetic, but hey, whatever.
Because they saw through you and they couldn't really tell you if you were there or not.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if you're 6'9", 370, and you're buffed as fuck, and you want to fight. Okay, let's fucking fight. I'm gonna break your fucking kneecaps.
Come on, spooky bedhead, bring it on. That's all I'm saying. Do you know what I
Okay,
mean?
I do have a question for you, Red Flag. Who do you think will win between you and Serb? Like if you fought each
It would
other.
it would be a very interesting fight since we both are like athletic.
Well, yeah, you're both built like tanks. I've seen what you
But
both look like.
I
God
think
damn.
if it went like multiple went for a while, I think he's got better stamina than I do.
Possibly. Like I would love to
well,
see
Plus,
that fight.
I don't know Serb's background and
wrestling. I think he has wrestling background. Some
Oh,
wrestling.
I think so, but but to me, that fight seems more interesting than the one you're gonna have with Jill, because because that fight with Jill wouldn't even last one round. all you all you have to do is tap it.
oh no, there's not going to be rounds between me and Jill. It's going to be old school UFC rules, no rounds, anything goes. When we're just going to go
Okay,
until one of us taps out or gets knocked out.
okay,
Anything.
Jill, hold on, Jill. If you make this happen, I will convert to Christianity. Okay, I
Me
will
too.
convert to Christianity. Make it happen if you want me to see the light.
Wait, what? There's obviously
Obviously,
no kicking in the balls.
Jill getting his ass kicked for
Have
Christ.
anything go.
Oh, old school UFC rules. You're allowed to kick in the balls. You're allowed to punch in the balls. I'm giving Jill a chance.
Oh, Jill's gone missing again.
He doesn't want to show his face.
He's been doing this all day, to be fair. But he normally goes
I
on
hate
mute.
little chirpers like him. Just chirp, chirp, chirp. That's all they fucking do. He's the dumb one that fucking agreed to a fight. I'm like, you fucking retarded. Challenging me to a fight. You knew how much I weighed when Gavin Herleman was fucking challenging me to a fight. You knew how big I was.
whatever happened to Gavin anyway? Is he dead?
No, he's somewhere over on Discord, hiding somewhere.
Yeah. I think it's since he fell out with Praise. I've not seen him since then.
Come back to silence. Can you hear me?
Red Fang, what martial arts do you do?
Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu.
Jiu-jitsu. See, but Jiu-Jitsu doesn't matter, right? How big someone is.
Nope. It does not matter how big you are in Jiu-Jitsu.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm training in Jiu-Jitsu too.
Doubtful.
I doubt it.
Hey, bro Joe. Let's say in the same scenario where that guy came to your door, would you then expect maybe an apology out of that guy? Something like saying, "Hey, sorry, I was running my mouth. I didn't realize you were actually larger."
Well, no, I didn't apologize.
I mean, yeah, it'd be nice, but it wouldn't matter to me.
What I would do is I would say, "Hey, I'm gonna come up to your weight class." That's what I did. I didn't apologize, since he won't come down to mine. So give me about 6 months. I'm on.
I doubt you are 170.
All meat diet. I'm on all meat diet.
5 months.
I'm two.
What's
No,
your
I'm not
height,
170. I'm 220.
5 months.
What's your height?
210.
Jill?
About 210 now. I lost some pounds. Yeah.
What's your height?
6 feet.
6 feet at 170?
No, about 200, 210, around there, 205. I vacillate.
Oh, okay. 6
So I'm
feet.
gonna come up.
I'm gonna break you like a twig.
I can come up to 280.
6
yeah,
feet,
of course.
205.
Yeah, someone
6
smaller
feet,
than you.
205. And Red, where you at?
What's that?
6'2".
Well, right.
Oh, you're
Let's
about the
say
same height.
280 pound Joe. Let's say you do that to a 280 pound Joe.
Oh, you're about the same height. How much you weigh?
200, about 200, 205.
280.
Oh,
Wow, can just say that Spooky Bed Hurt is saying that he'll wrestle someone nude. I'd pay for watch it.
Whoa, where you get that from? All right, calm down.
No, he's just said,
before you get too big and bold, Jill, remember you were the little bitch at the door.
Well, you were breaking up. No one heard what you were saying. Sorry.
Oh yeah, Bond says
Go for
Red
Earth.
Fang versus Jill, Bojo versus Raw, Midnight versus
Raw.
and a tag team match between Serb and William versus Lionheart and JJ.
Come on, Walter.
Lionheart, come on. You can put Lionheart up against William. Come on, man.
Lionheart.
You gotta put Lionheart against Ace. That's a fair fight.
There you go. Yeah.
Lionheart is in his 60s, 70s. Come on, man. You guys are a bunch of cowards. You guys don't even know what a fair fight is.
You guys are a bunch of cowards. Screams a little bitch at the door.
Fair fight? There's no fair fight in a street fight.
There is a fair fight in the street
Get
fight.
off my porch.
No, there is
Get off my
not. You
porch,
dumb
little bitch.
fuck.
You started to sound like
This
Tucker.
is how I know Jill has zero fighting experience. He doesn't know what a street fight really is.
Know what a street fight really is. Okay. In the hood, back in the day, I told you
You don't even try and chirp me. You were in the hood, bitch.
If the old heads saw you trying to fight someone smaller than you, they snatched you up and threw you in the ring with someone your size.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When the little chirping bird is chirping at the big bird, you're going to get fucking eaten. All right.
All right, you coward. Don't pick on someone your own size, coward.
Remember,
don't be running your mouth unless you want it to get slapped, Jill.
That's what he said to his ex-girlfriend. That's what he said to his ex-girlfriend. So if your ex-girlfriend,
remember, Jill, you're the little bitch who doesn't know what to do.
Exactly. You're the little bitch at the door.
No, there has some.
You're the little bitch at the door yelling coward.
Someone runs their mouth, and I see that individual
Can you get any more liberal? Can you get any more liberal than being the little bitch at the door?
Jill, when you run your
somebody else
hey,
a coward?
Guess what? In my hood,
holy shit, man,
I would fight one arm behind my back. That would make it fair.
Jill,
I would not fight how hard in a one-on-one battle because I will decimate him.
Jill, in my hood, you run your mouth, you're going to get slapped.
I can see that.
All I hear is a little bitch at the door. That's all I hear. Yakety blah blah blah.
I would not fight well.
Get off my porch, you little bitch.
Man.
No, can I just
You are not a man.
You're a little bitch at the door.
Jill, can I just say, I've
You
been
haven't
in
won any
prison for
battles
the last.
yet. You haven't
I
won
have
any.
been.
You haven't won any
I have
battles
been
in
in
your life.
prison for the last 12 months.
That
I
you
will
need
kick
a
your
victory.
ass. Honestly, I've learned to look after
You
myself.
couldn't punch
I
a
will
hole
kick
I think he
your
took his
ass.
headphones off
with
again.
scissors in your hand. You couldn't punch a wet paper bag a hole in a wet paper bag with scissors in your hand.
Honestly, no, I would destroy you, Jill. Really, in a fist fight.
Only a coward would stab a defenseless paper bag. Only a coward would do that,
Push up,
Jill.
Rawhard, right now.
Come on.
Push up, Rawhard, right now. You can't even push up.
See now, see what he's doing. Now he's challenging Wildheart because he thinks he could actually take Wildheart.
Yeah.
I didn't
Look at him
challenge
chirping.
He found
The
another
little bitch
door
at
to
the
knock
door is running his mouth again.
He found another door.
Wildheart to a fight. I'm not going to fight you,
found
Wildheart.
another
I just
door.
said I would never fight Wildheart. Wildheart, do a push-up.
Wildheart. All you got to do, Wildheart, tell
I
him to
was
get off
raised
my
to
door,
say-
you little bitch.
No,
Get away from my door, you little bitch.
Sorry, no, I can do push-ups with my knuckles.
Do one push-up right now.
One-handed. I can
If
do
you can't do a
one-handed
push-up, then I'm
with
not
my
fighting.
knuckles.
If
Only if
Jill, you
only
do
if you
one
come on
push-up.
camera and do
How about
one
you
first.
turn on your camera and do one push-up?
How about you fight somebody 280 pounds, which will be Jill in about 6
Yeah.
months. You wait.
What?
I'm going to get up to 280. My wife may not like
Red
the new-
Fang.
Yeah,
Red
get
Fang, do you
get
hear
nice
little
and
bitch?
fat
Is that
Okay,
so I can knock you
I
out.
thought I heard a little bitch. Do you hear
Okay,
that,
I
Red
wanted to
Fang?
say something. I wanted to say.
I hear a little bitch in the background.
Look,
I've
I've already been blue balled.
Whoa. Now
Hold on, let me finish what the fuck I had to say.
Oh, that's too much. That's too
I
big.
already been blue balled when it came to Will Kincaid and the Rage. Started to bring up his name, but whatever. When the Rage and him, Will Kincaid was supposed to fight. Okay, that didn't go through. So I want this fight between Jill and Red Fang to happen. Okay, it has to happen, Jill.
Yeah, it doesn't
You're
look
a
like it's
bitch
gonna
and it
happen.
never will. Yeah, well, I know. I'm being hopeful, but
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun choking your larynx.
How about an arm wrestle?
I hope you have enough money to be billed out to Red Fang because you might go to jail if you accidentally kill this beta
No, I
male.
won't kill him. I know when to stop.
Fair enough.
I know when his body goes fully limp, he's out. I might kick him in the face a couple times while he's sleeping.
Oof, God damn.
Just to make sure that mouth doesn't work.
So you were gonna have this was the thing, a street fight, or is it gonna be like a cage fight? A referee?
UFC cage fight.
No ref.
Wait. UFC cage fight. We'll find someone to be the ref.
Yeah, Joe will take a dive. That's almost, yeah, that's certain. Yeah. They allow YouTube allows fights on their stream.
You should do like you could raise some money for charity. You do 50-50.
Fuck that! No, I ain't doing money
No.
for charity. I got $1,000 in my pocket. He's gonna pay me $1,000.
He bet you $1,000.
Yep, he bet me $1,000 he could beat me in a fight. I was like, all right, check.
Jill,
you know what?
You have to do this now.
So you bitch on a bet also. Damn.
You know what? I just realized something just now. Doesn't this behavior remind you of like a kid you knew in school?
Yeah.
Like in middle school or grade school?
Yeah.
That was just a little Weasley.
It reminds me of Tonka Soul also, if you remember, if you know what
Bitch
that
on your
is.
doorstep. But everybody taller.
Sorry. Sorry to rudely interrupt, but there is an admin problem. I'm going to put myself backstage, and there's someone called Brenton here. So he might be a porn bomber. I don't know him, but
So why would you put yourself backstage?
Yeah, don't do that. Do not
Don't
do that.
Right, Brenton, if you can turn your camera on and just.
Do you have anything to cover the screen?
I don't know because I've not got the premium package. It won't let me do that. I tried the other day.
Well, you know what? Don't take a chance and just let him go.
It's full house,
No,
right?
actually, he's outside. There's two of Benson's now. Yeah, no, I don't trust him. Carry on. Sorry.
You know what, Jill? You remind me of Tonkasoff. Like he went around saying, "Oh, I bet you I could beat you in a fight. Bet you I could beat you in a fight." He challenged Andy Worski. Okay, Andy Worski actually accepted, but then when it came time to fight, where's Tonkasoff? Nowhere to be found. So you are Tonkasoff. Congratulations, you little bitch.
Ooh. Ooh. Man.
Oh no!
I've dealt with little chicken heads like this multiple fucking times back in the day.
I don't doubt it.
Wow.
Yeah, and just to fill you in, Brenton backstage, he played a video of someone going into a church with a shotgun and blowing.
See,
people.
I told you not to let him in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, good call.
You're an idiot, Brett.
Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Get a life.
Yeah, he's gone now.
Oh, lighten up, bro, Joe. It's just a prank, bro.
One would have been better.
Well, I'm sorry I derailed this
No, you fine.
goofy conversation that you guys were having.
No, it's been very entertaining. I've enjoyed it very much. You fine. Anyone who can call like Jill and have him prove that he's a total and just a coward, yeah, that's all fine by me.
That was amazing.
I can't believe he called himself a bitch. That cracks me the fuck up. If I came to your door and then you saw I was $100 smaller than you, would you still fight it? It's like, what the fuck? Calling himself a bitch. That's hilarious. Someone clip that.
That was a mic drop moment by Brojo.
Thank you.
Bond asked,
well done.
I only have 20 more minutes until I have to get back to the daily grind. Do we have a date for Red Fang versus Jill? Can we pen this into the diaries? You know
Jill's not doing it. He's not doing it.
Yeah, he's refused.
He's got to gain 80 pounds. I think he said give him 6 months, to be fair.
Yeah.
He's got 5 months.
Yeah, maybe.
I gave him a year. He said he's going to train and all this bullshit. I was like, all right, you got a year to train.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna go and make some steak for myself, so I'll be back shortly.
Are you still? I thought that was done. Are you still cooking the steak? What?
Yeah, no, I cooked half of it and put it with some noodles.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you cooked half of it.
Yeah. I'm
Go
gonna
get your food, dude.
I'll be right back.
Man, I don't even think Joe Biden would go around knocking on people's doors and then seeing how big they were and backing out.
Hey, DT, fight me. Sorry. Obviously not.
You might be out of my weight class.
Even if
I'll fight you midnight.
He's out of the male class. Even if Wildheart,
maybe one day.
Even if Midnight were to spit in my face, I wouldn't fight him.
Oh,
I would not fight him.
Why?
Because you're almost like a girl.
Oh! Wow! Wow.
No, seriously, you would have to like really threaten me. I would really have to. I'm like, it's like a police officer. You would really have to be, threatening my. I would have to fear for my life in
I'm
order for me to
almost like
attack
a
or fight you.
girl. Wow.
You're like, I would never fight those people, LGBTQ. I would never fight. Yeah, LGBTQ.
Hold on. I'm
I would
almost like
never
a
fight
girl
them
because
because
I'm gay. What if
they're
I'm the
not men.
top? What if I'm the top?
Oh,
What?
What the? Look,
Yeah,
you
I already
said.
left once because of your perversion.
Hold on. You said I'm almost like a girl. Okay, because is it because I'm gay, or at least bisexual? But you do.
You know, the
You know
longer
what?
you
I'm not
stay
arguing this. Forget it.
You know, the longer studies show, the longer you stay that way with that mentality, the less testosterone you produce, the more estrogen you start to produce.
What are
In
you?
fact, when you die, no,
Where
this is true. This is true. They've done a
where
study.
This is more bullshit information from Jill.
No. This is true. This is true. Suris told me this. I didn't know this. This is true. They did test on cadavers.
Who told you?
Suris told me this.
Who?
Suris, remember Suris?
Cerberus?
The guy with the hammer?
No, Suris, I think his name is.
Don't know who the fuck that is.
I don't know who that is.
Man, let me show you his channel. The guy that we had a debate with him, me, Dr. Josh, and Praise, and against Suris, I think his name is.
Well, I mean, show us. Like the only Suris I know is the guy.
Was that like 3 years ago?
The skeptic, yeah, Suris the skeptic. He always has the avatars. That's always some
the
sort of anime.
anime.
Yeah.
You know what?
That's who told me this.
I don't trust that unless I hear it from him.
Well,
even then, I'd be skeptical.
He's a liberal.
I wouldn't believe him.
Well,
because he's definitely not a medical doctor.
Okay, he can research like you and I. Well, you don't even know what the claim is when they did these studies on these cadavers, these people who had lived the homosexual lifestyle for their entire life.
And you're pulling shit out of your ass without showing us.
Can I at least tell you what's coming out of my ass?
No, because you're just saying bullshit, claim something and never show us where you got it from.
I told you who I got it from. Now, if he's wrong, he's wrong.
Yes, then he is wrong.
You don't even know that yet. You don't even know what the claim is.
You don't even really know what the claim is because you obviously didn't look it up. You're just taking off some information from some guy on YouTube.
I researched it and it was right. He's right.
Bullshit, you researched it.
What they found.
You haven't made a video of it yet.
The brain of these cadavers, these people, these dead people who they did these studies on, their brain was basically the same as a female brain. The gray matter was the same that should be expected in a female.
Hey, why don't you find the video somewhere?
Now he argued that was the case because that was how they were born. I argued that no, neuroplasticity caused that. That living that way.
Oh my God, you are fucking retarded.
Causes your brain to change, and you start to think and act like a woman because your brain is now being is plastic. Your brain is plastic. So he argued, seriously.
What am I listening to? What the fuck is this?
There been studies done on this.
Oh God, clip that. Your brain is plastic.
Your brain is plastic.
Okay, he's right. Look, he's right about neuroplasticity, but he's not right about the other bullshit he's saying.
The Bible
because what the fuck are you talking about?
Now he argued that this was evidence that people were born gay. I said, how do you know their brains were like that when they were 13?
Is it too much to ask for a source, for the video?
How do you know that the gray matter was disproportional? Like there's a proportion of gray matter.
Is it too much to ask for the fucking video? So
link the video, Jill.
Link the video.
Yeah, video. Whatever, something.
I have to find it. It's an old video. It's
I don't know what the point is. What the point you're trying to make?
So the point is that it's true that the gray matter that they identified in these men who lived as women did match.
Hold on.
What
You're
would normally
assuming
be found. Can I
you
finish?
you
What
you were
it
talking
did
about
match.
you were
Hold on.
talking.
Hold on.
Oh,
It
no,
did
no.
match the
Fuck up.
proportion.
You're talking
It
about
did. Can I
homosexuals that
finish
live as
my?
women, not
Okay,
the
I'll be
ones
back.
not the ones. Okay, you'll be back. Fuck you, you fucking
Is he
goddamn
leaving?
idiot.
Is he leaving? Oh.
No, he'll be back.
No, he's doing his fucking let me leave for a couple minutes, then come back, spout some more bullshit, and run off again.
Well, going back to a prior subject, I'll put a link in the comment section here. It was about the number of deaths. So this talks about the number of deaths in the military and the cause of death. So if you look under hostile action, I mean, you know, if he's going to blame presidents, then 2016, you had 16 died, 2017, 21 died, 14 died in 2018, in 2019, 21 died because of hostile action. So is he saying now we can blame Trump for those things because of policies that stayed in place?
Right.
Now, looking at this is quite interesting, though. Now that I catch it, there are a lot that are pending for the last 3 years. A lot of
Under
pending
Trump's
deaths.
watch?
Biden. So 20 to 2022, the numbers are very high. Like 2020, there's 48 pending, 65 and 21. In 2022, 53. These are all pending cases. Then you have numbers of self-inflicted deaths, which
soldiers that commit suicide.
That's I was saying self-inflicted. So I don't know that by it's not an accident. It's not an accident.
Well, or do they mean friendly fire by that?
Well, I don't know. If you see the link, they have like different rows for each cause of death. They'll give you a total number of deaths, and then one's accident, one's hostile action, homicide, illness, pending, self-inflicted, terrorist attack, which has been 0 for the last 10 years, undetermined, and then there's 2020, the height of self-inflicted was 406. There's 406 suicides.
Does that include active and inactive?
This is this is active duty. And right now, wow, active duty down to 1,299,000. After 2020, it dropped. 2020 was at 1,387,000. So the military's lost 90,000 over the last couple of years. People just
I really hope Jill is finding that video.
He's not.
I know. I was hoping.
I wonder if those people that are getting out, if they joined the military and they got in, and then they saw bigger people were in there than they were, and so they had to get back out.
see it. 1.3 million, 90,000 reserves.
I'm sorry, Colonel. I had to come back. I couldn't find any Russians my size to fight.
Oh, wow. Did you see that undercover footage by James O'Keefe?
What was he undercovering?
Oh,
He went on
yeah.
he put on some glasses and went on a date. But then he was gay. Went on his date with someone who works like cybersecurity in the White House.
No, I didn't see that. Did you see? Was it you that posted the Red Cross has maps from all the way from South America?
Yes, I saw that.
There was a journalist. That's what I thought you were talking about. That the journalist went in and actually traveled that whole thing.
Yeah, I didn't share. That was shared on. It was shared on my hang.
Was that during your hangout?
I think it was Heretic. I think Heretic shared that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy who went on the trail and he was saying, yeah. He went from Colombia all the way up through Mexico into the U.S. and followed the caravan.
And there's like aid stations along the way. Fucking wild.
Yeah. Right. The UN is funding.
Man. You got to set up shop and get the people that are coming up. Make some money.
We're shooting ourselves in the fucking foot here. Right? We host the UN. We said we're in the UN. The UN is giving the funds for these people, these charities to do this. Yeah, here's the quickest way to get in. What the fuck?
Rojo, you're not going to vote for Biden again, are you?
I never vote for Biden.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Man.
I don't think he voted for Biden the first time.
Nope.
Good.
Wait.
Look who's
I'm
back.
asking everyone that I encounter because those people who say they're still voting for Biden, avoid them.
Why would any of us care?
Like me, Joe? You want to avoid me?
No.
Who's
asking?
asking?
I'm gaining 80 pounds.
Wait,
what's that?
Jill the man or Jill the little
I'm
bitch?
gain 80 pounds because this coward won't come down to my
Why
weight.
you gain 40 and Red Fang lose 40?
That's a good idea. How about, that's a good idea.
No.
Then 320? Can't fight at 320.
That wouldn't put me at 320. That put me at 240, you idiot.
Yeah, I'm saying
you were 280 pounds.
No, you gain weight and him lose weight.
I thought you were 280. Well, Lord. Why am I calling this fool Lord?
Yes.
Red Fag. I thought you were so 280 plus 40.
Minus 40 is 240.
Minus, okay.
Oh, fuck.
Jesus Christ.
I would have to gain 100.
I think you teach math, don't you?
Wow, hard.
Yeah, this is
What's -1 minus -1?
Get off my doorstep, you little bitch.
Rojo, what's -1 minus -1?
-2.
I knew you were going to say that. I get college professors with that, so don't feel bad. It's 0.
Yeah, I was going to say 0, actually.
Yeah.
No, -1 isn't -2.
-1 minus -1.
What are you eating, Wild Heart?
It's -1 minus -1.
-1.
-1. Yeah, that will be the 0.
Same change. I made a song to help the kids with that one.
Someone that doesn't know what minus 40 pounds to 240 equals.
Well, no, I didn't know he was subtracting. Obviously, you genius.
He quite literally said subtract.
Oh yeah.
It was clear to everybody here except the math teacher.
Except me. I'm doing 10 things at once.
Digger, zing.
What are we watching?
Zing.
Hey, Jill, I'm ready to drop some more numbers to you. So here, these are the deaths of military by year. Okay, and if we're gonna go like hostile action, like the 3 deaths that happened just recently, right? That would be under, I guess, considered hostile action. So there were 16 in 2016, 21 in 2017, 14 2018, 21 in 2019. The years Trump was president. Should we blame Trump for these deaths now?
Or was this Iran-backed militia? No.
This is during his.
Right. These were Afghanistan, right?
I have no idea. We don't know where.
We've been in Afghanistan for 20 years, so we haven't been being attacked by Iranian-backed militia for 20, 30 years. That's new to Biden. That's new.
I don't know.
No, you're incorrect. That's incorrect.
Name one soldier that died.
Incorrect.
Name one soldier that died based from Iranian-backed militia, to whereby we have to now confront Iran. Do you know what that means, sir? That has never happened before until your president stepped into the Oval Office.
Well, when you called him sir,
this
I
chart
almost
does not mean
forgot
anything. Why is it up?
Maybe if you're president, maybe if your president take away the nuclear deal, we wouldn't be dealing with this.
I gotta blame Trump. They found a way to blame Trump.
I think, Jill, you're moving the goalpost here.
Oh God!
I have no idea what the what's behind how these people died, but it is hostile action.
Yeah, there's hostile actions every year. I don't blame every president for every hostile action. It's this action that I blame Biden for his weakness.
Just
because Iran knows that they can do whatever they want to do with this coward in office, and all he's going to do is just take off his glasses, like he's one of those. What's those animals that like move like 30 seconds? Like
slug? What do we call that?
Slug, right? That's how slow this man moves. Did you see him take off his glasses? Like what?
I don't think a slug is an. I don't think a slug is an animal.
Weak. Look at him. You don't think Putin is licking his chops?
For sloth.
Putin is licking it. As soon as this weak beta male liberal got into office, he takes over. He just moves right in. It was like he was waiting for one of you cowards to get in office.
What did he take?
What are you talking about? Putin barely has a military standing. What the fuck are you talking about?
What has Putin taken over? What has Putin taken over? What has Putin taken over?
The Crimean Peninsula, part of Ukraine.
That
he already had that in 2014. You dumb fuck.
He did.
Holy fuck, man.
He did.
God, you're dumb.
And then he he went in. He went in. It was taken so easily.
And he's getting pushed back out. What are you talking about?
Pushed back out. He would have never tried it had Trump been in office. You don't look. If you guys grow up in the hood, thugs sense when there is weakness. Yeah. That's why you guys could never teach in an ES classroom. You get eaten alive.
Who was president when they took over the Crimean? Who was president when he took over the Crimean?
The wolves can sense when you're a weak beta male liberal.
Who?
Yes, that's why I can tell how weak and pathetic you are. Because I'm that wolf in. I'm going to break you.
See me, sir. You don't know what you're
then turn on the camera, bitch.
No.
Happy 420. East Coast. Yeah.
Brojo, it must bother you that you can't play. You can't play the
Marxist
420
liberal
music.
panel, and I'm persecuted.
And
I need to leave now. I'm just going to start hanging. I can't deal
the
with this.
Patriots of America. You banned the Patriots of Marxists. Right in line with them. You might as well join them. Go vote early, Brojo. Just go vote early.
Jeez. Man, you've never sounded like you've never sounded like more than a liberal than today. I've never heard you sound more like a liberal.
All right.
This is
what is a liberal? What is a liberal?
It's the snowflake little bitch at your door that you fucking shoo away.
Is Biden a liberal? Is Biden a liberal?
So Jill, when did Crimea get taken? What year?
Oh God, 2014.
There we go.
Was it a liberal
peninsula? Just
was
a peninsula president. That's that part. But then he moved in and took over the whole Yeah, I'll get you a timeline. No problem. I'll get you a timeline.
Do you know how
I'll be right back. I'll
militaries
get you a
work?
timeline. Be right back.
Got to plan this stuff out.
Be right back. Be right back. Be right back. Be right back. That's all you do, Joe.
Let me give you I'll give you a more specific question. What has Putin taken over since Biden has been in office?
He ran off again.
Liberal. But I'm sorry, but I am going to have to bring this to a close. I've just let some state what was quite dodgy. I don't think it was cut right through the
No,
middle.
why? Don't close it. Just go eat your steak and still keep it live.
All right, I can do that. Yeah.
Keep your brains out.
Yeah. All right, just give me a shout if anything goes too wrong.
Yep. We're having so much fun, right, Jill? By the way, how's that video coming along? Have you found it yet? I know he's not going to.
He's not even paying attention.
Yeah, that's whatever. I love how
Russia has lost so much fucking armory and shit. It's not even funny. They're now the second strongest army in Ukraine. And if Russia actually tries to pull what they want to pull by taking Alaska back, oh my God, can you imagine that can of worms? There'd be an American flag in Russia.
I really love how Jill doesn't consider that that there are masculine homosexuals. If you're gay, you must be feminine. No excuses.
Right.
Good point.
It's like fucking hell, bears exist in the fucking homosexual community. No, Jill's only thinking about the twinks because he finds them attractive, but he's so afraid of his sexuality, he has to hide it. It's why it's why he has to challenge Red Fang to a fight, but then pussy out. Like, what the fuck?
You notice how he won't give me a location to.
Yep, he won't give you a location.
Not happening. It's a bunch of dick waving.
Man, it gets so quiet. I have to keep on checking, make sure I'm still on there.
Well, I mean, Jill is pretty much dead at this point. He's gone. We don't have any other topic to talk about. Unless Red Fang, fight me. There you go. We can talk. Nah, I don't want to fight you. At least not yet. I need to. Well,
You would get too turned on if you fought me.
Possibly.
Midnight to be out of breath getting in the ring.
No, like I said, I'll fight him, but
you're not wrong, bro.
We have to turn down the lights because they're too bright.
All right,
Yeah, I'll fight anybody. I don't give a fuck.
Try some Jersey weed.
Sweet.
Jersey weed.
Jersey wreck.
So let me get this straight, Jill. In this scenario, you're the little bitch at the door, right?
Mm-hmm. I think he stepped away.
Fuck. That's beautiful, Brojo.
You like that, huh?
Yes. Mic drop.
His analogy.
Jill.
Little bitch. This little bitch.
Jill, I know you're not here, or at least you stay. Yep.
My card came today.
Oh, right on. Good.
Yeah.
Red Fang is like this, this huge silverback gorilla. It doesn't give a shit about anybody. And Joe is like that screeching monkey that's like, fight me. The gorilla's like looking around like, what the fuck was that? God damn. I would love to be a silverback gorilla. They are strong as fuck.
Oh, this is good.
Red Fang is a silverback gorilla, confirmed.
Colombiana flower.
Smoke weed every day.
Smoke weed every day. Spooky
Did
says,
you ever tell him what?
Watch Red Fang like a bug.
Well, I can certainly sit on him. I'm big enough to. God damn it. So, Brojo, I hear you were in New Jersey recently.
Yeah, I went to get weed.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, because my card was getting late, and I had to re-up. And I was like, you know what? Go take a little ride. Check out the recreational weed.
I mean, you have
The
my address.
armpit of America, New Jersey.
By the way, did you hear what I said?
What?
Oh no, Red Fang. Did you hear what I said, Red Fang?
What did you say?
That you're a silverback gorilla, and Jill is one of those, Jill is one of those monkeys, like clawing at you, and you're like, what the fuck is that? He's basically just being annoying.
Yeah.
He doesn't really pose a threat.
Yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah.
Okay.
I have nothing to fear of Jill.
Good. Do not fear Jill. He is harmless. Well, to you. I don't know, to most people. Actually, no, he's probably harmless to everybody.
He won't show up.
No, he's harmless to everyone because he's a little bitch coming to people's doors.
No.
I want to know why Jill is having fellowship with darkness.
Oh, Wildheart and I went over that earlier because he's commanded to spread the word. Because
that's not
because for all he knows, Brojo, you could be one of the elect. and you just haven't heard yet. Seriously.
I know.
Jill doesn't
I got
know
Beckel to
that
say
we
that.
are not elect.
So it takes a human to preach the gospel so that a person might be aware if God elected them or not?
Something like that. Maybe not quite that convoluted, but yeah, pretty much. Because it leads the question, why would you evangelize anyway if there's just a certain elect? And it's because they don't know who is elect and who isn't, and they're commanded to spread the word. So even though you're exhibiting non-elect behavior right now, like in your sin, so to speak, I guess, to borrow their phrase, that doesn't mean you're not one of the elect. You just haven't been touched in the head yet, or spoken to by God, I guess. Very interesting.
Well, one thing I'm sure that Jill is not the messenger of God.
Well, yeah, Wildheart brought that up. He said, look, if God sent you here as his messenger, I don't want any part of that, God. Sorry.
A miracle. I mean,
Jill's
that's
the
what
worst to be the one be like, hey, come to Christ.
Mysterious ways, I guess.
When he wants to talk more about politics than religion, kind of tells you something.
Right. And I was just
That he's not really
curious.
a Christian? Is that what you said? Sorry to
I'm
interrupt you.
curious. I'm curious, like what responsibility does he hold as the guy coming to the door that was running his mouth, and then the bigger guy answers the door, and the bigger guy's supposed to be the bigger man in his scenario. So he hasn't talked about any responsibility he has at all in that scenario. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can just go run around to people's doors, open his mouth until he finds somebody his own size. Deep.
I was taught if someone's talking shit, you need to teach them a lesson so they stop it.
Well, yeah, I guess that's kind of what I was getting at. So where does Jill's behavior, where does Jill think his behavior needs to stop, if at all? It's very interesting.
When someone actually shuts his mouth and he learns, hey, I need to be careful who I talk to.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. But in his scenario, I don't think he sees a line anywhere there, which is bizarre.
Doubting Thomas.
Yes.
Never change.
Midnight.
Well, change and improve.
Jill's just like Trump. He thinks he can just spout wherever he wants and not and get in trouble for it.
That's a pretty fair comparison, I think. Except Trump will at least try and back it up. He won't fucking walk away.
And until it gets too bad, then he's running out of the courtroom.
I don't know. I don't see Trump as a little bitch.
I do.
Oh.
That's what happens when you surround yourself with dumb people. Get yourself in deep shit.
I don't even see Biden as a little bitch.
Trump's an overcomer.
He's an overcomer.
Solver.
He's an overcomer.
He's definitely not a problem solver, being bankrupt 6 times.
He keeps overcoming it. That's what Brojo's talking about.
That's it. Comes back. Came back to be president.
And now he's mounting his biggest comeback of all.
Well, we'll find out on the 8th.
Remember, the homies love Trump.
The homies love Trump.
If Trump gets elected, just try and limit the amount of shit that gets burnt down. That's all I ask.
I don't want a fascist dictator in the fucking White House.
Yeah, but it's only 4 years. Try not to burn everything down. Not
He's
saying
not
you
a
are
fascist dictator. It's not going to happen.
Have you not heard what he wants to do when he gets back in the office?
What does he want to do? He wants to have the right to assassinate people.
He wants to arrest his political rivals. He wants to arrest media.
Okay.
We're going right down.
Well, if
Putin,
commits a crime, should they be arrested?
For going against him? No.
No, I didn't ask. I said if somebody commits a crime.
If someone actually committed or actual crime, yes.
Oh, okay.
Just like Trump should be arrested for committing the crimes that he's done.
Well, he hasn't been convicted of any crimes.
Well.
And he will run for president, and you will give me $80.
Does he have to just run or win?
He's got to be able to run.
He's got to be able to run.
Yeah, it's pretty much almost a done deal, so I don't know. I mean, all you guys, Nikki Haley left.
Yeah. I think Nikki Haley is going to stay in for the long haul, especially with all these court cases and everything coming up. If she can hold out until what the Supreme Court says.
All right, you got my PayPal. Just send it over there now. You know.
I'm gonna have to get your PayPal again because I deleted PayPal because they're a pain in the ass.
I just realized last night, and I'm not sure if it's true, but I think there's a possibility. Like I thought this only mattered in Colorado, but I think there's a possibility that if the Supreme Court rules, if they uphold the Colorado Supreme Court, then Trump can't run, period. Not just in the state of Colorado.
Yeah, because it's going to open up the floodgates for all the other states that is sitting back and waiting.
No, that's what I mean. The other states won't even. I think it'll be a done deal.
Yeah.
Because if the Supreme Court backs Colorado is saying.
Isn't that happening the 8th? February 8th?
Yeah, February 8th.
Yeah, they start hearing on the 8th.
But they have to be done by March, right? Don't they? Isn't there like a deadline?
I think it's only going to take like maybe a couple weeks until we get here a verdict on it. So maybe the end of February we'll hear something.
Here we go.
Because pretty much they're going to hear out and look over what the Colorado verdict was and everything. It's not a whole new trial like what happened in Colorado. No, they're pretty much looking over what the information that Colorado got and going off of that information. But Sir did bring up a good point. If they go against Colorado, they'll be going against the 10th Amendment, which I didn't realize.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is a big fucking gray area for sure.
Yeah. So, like I said, we'll see what the Supreme Court says, because this could make or break Trump.
Yeah, because if they go against Colorado, then they would be effectively saying the states don't have the right to choose how they do their election process.
Yep.
Interesting. Originally, I was thinking Trump was going to win from a jail cell, but I think he's just going to win. The state or the United States Supreme Court is just going to kick it back to Colorado and say, "Look, you guys figure this out."
No, if they kick it back to Colorado, he's off the ballot.
Yeah, but then he's only off the Colorado ballot at that point.
Yeah. Then you have
Maine.
12. You have Maine and the 12 other states that are waiting to find out what the Supreme Court says. If the Supreme Court says, "Hey, it's up to you guys," then he's going to lose 14 states.
That's ridiculous.
There's 14 states.
But it's going to be amazing when he wins without those 14 states. Fucking amazing. He's the comeback kid.
Amazing. Comeback kid. That's right. He's Rocky.
He's Rocky. maybe in the very last movie is Rocky. Old and fucking brittle.
Still going though. Still coming back.
Ladies
and gentlemen, Donald Trump.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh my god. Fuck. Is
so
RFK
how much money?
Go ahead.
So how much money do you think he's going to lose in this New York trial that's about to end?
How much is he getting sued for?
Well,
oh, you mean the one who falsely accused him of rape?
No, not that
No.
one. No, that one. That
That's
one's
over.
done. I mean the one where he's going to lose his company and everything,
Oh, I don't know about
and
that.
not be able to work in New York for the rest of his life.
Yeah, sure. That's gonna bankrupt Trump.
The talks are around between like 300 and 500 million.
So he'll just live in Florida for the rest of
Yeah,
his
we
life.
can't beat him in the election, so let's try to bankrupt him.
all right.
How much do you think
He'll be
Biden
all
should
right.
sue
Well,
for?
when you
for
commit
ripping
crimes, it kind of doesn't help you when you commit crimes.
What crime? What crime? What are the
Fraud.
cooperating witnesses?
He committed fraud.
Who are the cooperating
Hunter Biden.
witnesses? The bank is.
What about the
bank isn't
laptops?
supporting
Where's
that.
Biden? Where's Hunter's
Bank didn't support
laptops?
that. You idiot. All right, so who? How many?
I'm not the judge
The
that's
bank
about
didn't claim
to
he
say,
committed
hey,
fraud.
you can't work in New York for the rest of your life. You got to shut down your company in New York. Your sons can't work in New York for 5 years, and you're going to have to owe the state of New York over $5 million, $500 million.
That's the only way. The only recourse is to do stuff in underhanded nonsense like
just Trump change.
Hey, he's the one that committed fraud, Jill.
No, he didn't commit fraud. Sorry.
Yes, he did. He did commit fraud. He did. If you actually look at the fucking paperwork, he lied about a lot of shit.
You didn't lie, sir. You are allowed to overvalue your property, you idiot.
And he also undervalued his property on the other side, Jill.
Overvalue your property, yes or no?
You are not allowed to lie about how big your apartment is if you say it's 30 square feet when it's actually 10,000 square feet. There's a huge fucking difference, Jill.
He did not overvalue this size.
Yes, he fucking did. He overvalued and undervalued depending on what he was trying to do.
What's the evidence that he overvalued the size of the property, you liar? He overvalued.
Oh my God. Apparently, I'm the only one that's fucking been paying attention to these fucking court cases. Look it the fuck up, Jill. He quite literally said his fucking apartment in New York was 30,000 square feet when it was actually 10,000 square feet. That's a huge fucking difference, Jill.
Show us the evidence. Show us the evidence of that.
Oh, yes, and show us the evidence about the gay people, Jill.
Seemed to care. The bank didn't seem to care. They collected their interest.
Jill, Jill, show us the evidence of the gay people. Oh, wait, you haven't.
So, how many of you guys heard about the woman that was raped by Biden and had to leave the country because Biden threatened to kill her, and now she's back with Russian immunity? How much money do you think she should sue the Biden administration for? She's only suing for $10 million, but how much do you think she deserves?
Who?
Women.
Suing who?
Real quick before we move on to a red herring here.
He doesn't even know.
There are legitimate ways to increase the value or the perceived value of your property.
We got his money. Oh.
But if you're going to increase the perceived value of your property, then you have to pay the taxes on the increased value of your property, which he didn't do.
Right. So he didn't.
He committed fraud.
He didn't undervalue the amount of space in his house. That was just the most ridiculous.
That's not the only
size
thing
almost
he did.
doesn't matter, Joe.
Dumbest thing I've ever. Go hit your head in the head.
What matters is he estimated the value of his property. That's fine. A bunch of people do it. Rich people overvalue their property all the freaking time. That's not illegal in and of itself. What's illegal is then he turned around and told the state that no, it's not worth that much. It's worth way less because I don't want to pay your taxes. And then he turned around to the bank and said, "Oh yeah, it's worth way more, so I can get better loans from you." Yeah, he lied. He lied. You have to pick a value, right? You can't just flip flop the value constantly to get better deals everywhere. That's fraud.
No, that's the art of making the deal.
Yeah. Well, it's the art of making a fraud deal.
That's how you get kicked out of fucking New York City.
And get this, because I thought this was hilarious. They found issues in how he was. He got he got forgiven like tens of millions of dollars in Illinois, my state.
$50 million, the $50 million to a company that he already owned.
Right, and he didn't pay taxes on it. So now he's in trouble in Illinois, although Illinois hasn't filed a case yet. But I just want to remind everyone, it was Illinois' IRS that got Capone. Because Capone was in Chicago.
Wait, Illinois just decided recently to keep him on the ballot.
Okay.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're going to go after him for fraud.
Don't worry, guys.
Like my governor, the governor I have will go after him.
Sir, is it true that the Constitution says a president can't serve 2 consecutive terms? That maybe there could be a little loophole here?
No, that was total
Can't
bullshit.
serve more than 2 consecutive. Does that mean they can skip one and then come back for a third?
They can come back.
No.
They can come back, but not for a third.
The reason
Why
that
not?
whole clause was put there, Bro Joe, was if the vice president had to take over halfway through a term and become president, they can't count his 2 years or whatever he spent in that term because he wasn't elected the president.
That's true. You can only be elected twice.
Right. So there's no way within the Constitution right now that Trump could serve more than 8 years.
No, there is. There's a way.
About Obama.
No, there's a way. If he's picked as vice president over and over again, and the person that's running for president immediately drops out after they take office, he could do that forever.
Yeah,
but it's a loophole, right? That will get patched if that happens. I promise you.
Yeah, that would get patched real fucking quick.
They got to patch this whole Colorado thing up first, find out what the fuck is what and who's going to fucking be in charge of who.
No. He better tread really carefully when challenging that decision. He might accident himself into being acknowledged that he committed insurrection.
Yeah.
It's a really weird thing to put yourself on trial for insurrection. I don't understand it.
Oh yeah, 22nd Amendment gives him that loophole to be vice president.
Yeah, I don't think it bars you from being vice president forever. I'd have to look it over.
This seems to be it's only a tradition because George Washington didn't want to go a third term.
Yeah, it was tradition up until Roosevelt won the third term, and then we're like, okay, it's too much.
The Republicans were like, "Oh shit, we'll never win if we keep letting the Democrats stay in for this long."
What it was is a lot of the things FDR was not like. You got some good things passed, right? He passed some good things, but a lot of the stuff he was trying to get passed was the exact same thing that Mussolini was passing in Italy, and it freaked everyone the fuck out. That's why they moved so quickly to keep him from getting a fourth term. It wasn't just the Republicans. It was pretty bipartisan.
Speaking of bipartisan, the Letitia James case, there's no victims, there's no fraud. The financial condition, the statements were factual and accurate, and that will be shown in court, but it won't matter. So this is another fraudulent New York fashion.
Letitia James?
Elected.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
the thing is done. We're about to find out how much Trump's going to owe.
That's the fraud case, yeah. The judge elected Democrat, so is the whole system. It's not like what we have in the federal system, where you have to have an appointed prosecutor and appointed judges who are vetted by the Senate. These are just people who want to try to stop Trump from running for president, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Like all their other, like they stole the election. That worked, obviously. But like
they didn't steal the election.
They're all
the judges around states generally get elected.
Right.
No, in the federal
Yeah.
case, you have appointed prosecutors and judges. They have to be who are vetted by the
Oh,
Senate.
yeah.
I didn't say elected, vetted by the Senate, meaning the Senate has to vet them. That ensures that they won't use their power in abusive ways like these Democrats are doing. So
Yeah, it's federal cases. Yeah.
yeah.
All judges for federal cases.
Yeah, this isn't a federal
That's
case,
what we
Joe.
call presidential election interference. That's what's really going on. That's basically what's going on. Trump did
No,
exactly.
it's
every
called,
little
hey,
thing.
this guy committed a crime.
What's the crime?
Let's get him.
What's the crime?
Hey,
exactly.
I got a question. If I run up to Trump and jump in his face and fart in his face, is that election interference? Because you have a really low bar.
No, that's not a low bar. When you have a fraudulent,
when it's in his favor.
When you have a fraudulent system where Trump is the borrower and the banks were the lenders, and the lenders say, or the borrowers say, there's no victims, there's no fraud.
It's called lying to the
all
bank.
The lenders did their due, and the banks didn't say that. Get the banks to say that. Then
yes, they did. They did say that.
Which bank said? The banks did not say. The bank said that he paid back all the money with interest. There's no fraud involved. If there's no victim.
When you're lying about the paperwork, it's fraud, Joe.
Now you're lying about the paperwork. All the loans were paid
fraud.
back
Fraud has
issue.
nothing to do.
And
fraud
the
has nothing
statement
to
of
do
financial
with if you followed through and made it
condition was
okay.
factual and accurate. There is no fraud.
Look,
the only fraud is the New York justice system. That's the only fraud.
If I
and the
tricked
elected
you,
Democrats.
if I tricked you into giving me a loan by telling you a bunch of falsehoods, even if I paid you back, I still committed
You
fraud.
didn't prove that there was no evidence that there were any falsehoods.
Well,
he
one has to be
overvalued
false.
his property, which even
Whoa.
Mogul,
No, he did
one
more
of
than
the
that.
moguls said that is common practice in real estate.
Yeah, but you're not paying
You
attention.
guys
He did
ever
more
sold
than
any
that,
real
Jill.
estate before?
Jill, what
That's
was
common practice to
what was
overvalue
the
your
other
property.
thing he did?
That's not a criminal offense.
Yeah, great, Jill.
It's only a criminal offense when your political opponent is doing it. I'll be right
Jill,
back.
what's the other thing he did with the value of his property? Because it wasn't just increasing the value. There was another thing he did.
He's gone.
Yeah, I know. The pressure's on. Gotta leave.
And then he'll come back and start talking about something completely different. It's amazing.
No, I'll just put him right back on course.
He has no idea what was in the trial and all the information that came out about what he did in the trial. He has not done no research at all about what happened and why Trump is so fucked.
Now, look, here's the thing. He's not, as far as the settlements are going to be concerned, he's not fucked. Right? This all looks bad, but he has enough money, enough wealth to pay for all of it. Right? He's not going to be broke. It's just bad optics. That's the problem I have with the left-wing side of the story. The narrative on that side is, for him personally, this isn't an issue. It just gets blown up as if it is.
I don't know. It's like losing, pretty much having to liquidate your entire company and not be able to work in New York City. It's like, damn, that's a huge hit.
Yeah, he'll what if he wants to do business in New York? All he'll do is create a corporation. It doesn't matter.
I don't think he'll be able to do that.
Yeah.
It just won't be in his name.
No, he'll be in his name. He'll file for a corporation in a different state, and then they'll just open up a place of business in New York. It doesn't. And the people on the board of the corporation will be his sons. It'll end him.
Well, his sons aren't going to be able to work in New York either for 5 years.
Won't be able to work.
Yeah, they won't be able to do any. They won't be able to do any business practices in New York for 5 years.
That it needs to be more specific than that. Is it that they can't own a business in New York?
I would have to look up exactly what, because I think they won't be allowed to have businesses or anything in the state of New York. At least the Sons won't for 5 years, but Trump won't be allowed at all.
Yeah, see, I would bet that the decision is they can't own a business in New York. I
Right.
mean, it's going pretty far to say you can't be employed. Right.
Yeah,
At
like-
that point, you're effectively saying you're not allowed to live inside the state, and I'm not sure that's legal.
Can they wash
Right.
dishes in New York?
Well, what I'm saying is, if they start a corporation in like Rhode Island, and then they rent office space in New York, then they're just
Right.
employed in New York, and they don't own the business in New York. Right? He's going to have all these settlements where he has to pay hundreds of millions of dollars, but he'll get hundreds of millions of dollars just for selling his tower. It doesn't.
Right.
Look, don't get me wrong. It sucks to lose hundreds
Actually,
of
I don't think
millions of
he.
dollars.
No, he doesn't own the Trump Tower.
I thought he
Well-
owned the one in New York.
No, he sold Trump Tower to some. I'm thinking it's one of the princes over in the Middle East somewhere. They bought it, but kept the name on it.
Well, yeah, they kept the name on it.
Did Ron Hart leave?
No, he's backstage.
He wanted to put me in.
This is.
So-
I put a video.
Oh no
in the
no no no!
private chat
So
for you
chill.
guys
What's
to
the
watch.
other thing he did with the?
I put the
property
video
value?
in the from Kevin O'Leary. Every real estate developer everywhere does this.
Yeah. I'm not denying it. What's the other thing he
So-
did with the property value?
He overvalued. They claim the overvalue. I think it is worth what he said.
Well, maybe it is worth what he said.
It
But
is.
what else did he do along with having that one appraised value?
Nothing.
Nothing. He didn't also get a lower appraisal and then show that to other people.
That's common practice in real estate.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
It is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Now,
No,
when it comes to the tax man,
no, he paid the taxes on it.
yeah, he
Paid
paid
the
the
taxes.
taxes on it based on the lower value. Yeah,
No, he didn't.
yeah, that's
No.
what he did.
No,
Yes, he did, Jill. It's in the paperwork. Yes, he
Statements
did.
and financial conditions were factual and accurate. All of them were accurate. He paid the right amount of taxes for the right amount
Jill,
that he.
how could
claimed
it be accurate
his-
when there's two separate value numbers?
Okay,
One of them has to be wrong
right. So where are you getting this information that Trump did this?
from the court case.
Where?
You want me? Let's go look up. You want to look up the court case?
Yeah. Look up the court case.
Let's go, no, you bring the court case up. Wildheart will share
Sure.
it. We'll walk through it.
No. So
And you don't care about
according to the financial statements were all factual and accurate. So there is no fraud.
No.
No, they weren't.
Yes.
Okay. Trump is the borrower. The banks were the lenders. No one was hurt. There were no victims.
He lied.
No
He
victims.
lied to the
No
banks when he wanted
He did
to
not
get a
lie.
loan. He said, "Hey,
The
my
banks
property
didn't mean it.
this much when I want a loan, but during tax season, oh, let me drop this down and
It'll
have to
be
pay
dropped.
less on it."
Yeah,
It's
and
nothing.
the other issue, he
It's a nothing
oversized his property when giving
No,
the
that's
loan.
false.
Yeah,
You made that up.
no,
Sorry.
It's in the court case, Jill.
No,
Look it
actually-
the fuck up,
Hey,
man.
you didn't look it up. You didn't show me that. You're making the claim. You look it up.
I'm
Oh,
on my
you afraid to
phone,
look it
so
up,
there's
Jill?
no way I can fucking pull it
here's
up.
what you're arguing. You're arguing that the lenders for student loans should be sued for overvaluing degrees. That's basically what you're doing.
Sure,
This
why not?
happens
Let's
in
do it.
real estate. Have you ever sold real estate, sir?
look, as long as it,
Have you
yeah,
ever?
well, as
How
long
many
as
pieces
it's
of
in,
real estate have you ever sold?
as long as it's in
How many
coordinate-
pieces of real estate have you ever sold?
Look, as long as it's
All
equal to
right,
what Trump
none.
is doing,
Okay,
I'm
that's what I
totally
thought.
fine with
You
suing
guys-
those people.
I'll be back.
Go ahead. Okay, go by. We'll come right back to it when you come back.
It's quite literally in the court case.
He's made the claim a couple times at least that there's no victim because the loan was paid back, but the victim is the IRS.
Yep.
Well, no, the
Or
bank,
whoever's collecting the taxes.
the bank is still a victim because they took they were informed that they were taking a lower risk than they actually were.
Right. because they
That's
thought the
another
property was higher.
Now,
The property was more expensive.
now the state and the federal government gives less of a fuck about that than getting their tax money, but it's still a problem. And I'm not sure he paid back the whole thing. I have to look that up again. Because there were a bunch of loans that he got from a bunch of different places where he like
Fell through on the loans.
Yeah, default isn't the right word, because before default happened, he basically took him to court and got a settlement for a reduced amount. So I'm not since he did it so often, I'm not sure he actually fully paid back in this case. He might have.
Well, and the other thing too is like, when does he have to pay any of this money? Right? I mean, he can file appeals. That I saw something about the 83 million in that last case, and he's ordered to pay 83 million.
Right.
But they put other restrictions in there too. Like, he has so long to pay it, but I think he had to have half of it in reserve somewhere.
He's got to have 10% of it in, or 20% of it in reserve, and then he's going to have to get a bond for the rest of it. And that's including extra. So he's looking around 100 million to lose another court case.
Yeah, basically he has to put up, because no one's going to give him a loan for a case where he's on trial for committing fraud. Right? He's notorious for not paying back his loans and doing all kinds of bullshit. So he has to put up hundreds of millions of dollars as a bond in order to go to appeal. Right? So then if he loses appeal, he can't be a bitch about it. The money's already given, essentially.
Okay. Right. That makes sense. Right on.
Did you see what he's trying to do to Nikki Haley?
No.
What, confusing her from Nancy Pelosi?
Yeah, there's a lot of that. You got it. I mean, he's old. He's busy. Okay, I would cut him slack on. Fucking those things.
He's got a lot of shit on his mind right now.
Yeah, but he's trying to basically bully the RNC into kicking her off the primary ballot.
Oh wow!
I know, right? Like, really, you don't think you could beat Nikki Haley?
Right.
Hey, how much have you seen? Like, I guess it's been in the news maybe for a while, but I was just reading up on this last night about Trump. I'm paraphrasing, please. Trump basically telling the Republicans to stall on the immigration bill until after the election.
He quite literally tweeted it out.
Like behind closed doors with Mitch McConnell.
No, he tweeted it. Or he
tweeted it.
Whatever.
I know, he did that, but then I saw something yesterday. I can't remember where I saw it, but they had Mitch McConnell and somebody else in a closed door meeting talking about it. And then Romney, you remember Mitt Romney?
Yeah.
He came out and said, basically denounced all that. He said, look, if you got the president coming out saying, this is a good issue to campaign on and not solve it, he said that's basically insane.
Yeah.
Mitt Romney wants that bill to pass. He said it's a good bill. There's several other Republicans that are like, this is a good bill. But then you have the MAGA are like, no, we're gonna wait until after the election. It's like, okay, so you guys are sitting on this bill because you want to make it political and say, oh, we're doing nothing about the border when we're quite literally trying to make something happen on the border.
Right.
Yeah, the problem I have with Mitt Romney is I disagree with him a lot, but he has so much integrity, I can't shit on him.
Right.
Like, oh, shit. Okay. Fine. Fine, you're a good person. You just think dumb things.
But yeah, you have the Speaker of the House, like quite literally saying that we're not going to do anything about the bill because Trump said so.
Right.
Oh, let's see here. I'm kind of surprised.
The politicians.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Nah, I was going to kind of sort of change the subject, but not completely.
So, Waldhard, if you're listening, I'm gonna go so you can come back on. Thank you for hosting this wonderful stream. It was definitely hilarious and actually cathartic. So, I will be watching. Have a nice day, gentlemen and Jill.
Thank you for your wonderful presence.
Bye.
Oh, sir. Were you here earlier when Jill called himself a bitch?
No.
He was like, he was talking to Brojo. If a guy is talking shit to you on the phone, but comes to your door, but you see that the guy is like 100 pounds lighter than you, would you fight him? Pretty much calling himself a bitch.
Unfortunate. What was I going to say? Oh, I'm surprised Trump's classified documents case isn't going faster.
The one in Florida?
Yeah, I mean, because he was caught red-handed with them. And then there's the recording where he's holding the classified document, telling the woman that's not clear to see the classified document.
Go on about that.
Yeah, because it's insane.
The PDS is so deep here. Oh my god.
As long as you acknowledge that it's true, right? Trump.
You don't know what he was holding.
He said it. No, he said it in the recording.
He said it. So it must be true.
What do you want? A first-person confession? What more do you want? The women that were in the room with him agreed what was going on. There's witnesses.
Nothing came of that.
That's part of what the classified documents case is about.
Yeah, the classified document case in Florida, which should be happening in March.
Like I've been doing digging, people talking about this. Not the case specifically, but I have come to find out when someone says Trump derangement syndrome, it's just hard cope. Because they never say it to something that's pointless, right? Like the whole entire about Trump has to wear a diaper or something, that bullshit conspiracy that's out there. No one's saying that that's Trump derangement syndrome. I've never heard anyone say it. But when someone says there's a recording
I never heard he had to
Donald
wear
Trump,
a diaper.
Huh?
I never heard he had to wear a diaper.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy theory. I don't think he has to wear a diaper. But when someone brings up the recording where Donald Trump is saying this is a classified document, here, lady, that's not clear to see a classified document. Look at this classified document. I could have made it not classified when I was president, but I didn't, so it's classified. Here it is. See it? Like, and then you say that's Trump derangement syndrome when it's Trump tattling on himself.
Could that be him just being, you know how he is, hyperbolic?
No, that's him being stupid and fucking showing classified information to people.
Or it's not classified and he's trying to be impressive.
Well, he said it wasn't. He said it was classified, and he didn't declassify
it. What kind of classified information was on?
Look, Oh boy, you have to ask him.
Does it matter?
Yeah,
It's
the
still
women that he was
classified
talking to
information.
testified to it. I have to go look it up to see exactly what it was. I
What's
don't
that
know if that's
information?
even. Oh, the documents they got from him ranged from everything from nuclear secrets to troop movements to like U.S. capabilities. Like it was like a whole host of shit.
Right.
But look, if you
That's
think,
how.
You're
if you
saying
think
that Trump has nuclear secret?
he had.
He had.
He had.
He doesn't anymore. They came and took them from him. Remember when they raided Mar-a-Lago? They came and got them.
Right.
That's how his son-in-law got $2 billion.
It was found to be that there were nuclear secrets in there.
Yeah,
Yep.
they're minor. There's like locations. It wasn't like how to like how specifically how the U.S. builds a nuke or something.
What was it?
But still knowing where nuclear bombs are saying is pretty.
Is that what
pretty
it
up
said?
there of.
That's
what it said?
That's what came out in the trial to start with.
Yeah.
That it was about the location of nuclear bombs.
Yeah, the nuclear secrets part was. There's probably more, right? I'm positive they didn't like.
Is it public information at all where nuclear bombs are?
No, but kind of.
Mm.
Like if you got on Google Earth, you could figure out where a lot of them are.
So did any?
Hey,
of the
can I
papers
play something for you?
Any of the
Can I
papers
play
they
something
had?
for you real quick?
I'm just saying. I want to know if these papers have any significance because you just say nuclear secrets. They're like buzzwords, trigger words.
Well, if you have nuclear secrets, troop movements, and U.S. general capabilities, and they're considered highly classified by him, literally by him when he was president.
Past troop movements?
Well, I mean, they would only be so accurate because he had left office.
How many presidents have?
Let me play something for you.
How many other presidents have documents?
You'll both like
this?
it.
No,
you'll
not a single one.
You'll both like it. Are you ready?
Maybe.
So if you're an analogy, in your analogy, you're the little bitch in the house, right? In your analogy. Right? Are you the little bitch that opens up their mouth and then comes to my house? Yes, yes. Oh, so you're the little bitch. And then you see.
Oh, God.
Thank you, Tom.
That has to be a meme.
Are
you the little bitch,
awesome.
Jill? Jill replies, yes. January 1st. Or February 1st.
February 1st, yes.
But look, if you think Trump's just lying, right, then why aren't you assuming he's also lying about when he says he's innocent? Right, that's
maybe.
If you take him at his word, then he's guilty. If you think he's a liar, then he's guilty. Like,
You know he's going to be your next president, right?
Maybe.
Most likely.
Unless that, except for when he puts himself on trial for insurrection, maybe he loses. Oh my God! It has to be one of the.
At this
has
point,
to be one of the most. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Most what? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that has to be one of the most idiotic maneuvers I have ever seen. Even if you really think you're going to win, it's just a stupid risk to take. He doesn't need Colorado. Why?
I don't need you, Colorado.
Yeah, but yeah, he's going to put himself on trial for it.
I do wish he shut his mouth once in a while.
Right? He's like, it's like when I'm watching the Russia and Ukraine war. Like I am so on the side of Ukraine. But sometimes I see like what Russia's doing, and my brain's just like, why? What was the idea? This is just so dumb.
Yeah, 2016 or 2014, April 2014, Obama and Obama's hitman John Brennan visited the Obama-backed regime, right? And is it pronounced Kyrie?
Kyrie, some of the city.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Maybe. I don't know. He's worried that it's all Obama's idea or something.
Yeah.
For
2
what?
weeks later, well, the CIA shows up on at your door. Then 2 weeks later, something happens. Like the Ukrainian nationalists was like they murdered like 42 Russians, burnt them alive in the one of the Union buildings. Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh yeah, I got video of that where it's actually themselves burning themselves alive.
Oh, it's themselves burning themselves alive.
Yeah.
Okay, is that what the CIA told you?
No, that's what the video shows.
That's what the video shows. Okay, all right.
Yeah, because
they could do a lot with videos. Look at January 6th. Look at the January 6th videos. They could do a lot with that, with videos, sir. The CIA can do a lot with videos.
I mean, it's from a bunch of different people, right? But if you're just going to deny all kinds of evidence, then I don't even know how you came to your belief.
Well, no, I'm not denying any evidence. The evidence doesn't show people burning themselves alive. It just shows them burning. It doesn't show
when you have recordings.
That's the narrative,
but when you have recordings of people on the street who are recording with their phone, and it shows the Russian nationals backing up, throwing Molotov cocktails.
No,
right?
those were
protesters. No, they both
protesters
throw it.
that threw it. Those
no,
were
they both throw it.
anti-Kyiv regime protesters.
No, they both throw it.
They both throw it. Okay.
Yeah, they both throw it. You see them both throwing it, but the Russian nationals, I don't know what you want to call it. They're throwing them first. Then
they threw them first.
Oh yeah, because they're running away. They're throwing at them and running away.
Well, first the fascist, so-called fascist activists burnt down the tents of the anti-Kyiv regime protesters. They burnt down their tents first. Sure, and then they retaliated, or then they retreated. Then the anti-Kyiv protesters retreated into the building, and they tried to blockade the door.
Oh, you're missing so much. There's so much.
No, there is. Okay, I might be missing a lot because I wasn't there. But then there were some girls who filled up the cocktail. These women are vicious, boy. I thought American women.
Oh, the picture of the girls filling up water.
Oh, that's water now. Is that what the CIA
that's
told
water.
you? That's water.
Because if you notice, it's all over the fucking ground.
Right. You can tell the difference between water and from your video, from your YouTube stream, and gasoline. I know.
Jill,
yes.
do us a favor. Get your phone out. Do a little experiment for us. We want you to get a bunch of little bottles of gasoline, spill a bunch of it all over the ground, and then we want you to stand squatted right over top of it.
Yeah.
And tell us how that works out.
That's what happened. And also there were no Democrats running out of the Capitol building at January 6th. It was only Republicans who were running out. Oh, and no one was let into the Capitol either because there's no video.
I don't know why.
Jill, hold on, Jill. How did they get into the Capitol building? Hold on. Jill, how did they get into the Capitol building? How did they do that? How did they get into the building? They weren't let in. No, they weren't let in. How did they get in?
We have video of them being let in.
We have video of how they got in. They smashed the fucking doors and windows open. That's how they got in.
Smashed the door. John Sullivan smashed the door. He's on video smashing the door. Many were let in. The ones who were let in are the ones where the tapes were deleted. The tapes were edited. So they can edit tapes. So you can watch a tape on video and say, hey, look at what's going on.
The videos weren't deleted.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't.
They just released another like 30 hours worth of video not that long ago.
When Tucker Carlson came out with the unedited video, how are you going to tell me that they didn't edit the video when I'm watching two videos?
How did they
one
delete
with
it?
Footage of people being let in. The other one did not have the footage of people being let in.
How did they delete it if Tucker Carlson has it?
Because he had the unedited version. Genius.
Did he
got it from the Capitol building police officer.
Actually,
he had
his
the unedited video.
Actually, his video was edited.
What are you?
His video is edited.
Oh, yeah. How did we get a video that without the? Because there are two videos. There's one that the Democrats edited it because they're dishonest pricks, and then there's the actual video that actually of the.
You mean the video showing the protesters breaking down the doors and
we
windows?
have videos of that too. We have both.
You mean those videos?
Yes, we have both. Do you admit that there are two videos? One that shows.
No, I meant the whole thing. I meant the fucking whole thing happened. That they fucking broke in over fucking pushed the
video. See, this is why fake news, ladies and gentlemen, is a problem. So wait a minute. He's never seen. Wait, help him out, sir. He's never seen the video.
There's video footage from like 100 cameras.
Educate this idiot because he's one of the useful idiots who they
I quite literally watched it on the day.
False doctrine. Okay, they let people into
the
Capitol.
I quite literally watched the entire thing when it happened, Jill. I saw them break the doors down. I saw them break the windows.
Did you see people being let into the Capitol without any struggle?
After they knocked down the gates?
Well, there's
help
so
him out,
much
sir.
going
Help
on.
him out. He's still watching.
You're both kind of wrong, but I know you guys got to let me lay it out here. So initially, when the first walk-up happens, they tried to stop them. They had a line of police officers. They tried to stop them. Their security, maybe not technically police officers, they were then ordered to back up into the building. Most of them got backed up into the building. There was a couple officers that were out holding like this little roped area where people would normally kind of walk in an orderly fashion. That's where Tucker Carlson's video starts, where you can see those people walking around the cops, where they're being let in. It's just because it happens after they're forced to retreat. Now they're being brought in. This has all been planned out. You bring the crowd in. You antagonize the crowd, and then you funnel the crowd through certain parts of the building, which is what there's a bunch of footage of them doing. They're funneling them through certain parts of the building so Congress can clear out through the other parts of the building. So they weren't just let in. They broke into a bunch of places. They swarmed over the police officers in a bunch of places. And when they were let in, they were being led through specific paths so they wouldn't go to where Congress was. But when you say you've seen the unedited footage, you need to know either side. You guys need to know that's probably nonsense. There's like 100 cameras. Some of them are cell phones. Some of them are from the building. They all together have hundreds and hundreds of hours of all the different shit that was happening. You can go look at the raw footage on the government website. They didn't edit it. You can just go watch the raw footage.
Right.
So
Tucker Carlson had a video recorded from one angle that didn't show the initial overwhelming of the line of officers. And it didn't show on the side of the building where they were breaking through the windows and tearing down the barricade that was put up. So maybe he didn't edit it, but he certainly didn't pick the video that showed all the stuff that he would have had trouble explaining.
Oh, don't look at that, folks.
But still, I don't know. I'm not super against the January 6th people, just on some accounts. Right? I think in general people have the right to enter their own fucking building. I have a problem when they're trying to break into a room where senators and congressmen are, and then when they're invading offices that are not open to the public, and when they're marching through the building calling for the death of the vice president. Those are the issues I have.
Right. When facts get dropped, Jill runs like a bitch.
I wonder if Tucker Carlson showed that part. I don't think that got played on Fox News very much.
No.
Yeah. It was really inconvenient to see people running around with hanging rope for the death of the vice president. And you know what? All because the vice president wouldn't help Trump commit election fraud.
I bet Jill has footage that all of those that were one of the hang Mike Pence were liberal shills. Plants.
Yeah, they're all FBI plants.
Yeah.
Jill used to say that back in the day. After it happened.
Look,
He's like, oh,
in
it
large
was Antifa that.
Oh, go ahead.
He was saying that it was Antifa that was the one that broke into the place.
Oh, yeah. But in large part, the whole entire Fed infiltration is a nonsense conspiracy theory. But there are some cases where there's like a planned event and all the people show up and everyone shows up and they're in perfect physical condition, roughly perfect, right? They're really healthy looking. They're all wearing police glasses and they all have like a ball cap on. They all look like fucking feds. Okay, so I get why people say it, because there probably was a couple instances where it was just a bunch of feds. Other one would have to question why would people show up specifically looking like a Fed?
Tamar Ray Epps?
Tamar Ray Epps?
Ray Epps?
Ray Epps?
Ray Epps, yeah.
Yeah. About it.
Yeah.
Ray Epps?
You heard about him?
Ray
Epps?
I have heard things about him.
About John Sullivan. You know who that is? Head of a Black
John
Lives Matter charter. What's the head of a
Sullivan.
Black Lives Matter charter doing breaking into the Capitol at a Trump rally? Okay. When you guys wake up, then you'll probably be born.
Hey,
you
there
probably
it is.
won't wake up until
Whoa. Wait, so you're admitting they broke it?
Wake up.
Wait,
That's John Sullivan. John Sullivan is on tape, a Black Lives Matter activist breaking into the Capitol. What is a Black Lives Matter activist doing at the Capitol?
So they weren't let in, so they broke in, right?
No, not John Sullivan.
There
John
was a
Sullivan was
break-in.
broken. John Sullivan broke in for sure. He's on tape doing it.
This
Bragging about
one
it.
guy broke in.
And bragging. No, he had a group of people with him. He had a whole posse with him. So why
Were they FBI?
Some of them were. They suppose they were. So why do you think what is a Black Lives Matter activist doing, a black man doing, not that matters if he's black or white, but what do you think he's doing breaking into the Capitol at a Trump rally, wearing the Trump hat?
Maybe it's really easy.
Bomb.
Oh, I got it. Maybe it's really easy to convince idiots to break in with you. Right? Because if I walk up in a riot, if I walk up to a store and break out a bunch of windows and walk in, that doesn't mean all the people that behind me walked in with me didn't also break in. So let's all just say, for the sake of argument, there were a bunch of agent provocateurs there. Doesn't matter. It doesn't keep you from being guilty. If I walk up to you and go, "Oh yeah, go ahead, blow up that bridge," and you go and blow up the bridge, you still blew up the bridge. We're a legally constituted posse. I don't know where you get the idea that there's a legal way to have a posse currently. It's spooky bed hair. I would hate to admit it, but I think I would love that job. That's like peak troll right there.
Yeah, head troll.
Oh, do you leave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had an answer for his bumpadum or whatever the fuck he did. Jill,
I do.
Oh, go ahead.
I just don't get how Jill can pull so much bullshit out. Just ignore all the facts.
Well, he doesn't look at the facts. I don't think he does. I'll preference that. I don't think he looks at any of the facts. I think what he does is he goes and watches talking heads online, so that he gets a very specific narrative that makes him feel very good. Also, can I say, whoever is handling Joe Biden, they're assholes. Because they know damn well that when he gets up on stage and talks for 2 minutes, he will forget where the stairs are. And they do nothing to show him where the stairs are. They're dropping the ball, is what I'm saying. And they do it so often, it can only be malicious.
Here, I want to play something for you.
So if you're an analogy, you're the little bitch that comes to my house, right? In your analogy. Right? Are you the little bitch that opens up their mouth and then comes to my house?
Yes, yes.
Oh, so you're the little bitch.
And then you see.
No.
Jill, the little bitch. June 1st, Jill. June 1st. I hope you're ready.
That's not happening. You know that.
I know. He's gonna pull some bullshit saying he can't do it.
Let him finish the school year at least. Give him the whole summer to heal.
No, school year will be done.
That's what ends like June, middle of June. I don't know. Every state's different.
He can just put a mop brush on his crutch so he can still work.
So wait, did Trump say he's going to appeal the New York case? Anyone know?
The assault case?
No, the civil fraud case. Oh my god.
Oh. I don't know.
Oh. Has this sentencing is the wrong word? Has the determination been made yet, or did Trump's side just close their argument?
Looks like they're waiting. That was 2 days ago.
That comes to my house, right? In your analogy. Right?
You really love that, don't
Are
you?
you the little bitch that opens up their mouth and then comes to my house?
Yeah, I sound like a real New Yorker, then, huh?
Yes, yes. A little bit. And then you see.
You know what? Thank God he left. Now I'm back. Fuck you, Jill.
The other little bitch is back.
Wow. That's a bit harsh. Welcome back, Midnight. Good to see you.
Yep. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Yay.
Oh, okay. The decision was probably going to be made by today.
Yeah, that's what I saw 2 days ago. I said they were waiting. They're waiting on a verdict.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess the judge has been looking over everything.
What is it with the thing in America that you have court cases as to who can run for? I mean, in the UK, like as long as you're like a convicted criminal of anything, you can run for office. What is it with all these court cases that determine who can run and when you can run and how you can run and
technically only one case is going to be about if he can run or not.
Right.
That's because there are certain conditions federally.
Right.
And then we have the wonderful system of all 50 states get to decide for themselves who gets to be on and not on the ballot in their state.
Yeah, I get that kind of an election within an election. So the party gets to decide who they put forward to be the.
Oh, yeah, but the states get to decide who gets to run for president in their state too.
Yeah, I kind of get
it's
that
not
bit.
Just the primary.
I don't get the bit where the courts have to decide whether you can, like, if you're a free citizen, like, so long as you're not in jail, you can run for office in the UK. I don't get this bit where they have to decide through the courts whether.
Well, technically, if you're in jail, you can still run for president in the United States.
Wow.
There's only, as far as I'm aware, federally, there's only 2 conditions in which you can't actually be president.
Yeah.
And 3. Sorry, there's 3. There is age minimum. So if you're too young,
35, and you have to be born here, so that's 2.
That's true. You got to be born here. I forgot. So I guess there's 4. You have to be born here. You can't be too young. You can't commit insurrection, and you can't commit rebellion.
Right.
Other than that, it's kind of free game.
Yeah. So,
I mean,
so what
you could have even been like a murderer run for president. I don't think there's a restriction for that.
So where do these court cases come in saying that Trump can't run in certain states or he can run?
That's because Colorado decided that Trump did commit insurrection. So they decided not to let him on the ballot. And then Maine, I think Maine's the other one.
Yeah, Maine's the other one.
And the Maine decided that, okay, yeah, he committed insurrection. Although that wasn't through the court because they have a different system for deciding who could be on the ballot. So
Sorry, I'm going to put myself backstage. ToG's here, so I would rather ToG. Yeah, he's probably got more sensible things to say than I have.
I don't know about that. Nice. What's up, ToG?
he put you on the spotlight, ToG. You have to come in and say something sensible.
Wildheart sacrificed himself for you.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to get added. To it's always nice to wake up to see such good faith. I don't freaking know. I don't know anything sensible. I'm not a sensible guy.
All right, Wildheart, you can come back in.
Well,
Yeah, right.
At least you're honest.
I just woke up from my nap.
More than I can say about Jill.
Oh,
Jill. Jill was here?
Yep.
You freaked me out.
Jill's here for a while.
Did you blow him a kiss?
No. He said he was going to gain like 80 pounds so he could fight me.
He's planning to sit on you.
The only way to gain 80 pounds in just 3 or 4 months is just to get fat. Is that his strategy?
Pretty much.
Just get real fat around the neck and head. And you can't knock him out. He has plenty of cushion. Brojo, you scared me for a second. My state didn't decide to keep him on the ballot.
They didn't?
No, the election board says there's a clear preponderance of evidence that Trump committed insurrection, but that the election board, did not have the state power to remove him from the ballot. That would be up to the judges. So they're going to go through the court system.
Are they considering taking him off the ballot?
Yeah, that's what all this is about.
That's why they're waiting for the Colorado verdict.
Although, again, it doesn't matter much. A Republican hasn't won Illinois in forever. So,
yeah, but you have to consider the election points that he's going to be losing and the votes.
Everybody could just write him in.
Yeah, you can write him in Illinois. But what I'm saying is, though, it doesn't matter how many votes he gets. If he doesn't win the state, he doesn't get anything. Right? So, I'm just going over the same thing again. It makes no sense why you would put yourself on trial for insurrection for something that doesn't affect you.
Well, it might if he loses 14 states.
Yeah.
He didn't commit insurrection. Keep saying he committed insurrection.
You're saying he's committed insurrection? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, do you think he committed insurrection?
Yeah, I think he was part of insurrection. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, even though he was telling everybody to go home, be peaceful.
Yeah, and then he said all sorts of terrible things about the vice president and how the vice president could save them, could save the country, but he wouldn't do it. Now let's all go down to the Capitol. It's like saying, I know everyone really wants to murder this guy. Here's all the guns, but don't shoot him. He's also at this address, but go home. Right? It doesn't matter if he says go home, if he's setting everything up to then also have an insurrection.
Yeah, that's what his second impeachment on, but the only reason why they didn't finish the impeachment is because he was already leaving office.
Like the president could.
You're trying to tell me he told people to go to the Capitol, go get that vice president?
Yeah, he talked.
You telling me he incited a riot to go do such a thing?
He said a bunch of bad things about how the vice president wasn't going to save the country because there's this massive election fraud against me.
How is that?
And then he says, "Let's go down to the Capitol where this is happening."
The protests.
Right. He took a bunch
of
people
to have a peaceful protest.
Well, is it peaceful to walk through the halls chanting?
Did he ask for a peaceful protest, or did he ask for an insurrection?
Oh, yeah, sure. But if you're setting up a bunch of people that a reasonable person will understand, right? The issue is a reasonable.
Why wasn't he charged with insurrection from the beginning then?
Because
there was so clear case.
Because honestly, no one wants to do it.
No, Democrats do.
That's why he was impeached the second time, Brojo.
There just wasn't enough Republicans to be brave enough to do it.
Right.
I think he's stretching it a little here.
There is no trial.
And it wasn't. It wasn't just that he did. It was also the things that he did before January 6th that would be considered insurrection.
Well, yeah, it's all together. But
there's no provisions for a trial. That's the problem. Colorado, the Supreme Court of Colorado already said he committed insurrection. Never gave a trial. They just said that so far.
No, they had a trial about it.
Yeah, they had a trial about it, but they don't have the authority to actually have a criminal trial on that. Right? They have the authority to determine who can be on the ballot, and they can have whatever reason they want to have, and they use the Constitution as a reason. But they can't convict him legally of insurrection. That's out of the jurisdiction that they have.
As an outsider, can I just I think I'm the only one outside the US on this panel. Like, everyone outside the United States knows that Donald Trump is a complete dickhead. Like, he's just obvious.
No. Most of his supporters know he's a dickhead too.
All right.
That's why they like him.
But they're his dickhead. They belong to them. Right?
The Georgia RICO case. What are they taking on court on that one?
I missed that last part. What are they? What
are they charging him with?
Election fraud.
Okay.
When he gets reelected, just try to limit the amount of shit that gets burned down. That's all I ask.
Now, I'm going to say if he loses the federal election interference case where he's arguing that he has immunity, if he loses that case, I would bet that there will be a trial about insurrection if the Supreme Court doesn't make a determination on it. Because remember, the thing I'm freaking out about is that he's forcing a trial to determine whether he committed insurrection on himself.
What? So who has the jurisdiction then over an insurrection trial?
Well, if it's true that he doesn't have immunity, then it would be the federal court system, and probably the Supreme Court would just take it up themselves. They probably wouldn't wait for it to go through the lower courts. If Trump wasn't already kind of forcing their hand to have the trial already.
So wait. So Trump's argument to the Supreme Court that he has immunity from insurrection?
In one case, Trump is arguing in the federal election interference case. He's arguing he has presidential immunity, right, for January 6th.
Oh, okay.
Right, but that trial isn't specifically for insurrection.
Right.
Right. That trial is for they're determining whether or not his actions leading up to January 6th and January 6th counts as election fraud and interference. Right, so it's a totally separate thing.
Oh.
Trump on his own, because of Colorado and Maine, is bringing a case to the Supreme Court about whether he committed insurrection or not, which is why I'm spazzing out, because he's putting himself at risk
volunteering
for no reason.
Yeah. Right.
I'm getting definition of insurrection as an act of or instance of revolting against civil authority or an established government. Is that always necessarily bad?
No.
No.
It just if you do
but
it,
that's not
you can't be president.
That's not what the article reads. That's not what the article reads, though. The article that he's being charged with basically spells out what insurrection is, according to when they wrote that. I guess I don't know.
No, they in the
This is
Colorado
according
case.
to the code, the civil code. That gave you a definition of.
Well, I know, but in the article in the Constitution that's in question, it spells out insurrection is this, and if you do that,
the 14th Amendment, the third.
No, it doesn't say what insurrection is. It doesn't define it. But the Supreme Court or any other court probably won't use the penal code definition of insurrection because it's a lower authority than the Constitution. Well, what they probably would do is bring up dictionaries from the mid-1800s.
Wow.
And then use those definitions because that's the definitions that the people who wrote the amendment would have been thinking of.
Oh, I can see many problems there.
Yeah, but people have already done it. I even did it.
Yeah.
It's not that far off from what Brojo said.
Yeah.
It's roughly in the same ballpark, but there's some nuances in it in that it's basically sedition just with more people. So it is a slightly lower bar than what's in the penal code. The civil code, sorry, not the penal code.
But if it was actions against the government, and like Donald Trump is in charge of basically the government, that's a that's a real problem. If you're head of the government and you're working against the government, that's like
that's why the amendment got made.
Yeah.
It turns out we didn't want the politicians from the South during the Civil War taking office. It'd be kind of weird to let people in that were specifically fighting against the country and then give them the country.
Would you call this insurrection? Wouldn't an insurrection have to be organized?
No.
Because I'm finding
It
that
would have to be. It would have to be deliberate, but it doesn't have to be organized. You can't accident an insurrection.
Did you know there was an Insurrection Act of 1807 that allows the president to deploy military and National Guard troops to suppress civil disorder, insurrection, or rebellion?
Yeah.
Now, didn't he ask for more for police to be there?
No.
Didn't somebody request more police to be there?
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
She requested more police to be there?
Yeah.
Were they put there?
Not immediately.
Obviously not.
She technically doesn't have the power to do it.
So
she has to go through the president.
Yeah.
Didn't the chief of the Capitol Police resign because there was like some kind of discrepancies going on here, as far as having enough police there when they knew in advance that the possibility of this happening?
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Oh, I was about to say. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I remember something.
Yeah, he retired because of Trump didn't give him enough help.
The thing is, Trump didn't do it. And if I remember correctly, it was the vice president who ended up doing it. Which I'm not even sure the vice president has the power to. But I think when he asked, they were just kind of like, yeah, okay. Okay, just obviously we need it.
I have insurrection from the 1800s being defined as levying war, which was an organized resistance to governmental authority.
Well, I don't know what you're. When I looked it up, it was the mid 1800s. It had nothing to do with war.
No, I mean it was saying it was defined. I'm just. This is a quick search. I will have to get where exactly was defined that. You know, I'll go further.
Because levying war for essentially the same purpose as insurrection is rebellion.
Treason, insurrection.
Everyone made fun of the Colorado, but the only major dictionary of American English at the time is Webster's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good dictionary.
Let's see, I have it here. From 1828, the American Dictionary of English, Webster's. Insurrection, a rising against civil or political authority. The open and active opposition of a number of persons to the execution or persons to execution of a law in a city or state. It is equivalent to sedition, except that sedition expresses a less. I can't. Let me zoom in here. I can't read this. Okay, these are photocopies. I can't make out everything. Unless I'm going to say excessive. That's what I'm guessing. A less excessive rising of citizens. Right. So it's sedition, but bigger. It differs from rebellion, for the latter expresses a revolt or an attempt to overthrow the government, to establish a different one, or to place the country under another jurisdiction. Technically, war isn't in any of those. Although I'm going to say rebellion probably will always have fighting. And when was the 14th Amendment passed? Because I think the 14th Amendment is a little younger than that.
That was right after the war. That amendment was put in.
1868. So this is a definition from Webster's that's been preserved about 40 years beforehand.
I'm reading something here. Meaning of insurrection in the antebellum period. And that some people could be charged with insurrecting if they're trying to free slaves.
Yeah, because it's the proper authority of people to own slaves, right? Like technically, but by the definition that the Colorado court was using, which is the Webster's here that I'm reading, all those people, all those crazy left-wingers that were burning down buildings and quarantining off parts of cities to be a separate country, that's all insurrection. They were all committing insurrection. It's just none of them are running for office. At least I hope not. So like there's a bunch of things that were done that would constitute the whole situation as an insurrection. For example, when Trump sent the fake delegates, that would count. When the people were marching through the hallway shouting death to the vice president, that would count. Trump having his rally saying how bad the vice president is, he's here doing the thing that's bad, let's all go there, that would count. And Trump not, it'd be a little bit of a stretch, but Trump not sending in security or the National Guard when it was going down might also count because it's his responsibility. But
Does he get a jury trial for this?
No.
No.
Not if he's pushing it to the Supreme Court. There won't be any jury.
Well, his lawyer would forget to put down jury trial if they were allowed.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter for this case either way. Like even if you think everyone should have a jury trial, because this isn't like a criminal case that Trump is bringing. This is essentially the Supreme Court interpreting the 14th Amendment and the 10th Amendment. Right, which it will end up with them determining whether he did commit insurrection or not. But there would have to be a separate trial if he was going to be fined or put in jail or anything.
And when does that trial start?
That's like layers deep, right?
Yeah. He's got what, 4 cases just inside this year alone.
Fuck all of him. He's an overcomer.
Now, let's say he has presidential immunity. I don't think he does. The only person that's arguing that he does is Trump and his lawyer. Right. But let's say he does. That doesn't shield him from the Supreme Court interpreting the Constitution and determining whether he committed insurrection or not.
Right. But here's a scenario for you. Let's say that trial doesn't happen until he gets reelected. And then he's the sitting president, so you can't fuck with him then either.
No, you can't. He would have to be removed from office. It would be
Who would do that?
unconstitutional. It would be unconstitutional for him to remain in office.
Not a sitting president.
Yeah, you can't hold office if you commit insurrection, according to the 14th Amendment.
Yep.
Yeah, but they'd have to impeach him.
No, he'd just be removed from office. Technically, he would be the one that would supposed to enforce the constitutional law. But I think under the circumstances, you'd probably let whoever was the highest authority that wasn't within his sphere of influence to do it. I don't know. If there's no clear-cut way of doing it, they would probably call it a constitutional crisis, because there's no it's not written out how it's supposed to be done.
I bet they would just bring in the Secret Service and they would just take him home. Be like, all right, and then they would bring in the vice president and be like, all right, put your hand on the book.
Yeah, maybe.
Train station.
I would kind of hope that's what it would be, because we don't need a bunch of people like sides forming small armies at the White House shooting each other.
Well, no, that'll happen in Mar-a-Lago when he gets home, realizes, oh shit, I'm no longer the president. Let me jump on X and whine and cry about it.
Is he actually using X?
Oh yeah. Oh my god, yeah. He is
traitor.
all over there.
That traitor.
Some of the shit that he has posted, it's like, whoa.
He should only make half a tweet and then put a link to his Truth Social, where the full tweet would be.
He's still going to be
What?
Biden.
Yeah, I think election held today, he would still be Biden.
Yeah, his tweets got him in a lot of trouble. Especially in the last court case he lost. He was making tweets while he was in court, defaming this woman over and over again.
Everybody's so quiet.
I'm driving, so
Yeah, quiet is good midnight. I'm eating beans. So,
yeah, I think Trump's pretty fucked with a lot of these cases.
But what
he needs to get smarter lawyers.
But what would be the mindset of someone who wanted to actually vote for Trump? Like, he's already been in once, he fucked up. He's obviously a complete idiot dickhead. like total fucking what?
He's their great white hope, man. He's their great white hope.
Why is it even an issue? Why would any sane person vote for Donald Trump? I don't get it.
There's, as far as I can tell, there's two main groups. Those people that don't think Trump could possibly do anything wrong, so they don't believe any of the stuff that's being said.
Yeah.
And then there's the people who are just immoral and don't give a shit that they're voting for someone who's arguing he should be immune from prosecution for things like murder and rape. And
Yeah.
like,
But even that subsection of society shouldn't be enough to make him even, that might be like 2% of the population.
oh, sorry, I'm sorry. There's 3. The other group is it doesn't matter. Biden's worse. That's the other group. Which I'll give you. I can't 2 minutes. He can't remember where the fucking steps are. I get that motivation to not want to vote for that. But
we really need to pass like, hey, you can't be over 60 to be president.
yeah, something around that. If you're old enough to get Social Security, you can't be fucking president.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Well, that would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're old enough for us as a country to go, you don't need to work anymore. Get out of here. You probably should be president.
I'm totally down for that to pass. Like 35, you can get in. 60, you can't.
What I don't get is libertarians on this issue.
Oh, yeah?
Right? Because even though they generally perceive the Democrats to be more infringing on everyday people's things, a president that they would consider incompetent and unable to be effective, I guess, therefore, should be the person they would vote for, because he couldn't possibly then push anything that would be detrimental to what they want. I mean, everyone forgets that Trump told the I'm forgetting the alphabet agency that handles guns, but what is it? ATF.
The NRA?
No, the ATF.
Oh, the ATF. Okay.
He commanded the ATF to classify bump stocks as machine guns. That should be a huge red flag for anyone that's really for the Second Amendment. Didn't ask Congress, didn't have a survey, just commanded it. Which, by the way, I think was overturned recently.
Because he wants to be a dictator, sir.
Yeah.
He wants to be like Putin.
Oh, and all the people that care about the border security. He also, everyone said that earlier. He said, don't do it. Don't secure it. Wait for me. Wait another whole year. Let millions of people cross. It's not a problem.
And again, I know I'm coming from a kind of outsider's point of view, but is religion a big thing still in American politics?
Yeah.
Some like these some of these MAGA reporters actually look at Trump as the next Jesus.
Depending
I'll take that as a yes.
Depending on the candidate, it's like a quarter to half of people voting. It depends on the topics at hand.
Yeah. Wow, that's depressing. So they genuinely see him as the next Jesus.
Yeah. And don't get me. I
Joe,
love.
Joe says he's the Great White Hope.
I love me a good God Emperor meme. I find them hilarious. And don't get Trump's funny. Like if the options were, I would be okay if Biden won again, but we just let Trump communicate to all the other, a bunch of other people, where he's kind of a pseudo president. because I think Trump's funny. My favorite thing ever. Favorite thing ever I've ever heard any president say. I know people have heard me say it before, but I want to say it again because I love it so much. The leader of North Korea called Trump old, and a reporter asked Trump his thoughts on that, and Trump replied with, "I don't know why he calls me old. I don't call him short and fat." just a huge burn. It was perfect.
That is good.
But he's a strong leader, sir.
Yeah, he's a strong leader.
Yeah, but I don't know whether this is a difference or not between the UK and the US politics. But like, we vote for parties over, like, obviously there is a prime minister, there is a leader of the party, but we vote for the parties, and the leader, whoever's leader, is kind of secondary. It seems opposite in the US. Like, we would never say, "Are you voting for Trump or Biden?" We would say, "Are you voting Liberal or Conservative?" Do you know what I mean? Labour or Conservative. Do you know? It's like the individual has kind of taken over taken the reins. It's kind of different in the UK.
It
Well,
could be a
you guys,
cabinet position.
you guys don't have presidents. You guys just got people of parliament, right?
Yeah, like but I mean the prime minister. You could equate it to it being a president.
Kind of.
But it's the party that comes first. Do you know what I mean?
The prime minister is sort of like it's essentially like the vice president and the senior head of a party in Congress, like combined.
Yeah.
He's not really a president. There isn't really a direct correlation to president between the two
Yeah.
systems.
It's not exactly the same, but yeah.
Like the president has some powers that like the king has now, but nowhere near all of them. Most of what would
Yeah.
be the kingly powers is like in our constitution.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the prime minister is the most powerful person in the party, but that doesn't mean that. It seems like in America you vote for the person rather than the party. Do you know what I mean? You're voting Trump or Biden. You're not voting Democrat or Republican. Do you know what I mean? That's how it comes across sometimes.
It's beside the point, but I think there needs to be a petition, like a WhiteHouse.gov petition. That's like, look, we know he committed insurrection. We know he's a giant asshole. We know he probably shouldn't be president, but there needs to be a cabinet position that's like presidential shit talker.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he will be good at that. Yeah, I'll
He's
give him that.
perfect for that.
Yeah.
His whole job is just to deal with like all the nonsense, like it just clap back at people.
Yeah. Yeah, like press agent, that kind of job. Yeah, just deal with the person.
But like he wouldn't be like the White House correspondent person, right? He wouldn't be in charge of the press meetings, but he would be like behind that guy in the press meetings, and then he would step in when he needed to.
Didn't Keenan Allen do something like that?
Maybe.
Or no, that was Chappelle. Where Chappelle was Obama, but he had the black guy behind him.
Yeah, Broder says it doesn't look like he's posting on X. I don't know. Yeah, I would have to look, but it would seem kind of weird to me if he was posting on X.
He did one post in August. That was it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be his comeback, but nothing after that.
Well, he has a whole business. That's True Social. Why would he come back to?
Is it True Social that he's posting on?
As far as I know, I mean, he's been posting on that for.
I haven't looked over there. That's supposed to be his site, but
yeah.
He's
Like,
probably got more followers on X. So.
Like, he doesn't need to post on X. Like, everyone will go to True Social to see what he says. No. I'm kind of surprised they didn't put him behind a paywall. Could you imagine? That'd be perfect too. Every time he got up in front of a camera, he could make fun of MSNBC paying him to see what he says. Oh, Joe must be behind. Not as far as like criminal proceeding goes. No. I don't even know if there's a law against insurrection specifically. You would think there would be. Is there?
Okay. Could be some form of being a traitor.
Yeah.
I mean, does Trump count as a member of the military since he's the commander in chief?
Oh yeah, you would be considered.
I don't know. I don't know if he technically is a member, right? He's in charge. I know he's in charge. But if he is, he might get firing squad.
Yes. Yes. And we could all watch live like Saddam Hussein. I think that'd be good. I think that'd be good for the world if Trump got just like lined up in a firing squad and he got played on the whole of the world's media, just him getting shot in the head. Like 10 times.
Oh, what?
I think it'd be like cathartic. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just
thought
we got rid of that fucker. You know what I mean?
There is a federal law against insurrection. Section 2383. The law prohibits incitement, assistance, and participation in a rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States and its laws. Punishable. The punishment includes a fine and up to 10 years in federal prison. That's actually pretty light for rebellion.
That's very light. Yeah, that's less.
Only 10 years, really?
Yeah, right. You get more time for sexual harassment sometimes.
Yeah.
If you're gonna charge him, why don't you just charge him with treason at that point too?
You probably could do both. I think I don't know. I think treason's really specific. Like, treason would be insurrection or rebellion, but not all insurrection or rebellion would be treason. Kind of like that, maybe. We'll see.
Because the presidency is the highest form of the military, so.
I mean, if an insurrection is to overthrow the government, isn't that what treason is?
No. Insurrection is just to work against the proper authorities or its laws. Right? You don't have to necessarily be trying to overthrow the government. You could just be interfering in the government.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. These definitions seem to like overlap. one
Yeah,
another.
there's like partial overlap.
I think, and I could be wrong about this, but in the UK, I think we only have treason. I don't think we have insurrection or I think we just treason.
Cooker.
Okay.
There's actually a myth that the only thing you can be hanged for in the UK, like today, is treason against Her Majesty's or His Majesty's shipyards, and it's just a myth. there's nothing you can be hanged for or put to death for. We don't have any laws like that anymore.
Okay, treason very specifically has to have waging a war against the state or materially aiding its enemies.
Ooh, Biden might have done that.
Think Biden did that?
I don't know. Is he being accused of doing that?
Letting all the immigrants across the border, terrorists, all that.
Well, maybe. I think it has to be more deliberate and specific than that, though.
You would charge every president there has been for that.
Although, look, the punishment for treason's kind of funny. It says that person guilty of treason against the United States shall suffer death.
Yeah.
Or shall be imprisoned for 5 years. or no less than 5 years. So you could get 5 years for treason, or you could get killed for treason.
Yeah, that's a big disparity.
Good Lord, that's less than in the insurrection.
Yeah. That's less than like a burglary or something. You
No,
can
see, like
only get more than 5 years for it.
So, like, if I remember correctly, like the Whiskey Rebellion, I don't think was technically a rebellion. I think it was technically insurrection.
That's the one I was looking at. The Whiskey Insurrection Act had something around there.
Yeah. So I mean that might. It's not a rebellion. It wasn't treason. They weren't trying to overthrow the government. They were not paying taxes for whiskey. To give you an idea of the bar where the bar is for insurrection. They weren't paying taxes for whiskey, and they were resisting the collection of taxes for whiskey. Now, Trump led a group of people to the Capitol that ended up marching around chanting for the death of the vice president. One seems worse to me. Yeah, one was trying to be left alone by the government, and the other one was sending fake delegates to try to stop the functioning of the election. One seems worse to me.
You need to find me 18,000 votes.
Wait, he didn't say. Did he say that you need to find me?
I don't know what he said.
Yes, he said you need to find me 11,000 votes, or actually like 11. He gave the specific amount of 11,000 votes.
Yeah, but I think this is one of the sticking points in the trial, because I think he said I need X amount of votes. I don't think he said that you need to find me X amount of votes.
Yeah.
Right. And to be fair, they weren't saying kill the vice president. They were saying hang Mike Pence.
You're right. Just hang
maybe
Pence to kill him.
Well, no, not necessarily. They didn't say hang him to kill him. They might have meant hang him for a few seconds or hang a picture of Mike Pence on the wall. Might be what
There
they're
was
getting
a
at.
gallows outside waiting for him.
No,
Well,
it was
was-
January.
A bit of a giveaway.
Was it wasn't a
It wasn't a
functional
real
gallows, though. Come on.
It
was
was a real
January-
gallows. What are you talking
Oh
about?
my god!
It
Oh,
was
my God.
January 6th. The Christmas tree
Snowflake
was still
alert.
probably up. They probably just wanted to use them as an ornament.
But again, as an outsider, can I just say how weird it is to have like Trump versus whoever the other guy is, like an obvious like raging maniac Trump, and like a 90-year-old kind of half dead. Like there are a lot of smart. I'm sure there are a lot of smart people in America. There are a lot of clever, intelligent, like people in America, and this is the best two people that you come up with. There's got to be something wrong with the system.
Wait a second. I am looking. I never looked it up before. I knew about the gallows, but I never went to look at it. This looks like a gallows. Like this looks like a proper gallows.
Right.
How big is it? How many stairs does it have?
Let me bring the picture back up here again. See if I can
Do
find
we got
one
any-
without people standing in front of it.
Is there anybody actually standing on the platform?
Yeah, there are pictures where people are standing on it. It looks like there's one, two. From it doesn't. None of them show the ground, but from the perspective, it looks like there's maybe 4 stairs. Like they're rather big stairs.
I was gonna say 4
that's-
stairs. I was gonna say 4 stairs. At least 4 stairs makes a gallows. If it's less than 4 stairs, it's not a gallows.
Well, if I'm looking here, like there's people standing next to it. It looks roughly 2.5 to 3 times as tall as an average human.
Oh, that's not enough room to hang a man Trump size.
Oh yeah, it is. It's
No
not
way.
enough to break his neck. It's enough to
No,
strangulate him.
No.
But it's not Trump. It's
yeah.
It's Mike.
Oh
it's
yeah,
Mike
you're right, Mike
Pence.
Pence. Yeah, yeah. His feet probably wouldn't even hit the ground then. You may be onto something.
Oh, sorry, Bojo. I just seen that.
Who was
There you
the
go.
executioner?
Someone with way too much time on their hands.
I don't know, like whoever drug him out there, I guess.
Wow, that looks realistic as fuck now that you put it that way.
There it is. Here it is. Here's the picture. There we go. Look. Look. Come on.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Look,
Yeah.
look at that gallows. Look, they're ready to hang somebody.
That's literally a proper gallows. I
That's not a gallows.
That is a gallows.
That's not a gallows. Wow.
They
Show
were
them
going
a
to hang
picture of a
Mike
real
Pence,
gallows.
Nancy Pelosi.
What's a toy? That's a toy.
A toy.
They were chanting hang Nancy Pelosi too. I missed that.
Oh, she was definitely on the list. They're looking for her.
Yeah, they were looking for her.
Oh,
I don't-
now
yeah, I
they
don't-
had
I don't
a
remember them
list.
chanting.
Now they had a list of people they were going to hang. That
Well,
sounds
they
like
were
a
going to get a
conspiracy.
hold of. I'm not sure exactly everything that they were going to do to them.
In the correspondence between was it
No,
you're roboting really hard. I think in the correspondence with that one group of Proud Boys and some other people, I wouldn't say it was a proper list, but there was like names of people that they were talking about. But I mean, there could be a list somewhere else. I didn't there's more than enough. I saw more than enough evidence to think it was an insurrection. So
then you had Marjorie Taylor Greene telling the protesters where she was at. in her tweets.
That's a good point. Somebody needs to bring her up an insurrection too, because I think that would count.
That's almost like aiding and abetting the enemy, I would think.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not a proper gallows. Get the fuck out
It
of
says,
here.
look, they got a sign. This is art. This is art.
Yeah.
This is art. It's freedom of expression. It's an art piece. That's
yeah,
right.
I didn't. Yeah, and I didn't shoot you. You just stood in the way of my bullet.
Art. This is art.
Now, from that perspective, it almost looks like if you put that noose around Mike Pence's head, he would either be able to sit on the edge of the platform or his feet would touch the ground.
No, you face him the other
Clearly,
way.
clearly a work of art. It's clearly a work of art.
No, you turn him around the other way and you kick him off the platform.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then he's just going to crash back into the platform and sit down. That's not a gallows.
Art.
Where's the trap door? Where's the fucking trap door, motherfuckers?
Not all trap doors. Not all.
I know it's for Pence.
Oh,
Maybe they're saying death to the system.
Right. Now you're going to pull the old not all gallows have trap doors trick. Come on.
Not all gallows are gallows.
Yeah, like the ones that were hanging the Jews in World War II.
In my mom's neighborhood, there's a tree called the hangman tree.
Yeah, but that's not a gallows. And it's definitely not a work of art. It's a fucking tree.
It's art. It's not their fault. You want to misrepresent it or misinterpret it. You know.
That's right.
You know, art is very interpretive. So, you know.
Don't
If
shoot
it has-
the messenger.
If it has everything it needs to be a gallows.
Oh no, it doesn't say. Does it say bring Pence here? No.
No. They just have the gallows there and they're calling to hang him.
It's a piece of art.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're
Sounds
going to
art
hang
to
him as a
me.
piece of art.
I don't know. It sounds like
It
you want
wasn't just Mike Pence up there trying to hang.
Sounds like you want to
Well,
take away the Second Amendment. I don't know. I mean,
That's
First
your-
Amendment.
That's your
Yeah,
your
the
interpretation.
the First Amendment doesn't cover calls to harm.
No calls to arm. This is art.
Hang
Art.
Mike
It's a
Pence.
work of art.
Hang
No,
Mike
it
Pence.
doesn't. Do you see,
call
I don't
to
see a
harm.
sign there say bring Pence here. It says this is art. It doesn't say bring.
I don't
Pence
think
here.
Need a sign.
I never saw the artist screaming hang Mike Pence.
Mike Quintana could be considered art until I cut your head off with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
don't
what?
worry.
Right.
Don't worry. This gun I'm walking into this place with is just art.
Well, once you
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
It's art.
It's just a fake cover.
Well,
Like,
once you
be
use
peaceful.
it, once you use it as a weapon, then it might not be art anymore. But up until that
Right.
point,
Right.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
art.
art.
Yeah. Right.
It's art right up until they drag the vice president out to hang him.
That was going to really
Right, but
happen.
Yeah. But did they do that? No. So it is
No, they
art.
didn't find
No, because they didn't get a hold of him.
Because they weren't
Yeah,
really that
well.
organized. I mean,
Were they really trying? Were they really trying?
How many
You can't even
weapons
organize a
there
fucking
either?
con-
I would say they were really trying.
Look, let's put it this way. They
Many
were
weapons.
trying enough that Mike Pence had to hide.
Yeah.
there were some
where
idiots
was he
there, and they
hiding?
should be arrested and tried. Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
You
like
start
some idiots
saying,
that run a
go
gallows.
hang the vice president. Nope, that's illegal. Yeah. If you're yelling that, yeah, you're inciting riot. That is illegal.
Yeah,
But this here is a work of art.
yeah, it's a work of art that's a gallows.
Not a proper
It's a
gallows.
gallows.
Like whether it's a work of
It's
art or not, it's
artistic.
still a gallows.
I don't
Like
know.
at the place where the people that
They
are
are a
running
Led
into the
Zeppelin
building
fan.
looking for Pence are chanting "Hang back Pence."
What kind of rope did they use? How do you know that rope's not like just paper mache or something? To be
It was
fair,
real rope. It was real rope.
Yeah, there's a
There's a
close-up there.
video
know.
showing of him putting it up.
it looks like rope.
This is art. right there.
But I can't be sure.
I don't know. Like here's a question. Here's a question. If this wasn't intended to be usable, it is only art. Why did they build it with 4x4s?
Yeah, that's very much.
Well, who are you? Who are you to
Hey,
say
who are you
what
to say what they
should
build their
with?
art out of?
No, I'm just asking.
2x4s?
Right. If they
don't
want it to look like they're trying to hang Mike Pence, and it's only art, why would they build it out of something that could actually be workable?
Well, art has to look somewhat realistic. Come on.
It can be realistic with 2x4s or 1x4.
And you still have no evidence that the artist was in any way suggesting to hang Mike Pence.
You're right.
Then
all I have is people bringing a gallows, building it, and then also a group searching for Mike Pence, chanting "Hang Mike Pence." You're right. That's all I have.
Yeah, but that's you putting the two groups together. You're assuming
exactly.
What the
you have
artist
evidence.
Sir, I was saying the same thing, man. I was going to say the same thing.
Do you have evidence that the guy who was
evidence.
shouting "Hang Pence" in the Capitol has any relation to the person who built this gallows?
Yes, because when they walk by, they see the gallows.
Yeah, but they don't. When they walk by, they see art. You're the one who's making a gallows.
Yeah, they see a gallows that's a piece of art. They see an actual real life gallows that might be a piece of art.
This is art.
You still haven't shown the connection. You still haven't shown the connection between the art.
I had to tell you, if this was a court case, I don't think I would need what you're asking for.
I'm pretty sure you would.
Let's face it, if this was a court
there's
case,
no evidence. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that that's anything other than a piece of art. It says this is art right on it. What more evidence do you need?
You're right.
This is art.
Exactly.
Wait, you're right. So let's try to figure out the mental state of the people that built the gallows here. Okay? They're at a rally.
You can't.
Yeah, you can. That's what you do in
Second
court.
Amendment. Second
Well, then
Amendment.
let's
They have the
get your
right to
psychologist out.
It doesn't.
You mean the First Amendment, not the Second?
I want testimony of the psychiatrists that have interviewed these people that built these gallows.
Sorry, if I can bring an analogy to it, if someone brought a gun, like a drug dealer brought a gun, and he shot another drug dealer in the head, but on the gun it was "This is art," would he get arrested for shooting the other drug dealer in the head?
Yes, because at that point, we already went over that. At that point, the art would become a weapon. But you guys still have no evidence that the artist had any intent of hanging Mike Pence.
You have to prove a state
in fact, the artist, it looks like, went out of his or her way to make it clear to anybody else, this is art. They're basically saying, hey, this is not a gallows. This is not a weapon.
Just because there's a small little sign saying this is art does not mean that he was there to set it up as art.
If
somebody,
you could do that on anything.
But until then,
you could do that on a needle. No, you could do that on a needle with heroin in it. This is art. Yeah, it kills someone. You could do that with a gun. This is art.
Yeah, but
hit someone in the head. Just putting a little label saying this is art on it doesn't get you out of the problem that
it's still a gallows.
People.
Yeah. It does.
As the angry mob walks past the gallows, they're not thinking, "Oh, we can use that."
That's not on the artist. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't work. It's,
right, but
it's art until somebody picks the art up and uses it as a weapon. That person would then have to have intent. And you still haven't showed me where the artist intended
I was trying to walk through
happen.
It with you. So I'm trying to walk through it with you. So you're at a rally. Right. Keep in mind they built this here. Right. They didn't like ship it in. They built this here. You're at a rally where Trump is saying,
I'll take your word for it.
Right. The vice president could save the country. Right. Could save the country. The country's going to be ruined. Vice president could save it, but he's not going to do it. He's a terrible, awful person. He's over there at that place. And hey, we're going to go over there. And then when they get over there, they march down to the Capitol because that's where the terrible person is that's going to let the country be destroyed. Someone decides to build a gallows.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that that's incriminating?
No.
That the setup for
not
this.
At all.
The setup for this is they're coming down to try to get Mike Pence.
No, you still have no evidence whatsoever of the artist's intent behind that. If you could show me
that is in court, that would be evidence.
It's evidence, but it's not compelling. You still haven't linked the artist with any malintent whatsoever.
You're right. He just agrees that Mike Pence. Well, he just agrees that Mike Pence is destroying the country, not saving the country.
Where are you getting that?
And
where are you getting that?
He's part of the rally, and he's coming to build a gallows.
Okay.
Do you think he disagrees with Trump, or do you think he agrees with Trump?
Sorry, DT, are you saying that until someone gets killed, no one's done anything wrong? Until someone gets killed, then you can't prove intent.
Do you want to know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That we either have to have a confession, or we can read his mind.
Is this any different than Kathy? Remember Kathy Griffith held up the that fake Trump head?
It's pretty close.
Nah.
But what I'm saying is,
do you want to know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Go on, Lisa.
What I'm saying is you have nothing on the artist yet, and that is just art. Until somebody hold on a fucking minute.
All right. Is that until someone gets killed? Is that just until someone gets killed that you have nothing on the artist? Because clearly, once someone gets killed, then
can I finish without being interrupted?
Sorry.
You still have nothing on the artist. You have no intent on the artist's part. And if somebody else comes along and chooses to use either the gun or fucking Red Fang's katana or the fucking gallows as a weapon, that's their decision. It's not the fucking artist's decision.
Okay, so if showing the lead up and the group that he's presumed to agree with, right? If that doesn't if that doesn't constitute evidence for the state of mind of the person who built the gallows, what do you think is?
Nowhere near.
No, that's fine.
That's my whole argument.
What would then? Tell me what would.
What would was if they didn't have a sign on it saying this is art, and if they built it and said, let's go get the fucking president and hang him. That's a whole different scenario.
Well, what happened
it's what you're trying to paint without any evidence.
But what happened was gallows was built, then people went to go look for Mike Pence chanting hang Mike Pence. The only difference between that scenario and the scenario you gave is that the person who built the gallows bothered enough to put up a sign that said this is art.
Right.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. The artist isn't guilty of anything. It's the people who fucking saw the art and ran to get Mike Pence.
But can you see that like it's an obvious ploy for someone who's going to do that to put to put up a sign that says this is just to get
Well, wait. How about this?
Hold on. Here's the
okay.
problem with what Wildheart just said, and with what Cerberus is saying. I think Wildheart just said it's an obvious ploy, and you haven't shown me that yet. Either one of you, that it was an obvious ploy by the artist.
I think I did,
You
but you
think you
disagree.
did.
That's fine. Well, we'll keep on going, right? So he builds the gallows, puts the sign on it that says art. All these people go in. Let's just assume he didn't go in with them. All these people go in, looking around for Mike Pence, chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." He can hear them. He's right there. He was
How
just
do you
with
know
them.
that?
Because
How
he
do
was
you
just
know
with
that?
them. Because
How
he
do you
was
didn't-
just with them, and he's not that far away.
So you know who the artist is now.
I don't need to know who the artist is. It's the location, right? He's somewhere around the gallows, or he went with them inside.
Well, now you're just fabricating more. You're just making shit up now.
Well, what
right?
do you think he got in a vehicle and drove to New Hampshire? Like,
I don't have any idea what he did.
Well,
that's the whole point.
You only have to work with reasonable scenarios in court. Do you want me
Right.
to have to prove that he didn't run and take a flight to California? Like,
I think you have to prove that it wasn't art. That's what I think.
well, yeah, that's what
And if
I'm
you're-
getting to. So he's
and
with
if you're
these
trying,
people.
If you're trying to hold the artist culpable for their actions, I think you're.
No,
pissing
I'm
up
only
a
going to
big
hold the
rope.
artist culpable for
That's
the things
all.
that he did and the context in which he did them. Right. So let's assume he's with these people who want to hang Mike Pence. He builds a gallows.
I'm not assuming that at all.
So you don't
You're
think he's
assuming
with
that.
You don't think he's with the group?
I don't have any evidence of that. No.
So
it's art. As far as I know,
This has
is
nothing
it.
to do
This
with
is
whether
what
it's
I'm-
art or not. Saying it's art doesn't
It
have any
doesn't.
effect on this.
Okay.
He's there with the rally. He's presumably came with the rally. Being that he made a gallows as a quote-unquote piece of art with the crowd, it seems reasonable that he's with the crowd. Which is the standard we're working with in court. Is that not fair?
Okay, it seems reasonable he's with the crowd. Okay.
Right. So these people
he-
want to
it's
hang
art.
Mike Pence.
And he wanted. Well.
I'm not saying he does. I'm saying the other people that he's with want to hang Mike Pence. And
Okay.
they go
Were
off
they saying?
looking for Mike Pence to hang?
Hold on. Were they saying? Were they saying we want to hang Mike Pence before or after he built the gallows?
Probably after, because they were calling for his just general death and to get him before that.
Okay, so then this
But I
artist
don't-
says, "Hey, this is interesting. I'm going to make a social commentary about what's going on at the Capitol, and build a gallows and put a sign that says this is art on it."
Right. This is where I'm getting to, where it's to
So then
prove
the
his state
person
of
who put the
mind.
gallows should be charged with maybe attempted murder, premeditating it. Then
But let's not get into what charge. We're just talking about his state of mind. So he's with these people.
You're still not even there.
Well, I'm trying to get there. So he's with these people that want to get Mike Pence. They go off chanting to hang Mike Pence. He has to see this happening because he's with them.
Right.
Right.
And what better?
So
what
so
better
instead,
social
wait.
commentary?
So instead of going, holy shit, these people want to get Mike Pence, I'm going to take this down and get rid of it because this is fucking insane. What he does.
Why would he do that?
Because they're trying to kill Mike Pence, and he's conveniently built a gallows just outside where Mike Pence is.
Well, he's built from art.
Oh, sure, he's built art that is gallows. Right? This is gallows that is supposedly art.
Let's say you walk into a bar and there's a gun on the counter, to use Wildheart's scenario, and the gun on the counter says this is art.
Sure.
So if you pick that gun up and shoot the guy on the bar stool, is the artist then you're going to take him to court too with you?
No, that isn't analogous.
Oh, it's not.
That isn't analogous to what I'm saying. Right. This would be like if I brought a gun in that said this is art, and then I set it on the actual bar, and said, "Hey, everyone, look at my piece of art." And then a tiny riot breaks out, a fight where people are trying to kill each other. And my first reaction isn't, "Hey, maybe I should remove the gun from this situation." My reaction is, let's just leave it. That's analogous.
Yeah, but that gun might not have any bullets in it. Just like this gallows.
You're right. The gun might not have any bullets in it, but this shape with rope can kill people.
There's no crime.
Well, I'm not saying that constitutes a crime. I'm saying that's evidence of his state of mind. That he's not totally against what's going on. Because if he was against what's going on, he would. A reasonable person that's against what's going on would take down the gallows.
Not if he's an artist.
No, he would. He's not a reasonable person if he doesn't.
Did they arrest him? Did they arrest the person who built the gallows?
That's a good question. I don't even know if they know who built the gallows. Exactly. I don't think it was one person.
I think it was the FBI.
But like, don't get caught up on the saying that this is art, because that doesn't make it not a gallows, and that doesn't make it not usable, and that doesn't make it.
It doesn't make it a weapon. If somebody else chooses to use it as a weapon.
No. The gun, like in this analogous scenario, the gun's still a weapon, even when it has a thing on it that says it's art. Right. This is still a gallows, even though it has a sign on it that says it's art.
Who picked up the weapon?
When in that scenario, no one picked up the weapon yet. Okay. Right. That because it was just analogous to show the state of mind of the person.
Who wanted to use the gallows?
In the analogy or in reality? In the analogy, it's the people that are trying to kill each other in the bar that might want to come over and get the gun to kill someone.
If I set up a table near the Capitol and I put a book of matches there and I said, "This is art," but then someone decided to pick up the matches and go light a fire. If the person who brings the table and the matches, are they?
I don't think so, but if you have a bunch of people walk up with gasoline on their way to a building and they look at your matches and go, perfect, and then you don't try to keep them from getting the matches, then it's safe to assume that you're okay with them having the matches.
No, it's not.
No, it's not?
No. You're an artist.
Not? Sure, you're an artist.
Because you're an artist.
Yeah, great. You're an artist. I don't know how that bears on this. You have the matches. There's a sign that says the matches are art. They're matches.
Right.
They're actual real matches. Now there's a group of people with a bunch of gasoline coming up, going towards a building, and they look at your matches and go, and then your reaction isn't to remove the matches or destroy the matches. Your reaction is to leave the matches there for them.
No, they're stealing my matches now. Now they're stealing from me.
Oh, great. Maybe they're stealing
my art.
But would you try being a reasonable person that would presumably not agree with what they're doing? Would you at least try to destroy the matches?
Would it be against the law if I didn't?
Or maybe run away with the matches? Or do something that would try to impede a group of people from burning a building down with your matches?
Well, just like this person with the work of art, we don't know what they would do if they brought Pence over to their work of art and said, "Can we use your gallows?"
But we can assume that being that they probably knew that they're after Mike Pence, and they didn't take any measure, not even one, to try to
Well, they did.
prevent
No,
this
they
scenario
did.
from being a thing.
They did. They
They
said
took
this
at
is
least
art.
one. They had a
This is
sign that
art.
said, "This is art."
Right.
That doesn't prevent anyone from doing anything with it. That's
Right,
what I'm
but
saying.
you
They
said,
didn't take
to
any
be
measure.
fair, hold on, Cerberus, to be fair, you said they didn't take any measures. And
Yeah.
they did. They
They
put a
didn't
sign
take
there
no.
that said, "This is art."
No. I said they didn't take any measure to prevent people from using it.
Well, I don't think
Putting up a
they're
sign that says it's
required
art doesn't
by
prevent
law.
people from using it.
It's art. It's like telling
Yeah, but
people like
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
a gun-free zone. Don't bring your guns in here. We all know how well that works.
this is like telling people
It doesn't
it's
prevent
a
anything.
plastic bag. It's not a toy.
Yeah, but in a
That's the
gun-free
kind of thing.
zone, in a gun-free zone, you don't hold the people accountable for keeping it a gun-free zone to keep the guns out.
You're right. But what you can do in this scenario is look at the person who built the gallows and go, it seems like they probably agreed with what was happening because they didn't do anything to prevent people from being able to use it for what it looks like it could be used for.
Well, they
You
did.
ever see those? You ever
They
see
put
those
a sign
bags
on
that
it.
say
Said, "This is
you
art."
know?
You keep saying they didn't do anything. They did. They put a sign on it. Said, "This is art."
No. They didn't do anything to prevent someone from using it.
Well, you didn't
As a
say
gallows.
that last time.
No. I
You didn't
did
say that.
multiple times. It's never.
No,
I've
just
never said they haven't done anything.
Bizarre.
I said they never did anything
You
of a
just-
specific kind.
You just did.
No, go back and listen. I did not.
Okay.
It's like telling parents this bag is not a toy for kids to play. This is not a toy. But now
not
they
a toy.
decide to have the kid go use it, or someone goes uses the bag and they suffocate himself. So now the person who made the bag is responsible because they already told him it's
That's
a toy.
not analogous. What
No?
would be analogous
It's
is
art.
if a parent if a parent
It's art.
does
It's
a
not the
really
real thing. It's art. It's only a
They
representation.
know. They
yeah, but
know
this
that
isn't the
bags can
representation.
suffocate people.
This is literally a gallows.
But they know
in
bags
reality,
can
it's a gallows.
suffocate. Yeah, but they know bags can suffocate children.
Sure, but it's more
So-
analogous to say that have a parent have let's say you already used a gun. Let's just say a really sharp hunting knife that has etched on it, "This is art." And then they have the knife to where their 2-year-old can get to it. And then they don't think that they need to do something to keep the 2-year-old from getting it when the 2-year-old.
Are you saying these people are
might-
2-year-olds at the Capitol protesting
yeah,
at the Capitol?
that's
The 2-year-olds?
Honestly, is that what you think I'm saying?
Well, that's what you're
Completely
making the
different.
analogy.
Well,
You're calling them.
No,
It's
that's
completely-
not the analogous part.
They're adults.
It's disanalogous.
It's
Sorry.
disanalogous for the actors, but it's analogous for the state of mind. Because the analogy is for the state of mind.
Well, now you're comparing the state of mind of a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
No,
So it's
no,
not
I'm
really-
comparing. No, I'm comparing the state of mind of the parent with the knife.
So you are saying that the ones that were running around chasing Mike Pence have the capacity of 2-year-olds.
No, because that's not the analogous part of the analogy.
Okay, then who does the
saying that-
who does
no, 'cause
who
Then
does the
what would you
2-year-old
say?
represent? Who does a 2-year-old represent in your analogy?
The 2-year-old
The
represents
artist should
someone,
get in trouble.
The 2-year-old represents someone who might use a piece of art for something else that it's actually like would normally be. Like the knife could use it like a knife instead of just a piece of art.
Right, with the brain of a 2-year-old.
If I can rudely interrupt, welcome Nisha. And it's really obvious. It's really obvious. Like, it's painful. Like just putting "this is art" on a piece of doesn't do anything. If you make a gun and you put "this is art" and then shoot someone, that doesn't make it right. If you put "this is art" on a dagger and then you kill someone with a knife, that doesn't make it right. Just putting "this is art" on anything doesn't. I'm sorry, Midnight. So it's just this is
To make it better, putting this as art on a knife and then handing it to a serial killer or leaving it out for a serial killer to grab. Like, oh, that's a serial killer over there. Maybe he'll want to look at my art knife.
It just doesn't make a difference. Just you could get away with any crime.
Like one would have to assume in that scenario that I want the serial killer to have the knife because I didn't do anything to keep him from getting it.
Just putting this is ours on a bumper sticker on the back of a truck and then driving that truck into a shop, like ram raiding it and then nicking all the stuff out of the shop. That doesn't make it not a crime. It's still a crime.
Does it make that car illegal to have? It doesn't make the car illegal to have.
Until you do the crime.
You're right.
Until you do the crime.
Until you do the crime.
Right, exactly, Wildheart. Where's the intent?
You're right. My analogies are about the intent. Wildheart's talking about whether it's art or not, if it matters. The lack of trying to prevent the terrible situation at all shows the intent.
Or it was just an artist's representation of what was going on at the time.
But it clearly wasn't.
No, I agree. In that scenario that I was giving you, I agree, for sake of argument, it's just an artist making a piece of art. It just so happens to be a piece of art that's usable for the thing he's representing. Right? So it's literally a gallows.
Well, I'm still
what I'm
still
saying
not sure
is it shows the state of mind that he took
Can we get past? Can we get past? Sorry, can we get past all the bullshit? It was clearly everyone knows what's going on. You kind of making legalistic. Well, could they be prosecuted? Well, probably not. But that doesn't. It's obvious what's fucking going on. They clearly made the gallows for a fucking reason. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe they are an artist who just wants attention. How many artists do they go and put cross and piss?
Stop obfuscating. They obviously made it for a fucking reason. They knew what they were doing. They made it for a fucking reason. They knew what they were doing.
Maybe the artist was a 2-year-old.
To trigger the crowd into thinking, hey, we can hang them.
I say this, give him that it's just a wild artist trying to get attention.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Just art
saying
for art's sake.
that he took no actions to prevent that from being used as the object it actually is.
How do you know he
that
didn't
it
build
would be
it?
without the sign?
How do you
right?
know? How do you know she didn't build it and leave?
Oh, that's true. Maybe you just went to the site.
It's obvious. It's obvious.
No, Wildheart. Let me give it to him. Let me give it to him. I'll give it to you. She went with a group of people who's looking to get Mike Pence. Builds a gallows.
Well,
and leaves.
No, you still haven't. You're making more assumptions now about her intent already right out of the gate.
Well, what's the assumption that you don't accept?
You're painting her in with the group of people that wanted to hang Mike Pence.
No, we already agreed she was part of the group who was going to go look for Mike Pence.
No, that was in a different scenario.
Oh, so we no longer accept that as an acceptable assumption.
No, absolutely not.
No.
Okay, so she isn't part of the group.
And was there intent to...
Wasn't at the Trump rally, just appeared and made gallows and then left.
Was there intent to hang Mike Pence before they got there, or is this something that just happened because...
Well, here's the thing. I think I can still show the state of mind even in that scenario, if you let me. Not with the group, right? Everyone's going to the Capitol. They're breaking into the building. I'm going to build a gallows. Oh, it looks like those people, right? They're going into the building where are really mad at all the government people. I'm not going to take any precaution.
Wait a minute.
That would prevent them from using my gallows as a gallows. And then I leave.
It's not gallows.
Is that the scenario you're
art.
saying I have to consider?
It's art.
It says this is art.
I'm not saying it's not art. It's still a gallows. Right? Just because I take a knife,
it represents
just because I make a beautiful knife and etch on it, "This is art," that doesn't make it not a knife.
Well, when does it become a weapon, though?
I don't know if you would classify gallows under any situation as a weapon. It's not something you pick up and use on someone.
Okay, so would it be okay if somebody put a gallows there and just left it there? Like
Gallows are
there weren't-
considered an execution tool.
Okay.
Right. So in the scenario where there is no angry mob breaking into the Capitol building, angry at Mike Pence and angry at all the senators and congressmen, in that scenario where there's none of this going on, you walk
Then
up and
it's
build a
just
gallows
art.
and walk away, then fine, right? Because there's no one that I think you should take precautions from preventing the gallows from being used. Present, like none of that's happening.
Okay, let's use your same scenario and say somebody did that 2 months before January 6th. And then there happened to be a gallows when all that went down. Like how far retroactive do you hold the artist? Like 2 months back or 6 months
just
back?
at the moment. Just at the moment where the thing's happening, and if you're there building it while the thing's happening, and then you take no precautions.
That's a different scenario, though. That's a different scenario.
No,
that's
the scenario that's going on.
No, but the scenario I brought up was if it was there 2 months prior to, and then somebody used it, would the artist still be held accountable?
Well, no, but you understand that none of my argument has been holding the artist accountable so far. All of my argument is to the state of mind of the supposed artist.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
arguing that if they're just a normal, fairly rational, non-retarded person, and they're in this situation where there's this giant mob of people who are angry at Mike Pence and other government officials, and they're breaking into the Capitol building, that not doing something about the gallows that you just built shows that you agree with what's going on.
I don't think it does.
I think it does.
Keep saying
because
it does.
Because someone that doesn't agree would take actions to keep the gallows from being used as gallows, like taking it down or moving it away. Something.
How do you know they didn't?
Because they
How
didn't.
do you know the art? How do you know when this
because
angry
officials
mob
took it down afterwards?
Well, how do you know when the angry mob came up to use the gallows, the artist wasn't saying, "Hey, this isn't a gallows, man. This is art. Get the fuck away from my
The angry mob did not come up to the gallows with someone to hang.
Oh. So Bob's your uncle.
Can I just interrupt?
That has nothing to do with the state of mind of the person.
No, it's your channel. You can't say anything.
Can I just interrupt briefly? We just lost Nisha. I wanted to speak to Nisha. I think the nonsense talk about whether the gallows were. Can we just all agree that the gallows are a wrong thing? No one should ever build gallows for any fucking reason, and just get it over with. It's a nonsense fucking argument. Do you know what I mean? And we just lost Nisha because of it. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
it just no one ever builds out whether it's for or whether it's to actually hang someone. No one ever builds fucking gallows. Do you know what I mean? It's a bullshit argument. It's complete and utter fucking nonsense.
Well, but now you could just say that about any form of art.
No, just the art that's designed.
No, I mean, if you build a functional piece of art that can kill people, and then you build it in a scenario where there are a bunch of people angry with another bunch of people, and you do nothing to prevent it from being used, then it's rational to assume that you agree with it being used. Because if successful, it will be used.
I don't know who's what. Someone.
But I'm not even saying, even if that's true, I'm not saying arrest that person. If you remember correctly, all of this is just showing that this is actual gallows that can be used. But that's just obvious. It's just obvious that's a gallows that can be used. It's built with 4x4s, and there are pictures of people walking around on it. It's perfectly capable of hanging someone. It's even prepared. They have the rope.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him drop a 50-pound sandbag off that rope and see if that top 2x4 just came crashing down.
It's a 4x4.
4x4, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it was functional. I'm sorry.
People use 4x4 as skids to hold up buildings.
Yeah, but not just nailed. Not just nailed into the top of another 4x4 post.
As a plasterer who used to build new build houses, a 2x4, a 4x4, a 6x4.
That's putting a bunch of them together. I'm saying skids, things that you go under a building that you build the building on top of.
Sure. It could easily.
They can hold up a building.
Yeah.
Two of them can hold up a building. You don't think it can withstand the weight of like a 150-pound person hanging?
Well, no, not if it was just nailed into the top of the other 2x4. I think as soon as they tried to hang 50 pounds off of that rope, it would just pull the fucking top 4x4 right out of the other one.
No,
it's just shitty construction. It's art. It's not a fucking gallows.
Sorry, DT, you're just wrong. I'm a plasterer. I used to be a plasterer. I was a plasterer for 15 years. I build new build houses. Like a 2x4 would easily hold up the weight of a person.
Can we see the image of this thing?
We had, yeah.
At least until they
I'll get it. I'll get it.
Yeah.
You got me there. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That was an excellent suggestion.
Welcome, Nisha and Richard as well. So
peace and respect to everyone. Sister Nisha, how you been?
Yeah,
I've been good. I had to go MIA.
It's okay. We understand the borderlands can get pretty wild.
Yes. I look at this like a black hole, and then it's hard to climb out of. But if you climb out of it, then hey. But then I do miss, you guys are kind of like a dysfunctional family. So
yeah,
I can't stay away too long.
I can see
Are you claiming that your family is more functional?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yeah, it is great to see you again, Nisha. Yeah, I've been away for a while myself, so yeah, but it's great to see you. Sorry, I'm waiting for a video or something.
No, I'm trying to get a close-up one because there's a ton of them far away.
Yeah.
I was like, I miss a good dumpster fire, and so I was like, let me.
Yeah.
And then Wild Heart, there was a sign for me. Wild Heart was on. I was like, yes.
Yeah, that's a good call, actually. Yeah.
I'll give you a fight if you don't get mad about it.
It's been a while. I guess I'm up for it.
Go on, Richard.
No, I want to finish up this thing with DT and Serb. I want to see the structure though.
I got the close-up one. I'll get a farther away. I have both of them here. Never mind.
That's good enough.
I think that's plenty to hang a man.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can understand scale here because I can't tell.
Let me get one where like people are standing next to it.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it too much, but just going off of what's there. That doesn't look like a proper hangman's noose because the top wrapping knot is too big around. I don't know what the hell that is.
Oh yeah, this doesn't look like it's made by a professional.
Well, I know how to tie a hangman's noose, and that ain't it. You have 3 runs of rope on the inside of the knot, and then the wraps on the outside of a hangman's noose. So that's way too fat. That's a lot bigger than 4 rope or 5 wraps of that rope. So there's something weird going on there.
Oh no, that's because there's still rope. It's a spool. There's still rope.
It's a spool?
Yeah, the knots behind that spool.
Okay.
Now, I don't think it's a hangman's knot. I think this is just a loop.
Okay. Yeah,
they just didn't have anything to cut the rope.
But but the point is, it could do the job.
What I'm seeing is it says a makeshift gallows. Tell them about the sign, Cerberus.
Yeah. On the side of it, it says this is art.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we've got a platform. You said you saw people walking on the platform?
Yeah, there's people on the... Here, I got one for all the platform. There's people on and around the platform.
Okay.
There's one
that
of
would be
someone
better
on
for
the
scale.
platform.
Okay, it's a little bit small to hang a human being.
Oh, yeah, no, you would have to hang him off the edge.
Sorry, that's my fault. Cool.
I don't see anything that looks like a trapdoor or anything like that. Okay, for scale, those are 4x4s. Sure enough.
Let's see.
And a 4x4 only like 3.5 feet long, 4 feet long, like that top piece.
But
wait,
just to be sensible for a sec, what other reason would there be for that kind of thing to be brought to it? Do you know what I mean? It's just use your common sense. It's not
brought to what?
You have to prove what else were they trying to do? Do you know what I mean? It's kind of obvious.
Well, my point is, given the context of what's happening,
yeah,
it's not actually reasonable to assume that this is just art.
Yeah. Like, why would it be there at that time in that place? It's fucking obvious. Do you know what I mean? What they were trying to get across. Why is it such a debate? It's obvious.
It's pretty far from the capital too.
Even whether it would have worked or whether it wouldn't have worked, whether it would have hanged someone, it's clear what they were trying to fucking get across. Do you know what I mean? It's just fucking obvious. What is the argument about? I don't get it.
Whether or not it would work, I thought.
Actually, that's kind of a good point.
I'm reading an article from the New York Times. And
that make you better than me?
It says no, it says it is also one of the bigger unsolved mysteries in the investigation into what happened that day. 17 months after the riot, little is known about it. The gallows. No one has publicly claimed responsibility for erecting the gallows or been charged with setting it up. It appeared to be too small to be used, though its presence, along with the orange noose that hung from it against the backdrop of the Capitol dome, clearly conveyed a threat of physical violence.
That's
the point. I don't think it's covered by the First Amendment, but it's not too short to be.
Oh, I think it is. Are you telling me that you can't have art that clearly conveys a threat of physical violence?
No, because you can't have speech that conveys a threat of physical violence. The First Amendment doesn't cover that.
So you can't make art about war?
You can make art about war. You couldn't make art about threatening war on someone or a group of people. Right?
I'm pretty sure I could make art.
That's the key point.
I'm pretty sure I could make art about the vice president being hanged, though.
Sure, yeah, you could paint a picture of the vice president being hanged.
Is that illegal?
What if you create art that is a threat of hanging Mike Pence? Is that covered?
Well, I don't
that's
think it
covered?
is.
different.
Yeah.
No, because it appeared too small to be used.
No.
It depends. It
Yeah,
might-
and if you're going to use it on the vice president, when you get a little closer to the Capitol,
No, you don't. They're not that far away from the Capitol.
I mean,
Mike Pence happened to be a midget or perhaps a small child.
No, not all gallows have people hanging above the standing platform. You
Well,
really
why wouldn't he
can't.
just put his feet? Why wouldn't he just put his feet on the platform then?
Well, for one, it's probably too short for him to pull his feet up if he was pushed off. And these short gallows have been used throughout history. You tie their hands, you tie their feet, you push them off the platform.
I'm sorry, this is me being stupid again, but why else would it be there on that day at that time? Why else would it be there otherwise, other than a threat? Right? Do you get a lot of do you get a lot of this at other times of the year when nothing's going on? Just gallows just randomly placed
Look.
around this kind of area.
I can tell you haven't been to the United States. That happens all the time everywhere.
this artist is an opportunist. Come on.
It's fucking obvious why it was built.
He's an opportunist artist.
Whether it's usable or not, it's fucking obvious why it was built. I don't know what the argument is. Whether it's actually
the argument-
usable or not is beside the point. Do you get
The
a lot
argument-
of this around this area at this time? Do you know what I mean?
The argument is it was clearly built as a work of art and not as a weapon. Clearly, it's art.
But it's a threat.
How's
The
it a
point is,
threat?
it's a threat. Whether it would actually be used, it was
If
clearly
you're threatened
made as a threat.
If you're threatened by art, walk away.
All those materials I can get at Home Depot. Come on.
Yep.
Okay.
And I think you're wrong, sir, but I think that's not a spool. It looks like wraps of cotton or another rope inside there.
Yeah, it might be. But like the rope is spooled around it.
I think it's paper mache.
The point is that
I think it's
wrapping
paper
isn't
mache.
the knot.
This is coming from the man who probably has the most offensive memes that I've ever seen.
Sure.
Yeah, none of them are usable to kill people. Right?
But you hurt their
Right.
feelings.
Neither
You
was
hurt
that.
feelings.
Clearly.
Make them commit suicide.
Seemed like it was too small to be functional to me, which makes it just art.
So are you denying that you could tie their hands and feet and push them off the platform?
It depends. How wide is the base of it? How wide is the platform? How is the top structure positioned on the platform? Is it off to one side? And do the foot extend beyond that? Because frankly, I mean, I'm only about 170 pounds, but if that were at the edge and it's only 4 foot by 4 foot and we've got a total of about 200 pounds, but the feet don't extend out in the direction you're going to shove me, I'm going to topple that thing.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
It's too tall and gangly. It wouldn't be stable, but I can't see the base of it.
Yeah, there's no pictures that show the actual complete bottom. At least none that I found.
Got a sign on it.
Yeah.
You know what makes it art?
That close.
Sign that says this is art.
Yeah, that will be clear.
I don't even think he needed the sign at this point. If it's not functional.
I'm an artist. I put this up there and I walk away. Not my fault. Somebody uses it. Something else.
Just whoever built it named the gallows. That's all. This is the gallows. The gallows name is art.
That
doesn't make it not a usable weapon.
It's zoomed out quite a bit, but it's probably the fullest picture.
Wow, that's some crappy
Nobody
construction.
Have any video. How does nobody have any video footage of this thing being built? Is what I want to know.
I think there was, but I don't think there's any footage like of the people's faces that were doing it. Because I think it was more than one person, if I remember correctly.
It could be a half a mile from the Capitol.
If somebody wanted to hang me from that, I wouldn't be worried. That's not a real gallows. I would fight and say it's art. It's not. I mean, while you guys were talking,
being
I was
art
like
doesn't make it
studying
not a
them,
gallows.
and
Right?
that's not.
Right, putting a sign on it saying it's art doesn't make it not a gallows.
I mean,
the whole point of the art
you're
could be
right.
that to build a gallows.
It represents a gallows. Now, whether it's
Okay.
Again,
I'm talking about functionality. It
Yeah.
cannot function. Looking at
I
that
have
is not a functional gallows.
I don't know, like, how are we so separated here? Because I have zero doubt that I could hang anyone in this room from this thing and kill them.
No, I'm with
We should
Richard.
look
I think Richard would topple it right over. It
We
would just
should look
come
at
crashing
some real
down.
ones.
I don't think you'd be far enough away from the center of gravity to topple it.
You should look at
Good
some
luck
real
trying to
ones.
get Pence
man.
from the Capitol to over there and not being killed. In the
To the other side of the mall, in front of the building. It's not that far.
They're pretty far from the Capitol. You have to drag Pence pretty far away.
Yeah, there's only thousands
Without
of people
being,
there.
without any.
If they really intended to use it as the gallows, they would have put it on wheels so they could just wheel it to where the vice president was.
No, that would make it less useful.
Obviously, they didn't really mean it to be gallows, but they made it as a threat to say this is what we want this guy dead. Obviously, it wasn't meant to ever be an actual gallows. No one was ever going to hang from it, but
think about it. It
it's
was
ridiculous.
symbolic. It's symbolic in a sense. So if you say it's symbolic, it can be considered art, but functionality, and yes, Gio, good thing we didn't find out. I'm looking at the real ones compared to this, and I don't think it would function the way a real one would. But symbolically, yes, that's what they were saying.
Yeah,
When Kathy Griffin was holding up the head, the head that looked like Trump. Should we take?
Can I just?
I would say it's pretty close. Yeah, that's how a lot of people reacted to it.
Sorry, can I just propose something which I think probably happened? Just tell me if I'm crazy or not. These guys thought we want this guy dead, and they built this thing just as a piece of art, if you want, just to represent the fact that they wanted the guy dead. It was never meant to be a functional gallows. That's not the argument. They were just trying to get a point across that they want this guy dead. It's
totally
it's
protected
fucking
free
simple.
speech.
It's fucking ridiculously simple
It's
what they were
not,
trying to
actually.
do. They were
Yeah.
never trying to hang anyone. They were
It was
never
symbolic.
expecting to build it to actually hang someone.
But
It's
you guys are taking too
ridiculously
many.
fucking simple what they meant. They just said they want this guy dead.
But you guys are taking too many steps. Well, I think I could hang anyone in this room from this thing, and it would kill them.
So,
right, but let's just forget that.
I don't think so.
It not being functional, it not being, let's say, it not being good enough is not evidence that wasn't what it was intended to be used for.
DDT,
No,
did you
but
look
there-
at some real ones?
Oh yeah, it's not evidence that it was intended to do that.
Right. So
either.
yeah. Don't assume that it's not meant to be used.
Well, don't assume it's supposed to be used.
Right. I'm not.
Well, so
They
what?
meant for it to be used. They should have learned how to tie a proper knot. They should have
Yes.
used not that decorative rope that has a 150-pound test. They could have done
Yes.
things a lot different. And
Don't you think that
a
rope only
lark's
has
head,
150 pounds?
then a lark's head knot with an extra turn at the top, which would probably come out under human weight.
I can't even tell that that's it.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
that's a lark's head knot with an extra turn. You can look it up. I'm right.
Yep. And
Looks like art
the
to me.
base doesn't even look like it would support. Yeah.
That
The
doesn't.
base doesn't even look like it would support.
The base is there's
Like
there's pictures of multiple people standing on it.
Yeah, but how
Yeah,
much
but
did it
the-
wobble when they went up?
Well, it must not have wobbled too
That
much if there are
part.
multiple people on it.
Oh, no. That's not indicative of anything.
Mhm.
Well, if we're assuming they're not taking unnecessary chances of injury, then it is indicative that it's stable enough to hold people.
Stable enough to
looking at
hold
her.
people, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. When pressure is straight down, I'll buy that.
Yeah, and I would bet it's stable enough to hold one person.
Yeah, obviously, all things being equal and the pressure being straight down, I agree, because the guy standing on it in the picture you have.
Yeah, and I think hanging just off the edge of it,
Mhm.
it would be plenty stable for that too.
I'll just put it this way. As a construction guy, I got to say, I would want a set of gallows for hanging me built better than that, because that looks risky and I might just get injured and survive.
I think I would rather be injured and survive. I think you got this backwards. I don't want it, but I want it worse. I want it built worse. I want this built with popsicle sticks.
that construction looked really shady.
Oh yeah, no, it's just put up. Right, if I was building a gallows, even with just some scrap stuff I managed to bring with me, there would be there'd be supports on the top corners.
I mean, for God's sakes, hurricane ties would have been better than that.
You're right. You're right. This was clearly just built with whatever they had.
Oh.
So what if somebody comes by and says and destroys it, and they say it's self-defense?
Good job. I mean,
okay.
You destroyed a gallows out in front of a building where everyone's trying to kill people. Yeah.
Can I read a little bit more?
Destroying art.
This is
Usable
from
art.
Quora.
Haven't we read into this enough?
Well, the January 6th gallows was apparently less than 6 feet from the bar to the floor. You would not simply be able to string up a tall man like Pence and watch him suffocate until he stopped twitching. But a sufficiently bloody-minded hangman or committee of hangmen would be able to put his neck in the noose and then keep kicking his feet off of the platform every time he tried to stand up. Eventually, that would kill him. No squeamish or civilized person could do it, but many of those who stormed the Capitol proved themselves both bloody-minded enough and tenacious enough to accomplish that goal.
Fair enough. If the footprint of the thing is much larger than the platform, I'll buy that. Or if it's embedded into concrete or at least into dirt, something.
It looks
I would
like
have to say that it would have to be anchored, and that thing is not anchored.
it
wouldn't
looks
think so.
like, if I was to guess, it looks like maybe a 5 foot by 5 foot, maybe a 6 foot by 6 foot platform. The bottom parts does have crossbars for support, and then there's a rather large staircase coming off the opposite end of where the gallows is.
Yeah, that rather large staircase is made out of 2x4s and dwarfs the rest of the structure.
Dwarfs?
I can read more. I'm finding all kinds of information. Here's the guy. He said, I've worked with wood all my life. It doesn't look strong enough to hold the weight of a man dropped 4 to 6 feet, and it's not tall enough. Were they planning to hang him slowly? If the weight came on slowly, it might have sufficed. Those uprights look like 4x4s, though, and the crossbeam, too. That's too light, especially the crossbeam. A 4x6 timber might have held. Ask me, I'd have built it with 8x8s. Moreover, the rope isn't long enough. It ought to be at least twice the length. It's tied on with what look like 2 half hitches, too. That won't work. You need to loop it over the crossbeam and secure it to one of the uprights with a more substantial knot. There doesn't appear to be a trap door and no method of springing it. You don't need a trap if you stand the guy on something and kick it out from under him. But we're back to it being tall enough for hanging him slowly, if so. There's no cross bracing either.
Yeah, you just kick him off the edge. You don't
And
drop him.
Oh, here's a good one. And seriously, you expect me to believe somebody built a gallows with one of the beam ends not even fully seated? Wow.
Yeah.
Actually, neither end is fully seated because they cut it the wrong length because they didn't know what the hell they were doing.
Yeah. Very
probably
unart-like.
Probably artists.
Yeah, artists.
Yeah. You think artists don't pay
Rendition
attention to
art.
detail?
I think a real artist be more likely to get it right.
Yeah, that's kind of my case. I think a real artist would have had this planned out and actually got it right.
Real artists?
Yeah, someone who does
real
art
artist.
as an artist.
Yes,
yeah.
I am committing a no true artsy fartsy guy Scotsman fallacy.
No true artist. Yeah.
This is kind of what I expect from a group of people that believe that the election was stolen and think it's acceptable to charge the Capitol building looking to kill the vice president. This is the kind of construction I
people who
expect from
plan
them.
ahead real well.
Yeah, they're just going for it with whatever they have.
Which is evidently true.
Yeah, the whole entire slapping the sign on the side that says "This is art" really strikes me of, let's all go kill the vice president. Teehee, just kidding. As they run in the building.
It reminds me of like those falsehoods that quote unquote sovereign citizens believe are true. Oh, if you can make a gallows, even a working set of gallows, and set it right there by the Capitol building, and that'll be fine as long as you make a sign that says "This is art."
Yeah, actually, that's a good question for Downing Thomas and Brojo. If this was an incredibly well built, planned out gallows and was just outside the steps, but had the sign on it that said "This is just art," what would you guys say?
I'd say it's still art, and you still haven't linked the artist with any sort of intent or mindset at all.
You don't think of where it is and
I
how
agree with Nisha and Wildheart that it's obviously making the statement, "I'd like someone hung." So that's obvious.
There's a Downing Thomas.
Yeah.
You don't think the context of why it's built, or where it is built, and the timing of when it's built. You don't think that shows any state of mind?
No, and I would agree with what I would agree with what you said just a minute ago. It would be even a better representation of art if it was more lifelike.
I said be more likely to be made from like a regular artist if it was more planned out.
Sure, more lifelike, more functional, but you still haven't linked the artist with the intent.
Yeah, I don't know how you don't see that. Hey, I'm gonna go build to everyone in here at this point a functional gallows.
If I could make a suggestion,
easily kill Mike Pence outside the Capitol building when this is happening. Like
Wildheart, you need a 10-minute timer and insist they wrap this up by the end of that.
Yeah, we can do that.
No,
yeah.
I mean, this is pretty much over.
I've not got the graphics to do that, but if we could wrap this up within 10 minutes, that would be very good. Yeah, I'm getting very, very tired of this.
Well, here, let me sum up what I think about the both sides of the thing, and then someone else can talk.
Yeah, closing statements.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We seem to have two standards going on. I think building a gallows that you could kill someone with at the scene of people looking to get a hold of government officials and the vice president is evidence that you want a gallows present in that situation. And I think it's a safe assumption to assume that if you want a gallows present in that situation, you're okay with it being used. And the other side is saying, I'm trying not to straw man it here. Just because someone built a gallows where it could be used in a context where if they got a hold of the people that they would hang would be used. That doesn't mean that the artist isn't mentally deficient and doesn't understand that this couldn't be used. It doesn't matter that he didn't try to prevent it or any of that stuff. Just slap the sign art on it, totally clean.
DT, do you want to counter that argument? Yeah.
I'm just appalled at the assault on the free expression of art in the United States.
Wow. Okay.
Well, now you gotta have a new topic.
Yeah, we need a new topic now.
It's not like anybody was never mad at a politician and wished they were hung, or maybe put cartoons and stuff like that are always in these representations of maybe doing harm to politicians because we show our anger. Doesn't mean we actually do it. It's just an expression. Maybe that's the same thing here. This thing is clearly not a functional gallows. It's just meant to be used as a piece of art. It's an expression of their anger towards their government. Where they set it up from the Capitol, even in that picture, you could see how the noose around the Capitol. Hey, maybe they could just say, you know what, the Capitol is hung up. They're hung up. They don't know what they're doing. Everything is just hanging, dead. Our government is dead. Doesn't mean I want to go kill anybody. Yeah, you have to prove the intent. Okay, I'm done.
I wish I could make a bet.
I can't believe y'all had this conversation about the gallows for this long.
Well,
yeah, I'm kind of thinking that. Yeah.
Red Fang brought it up, and then I went and looked up a picture of it. Because I heard about this thing, and yep, and here we are, 2 hours, 3 hours later.
Wow.
We can beat a dead horse for sure. No doubt about it.
Well, it looks like yes, I agree. Did it? I mean, without starting another 10-minute conversation about it, I mean, is it in the news? Because you guys know from my history, I don't watch it.
It was.
Oh, okay.
I mean, not recently, because this happened a couple years ago.
Right.
2 years ago.
If
Red Fang is still out there, though, since I can't make bets, I think Red Fang should, whenever he runs into someone that doubts that that's a usable gallows, he just needs to bet them $100 that if they build a facsimile of that Red Fang couldn't show up and successfully hang them to death from it.
Okay. So, Wild Heart.
Yes, I was just gonna say it. So, Nisha, how's it been? Yeah, what's going on with you?
No, first you. What have you been doing?
I have been in prison for the last nearly 12 months. Yeah.
It's been that long since I've been on. Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
Dang, I'm good.
On different things. I've been in and out of prison for the last 12 months, but basically for the last 12 months, yeah, I've been in prison.
So, what was the last reason why you went to prison?
No, it's always been the same. My stepfather has a restraining order against me, and you know my problem with the drink.
Hmm.
When I get drunk, I forget that my stepfather has a restraining order against me, and he lives with my mum on the same street. So I go round to my mum's, forgetting that I've got the restraining order against me, and get put into prison for like 2, 3 months at a time.
And so you just you come out and then you relapse.
Yeah, yeah,
And by the way, this is not alcohol. This is soda pop.
yeah,
So,
no,
um, okay. Um, wow.
yeah.
So, what is it like in prison?
It's nightmarish. To be
Mm.
fair, coming off the alcohol as well, it's kind of nightmarish. I did have to go into the medical unit for some weeks, after getting into prison, because obviously they won't give you alcohol, and I was having the hallucinations and everything. Yeah, it was kind of nightmarish, but yeah.
Can you tell me one of your hallucinations?
Yeah, one of them was I thought the prison guards was taking me away in a fish and chip van, which I don't know whether they exist or not. But like a mobile like food thing. Yeah, I thought they were taking me away to a like a building site. Like a tall building site with like that was very high, and they were taking me up in lifts and stuff. It was very weird. Yeah,
So, one of them was you thought the guards were taking you up on a lift, a,
yeah,
a fish and chip.
yeah. Fish and chip. Like a van, like a
Mm-hmm.
mobile fish and chip. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they took me away in one of them.
But where
Obviously,
did,
all mind they weren't actually doing that.
but
Someone
where
was
were you
hungry.
ending up? Was you actually being transported or what?
No, no,
You were
it was.
still in the same cell?
Yeah, yeah. I was just in the cell. Yeah.
So when you went to this in your um dream state, when you went to this place, what did they do to you?
Nothing really. My mum and my stepsister were there. Kind of, they didn't really do anything to me. It was just I was in this fish and chip van like for a while, and yeah, it's
Hmm.
it's kind of weird because it's kind of in and out. Do you know what I mean? With
Mhm.
being an hallucination, it's obviously not clear
Mhm.
what is going on, but yeah, it was kind of very scary at the time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm. Interesting. Where I
Yeah, so
work at, where I work at, we make fish and chips.
yeah. Oh, that's
Yes,
good. Yeah,
and they are delicious.
yeah, yeah.
Huh. So other than that, what I've been up to is working, traveling. Today, I got a chance to meet the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia's
Wow,
water and agriculture.
wow,
Hmm.
that's cool.
So, yeah, I've been God sent me on missions, and I've been doing missions, and I love it. But you know what? Being on here and in these circles and on these streams, it prepared me. to tackle other things that God had wanted me to deal with. So this was like training ground for me, and I so appreciate that. Like everything I learned from all you guys taught me something, and it was training to prepare me for my next mission. So I appreciate that. I mean, down from you, Wild Heart, to Cerberus, Richard, Brojo, William, even Ace. It was all training for
Yeah,
me. So I appreciate that.
that's cool. So,
Hmm.
so, so you think that like God is leading you on this path down to doing what you're doing?
Hmm.
I don't want to be. Do you know what I
I
mean?
know, I know. It's okay. No, it's okay
Yeah.
because um what you taught me was to be more accepting and patient and understanding. So whether you know it or not, because if I took on the persona of a what we call these Christians, they wouldn't even talk to you, Wild Heart. They would just write you off as, going to hell or whatnot. But you taught me that's not the way to go. That you are human, you are a person. You are, whether you believe it or not, you are a creation just like me. So you brought things to the table that made me humble and made me understand that, you know,
Oh,
it's just not one side to
yeah.
this.
Oh, that's
Mhm.
cool. Yeah, I'm
Mhm.
glad to hear that. That's good.
Yeah. And I know I've been knowing you what, 3, 4, 4 years now. So, I already know where you stand.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I don't want to question you too much, but I'm glad I've been of help to someone.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
you taught me tolerance.
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, if you dealt with a real stuck uppity Christian, they would think just dog you. But you taught me that I have to look beyond that, you know?
Oh, that's really nice.
And being on here taught me that there's all I words I never heard of before, religions I've never heard of before, beliefs I've never heard of before. So this was all training ground for me.
Oh, that's really cool.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, that's really cool.
Oh, I just had an idea. Completely different subject, if you guys don't mind.
No.
I want to run this by you. Has anyone in here seen the video game Getting Over It?
I'm not.
It's
No.
it's a game where you're playing this guy in
Oh.
a cauldron, and you have a sledgehammer, and you have to climb up this mound of bullshit, and every you fall down all the time. It's really hard to do, and it doesn't let you save your progress. So if you fall, you just have to start over. In
Mm-mm.
that vein, I've been sitting here trying to program a game, and I have all the pieces I need done for this. Not the game I planned on, but this other idea. It's a 3D version of that where you're using a grappling rope to climb a mound of bullshit where you can fall down. And the name is going to be Hard R.
Nice.
So what is it? I mean, with any video game, there's a prize, or you have to have some type of dopamine hit. I'm sorry, dopamine hit. So what is that?
So like with the getting over it, the dopamine hit comes from overcoming an insanely unfair challenge. At least that's what it seems like when you watch people play it. Which, by the way, if you haven't watched people play it, you should. It's hilarious.
Hmm. Okay.
Markiplier played it, and he threw his chair across the room.
So it's a insanely unfair game that you just have to put up. Yeah, I can see problems with that, but yeah, I can see how it will be rewarding in the end. But don't all video games have to be rewarding to some point?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're just going back to the beginning all the time, wouldn't that put people off?
Well, you get better at the game and then you beat it. There's an ending to it.
Yeah.
That's more or less what it is. You spend 10 hours pulling your hair out and then you beat it.
The most addictive video game I ever played, I believe it was on a Nintendo, and this had to be middle to late 80s. It was called Marble Madness, and it is exactly what Service was talking about.
Yeah, no, I've played that game. Yeah, Marble Madness. It was on Commodore 64 or Commodore Amiga. Yeah, I know what you.
I played.
Yeah,
I played that game. Yes, I played that game for, I can't remember exactly, but it was at least 18 hours straight.
Yeah.
Because there's about 20 different mazes that you have to go through. And if you fail on any one of those mazes, you have to go all the way back to the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, that.
And
yeah.
so, but and they each get progressively harder, obviously.
Yeah.
And at the near the end, like when the final mazes start, what happens is the ground or the area in front of the marble will disappear. So you have to control it. You're able to see a little bit of the screen that's coming up, and you have to be able to control the marble going through that while you can't see the marble. And then you'll pick the marble up again.
Yeah.
It was insanely difficult. But I beat it. And my thumbs hurt for days afterwards.
Yeah, I do remember that. It was a good game. Yeah, Marble Madness. I think it might just be a UK thing, but I think that was on like Amiga or yeah, like a really early game. It was like a tilt thing where you tilted you tilted the board and the marble. Yeah. That was a cool game as well. Yeah.
I realized I'm missing one thing I forgot. And getting over it, there's a voiceover over the whole game, the whole entire time you're playing. And it's a really calm voice. And it's quoting all these things to you from famous people about dealing with the hardships of life. It's just destroying you mentally while you're failing over and over again.
Well, that's just cruel.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the game.
Yeah, there's no need for that.
I disagree with you.
Hey, yeah, that is kind of cruel.
Sir, I disagree with your meme. I think they both need to date men, not other men.
Well, yeah, but I mean, she would need to date other men because, assumingly, she's with that guy.
That assumes that he's a man.
That's true. That's true. I'm assuming a gender here.
Oh,
where's William at? Where he been?
Oh, he's out and about. Yeah, he was stick around. He is in praises quite a bit, and Praise I am that I am.
What?
Praise I am that I am.
No, I know, but is that going okay?
Yeah, but Will hangs out there, and he's in quite a lot of he's quite active.
Wow.
Yeah, I
That's
saw him this morning in text, just in chat and that. Yeah.
wow. Interesting because I know that they had a really sour relationship. Then he went to Ace and then
Oh yeah, he's in Aces as well a lot. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So is he speaking the Ace message and praise channel?
No, I don't want to speak for William, but I don't think he and guys like prove me wrong or put me right where he's no longer a traditional Christian. I know he never was a traditional Christian, but he's less of a traditional Christian
Who will?
than he was
I
before.
don't. I don't know if Will even calls himself a Christian.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I've heard him testify that he admires what the Bible has to say about the Christ, but is very, very suspicious of God, especially in Old Testament accounts.
Yeah.
I've tried to explain to him this is both rejecting and accepting Christianity simultaneously, and that doesn't make any sense. But that the Old Testament God is apparently evil and maybe the Satan, something like that.
Yeah, if you think they're different entities, right? You can be for Jesus against Yahweh, and you could maybe call yourself a Christian because you're for Jesus.
Yeah,
But
sure.
it would be a little disingenuous to go around calling yourself a Christian to most people because there's so much assumption in that word.
Well, sure, there's a bunch of baggage attached to the word Christian, but I'm a Christ follower, and technically I'm a Christian.
There you go.
You know,
I think
but
that's
then
a better
most
term
Christians
though.
wouldn't agree with me.
I think it's a better term though. Christ follower.
Okay. Okay. So he's just in there messing with him, being Will. Got it.
Not really. No, he's quite serious. Actually, he is
Oh.
on a journey to figure out what makes sense. He just hasn't heard it.
Ooh. So Richard, are you from now? I knew about this when I was talking with you guys before I disappeared for a year. But
Yeah,
are you familiar with the second son?
the second son. You mean the brothers of the Christ?
Nope. I mean
Nope.
the second
Oh,
son.
sorry. I think I'm familiar with the second son. The second son, the first is this the first man? The first son is Adam, and the second son is Jesus.
Wait, is this SUN or SON?
SUN.
That's what I thought. Okay, yeah, I've heard about this. I've heard about this. I don't think there's any evidence for it whatsoever. But go ahead. I'm willing to learn.
Okay, so I didn't talk about it because it was kind of traumatic when I saw it. But I've been recently emboldened to talk about it because others are coming out about it.
When you say you saw it, what does that mean?
Literally, I saw another celestial object behind the sun, and it wasn't an eclipse.
Right.
And then, so let me see if I can share some stuff with you guys. All right, hold on. Let me.
I mean, I've just never heard anything persuasive about it.
Okay, hold on. Let me get my little receipts so we
Yeah.
can talk about this. Hold on.
Cool.
My only question is, if it's behind the sun, how can you see it?
Well, sun at rise with clouds blocking most of the light. A human being could see a bright stellar object on the near to the sun, but not directly behind it.
Well, that's the thing. Like it can't be what you're seeing can't be behind it.
Well, I don't think she means behind.
Okay.
Perfectly in a line with at 180 degrees from her eyeball through the middle of the sun and into the other object, as if she is Superman and can see through things that are opaque. I don't think that's what she means.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I've seen plenty of celestial bodies that are on the other side of the sun from us, like at night and in the morning.
Get in. Can just Christian Carpenter? Yeah, seventh son of a seventh son. Seventh son of a seventh son. That was a great song. Sorry, carry on.
In fact, I've seen literally probably millions of stars that are on the other side of the sun from us. Top that, Nisha.
When we're in daylight on this part of the world.
No, the sun wasn't up yet. It was almost up, and also just went down.
Because you were in the southern hemisphere, very, very south.
No. I'm not talking about like another galaxy or the Milky Way, just other stars that are on the other side of the sun.
Yeah, there's nothing unusual about what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just exactly what she said. A celestial
yes,
body,
but I don't think she means the same thing. I really don't think she would be impressed by that and talking about it this way.
Maybe. All I'm going to say is I've seen thousands. She's only seen one. I win.
Okay, if it's a contest, you win.
Right. I was just looking up Seventh Son of Seventh Son. It is a great song by Iron Man. So.
By who?
Okay. So,
Okay,
so I'm going to share my screen. This is my personal. This for the past year. Here it goes. But okay, so here's where I finally decided to talk about it because I saw other people talking about it. So I'm going to press this.
It's a robot. Paul Cox was doing a slew telecast. Slew? It's a robotic telescope service that can be viewed live online, of course. During the...
Okay, just keep going. I'm sorry.
I have all the answers. Ask me any questions.
I didn't know you could stream telescopes. I'd have been watching that instead of Netflix.
They've been doing that for years. During the broadcast, he casually let slip that there is a second sun that NASA has been covering up. A couple of pertinent facts. Cox has been employed by SLU since 2003. That right there is suspicious alone.
Why?
2003 was a weird year, if I recall correctly.
He's been working for a telescope streaming company for a lot of years.
That's a long
suspicious.
time.
Nobody holds down a steady job like that anymore.
Hey, he spilled the beans during an 8-hour live broadcast showing a live feed of his telescope examining the planets. Let's watch.
You may be asking yourself, what is that large round thing to the right of the sun? Well, that's our second sun. I don't know if you knew that we had a second sun, but there it is. It's normally hidden from view. NASA and other organizations, they usually hide that stuff away from us.
Okay. Is that it?
Okay, so let me bring out. No. Hold on. I'm gonna bring out just a slew of receipts. So.
Oh, nice wordplay.
It looks like my thing froze. Hold on. What is okay? Is this it right here?
On the City by the Bluff, Memphis, Tennessee. He's here to share some insight with us about what's going on right now and what's about to go down in a couple of days. How you doing today, sir?
I'm fantastic, and God bless you and the family and all your listeners. And just let me say a happy New Year's. And thank you for what you've been able to do at this critical time. And I'm not talking about Trump. I think now Trump is a decoy. for the big picture. There's a planet circling around that's been circling around that they know of since 1930. And that's what the space program is about. It ain't nothing to do with no war. It's all the mighty nations have come together. And that's what the games are about, to get your attention off of. Someone called me on the 13th, Friday the 13th of this year, and said, check out the two suns that's in the sky in California. And we did. And then from there, I got out my notes and said, you know, this must be about the thing they've been following.
I don't know.
there, Nisha?
I'm still here. I don't know why it froze. Hold on.
Because you have a crappy connection right now. Same reason anybody freezes.
Okay, got it. Hold on.
Since 1930. Now, first, NASA is not about space stuff. The missiles, they were put together by mighty nations to track this huge thing they picked up and didn't know.
Yes, my connection is very crappy. Okay, so y'all got the meat of it. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna throw in a few more things.
You should try
So
taking your camera off.
Okay. Oh, that might be it. Let's see.
It'll help. How much we'll see.
Thousand miles every 24 hours. They know how close it's getting. So then we asked the question, if you were one of the bright scientists in the world in climate, and I'm the second most in the world, so how can you see one thing and I'm over here saying, oh, that's not happening? That's a game. You know, you can't sell me two Rolls Royces and one is saying it don't work and the other one said it do work. I mean, and so what we're looking at is this big lie. And I guess it's not a lie to them. They're not hiding this to protect us. They're hiding this to protect themselves. Like they're going to determine who's going to live and who's going to die. Now, let me just briefly say this. The church is one thing. And being a black man born 85 years ago, I know how valuable the church has been. It's for nothing else but racism and all that crazy stuff. When I was a little boy, I didn't know there was sexism. They doing it to the women white in front of me, my mama, everybody else, but I didn't see that. But I could feel racism. I heard about the lynchings. I know what they'll do, okay? And so all at once now we look around and all that stuff they telling us they doing, they're not doing that. They are putting all these trillions of dollars together, trying to trace this huge thing, which is about 1,000, 10,000, maybe 1,000,000 times bigger than this planet. That's what got everybody scared. Now,
I'm gonna go to some other things and then we can open up. We can talk all about it, but just give me 3 more chances.
If it's 3 more videos about hearsay, we can just skip them.
Yeah.
No, it's not videos.
3 more evidences of hearsay. We can skip them.
Okay. But just give me, okay, just let me, I don't know why this won't let me back out of it. So hold on. All right. So let me go to.
Is his name Art?
Was he a hangman?
No.
No? Okay.
All right. I did find that funny. He mentioned lynchings, and y'all was just talking about that. Okay, so I'm gonna unshare until I get to the other ones. Okay, hold on. But y'all can talk. Just let me finish finding these things. But if y'all want to start talking, go at it.
I don't want to talk at the moment. Someone else.
You know, we didn't invest trillions of dollars at looking at our sun because you don't need to. And we've got, you know, an Earth-based observatory and stereo A and stereo B satellites orbiting on Earth's path around the sun.
Stereo
But
A
equally
is
spaced.
out of commission.
That happens.
No, stereo A is out of commission. We can't see the back of the sun, which is gonna play a huge part in what I'm trying to tell you guys. We only have stereo B, but stereo A it immediately went out of order.
Immediately when? Because I remember
I
it
don't have the
working,
exact.
and I have not been
It did
looking at
work.
stereo A. I have not been looking at stereo A since 1930 or 60 or whatever that gentleman said. In fact, stereo A didn't exist that long ago.
Okay, can I just say either stereo satellite can see behind the sun in relation to where we are?
Yes.
No,
Let's
stereo.
look.
I'm trying to tell you because I'm in the game. We are CGI in the back of the sun.
Well,
We
I
don't
wouldn't be
have
able to tell the
we have
difference now,
stereo.
would I?
Yeah, we have stereo B, but we don't have stereo A. So whenever they're forecasting the sun, they're CGIing and trying to forecast like the weatherman the back of the sun.
But you know that's untestable, right? That's not falsifiable. Because they could show us old film footage for years and we couldn't tell the difference because there's no other way for us to see the backside of the sun that stereo A normally looks at. So it's unfalsifiable. It's like saying, oh, this thing exists on the backside of the moon. Well, I can't test that.
Yes. So
Okay, so someone could say that and you can't disprove it, which means it's useless. It could be made up.
Yeah. All we can do is see the earth facing side of the sun. We cannot see the back.
Earth facing? What do you mean the earth facing? Do you mean stereo A and B are out?
No, just B, and B is the one that's directed towards. So we can only see the side that's facing Earth, and that's the side that's stereo B. Stereo A was supposed to film the back of the sun.
That's not factual. There's an earthbound. There's 3 of them. There's an earthbound and 2 satellites. Stereo A and stereo B are on Earth's orbital path, but are evenly spaced to triangulate because the sun is a sphere. And if you triangulate, you can see all parts of a sphere at all times.
I'm going to pull it up right now.
Wait, we have a satellite that goes behind the sun?
Yeah, we have 2 of them, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but stereo A is out of commission.
Okay, but Nisha, before you go down this path, what evidence do you have this isn't a psyop and you're being tricked into believing something false?
So we have satellites
what
with a 230 million mile orbit?
Well, it's the same as the Earth's orbit, basically.
Part?
How far is the sun away from the Earth?
8 light minutes.
And
The
we
second sun
have satellites that go farther out than 8 light minutes.
No, they're at about 8 light minutes from the sun.
Yeah, we do though. We
On
do
the,
have satellites
on
very
the
far
far
away.
on the far side of the sun.
Triangulating the sun from our position at all times in geosynchronous orbit around the sun, or heliocentric oh crap, I just had the term and I said it wrong. Now I'm screwed up. They're doing what the
So
Earth
just to be
does,
clear,
but from 2 other positions, triangulating the sun so we can always see all sides of the sun.
I tried to ask a really simple question. We have satellites that are beyond the sun.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
So Nisha, can you present some evidence that you're not being tricked into believing this and that it's potentially false?
Which?
There being a second sun.
Can I present evidence that I'm not being tricked?
Yeah.
Well, let me say this. No, but let me say this. I knew and saw it before I even got into. I didn't go searching for this information. So
Yeah.
there was this 1 year, and apparently not everybody, let me take that back. Apparently there was people that saw it. So that video, and I don't know why, let me read.
To be fair, the best evidence you
there was
have,
this
Nisha, is
year.
your personal experience.
I understand. So that's why I'm trying to be gentle when I say this. So there was 2016. That is the year that changed my life. I saw it. And then the conversation came back up recently. And when he saw it, I'm trying to get my Facebook page to upload. It was 2016. So it's on this weird transit or elliptical orbit, and it comes around. I don't even know how many years pass before it comes back around. But apparently it was in 2016, and this guy with this SPLU observatory saw it, and it was when I saw it, but I had no idea what the hell I was looking at. I was not reading information.
That makes sense.
I was not searching for anything. I took pictures of it, and so I'm trying to get my stuff uploaded so I can show you the original pictures I took in 2016.
How about you link somebody with a better connection? Like maybe give Wildheart a link instead of trying to open it and share yourself.
Yeah.
Because
all Wildheart has to do is go to my Facebook page, and then I can tell him.
Sweetie?
Yeah, if you can link me your Facebook page, I'll do that.
Okay, let me see.
If you don't, I was supposed to say, if you don't know that you haven't been tricked, then I don't know how you can move on from there.
The problem is nobody told me this information.
Okay.
This is something I witnessed. And then I was elated when I saw other people that witnessed it in the same year that I had no idea.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would bet a trick on this scale could trick multiple people. Yeah.
Well, all I have to say about that is you are dealing
It won't be the last time more than one person had a bad idea.
all I have to say is you're dealing with and then I can tie this thing that I saw in the Bible. So what I'm saying is the ancients saw it, and documented it in the Bible. That's the only reason why I can see why it's in the Bible. They saw it.
Right.
And
Yeah,
then
there's a story about it in the Bible. So these people
yeah, where the
tricked you.
sun is darkened and so so NASA knows there's this, they call it X because they don't know what the heck it is. They know it's something out there because it's affecting the gravity, but it's beyond the Kuiper belt. And what they're saying is if this thing existed, it would hurl asteroids and meteorites at the planet. No, duh.
Wait, I thought you said
Where's
NASA
the
was
Kuiper
hiding
Belt?
this and using CGI and everything.
Have you been to space?
Did you not just say NASA was trying to hide all this and using CGI
No,
and stuff?
NASA.
No, she
NASA.
didn't say that.
No,
Do you think it, Nisha? Do you think they're trying to hide this?
they're not CGI and they're just not showing you.
So they're hiding it.
No,
Can
they
you
are
say,
omitting. Omitting is different.
Okay, but if they're saying that it's out there and they gave it a name, they're not really omitting it, are they?
They're trying to say it's a hypothetical, but we know that one, yes, the physics makes sense because they are seeing a gravitational pull. And then two, yes, if it is there, they're saying, well, if it existed, it would hurl asteroids and stuff towards the earth. Yeah.
Where's the Kuiper Belt, Nisha?
That is on the outer solar system near the Oort clouds, right?
can you say I can't post that link because he's not letting me log into Facebook. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I think you've potentially been tricked, Nisha.
No, well, it does. It work. The trick part works for all the informational stuff, but it doesn't work for the personal experience.
No, it does.
That's
It
what
does.
no, it
Well,
does not.
now you have a huge conspiracy involving money and lots of personnel and pretty good technology, or even very good technology, in order to pull that off.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what's being claimed on the other side too. So I'm just trying to play fair here.
No,
Yeah, that's what I
because
figured. You're just playing devil's advocate, but it doesn't really work in personal experience.
No, it does. This is projection. See?
Okay, let's say it was a three-dimensional image projected by lasers. Let's say it was.
It's just a 2D on the sky.
Let's say it was. Well, 2D is not going to work in bright light. But anyway.
Well, she said darkened, remember?
Can you just say that I really like Nisha and I'll leave it at that.
let me see if I
having
can.
having had an alcoholic drink and having a crush on a person does not make them right.
All right, shut up, Richard.
She is pretty though, and she's smart and likable. I mean, I get it.
What I would love I'm trying to get to my pictures I took because he can't discredit is my pictures that I took and my experience outside influence.
Okay,
So
so
I'm trying to
critical
get to
question.
that.
Just because I'd like you to be either right or wrong, I don't care which one it is, but I'd like you to be sure of what you saw. Did you see it with the unaided human eye? Like no glasses, no contact lenses, no camera, no nothing.
Absolutely.
Okay, because that helps your case, or it really harms it.
Dang. I'm on this stupid computer and it's trash. Straight up trash. And does anybody else have a Facebook?
I do.
Can you grab that link and log in?
Hold on a second.
It's in the private chat. Yeah, Facebook. Ironically, I signed up to Facebook for 1 hour and they banned my account because.
Okay, I've got Queen Hepzibah of Melchizedek.
That is me. Hey.
That sure looks a bunch like you.
Okay, so let's share your screen.
Okay, and then you can walk me through.
Yes, and I'll tell you to keep scrolling down.
Okay. Please approve Wild Heart.
Yes.
There you go.
Yep.
Got it up. Okay, cool. And where do I
Scroll
go?
down.
Where do I go from here?
Okay, scroll down. Let me
Uh-huh.
see how far you need to scroll. Keep scrolling. That's
If those are
Miss
your sisters, you're the
Motion.
best looking one.
And that's the Prime Minister today.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of
Yeah.
slowly scroll, and you tell me what to do.
Okay, I'm scrolling with you so I can tell you where to pinpoint it.
Come on.
Wait.
It's lagging.
Yeah, that's what I was dealing with. That's
Nope,
what
it won't
I was
move.
dealing with.
No matter how hard I roll that little mouse, man, it's just not.
Richard,
Nope,
that's
not
what
doing it.
was going on my page. I think.
Okay, I believe you.
That's why
Sound
I
like a
couldn't.
Facebook problem to me.
As soon as it says my data, it just stops.
Look at this handsome guy. Look at
Oh,
that
that's
pretty woman.
hubby.
Yeah.
That
is
was
hubby.
like a singer. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm on a battleship.
Yeah, that's a rope winch, yeah? Right there behind you.
Yeah, sure
Yeah.
is.
I'm a machinist.
I know.
Yeah.
Dang, it's still buffering.
How cute is she here? Look how cute she is.
That
I'll pinch her cheeks.
Yeah.
Heck
Watch
of
them.
funny.
Ooh, what's this? Ooh, sexy, sexy. Look at him. Look at them. They're beautiful.
He is a good looking man, to be fair.
He is.
Yeah.
I ain't saying I'm a gay man, but if I was a gay man.
You guys are so funny. Dang.
See, that's why you love us. Okay, your Facebook thing is just frozen. It just ain't gonna move.
So that's what I was dealing with.
Right.
This sucks. I think this is a conspiracy right here.
All right, let's check photos. How about if I go to photos? Is it one of these?
Oh, okay, go. Yeah, let's scroll down. Okay. So wait, stop.
Is that it?
No. Okay, you see Kanye
that it?
West? You see Kanye?
Do I see Kanye West? Who the
Okay, go
hell is
up.
Kanye West?
Oh, no, not
Kanye West.
up.
Okay,
That
go in the other direction.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Scroll down.
Yeah.
You in it.
Little
So
bit.
the fourth
go slow.
row,
Fourth
third
row.
picture.
This
click
guy.
it. No,
Yeah.
fourth row, third. No,
No,
that's another story. Fourth
Let's see.
row.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh,
Okay. This,
I'm sorry. Fourth column, third row.
oh,
That one.
that's different.
No.
Fourth column, third row.
Third
this
row.
one.
That one. Click it. Okay, you see the date? Look at the date.
3:23 p.m. July 25th, 2020 is
Okay,
what
you
it
see the
reads.
picture?
All right. Yep.
Okay, back out.
First of all, I'm having problems that's a picture.
No. It's an art album cover. It's a vision. What
okay.
he saw. Okay,
Exit
click.
that. Okay.
Okay, go to fourth column, fourth column, third picture.
That's what I just did. Fourth column. 1, 2, 3, 4. In America, you do it from the left.
Fifth column.
Fifth column.
Picture.
Counting matters. Go ahead. This one?
Yes. Now you see the date?
I see October the 22nd of 2016.
Okay.
That's
Now back out of that.
Uh-huh.
And then you can click on that picture right there that you kept clicking on underneath that album cover picture. The fourth column, fourth picture.
Under this one.
Right there.
This one. Okay,
That's what I took.
Okay.
And mine was 2016, and he did that in 2020.
Okay, now when you saw this with the naked eye, do you think that this photo here is a good representation of what you experienced? Or do you need to fix something about it and tell us something that the human eye would see that is not here?
I saw another celestial object behind that object, and it was not
I'd
an
like
exhibit.
to point some things out about this.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So the sun rays are an effect of lensing. That is the camera you took the picture with. The human eye doesn't see those rays, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to point out that the halo around the photo frame center object is oblong. It's an oblong halo, which means the camera saw something that was bright and shaped also as an oblong.
Mm-hmm.
So that is not indicative of a lens shadow or a secondary light source. It wouldn't do that.
Okay, repeat that.
Okay, look at the blue circle around the yellow with the purple half circle.
Mm-hmm.
You see the blue, the bright blue circle around it? It's kind of lumpy. Now that totally makes sense. That's what I'm referring to as a halo. That halo or rainbow-like effect is oblong. It's egg-shaped. It's not a perfect circle. You can plainly see that. Now that means that the camera was picking up light source from two objects simultaneously that are overlapping, which is what the picture indicates.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Got it.
Because a lens can't make that oblong. It would have been round if the light source were round. It just would.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And can you just say Nisha, I just like you. Okay.
I know.
Okay. Any other things we can look at on Facebook?
Let me see.
So there's two suns there? Is that what the argument is?
There's
And
two
then
objects there.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they're both necessarily suns, but this is a picture of two objects that are overlapping.
And so if you go to
Which one's in front of the other?
The one that's more circular looking is the one that would be in the front. In this, it appears a bright yellow.
I wonder what that big dark object behind the sun was.
Hello.
You know,
Did you say this? This has happened in 2016 and 2020.
and that video with the so what we couldn't get to was the original. I can probably send you the link where the slew television, it was in 2016. I didn't even know that that video even existed until that day I posted it.
Okay, so this that I have up here, I'm just using it as an example of what that photo is not. Now you see the little blue dot that is equidistant from center of the lens.
Oh yeah, I know about that.
It's in the same opposite part of the picture, right? And even that purple dome is just a lens mistake, a lens effect that a human eye would not see. Okay, just wanted to bring that up to show the difference.
And then I put the
but Nisha, I do know your penchant for Christianity and such things. Is there a way you're trying to tie this into? Is a kind of a backstory as to how this kind of ties into
no,
Christianity?
I just find it interesting. I just find it really interesting.
Okay, Nisha, I have one question to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying?
Oh, go to that, Richard. You see that that scripture and they wrapped around yellow above? It's got a yellow border right there.
Okay. Are you saying
No,
you
that's not it. Okay, back out.
are you saying that you could look at the sun with your eyes and see a dark object peeking out from behind it?
I was doing it through the telescope.
No, you said you saw this with your own eyes.
Well, yeah, with the help of a telescope.
Wait, that's not the same thing. I asked unaided eye. Did you ever see this with
Oh,
the no lens, no glasses, no contact lenses,
I thought you was
nothing?
talking about my glasses and contact. No, I didn't have those on, but
That's
you
that's an
can't
issue.
you can't you can't look at that directly.
Oh, you
Everybody
could
knows.
for a little bitty amount of time.
No, I
It's gonna
wasn't
damage
trying.
your eye, but you can.
Yeah, that's why I didn't do it. That
But
telescope right there.
the thing is that even for the second that you could look at the sun, there's too much light for the human eye to see anything that isn't
Mhm.
brighter than the sun from behind the sun.
That's why
Oh, wait. It could be slightly dimmer, but not by much.
Yeah, it would have to be really close. But the picture there is of something black.
That's a comparative because we're
Yeah.
talking about a photograph here. We're talking about an exposure.
Yeah, what she said looked exactly like what she saw.
No, what she said, what I asked was, did she have any corrections to make about this picture? And she said no. Of course, she may have changed her mind by now.
I probably didn't understand you. Scroll up, Richard. Scroll up.
Scroll up, Richard. If this is up.
Okay. Yeah. No. I'm looking for all yellow picture. It's got all yellow.
All yellow. Like this?
Nope. It
She's
looks
not
like that, but
frustrated.
it has one. Scroll
Looks
down.
like that, but it's not like this.
No, that's not it because we looked at that. That was the wrong one.
Yes, we did.
Oh, look, I had
See, this is something you see this right here. This pose right here is how you can always know if the spine belongs to a male or a female. Sorry,
Really?
trans folk. Sorry, trans folk. Males cannot do that. Anyway, never mind.
It's not on there. Dang it. I put the picture in the private chat.
Put the what in the private chat?
The scripture.
Mark 13:25.
Yep.
Okay.
I feel like somebody's going through my freaking privacy. It's okay though, because it's all public.
So when I asked if you were kind of tying this into Christianity,
Yes, she is.
yeah. Okay.
So if you can bring up Richard, Mark 13:25.
Working on it.
Okay.
There you go.
You gotta get the one where the sun will be dark.
It's not Mark 13:25.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's right above it. It's 24. But in those days after that tribulation, the sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars of heaven shall fall, and the powers that are in heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with great power and glory. And then shall he send his angels.
Can I chime in at this point? You know that the moon doesn't give off light; it reflects light.
Yes,
This
you
is
are
true.
technically accurate.
Yeah. Okay.
And so what
But
the
you know
science
this was written to people within their understanding, and they believed they were in a snow globe.
Yeah.
So let's not forget that.
So what the scientist was saying was that if there's this X planet and that's orbiting that they can see the gravitational effects of, they said that it would hurl meteors towards the Earth. Can that be confused with the stars falling?
We have called meteorites that are burning up into the Earth's atmosphere falling stars in the past.
Mm-hmm. And are you guys familiar with that song, Black Hole Sun?
Yes,
Yes,
Soundgarden is a
I
great
don't
song.
think that's prophecy, though.
Yeah, Black Hole Sun, won't you come?
Won't you come
And
wash
away
away the
the rain.
rain?
Black Hole Sun, won't you come? Great song. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea what it's about, though.
No, I don't.
Wait a second.
I've
you-
seen that.
Are you saying the second sun is a black hole?
Well, actually, in the middle of our galaxy is one,
Is one what?
a black hole, allegedly.
There is a theory that explains star movement and hypothesizes that there's a black hole there.
Mhm.
That's not the same thing as there is a black hole there.
Yeah. So everything is a theory and hypothesis.
Yeah, it's not even good enough to be a theory. You're right. I used the wrong word. There's a hypothesis that in the middle of this spiral galaxy is a black hole. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And none of us has ever been outside of, and none of us has ever been in Leo orbit to say what is out there. So we don't know.
Right.
So
we've got 16 light minutes and a couple of crappy satellites. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you don't know what's out there, then why would you say the second sun is a black hole?
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you what I saw.
What did you see? A black hole?
Whatever it is,
I don't remember
black.
Nisha saying it was a black hole.
Right.
Well, I'm
I don't, in fact, I don't think you said what you thought it was at all.
No, I don't. Exactly.
Pretty sure you just said other people think it's a.
And so here it is.
That's why I'm asking, what do you think you saw?
So Wild Heart had something that was very interesting. What he said, which was true. He said the moon reflects light. So if you know anything about stars, they are always binary. But we've been taught that our star is not a binary star, which is weird because stars are binaries.
It's not always, but often.
I'm not sure.
More often than never. And they call this hit. Is this Space Cadet?
Yes. How are you? I haven't seen you in forever.
Hey, Space Cadet.
How are you?
Okay, what you got to add?
Well, I'm just wondering, I've never heard that idea that every star is a binary star. Like, are you talking about like with another star? Like it always has a binary to that it's interacting with?
Yeah,
what?
Most stars hypothetically are binaries. And then if you look at the history of our star, they always say it's our star had an evil twin. If you look at like the folklore of what happened to our star's twin, you can research this. It says, well, what happened to our star? And it was like, oh, it got ejected. So in the Big Bang, somehow our star twin got ejected, and they call it an evil twin.
But why is it evil?
What?
I don't know. It's the whole point I'm trying to make is this a stupid story to try and get us off the track that our star did have a twin.
Why is it?
Well,
why does it mean more if it has a twin? It seems to mean more somehow if it has a twin. How does it change the story of single stars versus binary stars? Like, what changes for you as far as how you think of stars and what they do and why they're here? Well, I don't even know why they're here, but what they do, what their role is in our life.
I know, just taking the astrophysics class, most stars have a sibling. I don't know why ours is different. People want to say that we're in the Goldilocks, and this is we're the only planet in the universe and universes that have this Goldilocks zone in life.
That was Carl Sagan. That was a whole lifetime of science ago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are many Earth-like planets that have been found over the decades that are that are within their solar system's quote unquote Goldilocks zone. I mean, as far as we know, there's no life there. But unless you go there, how can you tell? Right? It's just
Actually, through breaking up the light,
yeah.
when its star is on the other side of it and its star's light shines through its atmosphere, if it has one, and we see a difference in the light's qualities, physical qualities. And if we break that up prismatically, you get Fraunhofer lines showing that there is an atmosphere, and we can even identify many gases of some very near Goldilocks zone planets.
Well, yeah, that's basically what I was saying, Richard.
Yep.
Like, I don't know whether there's life on those planets, but they're there. They're Earth-like.
And the sun not being a binary star doesn't really hold any weight. From what I came across, it says no, the sun is not part of a binary star system. It is the only star in the Earth solar system. The closest binary system to Earth is Sirius.
And that's pretty far away, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why isn't it jovial? Has it had a tough life?
It is
hilarious.
Sirius is about 8.6 light years from Earth.
Okay.
Also,
It doesn't sound like much, but it's huge.
Right, and I think I remember seeing somewhere that Jupiter was actually supposed to be another sun, but
maybe it didn't get dense enough or something.
Yeah, it didn't get dense enough. It just didn't. I don't know. I don't know whether I dreamed them up in my insanity, but
I've heard that too. Like under slightly other circumstances, it would have been a star. Like it would have collapsed in on itself, started ignition, and.
For instance, if it were 81 times its present size, or if it had massive collision, it would be ignited right now.
Yep.
Wouldn't that be
Richard,
a show?
Okay, go to I put it at the forefront of my page. If you can go back to my Facebook, Richard.
Yes, ma'am.
I put it at the
Uno
top.
momento.
We're giving away our personal Facebooks today.
I mean, yeah, but there really isn't anything new on mine. Well, I mean,
Are we looking for the yellow frame picture again?
No.
No.
Go back to the page, the actual page.
I'm sharing it. You don't see it?
No, you got the pictures. The time.
What do you want me to be?
The news feed of my page. See?
How do I do that?
Post.
Posts.
Click on
Gotcha.
post.
Gotcha. What else?
Okay, scroll down.
Uh-huh. Scrolling as slow as possible
Right
because
there.
you're not speaking.
Right there.
Okay, right there.
Yep, play that.
Play what?
That one, press play. This one I just shared says 2 minutes.
Don't see a play button.
It says I see a triangle on your.
What am I supposed to be looking for, please?
Do y'all see that play button right there?
What play button?
It's right there. Richard.
Triangle?
Hold on.
Yes.
Somebody give me a color okay, you said triangle. I don't see
lower left of the visible window.
Usually right where you would find it in a window at the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Lower left.
I'm sorry. It's not the lower left of the whole window. It's the lower left of her post time stream sort of little
Oh
sub
God,
window in
somebody
the
else
middle
do
there.
this. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Richard,
You
hold
know
on.
I'm a boomer, right? Okay.
Do you see?
Don't insult yourself like that.
Hold on. Hold
I am
on.
a boomer.
Do you see the blue icon at the top?
The little house.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm talking to Richard.
Sorry.
You see the blue icon, right?
The F circle Facebook icon, yeah.
That's in the extreme
to
left
the right
corner.
of-
Yeah.
No. Listen to me.
I'm listening
No,
to
I'm
you, Bob.
saying the Facebook.
I'm ignoring her. She can
Richard.
say whatever she
Richard.
wants. Just keep talking.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, Richard. If you look at the
Yeah.
top bar of that window, near the
Uh-huh.
middle, but not quite the middle, is a blue icon.
This one?
It's next
You
to
should be able to
just
see
to
my
the-
We
cursor.
can't see
Just to the I can't see your cursor. Just to the right of that blue icon is another little window with a red circle with a number in it. Do you know which icon I'm talking about?
I see a red circle with number and I see two of them, a 6 and a 20 plus.
Do you see the blue icon at the middle? Okay, you remember where the blue Facebook circle was?
Yeah,
Can I
see
take
it.
over?
Yeah.
Okay, hold
Yes.
on. Now go to the right from the blue Facebook
Okay,
circle. Move right. Do you see
Okay,
the
I'm
blue
moving right.
object? Do you see
Nope.
the next blue object? To the
There
right.
is no other blue object that I see. There is no other
To the
blue
right of the
object on
Facebook
that
circle.
Can I give it a
Okay.
on
try
that
then?
same
Yeah,
line.
go ahead.
On that
All
same
right,
line, there is
Richard.
no more blue things.
Okay.
All right, Richard.
Yeah, what do you want me to do?
Okay, so I just want you to consider the entire window that we can see, right? On the
What do you
left
mean by
hand,
window?
her window, or the one you're sharing, or whoever is sharing it, that window.
The
Okay, the one
Facebook
that,
thing.
yes, the Facebook thing.
Okay.
On the left, you will see there's
Uh-huh.
like a vertical list. You know, it says Tanisha, friends, memories, blah blah blah. Right? You see that? It's a vertical list.
No.
You can go down
I
the
see a
list.
vertical list on the left. Were you
Yes,
actually
that's the one
reading
I'm
it? Because I
talking
don't
about.
see those words.
I'm only referring to the list itself, not what's on it. Do you see the list?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I see the
Okay.
list.
Go to the very bottom of the list.
Got it.
Now, go to the right until you see the next border, which is the next section, which is her posts, her timeline. Do you see that? Just follow along the bottom until you see the next border. It's like a vertical line, and then there's stuff inside. There's like a separate window within a window. You see that? Her icon's
Yeah.
right on the bottom. Go straight up from there, and there's a play button. You see that play button? Right straight up from her head on the bottom of the row there. Do you see that? Because she's got a little icon on the bottom that says Tanisha McCann. Right above her head is a play button. There we go. You got it. Yes, play that screen. Are you playing it?
Replay video? You want me to select that?
I want
It doesn't
you to
say play.
Oh, look, there's a play button right above her head. Do you see? If you would, oh my God. Okay, so you followed along to the border,
Massey,
right?
I think Richard is fucking with you at this point.
No, I am not. And fuck you for saying so. What do you think of
Anyway.
that?
I think that's totally warranted.
I had no idea what was going on in here when I came in. Anyway.
I was like,
I was serious when I said someone else should do this. Now, the link for her Facebook is in the private chat. Anyone who understands what the hell you guys are talking about is welcome to try this, including the people instructing me. But I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see what you're seeing. I see replay video. There is no cursor to say play above her head. It doesn't exist.
It's not a cursor that that says play. It's a triangular play button that is universally
triangle.
used. You've clicked on them several times before in your life, I am sure.
Is this what you wanted at the top there? There's a triangle on a TV screen. Is that what you wanted? New videos for you. Is this what you wanted?
Where did
Confronting
Healthy
my
say it
cheating
was
husband.
approximately?
Can you repost the link?
Do you
'Cause
remember?
I missed it.
Okay, I'm gonna go and repost the link back into the private chat because you weren't here when it was posted. All right. Here you go. Somebody else do this. I'm sorry that I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, I really am. You got it. It's right there. Private chat.
Yeah, I know, but now see, you have to be logged into Facebook. And I'm not logged in on this browser, and I never am. So now there's another complication. Okay, hold on. I don't know if I can share Safari from Chrome, but let me see if I can.
Okay, real quick. Richard, middle of the screen, do you see a bar that's about a quarter of blue?
Okay, I'm back on Tanisha's homepage on Facebook. Is that what we're talking about?
If that's what's being shared, yes. Almost near the middle of the page, there's a bar. It's partially blue and then white.
I don't see a partially blue white bar. All I see is this thing that is blue.
When you say this thing, I can't tell what you're saying.
Under posts, about, friends, photos, videos, check-ins, and more, there's a blue line. That's the only. And then we got recent. Is recent what you want?
Okay, so what's being shared is not what Richard is sharing, correct? That's what I'm getting from this.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? What the hell is that on the screen?
I don't know.
It is not what you're looking at.
It is not what I'm looking at all.
Someone share my screen.
Guess not.
This is why the translation about where to go isn't working.
Right.
Well, someone's sharing some other screen that's not mine. So it's obvious that your instructions make no sense to me. That explains things.
Well, that's been obvious from the start. Unless you were fucking with her.
No. Look at what I'm sharing backstage.
Okay, Halsey
and it's
got
a different screen.
Okay, let's play.
I can't get backstage.
Oh.
Sam.
I'm sorry I used vulgar language at you for using vulgar language at me. I shouldn't have done that. It was low. I'm sorry, DT.
I'm
Are you
sorry
able
I accused you of fucking
hear
with
it?
her.
No,
Are
we
you able
can't
to
hear it. So you got to start it all
right,
over.
hold on.
Okay.
It's like 5 seconds. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. I just have to adjust something and make you guys be able to hear it, I think. Let's see.
Thank you, Richard, for your diligence.
And darker, and that was just the sun. Show. We're going to have live views again. We've got still actually I have just heard that we have. You saw Dubai get darker and darker, and that was just the sun setting. Here we are with the live views from the solar telescope just behind me. It's what SLU members are going to watch every single day from now on. And you can see there, the sun is on the left. You can see the small black dot, which is just to the right of center of the sun. That is the tiny orb of Mercury. Mercury, you now know so many interesting and fascinating facts from SLU astronomer Bob Berman. You'll be able to tell all your friends. Now, you may be asking yourself, what is that large round thing to the right of the sun? Well, that's our second sun. I don't know if you knew that we had a second sun, but there it is. It's normally hidden from view. NASA and other organizations, they usually hide that stuff away from us. They don't tell us the truth, but there it is. It's true. Anyway, I want to welcome our next guest. Many of us start in science while we're still young and in school, and that little spark of inspiration can come from all manner of places, from books, TV shows, to teachers, to science projects. Now, I want to welcome Bart Thomas right now, one of the teachers who is using today's event to engage and inspire his students at the Naples High School in Naples, Florida. Bart, thank you very much for joining us. Can you hear me?
Hey, it's really sunny, and more sun today, and we're really fortunate.
What a fabulous day and what a fabulous event to just inspire the kids.
Now, if y'all can tell me if that's the sun and you got Mercury it's transiting across it, what was the other thing? I don't know what that is. That has nothing to do with me. What was the other orb? And that was live. Hello? Hello?
All right, I was multiple windows away.
Oh.
If it's that picture that was shown before, it looks like a zoomed in, cropped out photo of a lens flare.
In space?
No, I'm describing the one I saw before. It would have been taken from the ground.
Yeah, but he told you that that was a telescope live filming Mercury transiting in front of
Yeah,
the
a telescope,
sun.
not a satellite.
Do you even
I
know
have
what
a
a satellite? Go ahead.
I have a question, Nisha. You've said they're hiding this before, and I think Cerberus was asking you if this guy was able to see it with a telescope. Yet you're saying NASA and whoever are hiding this. How are they hiding an object that big?
Well, one, I said that it has a weird transit. So it only comes around. Apparently, it looks like it came around in 2016. Two, how do you know other people haven't seen this?
I don't.
Exactly.
But what does that mean?
That means
How
you
do I
probably don't
know other
have
people? How do I know
information.
other people haven't seen unicorns, for instance?
What? See here, let's stick to the one subject.
Okay.
So you are basing your information off what they tell you, right?
Well, no.
Yeah, you are.
Usually I am, but now
Most
I'm
likely
basing
you are.
I'm basing my information off of the information you put in front of me. And what I'm
Right.
asking you is, if there's an object this big, you were able to photograph it, this other guy was able to see it with the telescope, how are they hiding? If you saw it and these other people saw it, how is NASA hiding it? They obviously haven't hid
Easily.
it from you. They haven't hid it from
Easily
you,
by
right?
well, I'm not that's based on if you think I'm the only one that saw it. But you don't have the
No.
proof that I'm not the only one that saw
So
it.
hold on though.
Well, so far I have you and the guy with the telescope that have seen it.
That I've presented to you, but you haven't done the research to see if other people have seen this, right?
What would you call this exactly to go looking for it? How would you describe this event? To
Just
go looking
simple.
for
That's
other proof.
second sun.
That's it? Just second sun, and you'll find all this information about what these guys were talking about?
That's what I would do.
So I'm wondering if, I mean, yeah. Okay, I'll just shut up. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, that's what I would do. But if everyone in here is going off of information that the school taught you and what you were fed,
But it
No. Nisha,
But it
don't
see-
do that. Don't
it see-
do. Please don't do that. Don't do. The school has taught. No school teaches people. Nisha,
But
I
look,
like you, but this is batshit crazy. Do you know what I mean? Ow. It's hurting my head. It's hurting my brain. Nisha, I like you, but this is batshit crazy. Yeah.
Let's go back to the gallows.
It's just that, look, we observe some pretty crazy stuff in space. Why would they hide something like this and
Really?
say, "Oh, we have to keep this a secret," because somehow us keeping this a secret gives us power? Or like, what is the advantage of them keeping such a secret?
What
If
have
there's
you
something
observed in
observable.
space?
Excuse me, what?
What have you observed in space?
I haven't observed anything in space.
Exactly.
That means nothing. That you say
No, that's exact. You gave the correct answer. It means nothing.
But that's
You know
not
what?
my point.
Just
I'm not
because-
a scientist. I'm not an astronomer looking up in the sky like other people are. They dedicate their lives to that. Am I gonna think automatically that they're giving me some weird like false information because it supports some global?
It's not. They're not. They're not.
What's the reason for this deception?
That was my question actually. Say we grant it. What does it change? You still need to eat. You still need to fuck, and you still need to take a shit. What does it change?
I
What
got a theory.
changes? Go ahead.
I got a theory. It's art.
What part is art?
I have one question for Nisha, maybe two. Nisha, have you ever been to Australia?
No.
Do you believe Australia exists?
Yes, because I've spoken to Australians.
How do you know?
Exactly.
They might
How
have
do you
just
know
been
that
lying to
Australians
you.
exist?
They might have been part of a
You've never
conspiracy to
been-
just make you believe they're Australian.
Yeah.
Well,
by your own
well.
reason, by your own reasoning, Nisha, you said we've never seen outer space, so we don't know it's there. You've never seen Australia, so how do you know it's there?
No, because I've met people that live there.
They told you they did, but that's not proof they did.
Well, no.
I met
That's
Buzz
not. That's
Aldrin.
not.
I met Buzz Aldrin. He went through space to land on the moon.
Okay, but
Yeah,
what you guys are using is kind of ridiculous.
Using what?
It's ridiculous.
What are we
So
using?
you're saying.
What are we
So
using?
you're saying. What you're saying, if I'm hosting Australians that came from Australia fresh off the plane, they didn't technically come from Australia?
Well, how do you know they came from Australia? You haven't seen Australia any more than I've been to outer space.
They could just be
Okay.
lying to you. They could have been told by, some of the elite, that run the world that we need to deceive people and keep Australia a secret, or make sure that people don't, the real Australia. This is just the fake one.
Forgive
Well,
my
and
forgive
I
my
don't-
obsessing
This-
over
this
forgive
is-
my obsessing over something, but I know how human brains work, and I want to make something very, very clear. I was on another screen. I thought I was sharing the screen. Wild Heart changed which one he was sharing. All of your instructions made no sense to me. That's no fault of yours.
Or yours. Apparently, it was just us both being frustrated that we weren't getting what we wanted.
Look, Nisha, I've talked to people from NASA, and they've told me there's no sun behind the sun.
I don't believe that.
Why not?
See-
They told me.
Yeah, no, I don't believe you. I don't believe that happened. I believe that's convenient. You
Well,
brought that
I don't
up
believe you
now.
talk to real Australians. How about that?
I don't believe you're real.
Well,
Okay, I don't
yeah,
believe
I'm not-
space
Is
cadets
that-
is real.
That's serious.
I'm not
Are you being
real.
serious with that?
Right. We can keep it going.
Right? Exactly. You don't have a standard of evidence. You're just going with what you like.
Oh, it's what I
Well,
like.
well,
Even though
no,
it
there's
doesn't-
more to
usually-
it than that.
Even
Because
though
when
it
you
doesn't, even though it doesn't benefit me, usually
it does
there's
benefit you.
benefit.
Yeah.
No, it
It
doesn't.
benefits you. Yes, it does. It makes you
No,
feel
because
like you know something, secret information.
no,
It makes you feel like you have you have a special place in life right now because you have the secret information. You know the
Okay.
truth. That makes a person feel
Space
special.
cadet. Space
No, it's
cadet.
true
That's
though.
I mean,
It's true.
Oh,
That's-
it's ridiculous because now basically you don't even know me and you're just speaking.
Can I-
Assumptions
No, it's
make,
that. No, no,
make
no. That
people,
is
it makes an ass out of people. And right now,
that's
No,
space
no,
that's
no,
how
no. It's
people
an
work, not
ass
just
out
you.
yourself.
Can I go
so you're
next?
assuming that this guy is true, right? He's telling the truth. I'm just saying, look,
I have
that's
my
how conspiracy theories work.
No.
I'm almost
Okay.
done, Thomas. I'm just saying that's how like the mind processes that
But my
information.
mind is
When
processing it. What you're saying is really stupid. And if anybody has
okay,
any
because
type of
because it
common
goes
sense,
against
what
what
you're
you
saying
want
is
to believe.
Perfect.
ridiculous.
Right.
Because it goes
Hold on.
against what you
That's a
want to
perfect.
believe.
Y'all
Go
need to
ahead.
come
Sorry,
up with
I'm done.
something better.
I'm done. I'm done.
Come up with something.
Okay, this
Thank you.
this is a perfect spot for me to jump in because I'm going to agree with you, Nisha. You're saying the logic that we're using is ridiculous, and
No,
I
no,
did
no.
that.
What
I did that.
her hypothesis was, it was ridiculous. It was nonsense.
No, that
Right.
wasn't my hypothesis.
And what I'm trying to tell you, hold on. What I'm trying to tell you, Nisha, is I used your same logic that how do we know space is out there? We've never been to space. And then I asked you if you've ever been to Australia. And you said no. And I said, well, how do you know that Australia is there? And it was a ridiculous, hold on, I'm not done. It was a ridiculous argument on my part, and it was meant to be. It was meant to mirror the ridiculousness of your argument.
Okay, are you finished so I can just
Yeah.
just roast you on this ridiculous so
Oh,
we
boy.
live in a system where there is witnesses. So anytime you commit a crime, you have to have witnesses. I can't just come up and say DDT raped me. There has to be evidence and witness.
Hell of an example.
You are presenting, you presented to me. You said, how do you know Australia is there? Because I have a witness and testimony from that witness. So if you want to destroy the witness and testimony, then you need to destroy our whole entire justice system, because that is how we work. So what
It's the
I'm
same
telling
reason
you,
we
no,
space
you're saying, how do
exists
you
too. It's the
DDT? Give me
same reason we know that space exists. The same fucking reason.
I never deny space exists, which is why your argument is even more ridiculous.
It's also how
So-
we know there's no sun behind the sun, because we have witnesses.
Okay.
It's
no.
the same logic too, you know.
Well, that's not true, because then you have
is.
some that says there is, and then you have some that says there isn't.
Yeah, we have some people that
You
are
have
on the ground.
nobody saying
Whoa,
you have
whoa, whoa.
you
Totally
have
different-
nobody
totally different
saying
spheres here,
Australia does not exist.
Nisha, totally different spheres. You have a few people that are on the ground saying that they saw something behind the sun, but we have witnesses who have not only have better equipment, have equipment on the other side of the sun, and have also been in space that all says you're wrong. Who's a better witness?
Wait.
Who knows?
Yeah,
more?
we
Who
do
is
have
more
to
accurate?
examine the quality of the witnesses. And their
So-
resources, yes. That's
So
a good point.
when you examined the testimony of people that went to space, did they talk about what information did they bring back to you that you said was okay? I'm gonna take this.
A ton. They've. I mean, people
Like
have been to space have been
what?
interviewed like endlessly.
What?
Well, for one, there's
service?
nothing behind the sun.
What did they bring back information that you said, okay, I believe this? What information?
What, like they've been to space for one, for example.
I don't deny that.
Okay, so you accept that these people have been to space.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you accept that these people have also put satellites on the other side of the sun?
I know this, and I know that the one that they did put, Stereo A, is failed.
Yeah, do you accept that Stereo B is also behind the sun?
No, Stereo B is not behind the sun. It's in front.
Well, is it Stereo C then? Two of them are behind the sun.
No, there is
Yeah,
no
there's two
Stereo
behind the sun.
C, sir.
So okay, so
There's
you're
Stereo
denying
A and B.
the evidence that there is one still behind the sun.
No, there is none behind the sun. There's only Stereo
whoa.
B in front of the sun.
Whoa,
Now,
whoa.
I would
No,
appreciate
there's
this
still more. There's still more.
conversation
Don't
if
go
you
off.
had your facts.
I know, but there's still more. We have the strongest telescope or a satellite with a telescope to ever be built in a Trojan orbit away from our planet, and
Which
it
one?
can also see behind the sun.
Which one?
What's its name, guys? What's its name? It's the new one.
James Webb Space Telescope.
James Webb.
That is not behind the sun.
No. I didn't say it was behind the sun. I said it's in
Okay.
a Trojan
So,
orbit.
okay.
Well, it's in a Trojan orbit, and it can see in relation to where the Earth is. It can see behind the sun.
No, it cannot.
Yeah, it can.
That's how I know. No, that's how I know you are illiterate to James
Oh,
Webb.
my goodness.
So you're just denying more evidence without.
No,
any-
I want you to prove your theory.
Do you know where
Prove
the
it.
Trojan spots are in orbit?
Prove it right now. Prove
Yeah.
James
I'm asking.
Webb.
That's why I'm asking you a question. Do you know where the Trojan spots are in orbit?
Prove James Webb is in the Trojan
Yeah, that's what we're
orbit.
doing. That's why I'm asking you the question. Do you know where the Trojan spots are in orbit?
The Trojan orbit is basically, you're saying, is in an orbit around the sun.
Well, yeah, but more specific than that. Do you know where the Trojan spots are in our orbit?
I'm just trying to figure out.
Could you explain what a Trojan spot is?
I'm just trying to figure out how the James Webb is in a Trojan orbit, and I'm trying to think
I'll
about.
explain it to you if you don't know. But if you don't know this, then you don't know about James Webb. Just to inform
Okay.
you. So
All
a
right.
Trojan spot in our orbit is a spot where something can maintain a position because of the gravitational interaction between like the Earth and the Sun, for example. There's these nice little spots in our orbit where we can set something and they basically stay there because of how gravity is.
Yeah, but you're saying James Webb is in a Trojan orbit to what?
It's an Earth Trojan orbit. I don't mean
It's
to
in
what.
it's in Earth Trojan orbit.
Yeah. The Trojan
Okay.
is in the orbit around the sun, right? There's a
No,
couple
it's
of them.
not. Now you changed it up.
No, it is.
No, it's not.
Feel free to Google it. It is.
It's not. So
Yeah,
you
there's two of
first
them.
you said
Actually, there's
it's
three
in
of
a
them.
Trojan orbit around the Earth.
No, not around the Earth. It's in the Earth's orbit around the sun. It's in that field.
Usually,
Right?
Trojan,
and one of them.
Trojan orbits are in an orbit around a planet, not a star.
They can have,
Even though the James.
There's Trojan orbits all around all massive bodies. It's not usually around a planet. All massive bodies have them.
Can I ask a quick question?
I mean, I'm right there, but yeah, I guess.
All right, go ahead if you're right there.
Okay, so those spots are significantly far away from the Earth. James Webb is in one of them, and it has an angle looking behind the sun compared to where the Earth is. And it's none of the other satellites. This is a new one. It's been there for like 2 years. It's been there for 2 years, 3 years. It's been there for a little while. Nothing like that behind the sun.
Nisha.
Okay. Yes.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So, okay. So, the way the James Webb telescope moves, it's not. I think you got Lagrange and Trojan mixed up. So it is moving synchronistically around the sun as the Earth moves. And as you know, we only see the front of the sun, the Earth. So it is moving in the same direction as the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can still see behind the sun.
No, you cannot.
Yeah, it can see behind the sun. It can't literally see the surface of the sun on the back, but it can see the space behind the sun where things would be. And I called it a Trojan orbit because the things that are in the Lagrange points are called Trojan satellites.
Okay. He said
Isn't
my
this
wife is not
isn't this
finding
object?
stereo C on Google. It's no stereo C talk. It's just A and B, and A is out of commission.
It doesn't matter.
Actually, I was just reading.
Wait, may I was
Yeah.
waiting. Okay, that was my question right there, Nisha. Whose information are you relying on that serial A is no longer functioning?
So if you go to any accredited,
I'm not asking about me, Nisha. I'm asking you how you know serial A is no longer working.
okay, so I went to every accredited sun watcher that watches the sun, that watches for the X flares, and they all said stereo A is not working. So in order for them to forecast sunspots, they have to CGI and forecast when those sunspots are going to appear and when they're going to face Earth. And then from there, they go from, okay, now we're going to have an X flare, an M class flare, etc.
Could I read this, please, real quick?
Okay.
Go ahead.
So wait, no. when you say that there's these accredited sun watchers, are the accredited sun watchers the same people that are making forecasts of the sun
Yes.
flares?
Yes.
Okay. Would any of those include? Is NASA an accredited sun watcher?
I don't to be honest, I don't really as much as y'all think I do, I don't really go for them for the sun weather. Cuz the sun does have its own weather. I think we can all agree about that.
Well, no. My question was, would you consider NASA an accredited sun watcher?
Yes.
Okay. So, if you consider NASA an accredited sun watcher and you accept that serial A is no longer working, why wouldn't you accept the other information that there is no larger object behind the sun? There is no other second sun.
Because there's two different entities giving out two different forms of information, and I can only go by the one that I saw with my own eyes.
Yeah, but you just accepted that NASA is an accredited sun watcher and they're right about serial A. And I'm wondering what would make you believe they're right about serial A, but not right about large objects behind the sun?
Because the stereo A watches the back of the sun. It's convenient. We can't see the back of the sun.
Right,
Why?
but you trust
The stereo
NASA
A
that
is
serial
down.
A isn't not working.
No. Yeah, I
Serial A is
don't.
down. Then you take NASA's word for that.
Oh, okay. No, I
right?
see
But
where
you
you're
don't take
going.
NASA's word that there's no big
I
objects
see
behind
where
the
you're
sun.
going. What if it's not down and they're telling you that? I can take it either way. I'm okay with either answer. If stereo A is down, hey, so be it. If it's not down, so be it. I can take the answer either way because I know there's omitting of information. You ain't gotta lie about it. You can just omit it. And we've all seen omitted information.
Or is it possible that all of the accredited sun watchers are omitting information?
I haven't heard from all.
Well, all that you've heard of, all the accredited sun watchers, which I'm dying to see a list of accredited sun watchers, by the way.
Yeah, I've heard from both ends of the spectrums. Some say this and some say that. But I went off of what I saw and I said, "Oh, I saw it, then I'm going to go with what the ones that say the same thing I saw." You can go
All right.
you can go to
You might be
two
right then.
you can go to two car mechanics and one says I can't fix this and the other one says I can. Which one is lying?
Right. That's basically what I'm asking you.
And so the determining factor was I saw it through a
Pardon me?
telescope. The determining factor for me was I saw it through a telescope.
I must have missed something. What did you see?
Then they're doing a really, really good job of hiding it. I've got to admit that.
I had to go to the other room for a second. What did you see through a telescope? I missed it. Can you hear her? I think you're muted, Nisha.
So I wasn't looking for it. I'm 47. I just saw it 6 years ago. I
What
wasn't
did you
never
see?
looking for it.
How do you
She's
know that what
asking
you
what
I don't
did
think
you
that
see?
question was ever answered, really.
Well, the thing is, like, did you see it yourself and say, "Oh, this is what this must be," or did you see it and somebody else told you that that's what it was?
I saw it, took a picture, put it on the shelf, and then later on, the information I ran into the information. I said, "Oh, this is the same thing."
So you had a
And then
telescope that saw what exactly?
another object behind the sun.
How do you point a telescope at our sun and then see behind it? When our sun is visible, it's daytime. So how do you manage that? How do you manage to see behind the sun with the telescope that you have access to?
Well, you can't look directly at it, but you can put on these certain type of filters. It's the same ones you use for eclipse. That people want to take pictures of eclipse, but they can't. So it's the same filters. But it wasn't an eclipse.
So where was this telescope that had these special filters on it?
So you just missed. You gotta rewatch the whole thing. I mean, there's a picture
No,
of
I'm
me.
asking you because you said I didn't. If you guys played a different video, I didn't see it.
Yeah. I mean, it's no biggie. Whether you believe it or not, it's no biggie or no skin on my back. I'm not trying to be part of the woke nation or change people's minds. It's there. Maybe.
Did you see this picture through the telescope online, or were you actually looking through the telescope yourself with your own eyes?
I saw some. I looked through the telescope, and then that was it.
Okay, so there might be more, but just a quick glance on Google, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 satellites that are orbiting the sun separate from the Earth.
Which ones are they?
Let's see. Solar Dynamics Observatory. Yokov. I can't even pronounce the other one.
I think that's run by NOAA. I think that's a NOAA program.
Yeah, and then there's Solar Radiation and Climate Experiment, Solar and Heliospheric Observatory, Solar Maximum Mission, Hydonine, and Trace.
Can you say that midnight? I'll put you backstage. If you want to come back, just type inside chat.
Right. And keep in mind, this is not including satellites in the Earth orbit around the sun. These are satellites closer orbiting the sun. So we have more farther out than these.
Those sound like third-party satellites.
Yeah, some of them are
Isn't that-
NASA, some of them are not.
Don't we want third parties though to confirm things that you don't trust from a first or second party? Like, isn't that the point? Or are all three now like suspect of holding some conspiracy, some lie, deception? Because they all have to be guilty of it, right? If they're all hiding the truth, either the truth is true and they're all hiding it, or it's not
So
true and there's nothing to hide.
do you think
There's actually a much more obvious problem with this that nobody's talking about.
Yeah, go Richard.
And it's very simple, actually. If
okay.
something were the same size as, by appearance, or half the size of, or even a quarter of the size of the appearance of the sun in the sky, and it were on the other side of the Kuiper Belt, how big would it have to be?
Is that the question that everyone was not being asked?
Oh,
I
to see it from the Earth, it would
look
dwarf
from this planet past the sun at something beyond the Kuiper Belt, and it's approximately this, or even close to the same size as the sun. How much bigger than the sun would it have to be?
Oh, it'd probably be bigger than the solar system.
Now the next
enormous.
observation about this is that as we rotate around the sun in our seasonal year, our seasons, it would become evident because it would be very far away from the sun to be that big, and we would pass between it and the sun.
Yeah, but I think
Okay.
the theory being pushed here is that it's much closer than the Kuiper Belt.
But
Right.
that's not what's reported. I asked where it was located. I was told the other side of the Kuiper Belt.
Okay. Don't forget the Voyager missions have spent roughly half of their life in space on the
No, I
opposite
want to
side
talk
of the
about
sun
our
from us.
personal experience. I don't want to depend on anyone's electronics. I don't want to talk about anybody else. It doesn't even make sense to talk about what anyone else says. But in our own personal experience, if there were a bright stellar object that big and we passed between it and the sun, and this part of the earth we're in night, and that's making light, we would evidently see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's only if it happened at night, right?
What do you mean if it happened at night? Night happens every 24 hours.
Right. So
Yeah,
what if if it's on a weird elliptical orbit that comes around, I don't know, I'm just making up stuff, like every 500 years.
Tell you what Richard is getting
Okay,
at.
well, if it's a fast-moving object, and we would only be able to experience it, but every once in a while, that's fine. But normally, when bright, large objects move past us, and some that aren't so bright and aren't so large, we see that, and traveling at hundreds of thousands of miles per hour, by the way, we see them approaching and leaving.
Right. And even our bright objects only last 12 hours in the sky.
That's the rotation of the planet. That's not what I'm talking
But I
about.
mean, that's how, if you want to talk about, celestial objects, and we're able to see them, and if it's in the rotation, you're saying the rotation of our planet, but if I can just picture,
Here.
and I don't know physics.
I can help you.
Okay,
Imagine your head's the sun, right? Hold up one finger from one hand.
Mm-hmm.
Are you doing it? That's the Earth,
Mm-hmm.
right? And you don't have to move it around your head, but just for demonstration purposes. Now, the finger from your other hand, that's this other sun. Where is it at?
I'm not a scientist. I think it's out the picture, and then it comes around, and then
Okay, but
I don't know.
Right. So it's off in left field somewhere, right?
Mhm.
And the Earth is going around your head.
Mm-hmm.
If this body is super far out, there will be some point at which The Earth is in between this body and the sun, and it won't be behind the sun.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what Rich is getting at. So we
Mm-hmm.
should be able to see it
Mm-hmm.
at bare minimum once a year on the opposite side of the sun.
That's true.
Not behind the sun, like behind us from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And we don't. And this thing looks like, from your pictures, roughly the size of the sun. And it's called a sun, so I'm guessing it's bright. So
Now you want to get into things that I have a problem with. So like Saturn, if you ask me, Saturn is basically a star, but we call it a planet. It has the
maybe,
same
but
it has the same components.
I
it's
think you mean
drastically
Jupiter.
smaller.
I think you mean Jupiter.
No. I think Saturn's more closer in elements. If I can remember when I did my studies, Saturn is very close to the elements of a star than Jupiter. Jupiter's a failed star, but Saturn actually has closer elements to a star. I can bring out my notes. Yeah, just look at the elements of Saturn and then look at the elements of a star.
Oh, I'm Googling stuff tonight. Sure.
I think they're all
Yeah.
mostly hydrogen.
Yeah. So, and then when certain seasons, you can see Saturn shining bright like a star. That's not the sun reflecting light from it.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay.
That's not Saturn illuminating itself. That's like, imagine like a flashlight sitting on the ground and tiny little marbles sitting in front of it. The light goes forward and we're on the dark side of the marble.
Yeah.
Yep, you muffled really hard there.
Turns out you're right.
I don't believe that.
Very similar to Jupiter in that it's mostly hydrogen and helium.
Like a star, right?
Yeah, but it's not ignited.
Well, it's not ignited. It's not producing light. However, all the potential is there. It's very flammable gases. Yeah.
But just because it's flammable doesn't mean it's glowing.
I can't
Right.
really trust our classifications on what planets are
Look,
and what stars
Venus
are.
shines like a star. Venus is one of the brightest things in our sky sometimes, but
The
it's not
quote-unquote morning
anywhere.
star.
It's like the Earth's sister planet as far as its elements go. It's the closest thing to us in elements, but it doesn't. It's not anything like a star. It's reflecting sunlight. Mars too. Mars reflects sunlight in a slightly different color because its surface is a different color.
Much
So
like
it
the
looks
moon.
a little bit orange, you know.
So Nisha, there's a bunch of places around where you can get a halfway decent telescope. Not you have to buy, but like you can go to and use for a few minutes.
Not that I think this is
Torsco there,
important, but I have been waiting to read this for quite some time. This is under NASA, under Stereo Science Center. Stereo A and B. Apparently, the A and B stand for ahead and behind, as in compared to the Earth on its orbit around the sun. That's what A and B mean. Okay, so in 2014, communications with Stereo B were lost on October 1st, and they tried to reestablish it 2014. They tried to reestablish it October 21st, 2016, unsuccessfully. They lost communication with it. They didn't find it again until August 21st of 2016. Okay?
Okay.
So that's when they found out where it is. It's still not working. The battery is very low. Its solar panels are not pointed toward the sun, but away, and we can barely even communicate with it. And this is not a new occurrence.
Oh, yeah, but the most important thing is
Okay, so it was Stereo B.
That's, I know you weren't going to bicker over Stereo A, Stereo B.
Yeah.
Who cares? But my point is, this happened quite some time ago.
There's an additional point there that it happened in 2014 and it got into orbit in 2006.
Right, it was only intended to be used for about 2 years, but they way outlasted, and people, of course, we kept using them.
Right.
As
So
long as they were working.
it was behind the sun for 8 years and saw nothing there, is what I'm getting at.
And as far as I know, Stereo A is still in service,
Okay.
according to this article. And that's aside from the fact that if it were on some odd orbit mirroring ours, but that size and that far away, there would be a lot bigger problems than there's a gravitational effect. It would be wiping things out. It would be attracting huge amounts of material toward itself.
Well, that's what they were saying.
But no, like we're talking about a different scale. It would be tearing the solar system apart.
That's what I'm saying. So it actually needs a balanced effect and to be in a very regular orbit, or it would just tear this whole thing apart.
Mm-hmm.
But that's evidently not the case because we don't see it in the sky any time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly at night, away from the sun, when the sun is on the other side of the earth from us, even though we should be between it and the sun at some point. I've never seen it. Maybe you have, but I've never seen such an object. And I'm a big fan of space. I'm not an expert, but I am a fan. And I've never seen any such object in the night sky. And I should see it for several months, at least once a year, if it's on a regular orbit. And if it's not, that's a big problem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, I mean, trust me, I respect everybody's opinion. I brought it up for a conversation, and
It happened.
Yeah, no, and
that was your first mistake.
Huh?
So that was your first
Yeah.
mistake.
Yeah,
I did try to advise you that you should stay to your personal experience about it and only talk about that.
But even though we have mixed opinions about it, at least we had the conversation about it, because it is a conversation out there about it, and
Now
we're
let's
not
talk
the only
about
ones.
let's talk about your interpretation of the biblical texts, and this would be some kind of confirmation of the biblical texts.
Mm-hmm.
Because what was that? John? Was it John? I'm not good at this.
I think it
What was the verse you brought up? Mark. Told you I'm no good at it. There was a 5 and a 3.
24. Mark 13:24. So where did Richard go?
Oh no, I think he's back. Just give me 1 second. Yeah, he's back.
Oh. No, I'm Richard.
Button.
No, I'm Richard.
I was
But-
trying to bring up the KJV and I hit that instead. Sorry.
So remember when you were saying earlier about, and that's what I had brought, that's the reason why I brought up that scripture, was because if there was something like that, it would cause exactly what we're seeing in that text.
Okay, so I'm going to refresh everyone's memory. It was Mark 13:24 through looks like 27 probably. But in those days, after that tribulation, the sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars of heaven shall fall, and the powers that are in heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming into the clouds with great power and glory. And then shall he send his angels, and shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from the uttermost parts of the earth to the uttermost parts of heaven. That's the part you're talking about, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Now,
So
this
do
reads... Go ahead.
So based off what you were saying, if there was an object in our solar system of that size, would it cause that damage?
Okay. Referring to the text and seeing how well it fits this scenario, which is what I think essentially you're asking me. In those days, now, biblical people, students, tend to agree with me that those days refers to the great day of the Lord, commonly referred to as colloquially as end times. So that would mean we're in end times if this stuff is happening. That's the first thing. And after that tribulation, so after the end times. Now, I do not think that right now we are after end times. Okay? The sun shall be darkened and the moon shall not give her light. Of course, the sun being the source of light for the moon, if the sun is darkened, then the moon also will not give light. That makes sense to me. That would logically follow. I don't think it means like entire galaxies are going to fall to the earth, but when it says, and the stars of heaven shall fall, that's probably talking about like meteor showers. Would a rogue planet cause the Earth to receive meteor showers? It certainly could. It seemed likely, but something of that mass, that distance away, just like Jupiter and several other large bodies in our solar system, they tend to attract free-floating objects, not directly. Well, okay. And the powers that are in heaven shall be shaken. You can say something like that refers to gravity. You can say something like that refers to angels and demons, the powers in heaven.
I don't think me personally, I didn't interpret that, but I'm open to interpretation.
In the clouds. So the quote unquote return of Jesus, right? Great power.
And remember, I brought up the Oort clouds, and
Yes.
then the powers of the heavens will be shaken. Now we all know that these planets are in a dance and a balance, and I don't believe angelic creatures. I believe these things that that help regulate our orbit and our time system and everything else will be shaking because there's something coming in that's disrupting it.
Okay. Can I have another crack? Okay,
on.
everything you just said, Nisha, about the orbits, and we have these patterns, right, in our solar system. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And do you understand, or would you accept that we have physics and math behind all of those orbits? Like, we worked that out. Newton couldn't quite get there. It was shortly after Newton that somebody worked it out. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And okay, now with that math and the physics, all of those orbits are calculated. It all has to do with gravity and the mass of all the different planets and how far apart they are from each other. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want you to think about this. If a large body, like you're saying, entered into this area of our solar system, if, like you're saying it did in, I think you're claiming it did in like 2016, 2020. Is that right? Has it been seen on two different?
Yes. Well, I saw some, and then I realized last week somebody else saw something in the same time.
Okay.
Didn't even know.
Now, here's my conclusion. If you accept the math and the physics behind all of our orbits now, if you accept that all that is correct, then you would have to accept if a large body like you're speaking of got anywhere near our solar system, it would affect all of those orbits, not just the Earth or the sun or the moon. It would affect all the orbits of all the planets around us.
It's probably what's causing the climate change.
It would be a bit more than climate change that it would cause.
What else do you think it would cause?
What if it's super fluffy?
I think if you brought a large object, as you're speaking, it seems to be pretty large. I mean, if you're calling it a second sun, if you bring that close to our solar system, it is going to affect the gravity of all of the other planets. If you accept the math, which you said you did, if you accept the math that explains the orbits of our planets, you have to accept that if another large body came in, it would also affect the orbits. The orbits would change, and it would be demonstrable mathematically and through physics.
I'd like to say that I totally believe you. In fact, I think most people would believe you that you saw something. That's fine. Now, figuring out what it is, that's another question.
Right. And we might, and I'm just saying this because it is true, they are hypothetically like black holes. They have a hypothesis on how it works, but they don't know. So we still have, they don't have the answers. If they had the answers to everything, then we would be in a separate type of state, but they don't, which is why they're spending all this money on space and learning about it, because they don't have the answers. And like I even said, I don't even classify, me personally, Saturn as a planet. It is closer to a star. This is stuff that man is classifying according to his knowledge. And you're basing this on him being right. And that is a very scary thing.
But that's the way it's always gone. That's how science works. Science provides the best explanation for what we have at the time. And when you can show me,
and it's constantly evolving, right? It's changing.
Absolutely,
It's
yeah.
changing. Yeah. So
right. And
we have
we're
not
spending
arrived.
all of this money, and we're spending all of this money to do this investigation, to look at space, and all of the money is telling us that there's no second sun out there.
Well,
right?
That's okay. I'm not going to agree with you because you are putting your trust in something that you are saying that they are 100% flawless on in their knowledge. And I can't
I
do
don't
that.
believe I ever claimed that. Not once did I ever claim that.
Okay. Okay. Well, I don't put my trust in something that is saying that they've got all the answers, but they're constantly learning. They have not arrived.
But you do trust the math and the physics behind the orbits, and that's why we can predict where Pluto.
I can go as
That's
far
why
as
we
to
can
say,
predict
yeah,
where
gravity, yeah. If I go jump off the bridge, I'm not gonna fly. Yeah, the basic physics, yes.
Okay.
But out there, they don't know. It's all a guess.
Well,
now hold on. When you say, go ahead, Wildheart, go ahead.
No, go on. This is sorry.
Yeah, it's all
When
a
you
guess.
say out there, how far out there do you mean? Because you've already agreed to the physics and the math of our solar system being correct.
Newton's third law, first, second, third. Yeah, that's obvious.
Yeah, but I want you to you to realize something. Newton, I think he was able to calculate the gravity between the sun and the moon and the earth. But when he tried to fit the gravity, explain the gravity of the rest of the planets, he couldn't do it. And we had to wait until later on. There was another mathematician that came after Newton. And he developed the math to explain all of the orbits and to be able to predict where Pluto would be 200 years from now. But somehow you're saying that we don't have enough knowledge to know that there could be this big, massive object out there that is not going to act in any way like the large bodies in our solar system act somehow.
Now, that right there, I can prove that's not true. Because if you want to base the Bible of space with NASA, they've actually said that there is something. They just cannot pinpoint where it is, but they see the effects of it. They don't know. They only see the effects of it. But there is something out there. They're all saying this, including your NASA.
And what are they saying it is? What are they saying they think it is?
They don't know. Or are they just not telling us? What they're sticking to right now is
I'll give you
they
a tip.
see
They think
that would be
they think
that.
it's a soup.
I'm guessing that would be Dark Matter and sorry, someone's joined. Sorry, DC, go on.
Go ahead, Walhart. I'm done.
No, Midnight is back. Fucking Midnight.
You know, I really shouldn't have closed this because now I lost the private chat. Anywho,
All right. Fucking hell, sorry, Midnight.
Okay,
Sorry.
I know that Space answered it in the private chat, and it made sense. And I wanted to answer like, "Oh no, NASA lies." Anyway, hey, Wildheart is live. Let's see what he's doing.
Yeah.
Basically, the question I wanted to ask is, granting your premise, what does that do for your life or for anyone's life, knowing that there's an extra sun out there? I mean, and I'm all for exploration and exploration and curiosity. Okay, but if there comes a time when you're gonna be like, I don't know. Okay, I am not out there. I am not God. Okay, as much as I want to be, as much as I imagine myself standing over the earth, looking down at everyone, I'm not.
All right, Midnight. That is an excellent question. Why would people on Earth be trying to hide the second sun? If it did exist,
I mean, that wasn't really my question, but
yeah.
No,
Well,
but I got
was
the
the
gist
question.
of it. So for one, you guys have mistaken my motives. I brought it up for conversation
we're
because
not.
I was tired of talking about a fucking noose. Okay,
No,
so
we're not
It was
questioning
art.
your motives. We're not
okay,
questioning your motives in particular. We're just
I'm
saying.
working my way up to that.
Okay.
And so then I brought this up, which was originally my observation. And I recently, within the past week, came across someone that saw the same thing, might have, whatever you want to call it. I don't care.
It doesn't
I don't
matter.
care what you call it.
It doesn't
But
matter. It doesn't matter whether someone else saw the same thing.
right, but I saw it.
We're saying no. The question was, if this thing exists, why would humans be trying to hide it? Why would it not just be part of? Yeah, we have two suns. Who gives a
And then
shit? Yeah,
and
we
then
have.
too, you guys are naive to think that we're gonna be here forever, like the dinosaurs. I'm not that
excuse me,
naive.
hold on. I am not that naive either. I I do believe that humanity will go extinct eventually. Is it right now when I'm alive? Probably not. Can it happen?
No.
Yes. Like, trust me, I am not under any
It wouldn't
whatever you
happen when
said.
you
Like, they were gonna
And
be here forever.
I think Neil deGrasse said that we will be having this same conversation, saying stuff was ridiculous when it actually did happen. I
We've been
remember
having
watching this interview.
we've been having the same conversations for over 2,000 years, maybe even longer than that. And I'm not talking about just religion, just the reality. Epistemolo. Wow, I can't fucking speak tonight. I'm not even drunk. Just have a stutter. Sorry, Wild Heart.
So why would they hide it from you? This is
No,
because
no, no, no,
they're
no, no,
in.
no, 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 no. I
Why
said,
not?
granting your premise, what value does it add to my life or anyone's life? No, knowing this, we're not out there. We can't see the sun. Well, I mean, we can, but you get the point. Okay, like that is what I asked. Like
Well,
not why they're lying to you or whatever you said. Like, what value does it bring somebody to know that there's an extra sun hiding out there?
Well, the value it brought to me was that this earth that you live on is fragile and it is
I
not
didn't
permanent.
need. Well, I didn't need to know
We're
that the
not
fucking sun
we
to know
and I
that.
don't know I don't know if you know how we travel through space on this planet. We travel like a ship. Okay. We're not just standing still. We
How do you
are
know that?
actually moving.
How do you know that?
Well, according to the conversation we just had about 2 minutes ago, your physics.
Yeah, but
Your
maybe they. Why couldn't they be lying to you about that?
They could be. We could be standing still. We could be on a flat earth.
They might be lying to you about the flat Earth,
I don't
though, too.
believe
Please,
I don't
please,
believe we
please
on a
tell
flat
me.
earth.
Okay, good. There's hope for you yet. Okay, there's hope for you yet. Damn. God damn.
You know? I don't know
Never-
why they
never.
think we have a flat earth, but I don't argue with them about it. Maybe they know something I don't know.
Well, how would you find out?
I have a conspiracy for everybody, and I apologize in advance. This is going to be a little insulting to you. you, God damn it. You, Misha, or a plant sent here to confuse us, to confuse us, making us believe bullshit. So we stop questioning things. You are the problem. There. How do you like that? How do you like that conspiracy theory?
I think it's better than talking about whatever y'all was talking about earlier.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but have you guys not spent like 2 hours just talking about this?
10 actually 10 hours. Yeah.
Well, no. I know you've been
No.
live for 10 hours, but I'm talking about this subject, about the hidden
This
planet
subject
or the
it's
hidden
been about
sun.
2 hours.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's been about 2 hours. Yeah.
Well, we spent at least 2 hours discussing whether gallows were art or not.
And
Now that right there.
Wait, hold on. By gallows, do you mean those things that cut somebody's
Oh
head off?
no! Don't start it again. Don't do
Oh
it.
I'm not. I am
gallows
not.
don't exist. Yeah.
I am not.
No
I
one
just
talk.
wanted to.
No one talk about the gallows.
I just wanted to know whether that's the ones we were talking about. Okay?
Yes, you're right.
No,
Yes.
no, that's a guillotine. What Midnight said? Midnight's talking about a guillotine, not a gallows.
No, even
Yeah, you know what? Forget I asked. Fuck it.
Not even
Forget I asked.
guillotine because that is too close to the gallows. You know what I mean?
No. A guillotine is something where you have tightened ropes and bent wood, and it slings a rock.
But I'm thinking of doing a 24/7 kind of live stream now. Now it's been on for 10 hours.
Are you trans yet?
I'm trans
Well, I mean, you always
trying to
said
see
you
you.
always said you wanted to be Nadia. That's why I'm asking
Yeah,
you whether you
yeah,
tried.
that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, maybe I can do a 24/7 if I just keep the stream going, like
Well, I
just
mean,
all the time.
okay. There's a problem. YouTube can only handle like 12 inches. I mean,
Oh,
hours.
yeah, no, I know it won't be recorded, but I could
I
still do it. Yeah.
But
I
then,
have a new.
hold on. But then, what is the point of being live if it's not going to be recorded? If people can go watch it later, just just after it reaches 12,
But
start a new one.
no one watches it later anyway.
How do you know?
Somebody needs some.
Could,
Hold
could
on,
I,
I have something very important to ask.
yeah.
Somebody has to record Jill admitting he was the little bitch in Brojo's scenario. If
Yeah,
this
but
stream goes
they could
down,
do that. They could do that on their own. I'm just saying if I give a platform for everyone to just be live all the time, because we've already been going for 10 hours. Do you know what I mean? If I just keep it going for another like forever, like what would be the problem with that? Do you know what I mean?
that wouldn't be any problem at all. It's been done
Again,
before many
well, yeah,
times.
again, just
I
once
have
one
I
stream
have a
ends,
new
start
topic.
another.
Yeah.
I have a new topic.
New topic.
Is
Can
it
I,
is it that Doubting Thomas is awesome and go ahead? Sorry, I trying to make a joke out of that, but it didn't work.
no, my new topic is: can a guillotine be art? Discuss.
Yes,
No.
even a working guillotine could be art.
No.
Oh my god, this is insane. Space, why are you in here? We're all fucking insane.
Oh, and I'm gonna have to change the title as well. ToG After Show isn't gonna work if we're gonna do this 24/7. Yeah, ToG After Show.
And
I'm gonna have to change the title. Yeah.
Dude, you need
Just
to sleep. Don't have this.
entitle the stream YouTube drama.
YouTube drone. Yeah, I can do that. I think.
and
Then anything that happens, the title will work.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I have to make a disclaimer. Apparently, Brojo is unhappy with my Facebook. Like I give a shit, and I think he needs to stay off of it so he'll feel better about him, because he's just gonna get hurt looking at my life. So that is my advice.
I don't
think you have to worry
think.
about that.
Well, no. I
Yeah.
don't think he's hurt. I don't think he's hurt about your life per se. Just certain things you post. Just wanted to clear that
Then
up.
he needs to
No joke can
stay
speak for
off.
himself.
He needs to stay off because it has nothing to do with him. He's
Well,
just
I mean,
he's just an
to be fair,
observer.
to be fair, you were sharing it, so that's why he was commenting on it. He's not gonna stalk you. He's not gonna go
Yeah, but
on it
there's
intentionally.
there's one thing to sit there. It's the what he's commenting on, and it you can tell that there's some feelings involved, and he needs to get out his feelings. He needs to.
Hey,
be
Brojo,
upset.
are you still
Tell
here?
Brojo the man's already married.
Yeah,
What?
tell him to get out his feelings.
Brojo, are you still here?
And
No.
go
He's not.
go somewhere.
He's not.
Get out his feelings and start worrying about Tanisha. That's my advice for Brojo.
But don't you know the man's in love with the man's madly in love? I'm kidding, obviously.
Yeah, because I'm not going to change anything on it.
Yeah,
because
but
it's how
You don't
Brojo
have
feels.
to.
I think
No, I don't.
I
And
think
that's what he needs to understand. If he knows that I'm
No,
not
but
going to change
I think
it,
it's unfair to. I think it's unfair to talk about something without the other person being in the hangout. You know what I mean?
That
yeah, but
depends.
I'm looking at the comment.
Can I play
mean,
something for you
still
really
here?
quick before it
Yes.
disappears forever? All right, here you go.
So you're the little bitch that comes to my house, right? In your analogy, right? Are you the little bitch that opens up their mouth and then comes to my house? Yes, yes. Oh, so you're the little bitch. And then you see.
Thank you.
Wait, what is going on?
It needs cleaned up a little bit, but that could be an awesome clip.
I'm telling you, I don't know how to clip it, or I would have already.
You know, Geo knows how to do that stuff.
Yeah,
It's around it. It's right around the 3 hour and 43-minute mark of the stream, I think.
So let me see if I understand this right, DT. On Bro Joe's channel, on his show, Jesus is Lord comes in there and starts talking crap. And then he gets back into a corner where he can't explain something because it doesn't make sense. So he fabricates this story about this little bee who is coming to someone's house. Unfortunately, he makes himself the little bee in the story.
I'd like to point out that it was actually on this stream. It was actually on this stream.
Thanks, Richard. Because I'm like, what is going on?
This makes him less intelligent than even I thought. If you cast yourself...
It was an absolutely beautiful mic drop moment by Brojo. It was incredible.
Yeah, I caught that.
Wait, didn't he also say the same thing while he was here? DT?
It was here. It all happened here in this stream.
Yeah, that's right. That's just
around
it was in this stream.
40,
yes.
Yeah. Around the 3 hour 43 minutes.
But then that doesn't apply then because it wasn't his stream.
No, it's still Jill came into someone else's stream and invented a story where he cast himself as a little girl.
Oh, okay.
In his own story.
I'm still a little bit confused about what's going on with that. But
and I'm totally confused because I don't know.
I don't.
But it's funny, Jill's still making his rounds, huh?
Yeah, Jill is still annoying.
He has what he believes is righteous indignation, you know.
Now, I did back in the days, I did hear him, explain stuff to Ace. Now, when he's in his right mind and he's, in his right mind, that's the only way I can explain it. He can put up a good defense for the scriptures.
Oh, Nisha, did you see my debate with Jill on ToG's channel?
I have not been on here except for today.
Right. If I can point you to ToG's channel, me and Jill had a debate. Yeah. It was interesting. Now I would like to. Yeah, if you watch it, I would like to. Actually,
it's on ToG's channel.
Yeah, on ToG's channel. Yeah.
Okay.
And Nisha, I love you, but I fundamentally disagree with your assertion that he's good at defending the text. Now, he is good at tactics on how to win an argument. He's good at that. But all of them are cheating. And he's been told they're cheating, and he continues to use them.
Well, now, you know how I feel about Jill. But
no,
they're okay. I agree with you wholeheartedly. But there was some discussions he had with Ace and his all theory that he brought out some facts, and I agree with it. I had to put aside what I felt about Jill and was like, okay, yeah.
Well, that makes your story more credible that you don't have a bias in his favor in the first place. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what the argument was?
I know it was about the all.
Yeah, you said that. But what did Jill present concerning how to properly translate that part or those parts of the text? Probably in Paul.
I cannot remember. It has been a while. Yeah.
Okay.
But he did bring up some good points, and Ace reverted to his tactics of when I don't know if you guys know, when Ace gets backs in the corner, what's that guy's name? I don't even know his name. His dog comes in, and then you got Greg. The guy with the the MGTOW guy.
MGTOW guy with a dog.
No, he is the dog. The MGTOW guy.
He is the MGTOW guy who's a dog name.
Veckel?
Yeah. No, he calls himself the Wolf. Cade. Yep, Cade.
Cade is Clay.
Oh, Kid.
Yes.
Yeah.
So whenever Ace gets backed into a corner, Cade comes in, and then Greg comes in, and they do this weird tactic. And so that told me at some point, Jill, I agree with Jill before they came in, and I said, okay, Jill is actually got him hemmed in the corner because his dogs came out to defend him.
Yeah.
And then Greg
that kind of dogs.
Yeah. Then Greg came out like, why are you here? You know, that's their one thing they go with. Why are you here?
Yeah, my experience has been whenever I've backed Ace into a corner, this happened repeatedly until he started blocking me and then kicked me off of his channel. And because I did it several times to him. What he would do is ask some off-topic question that's nearly impossible to answer, almost like opinion questions. Like he asked me one time, what's 10 things that the crucifixion accomplished? And I'm like, well, first of all, according to who? You know, that's the first thing, because now you're talking about context. What did it accomplish? And then I wrote him out a list, and I came back on his show because he said, don't come back until you can answer it. So I came back, and I had answers for him. Here were some of my answers. Enabled you to be an asshole. That's one thing that it accomplished. The Spanish Inquisition, it accomplished that. I mean, what are you asking me? That's such an open-ended question. It's so opinionated.
Yep.
And that's the sort of thing that he'll do is he'll just try to make you, he'll just try to embarrass you instead of actually winning an argument. No, it's dishonest.
And when I called him on that, then he started posting my screenshots as his cover for his videos, and then we took care of him. And
anything he can do to embarrass somebody to make himself look better, he will do it.
Yeah, it was
Sounds
very
a lot like
dishonest.
Jill.
It does. Which is also dishonest, in my opinion.
Exactly.
So I mean, I like him as a person, but when I started seeing that dishonesty, I was like, you are handling the text very deceitfully. I didn't like that. And then he became the thing that he accused us of being, you know, the James gang. Well, according to his beliefs, God's got us right where he wants us to be. So how do you know God didn't put us on his show to have this discussion and say the things that we're saying? Because, you know, Greg's an absolutist, a hardcore absolutist. And so it's like, well, if we're saying, I mean, to me, it seems like he couldn't see his own image in the mirror. Like he couldn't see himself being the Pharisee.
To me, it's spectacularly ironic, the whole thing, because each of them in that group who happen to fall together but do not agree will agree enough to be the dogs that fight together, as you said it, right?
Yeah.
And they'll do that. But each of them are very, very convicted because of horrible things that happened in their life. And the only way they can justify the horrible things and keep their religions is by having the individual views they have. Just like Greg is dying, horrible divorces for Ace. I mean, the list goes on and on. But each one of them are customized so that they can be okay with their experience and keep their religion. And there's no consistency to it, actually.
That sounds just about like every religion ever.
Mostly, yeah.
But don't you think that's like not just every religion, but every non-religion ever? Like that sounds.
Well, it's just what people do, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. It's just what.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's nothing to base your view of reality on.
Yeah.
I mean, people do, but it's just bad thinking.
Yeah. Yep. It's enough of us to I don't know. I like to come on here and share things. The reason why I got off YouTube is because it's very toxic. It's very toxic. And even if
Yep.
you have conversations and share ideas, then you run into the bullshit Brojo says or Space Cadet says, and it's like,
When am I?
the
When do I see bullshit?
like you
I
just
want you
want
to
to
have
be like,
a.
Oh my God.
Come
I
on.
want you to give me a record of my bullshit talk.
Yeah. A
no, it's
thesis,
just
if
you
you
know,
will.
huh?
Nisha, you realize you just then exhibited the behavior you were lamenting Ace for. In a
No,
nutshell.
no, the difference is I'm not trying to convince you this is true and put you in a faction. I'm just expressing what I saw and what I see. Ace, on the other hand,
So
wants
so
you
calling
to get
so saying
along.
hold on, saying Brojo and Housey are full of bullshit is not putting them in a faction?
Did you
Are you
okay,
fucking kidding me?
did you read what Brojo said to me?
What did he say? Was it in the comments?
Yeah.
It was
He
probably.
said
Hold on.
I
I'm
think
going.
I think I think DDT
I read it.
speaking
I
presumptuously.
Okay. The message. She
I read
describes
it. I
herself
read
as.
it. Hold on, Midnight.
Okay.
I read it, and what Brojo's comment basically alluded to, I paraphrase, why would you believe what Nisha says when she claims she's a queen on Facebook? And that she also claimed to be
Okay.
the queen of Melchizedek on one of his streams.
So
Okay.
Is
that's
And
that
an
what and
ad
accurate?
hom.
Fair
That's
enough?
an ad hom. I
Well,
will
yeah.
point out that
Okay.
that is Brojo attempting to discredit Nisha because of another opinion that he has of her that is in another
Exactly.
area of her life. Now, that's why I fired back to Brojo that it has nothing to do with a person's gender or their
That is
opinions or
why.
description of themselves.
I mean,
It
that
has
is
to do
that is fair.
with the
Yeah.
logical process of thinking and what logic you're using and whether or not you're making mistakes in that logic. It has nothing to do with any other part of anything. You could say, "Hey, why believe this guy? He he eats dog food for lunch and he
Oh,
gives
I
away all
believe
his money. He's
Midnight. He's fat.
crazy."
He's fat and ugly. Don't believe
So
Midnight.
it was it
Well,
so
no, it's just that that's an example of like that's
yeah,
trying to discredit a
it was an ad
speaker.
hominem. It was
You know,
trying to discredit me, talking about look what she's saying, and it was stupid. I thought he was more intelligent than that. That actually
well,
shocked me.
the thing is, like, I think that he's mixing up the idea of bad logic or bad thinking with a personal opinion that these things should be mixed together. They shouldn't. We separate those.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So, and yeah.
But that doesn't mean that what I think is, I agree with the one thing you did say that, there's lots of people watching the sky. There's lots and lots of telescopes out private
Yeah.
and commissioned by the government. There's lots of different parties all over the world. It's not just America, some conspiracy in America. I think that if this was a reality, just like all the other phenomenon we observe in the sky, it wouldn't, I don't think that it would be something that anyone would want to specifically hide. I think it would be something that they report on like every other thing they report on in the sky.
And I agree, which is why I don't. Have you guys ever seen me in the history of knowing me talk about this? And this was in 2016. I don't talk about it. It was just a conversation. I don't push this belief. I don't go at it hardcore trying to prove that I'm right. It's just a conversation of something I observed. That's it. And I hate when people take this and they twist their emotions into this and do some dumb shit like Brojo. So that's all it was. I agree with you. Why isn't this seen by other people? I don't know. But I have
Well,
not.
Okay. Okay.
I
Hold
mean,
on.
that's a
Brojo,
great question.
hold on. Brojo,
Yeah.
I'm willing to get off here if you want to come on. You want to come on, Brojo? Fuck it. I'll get off anyway. And Brojo can come on and explain himself.
No,
Hold on.
no,
Hold on.
no, regardless places. Yeah,
The thing is, like, when you say, why haven't more people seen this? That's a great question, because if
Mm-hmm.
it's not there, that would make a lot of sense. And if
Yeah.
two
So if
people made a mistake about what they'd seen, then that
and
would
it's
make
not
even
just
more
two
sense.
people. It's not just two people, but I haven't really went into the rabbit hole about this. I didn't want to talk about guillotines. I said, hey, this is something that recently brought up. Let's talk about it. But to internalize this and put your emotions in this, to me, is ridiculous.
Well, I think it's just the opposite that should happen, actually. We need to take all of our emotions out of it and look at
Exactly.
just the information. And when we do that, the information looks pretty clear to me. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
and I wasn't fighting you guys on it. It was a conversation, and I think that's
right.
what the problem is. We get away from this. We get sucked into this, and we put our emotions into something, and we forget that we're having a conversation, a dialogue about it. And that is why I cannot get into this YouTube like I used to, because I don't like what it brings to the surface of some people.
But hold on, like let's just say something real quick. Let's say it has nothing to do with this information, and it could apply to any information that, but the question I think that kind of is underlying all this is, you know, like, you know, why, what do you know, like, if you were to believe this as true, what does it give you to believe that? And also, like, you know, can you consider that it's not true and put it in on the same level as the possibility that it is? Can you put that
Of
in your
course,
mind as
which is
uh-huh.
why I shelved it. I shelved it. When I saw it, I shelved it because I don't know. And so when you put things on the shelf and then last week, I was like, I came across this thing. I said, oh, okay. There's other people that are saying things. But that's all you do. You have the conversation about it. With anything, you have the conversation. You don't internalize it. You don't, make it ad hominem attacks. You just have the conversation and that's it. But for me, it was something that I saw and I put it on the shelf. It came up a couple of weeks ago and I brought it back up and I said, hey, let's not talk about this. How about this? What do you think? Which was initially how I led into the conversation. Now, I all the hypotheses, we talked about it, the stereo A's and B's in the back of the sun, and that's the conversation that I wanted to have. And that's how we come to
So,
things and learn things from each other because we have conversations. Now, if you can't have a conversation without getting your emotions involved, then you don't need to be in a conversation.
yeah, so what I would ask you, Nisha, have you ever had a conversation with someone where they've come from a totally different viewpoint from yours, and
Yeah.
you've listened to them, and you took maybe they're not Christian, maybe they're Muslim or something, and you took the
Can
points of
somebody
view on
translate?
board.
Sure.
I think
He
Pink
said,
Walters
he
trying.
said, have you ever had a conversation where,
Oh, sorry, no, sorry. Yeah, Nisha, have you ever had a conversation with someone who maybe is not of your faith? That
Am I roboting or is it me? I
sorry,
mean,
is that me?
I'm not sure what you
Wildheart's
hear.
roboting.
Is he? I'm not hearing that. He says slurring a bit. Maybe could you speak a little clearer, Wildheart?
Yeah. Sorry. Oh yeah, the circle of
circle of death? No, she just has a
circle
bad
of death.
connection. It's been spotty a few times tonight, actually. It wasn't Wild Heart so much.
Yeah, but I was wondering. Oh, someone on Nisha's. Yeah.
I'd like to experimentally suggest that, and I have experienced this myself, and maybe Nisha is experiencing it presently. There is a certain amount of prejudice when you
Prejudging.
say something like "I'm a believer," and you're speaking to someone who isn't, and you get shoehorned into the idea that you are necessarily bad at thinking and that you are necessarily most likely wrong about anything that isn't just rock solid. And Brojo has done that to me in the past. I wouldn't be surprised if he were doing it now.
Oh, she must have a really bad connection.
Yeah, I can do this. The point I was trying to get across is that. Yeah, I forget.
If someone has a completely different mindset, then.
Yeah.
Describe
what?
mindset, outlook, worldview.
He used Islam as an example.
Okay.
Yeah, like how do you get across that divide? Do you know what I mean?
You avoid using the word "you," and you try to be open-minded as you can, and non-accusatory. That's what I mean by not using the word "you." You don't become accusatory, because then they're just going to be defensive.
Yeah.
And you try to be honest and open-minded as you can without your brain falling out.
Yeah. That was what I was afraid of. Yeah, my brain following it. Yeah.
It hurts when that happens.
Right. Someone told me about breatharians, and
Oh,
I
right.
listened to everything they'd had to say, for a good solid 10-15 minutes there. And I said, well, that's physically impossible. Let's look at it together. And did a little bit of research with them. And
yeah. I mean, that's not even like some people, they believe they get everything they need from the sun. Like they're synthesizing, by some kind of special process, actual nutrition through sunlight. I forget what those people are called.
I've heard people claim that. I've heard people claim it's only a supplement. I thought, well, you don't change your diet because of this magic supplement you have. Just keep eating healthy. You'll be fine. But we can show biologically that that's not true. And these chemical processes that we, like, for instance, we don't produce without sunlight vitamin D. But dogs are covered in hair, and they're mammals. But their genetics allow them to produce vitamin D. Weird, right?
Isn't that something?
Yeah. So it's totally possible within mammal genetics to produce vitamin D. We're just, we suck.
I missed part of the question. Now, let me say this to Halsey. So, Halsey,
yeah.
I love you. Honestly, I do. I have agape love for you, even though you probably don't feel the same. But I respect your mind, and I
Now, why did you need to add that in there? Because I've actually wondered where you've been.
And I wanted to say this. I don't know if it's I know that the internet and in dealing with this type of the debate world can change a person, and then you can think everything is a debate or an argument. And the way you were dialoguing with me was as it was if it was a debate or an argument. I need to prove Tanisha wrong, which I would have respected more if we had the dialogue. But it came off as you was trying to pound something in. Now that to me is not the Halsey I know, because you are super intelligent. So that's why if I offended you and said you were full of shit, that's what I was saying on that end. That the way your approach was to the conversation was, okay, this is a debate. I need to win this debate. And it wasn't
No,
a debate.
I
Okay.
wasn't even looking at it as a debate. I was
Okay.
just
So I apologize.
no, it's okay. Like that kind of comment, I'm just kind of let it pass by. It's not like I'm taking it and adding it to my opinion about myself, like
Good.
it's all right. Like,
Good.
but no, the thing is, like,
Mhm.
I listened for a little while and wanted to see that all the angles that were kind of being covered in your conversation. And to me, the information itself isn't really that important, whether we're talking about a second son or we're talking about the existence of vampires or ghosts or UFOs or whatever, right? The information isn't important. It's how you think about it and how you are, like, deducing what you think is the truth at the end. That's the only thing I'm interested in. And when I see like conversations where there's an issue with that process, that's what I'm jumping in on. I'm not saying I want to win a debate and make Nisha feel like a fool or anything like that, or prove her wrong.
Which you didn't. But the whole
That's
thing
not what I
was,
was.
yeah. So it was just a conversation. It wasn't something, as you guys all observed, you can rewind it back, that I was trying to hammer this home that I was
All?
right.
Wait, let's not say all.
Well, I'm saying if you watch this, if all the people watch this back, you can very clearly see I was not trying to hammer my
No, I don't
theory.
think so.
Yeah.
In defense of Nisha's assertion that you can't experience agape love, part of the theory of agape love is that you'd have to believe in the God to have agape love. So I don't think that was really vicious.
And
I'm not
that's
sure
and
that's
that,
what she was insinuating. I have no idea.
well, it is a Christian thing, and he's saying that
It's a Greek
I
thing,
don't know.
actually.
I don't know if you saying, but
Greeks came
I
up with
get
that
what
before
you're
the
saying.
Christians.
Yeah.
Well, that's
And
a Greek word to describe early Christian concept.
Yeah.
They had like seven
It's just
different
respect.
words for love.
That's true.
That was one of them.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like basically like family love. You love your sister or you love your brother.
It's
That
like
is-
the love you have for generally for people, like mankind. But the thing is, like, I don't know if they came up with that before the Christian concepts of love. I would have to look at the,
Well,
the history of the words.
No, the Greek had that before they were writing about early Christianity, but Nisha, referring to her religion, would be talking about the New Testament, where agape love, although written in Greek, is their best expression of an early Christian concept.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, that's what I meant. It's kind of like and Christians seem to miss this about the New Testament. Yes, it's written in Greek, and that's wholly unimportant what the Greeks thought. What matters is what were they trying to write about. Like if I translated Sacre Bleu to English and I just wrote it literally for what it is, it wouldn't carry the same meaning as it does in French.
Sacred blue, it will be.
Yeah, I would write Sacred Blue, and it wouldn't make sense to an English an American and a United States citizen. It doesn't make sense on its face. You'd have to know the context.
Isn't it bullshit or something? Sacred blue.
Well, as far as I understand, and I'm not French, but as far as I understand, Sacre Bleu is sacred blue, referring to the sky.
Yeah.
And is an expression of like frustration or exhaustion or something like that.
Yeah,
when someone when that person's opinion is that someone else isn't really making sense.
Yeah,
something like that.
It's basically bullshit. Sacre bleu.
It's like like in English.
Basically bullshit.
And my grandmother would say something that sounded like focaccia. I don't know. She was Italian, but I don't know what she was saying. But it was like a cuss word that's not a cuss word.
So Richard, what do you think about me? I kind of made my mind up over the two minutes I've been in the kitchen. I've kind of made my mind up that
what?
I'm gonna do the 24/7 kind of streams. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. I
Yeah.
I know what 24/7 means. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome back, Nisha. Oh, and she's just left. Nisha was
Well,
back for a second.
she's having repeated connection problems, but she keeps
Yeah.
trying them. That's noble. I don't know. Do what you want to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll pop in when I can and say hi and stuff.
Yeah.
Still want to have those discussions with you.
Yeah.
But not in altered brain states. Your food's ready.
Yeah. This is what I'm concerned about because I'm if I'm doing it 24/7, obviously I'll be asleep a lot of the time and I'll be making food and stuff you need to keep you. But only should, but yeah.
You could do it at times that are premium for you.
Oh no, but it would have to be 24/7. I'm pretty
before
sure.
I disconnect,
Yeah.
can you guys hear me?
Yes,
So
go
I
ahead.
wanted to say, oh, my connection's good.
Go ahead.
Oh, this
Maybe
good.
not.
Okay.
So I wanted to say bye, and I might not talk to you guys for a long time again, but it was good having a conversation with you. And Richard, on
Ma'am.
my page, I actually posted our video we had.
Oh, yeah?
I posted yours. I posted Jamie's. I posted one with JG, and
Yeah.
the people love those.
Where are they?
Actually, on my page somewhere.
What do you mean by my
And they
page?
were recently.
Is that a site,
On
my
my
page?
No,
It's on
my
Facebook.
Facebook page. Yeah.
Under videos, I suppose.
Could be, because it only allows you to do like 15 minutes, so I had to break them up. So I had to do like part 1, part 2, part 3.
Well, in my experience of prayer, I am thoroughly convinced you've had some, and not everything you say is your personal biases, because my preferences are very different from yours, and I wouldn't prefer the same things you prefer, and I think neither one of us actually preferred some of the things that we know are true.
Yes, and that's why I posted our videos, because I appreciate the fact that we have these different ideas that do not conform to the standards, and people need to see that. Believe it or not, people want to see that. People need to see that,
That
because
does
there
not that is not exemplified in my number of subscribers.
It's okay. It's okay. But
I
people
do not
need
see that.
people I've come to find out, they want information. And sometimes you might have that information that they want. So, it's
Well, I'll tell you what.
like art. It's
Yeah.
art.
Yeah, I hope I'm not doing art, though. I hope I'm talking about what's true. I don't want to be doing art.
Yeah. My stream is actually steady right now, but if it does break up, I'm the see ya.
That's okay. You already said good night, so that's acceptable if it dies now.
And it's just brilliant to see you and yeah, just it doesn't matter about all the theological stuff. I don't care. You're just a wonderful person. And
Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah.
I
You
don't care.
shouldn't care.
Oh, wait, you're way behind on the news. You're way behind on the news, Nisha. Wildheart, would you share with her your recent personal experiences in whatever you think, and I don't want to say it in a leading way, about any religious texts? Go ahead, please.
Has this got anything to do with music? Because I can do that.
I don't think so. I was talking about I was talking about you having read certain pieces of literature
Oh
recently.
yeah, I've read the entire Bible. Yeah,
What?
yeah, I've read the entire Bible. Yeah, I was in prison for a long time.
Impressive.
Yeah, yeah, but
So did that give you ammo to have the debate with Jill?
oh yeah, no, the debate with Jill was it was just, yeah, it's a debate with Jill. Do you know what I mean? It's never going to be that difficult.
Could you give us a brief synopsis of what you learned from reading the Bible?
That was perfect. A brief
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, the one small topic that it covers. Could you just speak briefly about that?
Yeah, I didn't understand much of it. I'll be honest. I read it front to back, and it didn't mean a lot to me.
I'd like to suggest that's because you were raised in a part of the world where Christians, against your will, bombarded you with what it means. And if it means that, it's basically nonsense.
Yeah, yeah. It's quite difficult, you know, like reading like 400-year-old texts. Like I did the same with Shakespeare at school. You know what I mean? I couldn't understand that either. Like I'm quite intelligent, but I couldn't understand the Bible. Like, why would a God, an all-knowing, all-powerful God, write the Bible in a way that I couldn't understand it? It
Because
seems
it's not
unfair.
intended for you as the reader, obviously.
Yeah, but it seems unfair to me. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I suggest you stop eavesdropping on other people's love lives. I mean, if you picked up a note, or even a book, and it wasn't addressed to you, and you read it and it didn't make sense to you, that follows. It shouldn't.
Yeah.
Especially if it's using a special language.
Yeah, I get it but just from the normal point of view. Do you know what I mean?
Do you know what this means? This means Jesus is really weird. That's what this means.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. Yeah.
But he probably should be weird. I mean, I think it's impossible to argue with the logic that instructions and rewards, are for people who can do them. And no Christian ever did it. And Jesus, according to the Bible, is the only one that ever did it, which means the instructions and rewards are for Jesus. I mean, that's impeccable logic. You can't argue that. No one can.
Give me a chance. I'll try to.
You can try, but I promise you'll fail.
Yeah, I probably will.
Okay, so if what we're doing is peeking in on someone else's letter, and it's addressed specifically to not you, why the heck should you understand it? And that wouldn't even make sense if you did, unless you were the intended reader. Wouldn't it be funny if Jesus was like a sarcastic, recovering alcoholic British atheist? That'd be hilarious.
Sorry, yeah, I've just got all, emotional for some reason. I don't know.
What do you mean by emotional?
You know, like cheerful. Yeah.
Well, that don't sound bad.
Yeah. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, there's something about religion that suggests the practitioner should understand the story. And then you have teachers trying to explain the story and practitioners trying to understand it. And it just fundamentally doesn't even make sense to try to do that. Which is why I only talk about what Jesus must understand about it and why it must be for him and why it should be important to him and no one else. That's why I talk about that stuff instead.
The thing I'm kind of good about though is like, oh, midnight's back. So.
Yes, I'm back. I will always.
Yeah.
You are crazy. No, you are the craziest motherfucker in the world.
I know.
Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Tom.
You're welcome.
Yeah. What were you expecting? No, the one thing. Yeah, I forget now. I did a good point. Well, let's go.
I was saying that Christians think they should understand and preachers reinforce that idea.
Christians are not Homo sapiens. They're a different species.
Yeah.
That's another
it seems
argument
that way.
Joe was trying to run about 6 hours ago.
What? I thought you were making a joke.
He's not kidding. I was there for that.
Yeah, and he claimed to have biblical proof of that. It's in the Bible that Christians are a different species. Funnily enough,
that's the right way to say it.
Funnily enough, he never got around to the evidence, the scriptural evidence for that.
Weird. Maybe there ain't none.
Yeah, well, he started out. We were talking about chromosomes or something, and then he said, "Well, what if they had What if they actually found like a Christian chromosome?" And then I explained, and then he went on to say that would make Christians a different species, and it was at that point that I interjected and said,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
like you do realize." Then Christians aren't humans, and I'm pretty sure Christians are humans in the Bible. Plus,
I'm relatively sure that Down syndrome doesn't make somebody non-human.
Well, that's the other thing I brought up later was if it was a chromosome thing, then you're saying male and female humans are different species.
He would be. Doesn't explain how we can have offspring together.
Wildheart brought that up too, I think, at midnight too, maybe. Yeah, the whole interbreeding thing.
Well, I'm batting 1,000 right now, ain't I?
I mean, saying it, I know what you meant, but calling it interbreeding kind of gives the wrong impression, Thomas.
Yeah, it's not interbreeding.
Yeah, sorry about that. Intra-breeding, maybe. Intra-breeding?
No.
How about just reproduction?
Yeah, there you go. Just reproduce. They can reproduce. Wow.
You just have to slow down and be more purposeful, man.
That is true. That is
You got to tell your brain to slow the hell down because your mouth can't keep up.
Yep. As I was saying, A species is is an organism that they can reproduce. They can reproduce with each other.
Yes. Midnight, did I ever tell you that I once had a stutter?
I believe you mentioned it before. You also said that I should write it down so I could train my brain and then think about it, visualize myself writing in a notebook. I think.
Yes. Yes, because that will distract your brain enough that your mouth can catch up.
That is gonna. I'm not being villain. That is gonna buy.
Yes, it is the best device.
Yeah.
Worked for me.
Unfortunately, I am horrible. I'm horrible at using advice when it's told. I usually just, I guess, daddle or something and then use it. I'm weird.
No, that's
And I
not
think
weird.
that word has a U in it. I think it's dawdle.
Well, I guess procrastinate. I'm slow. Basically, I'm slow.
No, because
Well, I think you're just fine like you are. Maybe you're just not motivated because you don't think it's important. And you're probably right. It's probably not important.
Yeah, don't pick on each other.
I mean, as well as I do that. That the people will take advantage of you stuttering by saying, "Oh, look at that! He's nervous. He can't speak well."
That's
God,
not
that's
necessarily
annoying.
true.
Well, it's been my experience with certain people, and
No, I've heard it. I'm just saying it's not necessarily true. It's not necessarily a good assessment.
Mom spaghetti.
Wow.
Hey, the check's in the mail. Yeah, you're beautiful. Well, don't ever change. You know what I mean.
Welcome back,
My girl
Space.
will call your
Welcome
girl.
back.
They'll talk about it. I'll have a lunch with your machine. So, baby, won't you sign on the dotted
Space.
line?
Welcome back.
What is the song you're singing, Richard?
Weird Al Yankovic's The Check's in the Mail.
Ah. I think that you should. Never mind. You have a good voice. I'll just say that.
I should get off my butt and do that thing I said I want to do. That's what I should do.
Yeah, you should just do it and just do the thing that I told you to. You should do what I say, and then you should just forget about
Well,
it.
I
And
know I should do what you say because you are the space cadet.
You are
both you are both the space cadet and the Halcyonic and the kaiju.
Surely I'm not the only kaiju.
And
I
I
don't
am
know what these
Midnight
words
Sparkle and the Fina Warfare. Jesus Christ, ET.
Sorry, it's not
Oh,
deep. That's not me.
Sorry, my bad.
Wildheart, are you on any drugs right now?
No.
Alcohol.
Okay.
No.
So you're not drunk?
No.
I
just
doubt that.
I just swallowed it. I just swallowed
Something. I think you
I just
breathed
swallowed
it
the
in.
large piece of lasagna. Yeah.
How much lasagna do you have? Holy shit. You've been eating it today.
Do you need to cough some more? Did you inhale lasagna? Go ahead and cough your lungs out if you need to, dude.
Why don't you get a drink, like a drink of water?
I'm not sure that really does things for something in your lung.
Yeah, I think you got to cough it out. It's always a pleasant experience.
It's fine now. It's gone.
Okay, cool.
All good.
And if it's not, it'll settle in somewhere.
Yeah, your body will probably be able to absorb it. I've never heard of the lasagna lung.
Yes, this one guy. Yes, I swallow. Yes. I do actually swallow. Yeah. Wow.
You must be very tired about that.
Yeah. It's been a long day. Yeah.
What time is it local for you, Wildheart?
It is 4:15 in the morning. 4 a.m. 4:15.
And so you started this early evening yesterday.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But
you have every reason to be tired.
No. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep it going. Like from now on, this is gonna be Wild Arts live stream. Do you know what I mean?
Just a
It's gonna be-
24-hour binge.
Yeah,
or
it's gonna be 24/7. Yeah. So
you should
I-
give a couple of people that
okay.
you trust mods then, so that they could
Yeah.
let people in and share screens and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
You should keep it going until the second sun comes around again.
And on that respect, on that respect,
In it, on it,
yeah,
all around it.
All around.
Yeah. I'm
In that
gonna do
respect and
karaoke.
on that topic. Damn it.
No, I'm gonna do karaoke to start off the stream, and then I'll never do karaoke again.
Never again? You heard it, guys.
Never again.
Somehow I don't believe you.
Wait, what stream are you starting off?
This one.
No, this is a stream that started it off. This is a stream that's yeah.
And you're gonna think started the stream, so it's gonna be like it's gonna start it and stop.
No, this is a stream that started the stream, but it's there's never gonna be a karaoke within the stream. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
It's kind of metaphysical and kind of.
So this is a one-of-a-kind, original, unique, never going to happen again moment is what Wildheart is going to say. So we all need to be present and ready to appreciate
Is
it.
it like a grand reopening of the stream?
You know, if the stream goes to 1,000 hours, 10 and a half or 11 and a half hours into it is nothing.
This yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
This
We
is
haven't even got
why I
started.
said you should end it and then start a
10
new
hours,
one. It
yeah.
takes literally 2 seconds to start a new one, Wildheart.
But then he throws it's not a sunk cost fallacy. He's trying to accomplish something here. He's 11 and a half hours into it already.
I mean, he could do what he wants at the end of the day. I'm just saying.
Right, so this is
this
is officially the beginning. This is officially the beginning of the stream. Yeah.
Passing craze means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata.
You're gonna get a strike.
Matata? Yeah, it's our motto. What's a motto? Nothing. What's the motto with you? Nice. Boom. Those 2 words will solve all your problems. Yeah. Take Pumbaa here.
This is
why
karaoke.
when he was a young warthog. When I was a young warthog. How you feeling? It's an emotional story. He found his aroma lacked a certain appeal. He could clear the savannah after every meal. I'm a sensitive soul, although I seem thick-skinned. And it hurt that my friends never stood down me. I was always here for you, and I resent that. Oh, the shame! Yes, he was a shame. I thought of changing my name. I mean, to what, Brad? And I got downhearted. Every time that I farted, are you gonna stop me? No, I'm not. You disgust me. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase.
What a massacre this thing movie is.
Ain't no passing craze.
It means no worries for the rest of your day.
Yeah, sing it, kid. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Welcome to our humble home.
You live here?
Well, we live wherever we want. We do as we please.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really nice, huh? Everyone, this is Simba.
That, my friend, is a lion.
What about food? Have you thought about feeding that thing?
Yeah, I'm starved. I could eat a whole zebra.
Oh, here we go. No, kid. We're fresh out of zebra.
And the antelope?
Uh-oh. No, listen, kid, if you want to live with us, you have to eat like us.
And most importantly, not eat us.
This looks like a good spot to rustle up some grub. Perfect! Step aside, fellas.
What's that? Ooh, choo-choo. This one's got some nuttiness.
Now that's what I call umami. Slimy, yet satisfying. Extra crunchy. They're local. Yeah. Oh, are they? They're from right there. I'm telling you, kid. This is the great life. No rules, no responsibilities. Ooh, the little cream-filled kind. I love these. Those are good. I love those. Are the best. Well, kid.
Oh, well. Hakuna Matata. Slimy, yet satisfying.
That's it. We didn't lie.
Egg sack. I got an egg sack.
It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. Yeah. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. One more time. Oh, no, I think we did. I think we got this one. Yeah, we're just getting in the groove. No, let's leave them wanting more. Yeah, you've grown 400 pounds since we started. Meanwhile, I look exactly the same. It means no worries.
Yeah, I feel what we're talking about.
What a massacre.
Oh, all right, Midnight. Let's not. Yeah.
What? They massacred the Lion
King. Yeah, that was pretty bad. It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. All right.
I did really like that the word hog commented that during the song he gained 400 pounds. I noticed that too, and I thought, how long have they been singing that? How long does it take for a lion, cub to become something close to an adult? 4 years or something, I think.
I know the average gestation period of an elephant is 36 months, if that helps.
God damn.
Yeah.
Did you know that bull elephants' testicles are internal?
Ow.
Whoa.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Welcome to the grand opening of the new stream.
Wow.
Do it. End it. Start it.
Wait, I want to cheer for the stream continuing.
No.
Go Wilder! Go Wilder! Go Wilder! Keep going! You're doing it! Come on, keep going!
Well, hold on. The streams can still keep going. You just need to take a break and start a new one. Like, you can still keep going. Just, pace yourself.
He just did. He just started a new stream. Where have you been, man? Hakuna Matata.
No, he didn't.
Was the opening music for the new stream.
It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata.
It's like a grand reopening.
Midnight, I would think you of all people would be more open-minded than to say something like, in order to start a stream, you have to shut down StreamYard and start it again. Who wrote these rules? Why do you assign them value? I don't get it.
That will be a good point. We are coming up on 11 hours, 38 minutes. That's close to
Wild
Soros.
Heart.
Mm.
Wild Heart, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I say it's your stream, and you can restart your stream or your day anytime you want to. But you don't have to end this. You don't have to end this stream to restart it. You can just have a grand reopening of this stream every so often.
Not even a grand reopening. My goal is just keep it going, just constantly. Do you know what I mean? Just quietly in the background, not a great big deal. Just like somewhere where people can go and watch. This kind of stuff.
There's going to be a lot of dead air as you're sleeping. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, obviously I'll be asleep a lot of the time. Like what was I saying?
And how do you propose that he resolve that? Midnight.
How do I propose that he resolve that? Let's see. End the stream, go to sleep, wake up, and then start a new stream.
The stream will be immediately breaking what we just said. Yeah, we can never end the stream. That's the point.
Well, not until the second sun comes. Anyway.
Fuck you, Tom.
Second son. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Okay, I did not like the way Nisha was acting tonight. That's all I'm gonna say. Just very bizarre.
She's got a right to defend herself.
I never said she didn't.
I'm just saying she was defending herself. She came in with the idea of having a discussion. It did get pretty darn heated. It didn't sound much like a discussion for a while there.
I'm not gonna say anything because I'm an issue.
Yeah, she's married, dude. So sorry, don't mean to get your hopes up.
She could get divorced sometime. She could get divorced. You don't know.
No, I
doubt she'd go for Wild Heart.
Why not?
No, I don't like it. I don't like her. I do like her like that, but I don't like her like that. But the fact, I couldn't back up her claims. Do you know what I mean? I'll shush. I like Nisha, but yeah, I can't defend her kind of rationally. You know what I mean? But she's a good person.
Yeah, you don't have to agree with her or defend her or anything, but like I don't. The thing is, like, she was saying that we shouldn't get emotional about it and stuff, and it's like that definitely wasn't my angle. Like,
yeah,
I was trying to and that's another thing that I meant to say to her, but I forgot to say is that there's this idea out there that once you present an argument to the world, like it belongs to the world. Like you can't and that's the way it should be, because if somebody comes up with an argument, you should actually pull the argument away from the speaker and turn your back to the speaker and consider only the argument without considering the speaker.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Because then there's nothing personal attached to it. There's no emotion attached to it. And you can analyze the information for itself at face value only. And then you can hand it back to, both the speaker and to the world. Say, this is what I think. But once you put your argument out there, it belongs to the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, especially like on YouTube. That's just once you put your thoughts and ideas out on YouTube, you can't claim kind of rights to them anymore. Yeah.
I don't know. The whole thing sounded very communistic to me.
Well, and
literally, and I think I agree with that completely.
The second son thing?
No, what you just said.
Oh, well, I mean, the thing is that the reason I say that is that and let's say someone that you normally wouldn't trust or that you didn't know said something. You have two choices. You could either disregard the information or say, regardless of the source, the information could be true. So I'm going to examine the information. I'm going to, for the moment, I'm going to just forget about the source and just look at the information. You know?
Yeah,
For
but that's hard
instance,
to
I
do.
had a
It's
notoriously drunk. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I
DT
was
has a
just
bad
gonna,
delay. Go ahead, DT.
I was just going to say that's hard to do when Nisha's in the room.
Why?
And you're talking to her and questioning her about her beliefs.
Well,
I
and
mean,
that's because
I'm
she's
sure
put
you-
some investment into them emotionally. There's something special about these beliefs that she doesn't want to give them up very easily.
Right. And I think you were trying to point that out to her subtly, and I don't know. And yes, I think I got heated, or it got heated. I'm sure I got heated. But I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing or not.
Well, and it should be the same too. I mean, it's not just with people you don't trust, but even, you know, I mean, even if, like, let's say somebody that you know well and you generally believe many things they say because they often speak the truth, says something that you say, I don't know about that. Like, at the same time, we probably shouldn't say, well, I could call them out because this is bullshit, but since they're my friend and all, I don't want to hurt their feelings, or
Yeah, that is.
I don't want to
something
embarrass them or whatever, you know, like there's definitely that going on too, where, or they say to themselves, I don't care, you know, what they say, I'm going to back them up no matter what, which is also, I think, the wrong thing to do.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think the right thing to do in that situation is just like if you're not sure whether they're talking bullshit or not, it just say, yeah, maybe you don't know exactly the truth. Maybe I don't know exactly the truth. Maybe it would be good for us to kind of work it out together. You know what I mean?
I mean, I was joking. I was making a joke when I said she's actually a plant. She's actually a plant. Come on here to.
Giving us false information.
Yeah, I don't know. I was joking, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible for somebody to be that, right?
You could always tell her to prove you wrong. You know?
Yeah,
See
just
what
ask her to
happens.
prove the negative. That's all.
Yeah.
But it was just one of those things where it just, okay, this thing exists. So what? What, like, what does it make me rich? And I think I actually think you were, you kind of hit the nail on the head when she said, when you told her that you have this, you think it makes you feel like you have this special knowledge that no one does. Okay, I think that's a feeling a lot of people have, right? That they're I guess they're better at hiding it, so to speak. You know?
Well, if you get to keep an important secret, that makes you feel important, right? And then also if there's like a group of people that all have this secret knowledge, you feel kind of like this elite group of chosen people, you know? And it grows from there. Like, it's all the same kind of mental process, I think, that, you know, there's other things in the world that are kind of the same. Like being one of the elect, you know, like Jill talks about. You know, in his mind, you know.
All humans have similar brain processes, but not the same.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's the same psychology of, like,
Yeah.
thinking that you're special, thinking that you are set apart from other people, you're unique because of this. It makes your life more meaningful too, to feel that you yourself are important and that you might even have like a role to play in life because of this special knowledge.
Well, I'm definitely important.
Uniqueness is overrated. It just means the same thing as weird.
I try to enjoy my brand of weird.
It worries me how much I do appreciate your brand of weird.
Why does it worry you?
And Hillary's. I said it tongue in cheek. I didn't mean it literally.
Oh.
But
I
just
take
it's like I love listening to Noam Chomsky speak because it reminds me of my mom. For instance.
Noam Chomsky's a genius. I don't hear anyone disagree.
Then it must be true.
Yes. Knowledge is only good if you can use it or abuse it. I mean, why do you have to abuse knowledge?
Somebody needs to start saving these quotes from ToG, and we need to put them in a book and sell it and make lots of money.
Yeah,
Like
right.
A bingo kind of thing. Yeah.
My only question is it comedy, philosophy, or fantasy? Where are you going to put it?
All three, I guess.
It's art, like a gallows.
Art, you can call anything art. Yes. Just let's say it's art.
Yeah. No.
Argument from silence fallacy.
Yes.
What if nobody disagrees with you? Then it must be true. Is that
Pretty
what
much.
that is?
Yep.
Okay, I haven't heard of that one.
And what does it mean when silence is capitalized in that instance?
The big S silence, huh?
Maybe.
T truth, it's really silent.
It's like big L love
Maybe-
versus little L.
Maybe it's the second silence.
On Wikipedia, the S is not capitalized in argument from silence definition. To express a conclusion that is based on the absence of statements in historical documents rather than their presence. So that's kind of like a variation on the argument from ignorance, right?
It sounds very similar.
I don't know.
Field of classical studies, it often refers to the assertion that the author is ignorant of a subject based on the lack of references to it in the author's available writings.
Hey, Space Cadet, do you know the difference between ignorance and indifference?
Well, I mean, the way I see indifference is you just don't really care or have feelings about it one way or the other. And ignorance is either non-willful, meaning you're truly ignorant of a topic and you don't know anything about it. You've never heard of it. You haven't been exposed to it. Or there's willful ignorance where you have and you reject whatever it is because you like something better. You like a different.
Someone asked me this once. I told them, I don't know and I don't care.
That's nice.
Yes, I don't know and I don't care.
Maybe Richard picked.
If I had long hair, you guys would make me bald. Oh wait.
Huh?
No,
Is that another ToGism?
Yeah, it's another ToGism.
That's what I'm going to start calling everything he says.
Okay. We need to make a book of Pixieism, ToGism, Richardism, Space Cadetism.
Do I have isms?
I don't know.
They're house.
It'd just be a meow because my cat would always get in, like
Yeah, meow. Like that, meow. Oh my God, what did she say? What did she say? How dare she say that?
He's explaining the meaning of life. Listen up, guys. There you go. Now you got it. Everyone was listening.
We already know the meaning of life is 42. Problem is, we don't know the question.
If the meaning of life is 42, does that mean the meaning of life is also 6?
And 7?
Well, I mean, I say that because 42 equals 6 if you add those two numbers together.
Oh.
The great observer Adams would never have said such a thing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but wouldn't be. Isn't 7 plus 7 42?
What?
7 plus 7.
No, it's 7 times 7.
7 times 7.
Sorry, 7 times 6 is 42.
7 times, yeah. So it's not much of a...
See, but 7 plus 7 is 14, and when you add 14 together, you get 5. So 5 is 7. This is freaking ridiculous.
I know. It's just fucking...
You can just make any number mean anything if you keep going with that.
Yeah, it's not like an exact... Yeah,
That's a
thingy.
perfect example of like mental gymnastics. When someone gets into like some number they become obsessed with, and they're like, because I heard someone the other day talk about a certain number that kept coming up in their life, but then they would rationalize how other numbers kind of meant that number too, if you did this, that, and the other to that number. Like, oh, this one had a 2 in the middle, and if you subtract 2 from both sides, then that number is there again.
It honestly sounds like the person watched the number 23 way too many times. The movie.
Or maybe
with,
not at all, and it's just like the same
yeah.
weird phenomenon. I don't know. How is this still live? There's still live people talking in it. I guess that's what the.
Yeah, and besides, Wild Heart is gonna stay live for ever and ever.
Wild Heart is probably gonna fall asleep, and then like we'll all eventually drop off. And
this is me falling asleep. By the way, this is what you're gonna see a lot of. Yeah,
this is performance art. Just
yeah.
Wild Heart should have a PayPal in his description so that people can tip him for his.
No, I don't want any money or anything. I just